You know, I was just thinking, Colonel Tim.
Yeah?
If I get a few more little people to work with you in the act, it might be better entertainment.
Whatever you say, Mr. Edwards. Say, I know someone who might do. A young lady.
A lady, Midget? How tall is she, Tim?
Oh, about my size, 33 inches.
That's not bad. We could bill you two as the smallest Mr. and Mrs. in the world.
Sure.
I'll think it over. But right now, let's get on with our rehearsal.
Okay.
Take your song from the middle. I'll give you a pickup. Here.
You've seen our little village, and I guess you all have learned that it really is a small world as far as we're concerned. I've taken you through Shiny Town, my eeny, meeny, miny town. Now we say to Tiny Town, goodbye.
Ah, that's swell, Colonel Tim. Billy Edwards and Company. I like the sound of that. You, La Belle Louise and her trapeze, Andy Anderson, the human giant, and Duke Miller and his magic. Not bad, not bad.
Sounds good to me.
Think of it, Tim. 2 more weeks of rehearsal, then 6 months in theaters booked solid. If all goes well, we could go on the road 2 weeks from Tuesday.
Yes, Mr. Edwards. But that is, if all goes well.
Homicide Department, Sergeant Heath speaking.
Sergeant Heath, this is Jennings. I'm the janitor of the rehearsal building on Kearney Street. Hurry over, please, Sergeant. Please come right away.
Okay, Jennings, take it easy. Tell me what happened.
A man's been shot, and he's lying on the floor of one of the rooms. Hurry, Sergeant, hurry.
Be right there. You know the man's name?
Edwards, Billy Edwards. Hurry, please hurry.
Don't touch anything and don't leave till I get there. Be up in 5 minutes.
Our friend, the district attorney, should either not have an office on the 8th floor or else see to it that the elevators in this building run all night. Oh, right, Vance.
I'll suggest that to Mr. Markham, Ellen. Stairs a little wearying for you?
I'm allergic to them. Whew. 8th floor. At last. Mr. Markham's office. Finally.
That's you, Vance?
Right.
And it's me, Ellen.
Hello, you two.
Hello.
Sorry to get you down here at this hour, Vance, but I thought you'd be sorrier if I hadn't.
Oh.
I'm fairly certain I would be. What is this, Markham? What did you mean when you told me on the phone that there hadn't been a murder yet?
I meant there still hasn't been one, but there has been a shooting. A theatrical manager and pianist named Billy Edwards had been shot when I called you. He's at the hospital, unconscious and in pretty bad shape.
Just a shooting? I don't see why you called Vance.
You'd never have forgiven me if I hadn't, Ellen. Vance, Edwards was rehearsing a vaudeville act featuring a midget, Colonel Tim.
Mm-hmm.
And he was shot with a midget gun. We found the gun. It's no more than 2 inches long.
Could a gun that size mortally wound a man?
Very possibly, Ellen. That type of weapon was invented in France. It uses a tiny pellet quite capable of killing a man if fired at close range and into a vulnerable spot. I imagine if Edwards recovers, Markham, he'll be able to tell you who shot him.
Unquestionably, if he recovers.
I see what you mean. Who else was in the act Edwards was preparing?
In addition to the midget, there was a trapeze performer named Louise, a giant named Anderson, and a magician named Miller.
A modified circus troupe, eh, Markham?
Yes.
Well, it does sound different. What was found on Edwards? Anything interesting?
The usual things, except for money. Edwards had more than $700 in cash in his pocket.
Really? Markham, I want to thank you.
For bringing you in on this case, Vance?
Yes, of course. And I'd also like to thank you to see that no word of Mr. Edwards' condition gets into the newspapers. Still time to do that?
Yes, Vance. You see, I'm beginning to understand how you work. I specifically asked Heath not to release any information.
Thank you. Now, if you'll tell me where I can find the people who are supposed to be in Mr. Edwards' act, I'll replace our talking with some action.
Look, Louise, why not team up with me? Even if Edwards gets better, it'll be months before he puts our act on the road now.
No, Duke. I don't think it's right. I just don't.
And I don't either. The least we can do is wait for Mr. Edwards to get better.
Maybe he ain't gonna get better. And what happens? We lay off for months. The way I see it, Louise, you and me and the midget here, we got the same act.
I'm sorry, Duke, but
Don't give me no buts, pretty one. I've been nice and quiet, and I've been trying to show you it'd be smart to send the act out without Edwards. But if you're gonna make me get tough, where you going, runt?
Out. Just out.
Hey, wait a minute. You know, I think he worships you, Louise. He didn't like the way I was talking to you.
Well, let's get back to what you were saying. You were going to get tough. How tough?
Not the way you think, baby doll. This way. Suppose the cops were to know Bill Edwards was in love with you when they found out there was a Mrs. Edwards.
You're pretty low, Duke. You'd tell them, wouldn't you?
I don't know. I don't know anything, except all of us ought to team up and take over those booking Edwards got. Now, I ain't a bad guy, baby, if I'm treated right. Try me out and see. I always had a yen for you.
Get away from me, Duke. Keep away from me.
Oh, so that's the way you want it. All right, maybe I can...
There,
that
Andy.
midget brought
See?
the giant with
That's
him.
why I went for you. Don't let him do anything to Louise. Mix you up.
What is this here? He bother you, Louise?
Well, now, look, Andy, I was just kind of talking.
He
like...
bother you, Louise? He bother you, Louise? I break him in half.
No, Andy, please. Please, it's all right.
She told you, Andy. I didn't do nothing. She told you that. You heard her. Now, keep away from me. Don't, Andy. Don't.
You
Don't, Andy.
You open
Andy,
door.
let go of me.
Sure, Andy. Come on.
Now I throw skunk outdoor.
Now, get your hands off me.
Well, this is a very pretty picture. Do you mind if I interrupted a moment?
Who are you?
My name is Vance, Philo Vance. I want to see all of you about the shooting of Bill Edwards.
I throw him out, Louise.
No, Andy, no. Don't throw anybody out. Mr. Vance, we've already answered all the questions the police asked us.
I know, but I wanted to meet all of you socially before I uncovered evidence that will send one of you to prison for a long, long time.
Did you find anything, Mr. Markham?
No, nothing, Heath. But let's keep looking. This apartment isn't very large.
No. I'm sure there's something here that'll give us a lead on who shot Edwards. Oh, that's his picture there on the piano. Nice-looking fella. Probably his wife next to him, huh?
Probably. It's quite pretty. Hope she doesn't mind what we're doing to her apartment when she returns here.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Heath, have you followed Vance's instructions about keeping Edwards' condition out of the newspapers?
Sure I did. D.A., do I have to keep on taking orders from him?
Heath, we haven't done badly by taking suggestions from Vance in the past, have we?
No, only this is just a routine case, D.A. God, I guess that's it. Nothing left to look into except that trunk in the corner.
Yes, well, let's look in that.
Now, come on over. We'll do it together.
Okay.
Sure wish Mrs. Edwards would get here. If we can't find anything, maybe at least she'd tell us something. Huh. Trunk's not locked. That's something.
Yes.
Seems to be stuck, though. Help me, will you, D.A.?
Sure.
There. Holy mackerel. Look what's in it.
Mrs. Edwards.
Look at her neck, D.A. Those red marks. She's been choked to death.
Yes.
By somebody with very powerful hands.
Choked to death and crammed into this trunk. Heath, I don't know what Mrs. Edwards might have been able to tell us. All I know is she'll never tell us now.
No, I'm sorry. I can't connect you with Mr. Vance's private office. He gave me instructions that he wasn't to be disturbed. Well, I'll have him call you just as soon as he's free. Goodbye. Now, let's see.
Me want to see Vance.
Well, I'm very sorry, but Mr. Vance isn't seeing anybody. You must be the giant in Mr. Edwards' act.
That's right.
Yes.
Vance here?
Yes, as a matter of fact, he is. He's in that office there. He's talking to Colonel Tim, the midget. If you'd care to wait, I'm sure he'll be glad to see you when he's through.
Me no wait. Me go in now.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't do that. That door's locked, and besides, you can't see him, I said.
Me don't care what you say. Me take care of locked door like this.
Hey!
Well, really, what
Goodness
is
sake, Andy, what
Well,
are you doing here?
Mr. Anderson, Nice of you to break in to see me.
Vance, shall I call the police?
I
Come
think
down
not, Ellen.
here.
Better go back to your office.
Andy, you shouldn't have come here. You broke Mr. Vance's door.
Me break lots things, maybe. He bother you, Tim?
No, Andy, not at all. He's our friend. Our friend, Andy.
You see, Ellen, I'm their friend. Now, please go on back while I find out what other reason Mr. Anderson had for breaking in on me.
Okay, Vance. Only there are an awful lot of funny things happening around here.
Well, Colonel Tim, would you like to continue?
Well, I think not, Mr. Vance. Not now. Andy, I'm trying to help Mr. Vance find out who shot Mr. Edwards. I've just told him that he used to lend money to people in show business.
You tell him that?
Yep.
Why?
Well, because it might help Mr. Vance find out who shot Mr. Edwards.
What it did, actually, was account for the large amount of cash in Mr. Edwards' pockets, Mr. Anderson. Merely that and nothing else. Yet.
Duke Miller, he tell me Mr. Vance want you in his office, Tim. I think maybe he do something to you I do not like. I come here.
No. Well, Mr. Vance, there's nothing more I have to tell you, but maybe you'll tell me something. How's Mr. Edwards feeling?
I'd say he's doing as well as can be expected.
He still not talk?
He's not conscious, Mr. Anderson, if that's what you mean.
Well, come on, Andy. Come back with me to the hotel.
All right.
Oh, Mr. Vance, I'm sorry about the door Andy broke. If you let me know how
Well,
much...
don't worry about it, Colonel Tim.
Come on, we go to hotel. Come
Sure.
on, Tim.
Goodbye, Mr. Vance. I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help to you.
That's all right. Thank you for the information you did give me. Goodbye.
Bye. Come on.
Ellen.
Oh, coming, Vance. Well, that was quite a little party you had here.
Oh, it was nothing, really. Quite an informal gathering, I assure you. They've gone?
Very much so. Thank goodness. Did you find out anything?
Well, I'll tell you this. I spoke to Duke Miller and Louise, the trapeze performer, at their hotel rooms.
Yes?
The giant and the little fellow here. Now, I've come to the conclusion that any one of the four could have shot Edwards.
Well, you're certainly going out on a limb there, Vance.
And so far as the weapon used is concerned, the midget pistol, it might have been fired by any of the four.
Same limb, only a little further out this time.
Hey, anybody at home in there?
Markham, come on in.
Well, what went on in here? Brawl? Who broke this glass, Vance?
Hello, Markham. Well, not exactly a brawl. A giant came into my office without bothering to open the door.
It was really the door's fault. It hit him first.
Vance, I've got some news for you. Mrs. Edwards has been murdered.
Really?
Mrs. Edwards?
How, by another midget gun?
No, she was strangled to death. Heath and I found her an hour ago. Someone with a powerful pair of hands was responsible, we're certain.
There should be very little question about that. Time of death, Markham.
Yesterday afternoon, the medical examiner says.
Well, then she was killed before her husband was shot. Well, that might mean something, Vance.
Everything in this case might mean something if I only knew what. Markham, the midget gun used to shoot Edwards belonged to Colonel Tim. He just told me that. He said somebody stole it from him. He also said that Edwards used to lend money to performers at high interest rates.
A show business Shylock. Well, now I've heard everything.
So Mrs. Edwards was strangled. Well, I'll see you both soon.
Where are you going, Vance?
Out? Please excuse me, Markham. I'll only be about an hour if you care to wait.
Vance, there are several things we ought to discuss.
Later, Markham. I won't be too long. You see, I just thought of something. Goodbye.
You think you go somewhere, Mr. Vance?
Beg your pardon, but that's my neck. You have your arm around, Mr. Anderson.
Vance, you keep away from us. You no bother me, Colonel Tim or Louise, or even Duke. Keep away, Vance. We no like you bother any of us. Understand?
This is District Attorney Markham. When Billy Edwards, theatrical manager, was found shot by a midget pistol, Philo Vance uncovered 4 suspects: a midget, a giant, a trapeze performer, and a magician. Then Edwards' wife was found dead, strangled. None of the suspects knows what condition Billy Edwards is in because at Vance's request, all information other than the fact that he has as yet not talked has been withheld. I have been informed that Sergeant Heath has picked up Andy Anderson, the giant, and is questioning him at this moment. They are having a bit of...
Now, look, how many of you guys does it take to hold him down? Yeah, that's better. Okay, Anderson, you're a big guy, a giant. But you could also be a murderer.
Me no murderer.
Now, this is the way I figure it. Edwards, the guy who was shot, was married. All right, maybe he isn't dead, but his wife is. I figure you strangled her with those big hands of yours because you were going to kill Edwards and she knew you'd threatened him in the past.
Why I kill anybody? You try make fool of me. I not let you.
Hold him in that chair. Don't let him get up. You want to know why you tried to kill Edwards? I'll tell you. You were in love with Louise, the trapeze performer. You knew Edwards was playing around with her, so you tried to knock him off. All right, I know a way to get you to talk. Murphy.
Yes?
Bring in that girl, Louise. She's in the next office.
Right.
Come on in here, Miss La Belle Louise.
Okay.
Sit right down there. That's right.
Well, what do you want with me?
You're the reason this giant won't talk. Make him open up. Make him confess he killed Mrs. Edwards and tried to kill Edwards.
Andy.
Me say nothing.
Please, Andy, if you know anything to help the police, tell them.
I keep quiet because of you.
Yes, I know, Andy.
You want me to talk? I talk.
Yes.
This what I see.
Yes, Andy.
Night before Mr. Edwards is shot, I see you with little gun. Same kind as what killed Mr. Edwards. This I no want to tell police. You even have same gun with you now.
This? Oh, is this the gun you mean?
Yeah.
This one on my charm bracelet?
Yeah.
Oh, Andy. Look, Sergeant Heath, it's perfectly harmless, isn't it?
Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. That's just a toy.
Me thought maybe...
Maybe I shot Mr. Edwards? No, Andy, I didn't. Sergeant Heath, how is Mr. Edwards, and when can we see him?
He's still unconscious. All this questioning may mean nothing if he's ever able to tell us who shot him. You can go, Louise.
Oh, thank you. And, Andy?
I want him here for a little while. Some more questions I just dreamed up.
I see you later, Louise.
Yes, of course. Goodbye.
Louise.
What? Oh,
Did I startle you, Louise? I'm very sorry.
my nerves are a little on edge, Mr. Vance.
Louise, I've got to know something. I'm pretty certain, as Sergeant Heath is, that our giant friend, Andy Anderson, is in love with you. And that Colonel Tim, the midget, worships you.
I like them both, Mr. Vance. They're really wonderful people.
I'm sure they are. And I'm sure that our magician, Duke Miller, was very eager to become a very good friend of yours, too. I gathered that from outside your apartment yesterday when I met all of you for the first time.
Oh, I see what you mean. You think that because they all like me, and I like Mr. Edwards, that they might have tried to kill him, and had some other reason for murdering Mrs. Edwards. Is that right?
Yes. All of them apparently wanted something from you. Your affection. Now, I want something too, Louise. I want your help in finding which one shot Edwards.
Take it from the middle, Tim, once more.
You've seen our little village, and I guess you all have learned that this really is a small world as far as we're concerned. I've taken you to Shiny Town, my eeny, meeny, miny town. Now we say to Tiny Town goodbye.
That's got nothing. You know that. Look, I play the same notes Edwards plays. Why don't you sell that song the way you did for him?
I don't know. I just can't.
Maybe I know a way. Tim, how much money did you borrow from Edwards?
I didn't borrow from him.
Don't give me that. I got to look at his notebook the last time I paid him some of the dough I owe him. He kept track of all the dough he loaned guys. Your name was right above mine. I just don't remember the amount. How much was it?
A few $100. I was going to pay him back when we started to work.
You don't have to pay him back if he kicks off, do you?
I don't want him to die.
Then why did you shoot him?
Me? I didn't. I never did. You can't go around saying things like that. Why,
You'll what, Midge? Shoot me, too?
You owed him money and you wanted Louise. You shot him. Yeah, you stole my little gun and you killed him. Who is it?
Hello?
Oh, Mr. Vance.
What do you want here, Vance?
Well, I just want to tell both of you that we just got rather good news from the Essex Hospital. Billy Edwards is doing rather well. He's expected to regain consciousness sometime tonight. I've already told Andy Anderson and Louise, so you don't have to bother. And you won't have to worry about any more questioning. Because when Edwards comes to, he'll tell us who shot him.
Officer, is it all right if I go into Mr. Edwards' room with these flowers?
No, ma'am. Nobody gets into this hospital room. Them's my orders.
But I'm a nurse.
I know you're a nurse. And what harm could you do? How do I know what harm you or anybody could do in there? All I know is I'm God here to see that nobody gets in Mr. Edwards' room.
Very well. There's a patient up on the next floor who'll appreciate these. I'll take them up to her.
Do what you like. You could save me one of them, though. How you take it home to the wife.
Officer, I'm a doctor here. Please come downstairs. Next floor, there's a patient of mine getting violent. I can't restrain him. Please come help me.
I can't, Doc. I'm on duty here outside this door. I gotta stay here.
This man's violent, officer. I got him tied to the bed with the sheets. He's going to break loose at any moment. Please come down with me. Nothing can be more important than stopping a potential maniac from getting loose.
Oh? Well, I guess this is an emergency. And in an emergency, I'm supposed to forget orders and use my head. Nobody will be coming in here, not in this room anyhow. Lead the way, Doc.
Right this way, officer. Down these stairs. If we hurry, we can get there in time.
I mustn't put on the light. No, I mustn't. That figure on the bed, that must be Billy. He mustn't recover consciousness. This knife will make sure that he never does.
All right, Heath, put that light switch on.
Right.
Oh,
Hello, Louise. Completing some unfinished business.
Mr. Vance.
And Sergeant Heath, whom you've met, of course, but not exactly in this manner. Well, that was quite a cute way you got rid of the officer outside in order to fall for this plan of mine. Who was it helped you, Duke?
Sure it was Duke. I had him turning cartwheels. He'd do anything for me.
Just as you'd do anything for Billy Edwards, including murder.
What?
My guess is you killed his wife. But he wouldn't marry you in spite of that. He turned you down. So you borrowed the little gun that Colonel Tim carried and used it on Edwards.
You're too smart, Vance. Do you forget that I still have this knife? Now I'm going to use it on you.
Oh, no, you don't.
Yes, I am.
Come
You
on
can't
now.
get
Out
away
the
with
door.
double torture.
Outside. Open it up, will you, Vance? Got a cop right outside.
Oh, pleasure.
Die, you she-devil. Get out that door, Wildcat. Out. All right, boys, take her away.
All right, I got it.
Okay, Vance, we got her. You can shut that door in this case any time you like now.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Vance is not in. Goodbye. See what I'm doing for you now, Vance? Becoming a prevaricator.
Is that good?
Well, it isn't bad when I tell people you're not in so that you can have a little relaxation. Vance, what gave you the idea that La Belle Louise was the murderer in the midget murder case?
She did. My investigations proved that each of the 4 suspects involved had motive and opportunity. And the girl actually made no mistakes that pointed the finger at her.
Oh, so you had to let her convict herself.
Something like that. I had an idea we might run into a stalemate on this case. That's why I asked Markham at the beginning not to make any announcement of Billy Edwards' physical condition.
How is he, by the way? And incidentally, you took quite a chance on Edward's life, letting Louise loose in his room with a knife just to prove she tried to kill him once before, didn't you?
There was nobody in that room, Ellen. Edwards has been dead for 2 days.
Huh?
He died soon after he was brought to the hospital. But that was something I didn't want the murderer to know.
Or me either, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
You know something, Vance? You know what threw me off? The strangling of Mrs. Edwards. I knew it had to be somebody with a powerful pair of hands, and I thought of the giant right away.
Louise was an aerial performer, Ellen, remember? She hung by her hands, did tricks with her hands and arms. They were very well developed.
Too bad her imagination wasn't. Of course, I know why she went to the hospital with that knife. She thought Edwards was still alive and that she had to kill him before he recovered consciousness and told the police that it was she who'd shot him.
I hoped that's what she would think. I didn't know she'd get Duke to help her, but I imagined she'd need and could get some assistance. Well, the midget murder case was simply another example of the fury that lies within a woman scorned.
That's something you might remember, oh brilliant one. Any time you begin some other romance, I mean.
At the moment, I'm not concerned with beginning anything. Right now, Ellen, I'm serene, content, and quite pleased with the end of the midget murder case.
Is that you, Vance?
Yes, Markham. Well, the district attorney is behind a locked door. Most interesting, Markham. How do I get in?
This way, Vance. Am I unlocking the door? Good evening, Vance.
Hello, Markham. All this secrecy indicates an occasion I should enjoy. Am I correct?
It's quite possible, Vance. Please sit down.
Thank you. Well, you sent for me, Markham. I'm here. Shall we ask your other visitor to come in here from the next room so we can get started?
You knew I had someone waiting next door?
Certainly. You wouldn't lock yourself in, Markham. As long as I've known you, I've never seen you display a single evidence of fear. You locked your door, therefore you are trying to protect someone. Whom?
My only surprise is that you didn't know that, too. It's an informer, Vance, a stool pigeon. Come in, Ricker.
Yeah, D.A., here I am.
Ricker, this is Philo Vance. I want you to tell him what you told me a while ago.
Oh, gee, D.A., what I told you was personal, just between friends.
Please include me among your friends, then, Ricker.
Do I have to tell this guy what I told you, D.A.?
I wish you would.
Okay, then. Okay. Listen, Vance, the D.A. and I has got a deal. When I hear something he ought to know, only nobody'll tell him, I tell him, see?
Nobody will tell him, so you tell him.
Sure. Listen, Vance, there's a dame due to hit this town this week, and she's going to start running things here the same as she ran them in the Midwest. And where she goes, trouble goes, too. Big trouble. Killings, bank holdups, kidnappings, the works. Yeah, that's what I was telling the D.A.
A woman is coming to town, and that means trouble, eh? Well, that's not too strange an association.
Well, I don't know about that. All I know is this town's going to break wide open when she shows up. And that's going to be soon.
Really? Ricker, tell me, who is this woman?
You mean, what's her name? Well, search me. I don't know. All I know is she's tall and dark and terrific looking. And she always wears dresses of one color only. Nobody knows her name. Everybody calls her the Lady in Blue. It would be my suggestion, Danny, not to let the lady in blue into this office.
Legal advice or a friendly tip?
A friendly tip, Danny, actuated by the fact that I wish to be retained by you as your lawyer for quite some time yet.
Meaning I may not be around long running things if I let the lady in blue in here. Well, we'll see. Davy, let her come in. Out, mouthpiece. That door there. Call me later.
I hope you'll be able to answer the phone when I do. Bye.
Davy, I said to send that...
Hello, Danny. Well, aren't you going to ask me to sit down, Danny?
I am as soon as I can breathe normal again. You're the lady in blue?
That's what I've been called. You knew I was coming to town?
Everybody knew it. What do you want with me?
I'd like to do business with you, Danny. Things are a little slow where I came from. I need activity. I can find things to do here. Things you're already doing.
All right, I get that. But the way you look, the way you're dressed, the way you talk, what do you want with rackets?
Rackets, Danny? I'm not associated with any rackets. I do things more legitimately. My methods may be a little illegal, but my enterprises aren't. For instance, you're in a racket. I've suddenly decided to be your partner.
Nice deciding. What if I don't like? I know you brought a couple of your boys along, so don't think I'm being tough.
No, you're too smart to play that way, Danny. You have a bodyguard in the next room. I have one of my boys watching him. I don't know about yours, but mine shoots straight. And often. Do we talk business?
Take that hood of yours out of here, lady, and you go with him. We don't have nothing to talk about.
No. Tony.
Don't let him come in, Davy.
You call me, lady? Davy here's giving me some trouble.
Davy. He shot Davy.
Only in his arm. I don't like guys that pull guns. You call me, lady?
Yes, Tony. Just as a protective measure. Danny, we'll drop our business discussion for the day, but we'll meet again.
We'll meet again, lady. I promise you that. I'll find out what your game is.
I'm sure you will. Only, as a glance in the next room will tell you, we're both playing the same game. But the score is 1-0. In my favor.
How do you do, madame? May I help you with your selection?
It's quite possible. You own this shop.
Yes, I am Madame Marie. Madame, you have a beautiful figure, and I have the creation that will set off the blue of your eyes. Please come with me.
We can do business here, Madame Marie. I'm not interested in gowns. I'm interested in working for you.
Working? A woman like you is looking for a position?
Not exactly. Madame Marie, effective today, everything which you purchase from manufacturers here and abroad must go through me, a service for which I charge 10%. Do you understand?
No. No, I do not.
You will. Oh, now there's a beautiful gown, that blue evening model. An import, of course. How much is it?
$400. But I still do not know what you're trying to do. I need no one to buy for me.
You'll change your mind. I'll take that gown. Send it to me at the Ritzmore, Suite 928. Oh, 400, you said? Very well, here you are. Good day, Madame Marie. Oh, you'll be hearing from me.
Oh, dear, what does this mean? Evelyn, I'm not to be disturbed. I'm going into my office. A thing like this cannot happen.
Yeah.
Monsieur Danny?
Never mind the monsieur business. I got trouble enough.
Danny, this is Marie from the dress shop. 6 months ago, I joined your association. You promised me I'd never be disturbed by anyone. Just now, I was disturbed.
By a tall, good-looking doll dressed in blue?
Yes. She didn't know I was already a member of your association, did she? I mean, that must be it. She just didn't know.
She knew all right. Only she told me she's moving in and she's doing it. I'm going to see her. Something tells me she's going to be moving right out again.
Sit down, Danny. We're quite alone, and there's nothing for you to be afraid of. Do you like my new gown? I bought it today.
I like the gown, lady. It's your ideas on doing business I don't like. You're cutting in on Madame Marie, I understand.
Well, as long as you understand, I see no need to discuss it further. Do you like the gown really, Danny?
Listen, lady, I don't like what's going on here. I was doing all right. I was doing fine till you cut yourself in. I'm not taking it, lady. I'm telling you now, I'm not taking it.
But, Danny, there isn't really anything you can do. Look, would you care to take me to the theater tonight? I'll wear this new blue gown. I've some wonderful blue eyeshadow that matches and luminous stardust for my hair. You'll be very proud of me, Danny.
You want me to take you to the theater? Hey, lady, you go for me a little?
Why?
Why? On account of you're only the most terrific dame I've ever seen, that's why. So you want me to take you to the theater?
Is it a date, Danny?
Oh, could be, lady, could be. So you like me a little, huh? Well, I like you a lot, lady. You got what I ain't got. Class.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Lady, come here a minute. I always wanted to know what it would feel like to have a swell dame like you in my arms. Come here, lady, come on.
You want me closer? Real close? Like this?
Oh, lady. Oh, lady, this is living. Hey! What did you clip me for?
I step on ants when they start to crawl, Danny. You affect me the same way.
Oh, I do, huh? You don't want to play then, do you? Except rough. Okay, if that's the way you want it, that's the way you're going to get it. Lady, you're going to be sorry you slapped me in a kisser. Take my word for it.
Really? What are you going to do?
Plenty. I'll fix you for this, lady, beginning now. You know that date we had for the theater? Well, it's off. Fool around with that.
Well, Mr. Markham, we got another murder.
So I see, Sergeant Heath. Danny Claxton, isn't it?
It was. That's the way we found him, lying face up here in his apartment, knife in his heart.
Vance will be interested in that when he gets here, Heath. Oh, incidentally, I had to wake him up. After all, only homicide detectives and district attorneys stay awake all night.
Call him back and tell him to stay away, D.A. We can solve this murder without him. I'll have the guy who knocked off Claxton within a week.
You know, Heath, I was living in hopes that you'd bring Claxton in one of these days so we could send him up the river where he belongs.
Apparently, someone sent him down the river. Hello, Markham.
Well, hello, Vance. Sorry to get you out of bed.
I'm sorry you got out of bed, too.
Good evening, Sergeant Heath. So this is a big-time racketeer's apartment. And that a big-time racketeer's corpse.
We're waiting for some men from the morgue to remove the body, Vance. Sergeant Heath has had the knife that killed Claxton taken to headquarters.
Sure did. It's being checked for fingerprints right now.
I hope you find some. A knife killed Claxton, eh, Markham?
Yes, Vance, a knife. And now we have a corpse, and so far, 3 suspects.
Really? Who are they?
Well, there's the lady in blue whom we were warned about last night, remember, by my personal informer?
Yes, of course.
Then there's a cold-blooded killer named Tony who works for the lady. We got him right away, but he's out on bail.
Wonderful device, that business of bail. Who's the third?
A former attorney who was Danny's business advisor, a man named Smythe.
Also out on bail, I suppose?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Heath.
Yeah, Vance. What can't I do for you?
Find anything in the room that might be a clue?
Not a thing. But maybe you will. You generally do. But look, don't bother me, Vance. I'm busy.
Well, Vance, do you want to look around, or shall we go?
We might just as well go. Apparently, there are no clues to be uncovered. Coming, Sergeant Heath?
Sure, I'm coming. I'll leave a man outside the door to wait for those guys from the morgue. Turn off the light, will you, D.A.?
Certainly.
Holy mackerel, it's dark in here. Open the door, will you, D.A.? It's right next to the switch.
Certainly, I've got it right here.
Don't open that door, Markham.
What?
Don't do it for a second, anyhow.
Oh.
Hey, Vance, what are you staring into a dark room for? You can't see anything. Hey, where'd you go?
I'm over here by the body, Heath. And I did see something. Something very interesting.
In the dark?
Yes. You can open that door now if you like, Markham.
Hey, Vance, what could you possibly see on that corpse in a dark room?
I'll tell you about it sometime, Sergeant Heath. At about the same time that I tell it to the murderer.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Blue Lady murder case developed as a result of the knifing of Danny Claxton, whose reign as Racket King has been challenged by a glamorous woman known as the Lady in Blue. As Vance had anticipated, there were no fingerprints on the knife. Suspects include the lady, her favorite gunman, Tony, and a disbarred lawyer named Smythe, who might well inherit Claxton's racket empire with him dead. Vance found some sort of clue in Claxton's darkened apartment after I'd asked him there, and, since all suspects are out on bail, he phoned to tell me he was going to the Ritzmore Hotel to see the Lady in Blue. He should be there about now.
Please sit down, Mr. Vance. I've been waiting to meet you. And, it's been worth waiting for.
Thank you. You know, if there should be a mental contest between us, one of us must lose. In view of that and my self-confidence, I appreciate your hospitality.
You mean if there is a contest, I won't win? If you knew as much about me as I about you, you might not be so certain. We're very much alike.
I'd hate to believe that. You and Danny Claxton didn't like each other, did you?
Oh, I wouldn't say that exactly. He was quite fond of me.
That's not difficult to understand.
You know, Vance, I'd like you to tell me something. Something about me.
Yes?
What do you think of me?
Are you quite sure you want me to tell you?
Quite.
Well, as a woman, you're perfectly gowned, beautiful, and exciting.
Exciting, Vance?
Very much so. Many men must have fallen in love with you.
Many men? Yes. The one man? No.
Is there something else I might tell you about yourself?
You've told me what I wanted to hear.
There's no question about that. Of course, I could go further. Let's take the surface you. The gown you're wearing is startling, but it's right for you. Your jewelry is exquisite, your hair becoming, fashionable, but too perfectly groomed. Nothing is wrong with you, lady. Therefore, something is wrong with you.
Oh, please don't stop, Vance.
If I were you, I don't think I'd strive so for effect. That hairdo of yours, for instance. What are those little things that glisten on top of it?
Oh, that's stardust. When lights hit it, it has the effect of sparkling.
You couldn't possibly be content to not stand out when there are no lights. A theater, for example.
No, you're quite right. For occasions like that, there's a luminous stardust I use.
Sounds wonderful.
Oh, Vance. Vance, I like you. You're the man I never met in my life. Do you understand what I mean?
I think so. And under other circumstances, something might be done about that.
Not under these?
I'm afraid not. I'm engaged in a murder investigation. Though I must admit that for the last few moments I've neglected it a bit. Will you tell me something?
Anything. Within reason.
Danny Claxton was murdered in his apartment last night. Were you ever in that apartment?
No.
So the contest commences. The gauntlet has been hurled.
And the challenge accepted.
Oh, expecting company?
Not that I know of.
I was just leaving. I'll answer the door. Lady, may I say that this has been one of the most pleasant interviews I've ever had?
Just a moment. I'm glad you said that, Vance. No matter what happens from here in, I'll remember that. You did something to me. I shouldn't like what you did, but I do. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, Mr. Smythe. Go right in.
Yes. Lady, I've got to talk to you. What did Vance want here?
What is it you want here?
Lady, I worked for Danny Claxton. I know everything he did, how he operated, who paid him, and whom he paid. I imagine you're taking over here. I could be valuable to you.
My intention in coming here was to take over. Now I'm not so sure.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. So you want to transfer your allegiance from the dead to the living, Mr. Smythe. You want to serve me.
With Danny out of the way, why not?
Was it you who saw to it that Danny was out of the way?
Did I kill him? Why, lady, what difference does that make? The king is dead. Long live the queen.
Wait a minute, Mr. Markham. Let me go to work on this Tony here. I talk a language you can understand. Tony, sit up in that chair.
Don't bother me.
He's all yours, Sergeant Heath. I hope you get something out of him. You have my best wishes, but also my gravest doubts.
He'll talk, D.A. Tony, listen.
You bore me, copper.
I'll bore you. I'll do something to you when you leave me. Look, you worked for the lady in blue. She told you to knock off Danny Claxton, so you knocked him off.
With a knife?
Sure, with a knife. Oh, I know all about how you're a gun-toter. I know your reputation, but you pulled a switch to toss us off. You hoped. You killed Claxton, didn't you? Well, did you or didn't you?
Didn't I? Go away, Heath. Go far away. I guarantee nobody will look for you.
You start talking or nobody will ever find you. Tony, get this.
Hold it, Heath. Who is it?
It's I, Markham. Vance.
Wait a second, Vance. I'll be right out.
Tony, you killed Danny Claxton, and I'm going to prove it.
Hello, Vance.
Glad I found you, Markham.
That sounds like you've got news on the Claxton killing, Vance.
Oh, that. I suspected last night who killed Claxton.
You did?
Certainly. This afternoon, I visited the lady in blue. Just as I was leaving, Claxton's former employee, Mr. Smythe, came in. My appearance there was very fortunate. You see, I thought I'd known who killed Claxton, but now I have proof.
Well, man, don't just stand there as if you told me it looked like it might rain tomorrow. Who killed Claxton?
I know, Markham, but I have no evidence that would satisfy a jury. Ask the lady in blue, her friend Tony, and Mr. Smythe up to my apartment at 9 tonight. You and Heath be there, too. I think I'll supply the proof we need at that time. May I take the liberty of using a moment or two to describe this knife I'm holding?
Come on, Vance. I've wasted enough time getting these three people up to your apartment.
A moment more won't hurt, Heath. Now, please, everyone, look at this knife. It's Arabian. The handle is of ivory, and the blade solid steel. I've selected this knife because it closely resembles the one used to kill Danny Claxton. Now, for the purpose of this experiment, I need an assistant, someone to pose as the murderer. May I ask the lady in blue?
Why, certainly, Vance. What is it you'd like me to do?
Well, for one thing, I'd like you to look slightly less glamorous. It's completely demoralizing, distracting, and downright inconsiderate.
Really? I was hoping you'd like this gown. That's why I wore it.
Mm-hmm. Will you take this knife, please, lady, and hold it in your right hand?
Like this?
That's fine. Thank you. Markham.
Yes?
Please stand over by the door, next to the light switch, will you?
Of course. I'll be right over here.
Now, Tony, please don't fall asleep. This might be interesting to you.
Yeah, I know.
And Mr. Smythe. I'd like you in particular to watch and see how close I come to showing exactly how Danny Claxton was killed. First, let me ask all three of you. Were any of you ever in Mr. Claxton's apartment?
I never was.
Not me.
Well, I'd been there, but not in the past week.
Very well. Now, my very intriguing lady in blue, you have the knife. I'm going to show everyone what happened the other night. You, lady, will pretend to be the murderer. I'll be Claxton. Now, you slip up behind me. Please get behind me. Throw your left arm around my neck. As you do that, I try to reach back with my hand to seize the knife, like this.
Vance, be careful. You're ruining my hairdo with your hands.
I'm sorry. Markham, will you turn out the lights, please, all of them?
Turn out the lights?
I don't know why either, Heath, but maybe I'd better turn them off.
Okay. Only I don't see a thing. Neither does anybody.
I think you will now. Everybody, please look at my right hand. The hand that just touched the hair of the lady in blue.
Vance, your hand is glowing.
Hey, what have you got on your hand, Vance? Radium?
Not exactly. It's just proof that the lady in blue stabbed Claxton.
You were too clever, Vance. But you'll never live to prove what you think. I'll see to it.
Vance, she's got that knife. Look out. Heath, the lights. Turn on those lights.
Right,
Yes,
DA.
of course. She stabbed Vance. Heath, do something. Do something.
I'll do something, all right, DA. I'll open that door, let my cops in. We'll drag her downtown.
That isn't necessary. You want me at headquarters, I'll go. Mr. Markham,
Yes?
you saw me stab Vance. I killed Claxton the same way. I don't know how Vance figured it, and we'll never know now. But he was right. I'm ready, Mr. Markham. Nothing's very important anymore. I've just killed the only man that ever interested me.
Come in, Markham. Come in.
Hi, Vance. Sleep well?
Wonderfully. Sorry I had to put on that act last night. Did it scare you?
Definitely. Let's see that trick knife of yours, Vance.
Nothing much to it, Markham. Here it is. The blade disappears into the handle when you touch the point. See?
Why, yes, of course. Had me worried for a while last night, though. Oh, Vance, I know now that she killed Claxton, but you knew before. Was it whatever you found when we turned out the lights in Claxton's apartment that told you the lady in blue had killed him?
Yes, it was. It was Claxton's right hand, Markham. It glowed in the dark. Because it had touched the hair of the lady in blue, and on her hair was a glamour accessory, a phosphorescent preparation known as stardust.
Oh, I see.
As soon as I found the lady in blue wore stardust, I knew it was she who'd been at Claxton's apartment.
Ah, the lady in blue was a lovely woman, Vance. Lovely to look at.
But hardly delightful to know. Though for a moment at her apartment yesterday afternoon, I was beginning to find it hard to believe that.
Well, Vance, you did it again.
Yes, Markham, I guess this is the end of the Blue Lady murder case. But I wish the lady in blue had had a different beginning. Miss Deering, do you think you might stop typing for a moment and listen to me?
I could try.
Thank you.
You see, Vance, you never know the things you can do until you try. What am I to listen to?
At the moment, a bit of thinking aloud. Markham phoned and asked me to wait for him in my office.
Right.
Why?
I don't know. It can't be a murder case, or the eminent district attorney would have asked you to meet him at the scene of the crime. Say, who's doing this thinking aloud, you or me?
Both of us. Markham said he was going to bring someone with him. Now, who could that be, and why?
Well, it could be anyone, and for almost any reason.
Ellen.
I know. Go back to my typing.
I'd like to make a wager with you. I'll bet I come closer to guessing the purpose of the district attorney's visit than you will.
Vance, If I bet against your guessing or your reasoning, you'd have the only full-time secretary with no pay on record.
Hello there, you two.
Oh, hello, Mr. Markham.
Come in, Doris.
Welcome, Markham. And an extra special welcome to your lovely companion.
Miss Janelle, may I present Philo Vance and Ellen Deering.
How do you do?
Doris Janelle.
How do you do? Come into my private office, Markham.
Thanks, we will. Come along, Miss Janelle.
Go right in, Miss Janelle.
Thank you.
Markham.
Thanks.
Oh, Miss Deering.
Yes, Mr. Vance.
You should have made that wager. I've never been further off base in my life.
Now he tells me.
Well, I'm delighted to see you, Markham. And I hope I know why you're here.
Well, I'm not sure myself whether I should have come, Vance. This isn't exactly in your line.
I'm a private investigator. What's the trouble? Isn't this private?
Yes, it most certainly is. Vance, Doris Janelle is the star of the play at the King's Theater.
Let me tell him, Mr. Markham, please.
By all means.
Mr. Vance, I received this note this afternoon. It worried me. I brought it to the district attorney's office because I thought that was the thing to do. Here it is. Will you read it, please?
You read it to me, Miss Janelle. What does it say besides threatening you with death?
But you haven't seen it yet. How did you know?
You're upset, Miss Janelle. Nothing else would account for it. What else does it say?
It says, if you play your role in the theater tomorrow night, you will be dead before morning. And that's all, Mr. Vance.
That's enough, I'd say. So the note threatens you if you go on tomorrow night, not tonight. It might be the work of a crank, but I don't think we can afford to take that chance.
I can't, I'll tell you that.
Do something for me, Miss Janelle. If you receive any further communication, please mention it to no one. Now, that's important. I imagine you're not going on tomorrow night.
Mighty good imagining, Mr. Vance. I definitely am not. I don't mind taking chances, but when I do, I just as soon it cost me money if I lose. Not my life. Yes, who is it?
It's Betty Wheeler, Miss Danell. May I come in?
Sure, come on.
You wanted to see me.
Badly. Betty, how long have you been my understudy?
About 3 months, I'd say.
And you've never had a chance to go on?
No.
Well, you've got one now. Here, throw this towel in the laundry bag, the one hanging on the door. Catch.
Is this your laundry bag?
It isn't anything Santa Claus is waiting to pick up. Just the laundryman, and he won't be here for 2 days. Well, what about tomorrow night? Do you want to go on for me?
Do I? Playing the lead on Broadway opposite Jack Aldridge. Oh, I can hardly believe it. But may I ask one favor?
Sure, kid. What?
May I use your room?
Why not?
I've never used a star's dressing room.
The joint's yours for tomorrow night. Take it with all the trimmings. Yes?
Hiya, decent, Doris?
Sure. Come on in, Peters. As if there was a way of keeping a company manager out of the dressing room.
Hi, Doris. Hello, Betty. What's going on here?
Hello,
Convention?
Mr. Peters. Have you heard I'm going on for Miss Danell tomorrow night?
Huh? What's the matter, Doris? Don't you feel good?
I feel fine, but I'd like to stay that way. I got a note threatening my life if I work tomorrow night.
What?
Maybe it's a gag, but I'm not taking any chances.
Just one performance?
That's all the note said. Peters, Betty here is your star for one night.
Well, this show is getting jinxed. I'm sure of it. First it's robbery, now it's this threat.
What's this robbery routine? Somebody steal a bow?
Stealing a bow? Somebody stole the receipts from the office 2 nights ago. Over $4,000. And the cops are going crazy because they can't find any evidence of anybody breaking in.
Inside job, huh?
That's the way it looks. But that doesn't help this threat business any. Doris, you wouldn't...
No, I wouldn't.
That's what I thought.
Mr. Peters, are you in there?
That sounds like our director. Yeah, come on in, Hartley.
Good evening, Mr. Mayo. Miss Wheeler.
Good evening, Mr. Hartley.
Peters, they told me you were in here.
That was very nice of them.
And you found my dressing room without trouble. Well, the director of our show has a sense of direction. Hey, I'm starting to feel better already.
Miss Danell, can't we go somewhere and talk? There are so many things I want to ask you.
Well, there's one thing I want to tell you. Don't get used to the way Jack Aldridge makes love to you on stage. He's mine. on stage, and what's more important, off.
Oh, of course, Mr. Hennell. I know that.
Well, what are you standing there like that for, Hartley? You're supposed to have come in here to see me. What about?
I did not want to interrupt the young ladies. I find their conversation very interesting.
I'll have a record of it made for you. Now, what do you want with me?
Please come outside, Peters, so we can talk.
Tell me in here.
I think it would be better for you if you came outside.
Okay, come on, I'm ready. Well, Hartley, what is it? What's on your mind?
Money, Peters. I need some money.
10 till payday?
Let's not fool Peters. I don't want any of that vaudeville money. I need dough. 1,000, maybe 1,500.
Who doesn't?
You are going to give it to me.
Am I? How do you know?
It isn't how I know, it's what I know. Shall I go into details?
Jack, I think I'm being a sap for believing that threatening note I got was on the level.
Maybe you're right, Doris. I just don't know. Nothing happened at tonight's performance.
It wasn't supposed to be tonight that anything happened. I worked a little with Betty Wheeler, and tomorrow night, maybe the understudy gets her big chance. I told her she could, but now I'm not so sure.
I'll miss you, honey, if you don't make it.
You might miss me permanently if I work tomorrow night. But I'm not sure yet that I won't go on. Something tells me maybe I ought to. Well, here's my apartment. And you've got to make the long walk to the next one all by yourself. Think you can make it?
I can make it this once. You're not nervous?
No, not a bit. If anybody bites me, I'll scream for you, and you can come and bite them back, okay?
Sure is. 2 more weeks and no more good nights, right?
Right. Just 2 weeks till the wedding.
Night, darling. Owe you one extra good morning kiss for the one we missed tonight.
Well, I'm kind of going to want you to pay that little debt, honey. Good night. What's the matter with this lock? Oh, it's not the lock, it's me. There. Oh, I'm so tired. Who can that be at this hour? Hello?
Miss Daynell, you got my note?
Yes. Who is this?
Never mind. You're gonna be a smart girl and not go on tomorrow night, ain't you, Miss Daynell?
I don't know.
You better know. You better know for sure, too. On account of I wasn't kidding, sister. I meant it. You walk on stage tomorrow night, and you'll be carried out of your apartment the next day.
Hey, everybody. 20 minutes to rehearsal time. 20 minutes. On stage in 20 minutes. That's what we did for your understudy, Doris, called a special rehearsal.
Where is Betty, Peters?
In your dressing room.
Oh.
She said she had an okay from you to use it.
That she did. Is Jack around?
I don't know. I haven't seen him.
Well, here's my room.
I saw Betty come in about a half hour ago. Wait, I'll knock. Hey, she couldn't have gone out, or I'd have seen her. Betty! Betty! Miss Wheeler!
Hey, Wheeler, open up. Peters, I never locked that door in my life.
Something's wrong here, Doris. Hey, somebody, Miller, Hartley, come on over here. Something's the matter in Doris's dressing room.
Doris.
Well, it isn't me, Jack. It's Betty Wheeler. She was using my room.
Oh, thank goodness. What's going on, Peters?
I don't know. Wait a minute. I got a key to this dressing room.
Well, Betty took mine yesterday.
Miss Wheeler is in there. I saw her go in.
Thanks, Hartley. You're a big help. Yeah, here's the key.
Jack, darling, stay close to me. I think I'm getting scared.
Come on.
Betty. Good Lord.
Well, let me...
Honey,
Get back, everybody. Everybody keep away from this room until the police get here. Betty Wheeler has been murdered.
This is her dressing room, Vance. Nothing has been touched, but the body has been removed.
So this is it, eh, Markham? No possible lead on the killer?
Nothing Sergeant Heath could find, Vance. You know about the robbery here a few nights ago?
When the night's receipts were taken?
Yes.
I know about it. Heath believes that was an inside job, doesn't he?
From what I understand, it had to be. No one broke in, and the receipts were missing, over $4,000.
That kind of money will be hard to trace. All small denomination bills. It would also make a pretty sizable package, but I don't suppose that matters. What does matter most now is this murder.
Vance, do you think there's a connection between the murder and the robbery?
Possibly. Let me see. Doris Dennell received a note threatening her if she went on stage for tonight's performance. And then her understudy, Betty Wheeler, was murdered in Miss Dennell's dressing room.
What's that?
Sounds like a fire warning.
Fire! Everybody get out! There's a fire in the theater!
Everybody, Markham, includes us, I suppose.
Doesn't anything ever upset you or your routine, Vance?
Certainly. I was about to leave, wasn't I?
Neither of you gentlemen need leave. There is no fire.
I beg your pardon?
I'm Oscar Hartley, Mr. Vance. There is no fire.
Well, that's an absurd complication. Fire alarm, but no fire. Thank you very much, Mr. Hartley. Apparently you know Mr. Vance. I'm Markham, District Attorney.
How do you do?
Somebody set off the fire alarm, but there's no fire. Vance, what's going on here?
I haven't the slightest idea. Let's lock this dressing room, Markham. No one's been in here since the murder.
No, it's under guard until the police are able to go through it properly. But are we leaving, Vance?
Yes. We're of the theater now, Markham. And tradition, it seems, insists that the show must go on. Well, so must we.
This is District Attorney Markham. The backstage murder case began when Doris Dennell, stage star, received a note threatening her life if she played her role the following night. The threat came after the theater office had been robbed of $4,000 in small bills. Vance appeared at the theater after Betty Wheeler, Miss Dennell's understudy, had been murdered, and met Peters, company manager, and Oscar Hartley, director of the show. He has yet to meet Jack Aldridge, Miss Dennell's fiancé and leading man. I have just had a report that Peters, the company manager, is in his office with Doris Dennell. It's just about the time for the curtain.
Look, I don't want to hear any more about it, Doris. You're going on tonight. You've got to.
I can't, Peters. I just can't.
You can't? Why? Because of what happened to Betty?
Not only that. I can't tell you why. Mr. Vance told me not to.
What is all this? What's going on here?
Oh, all right, I'll tell you. I got a phone call last night. It warned me not to go on. Mr. Vance told me if I received another threat, I was to mention it to no one, and I haven't till now.
You told nobody?
Nobody but you, Peters, not even Jack.
Doris, you've got to go on. I'll fill backstage with policemen if necessary, but you've got to go on.
Oh.
I can't refund the money for tonight's performance, and I'll have to if you don't work. We're in a financial jam as it is. What with that money being stolen?
I know, and I'm sorry, but I
Doris,
simply can't.
I know how you feel, and I'm sorry, too. But please, do this for me, for yourself, for the rest of the company. You've got to do it.
Hey, D.A., maybe I ought to take this murder room apart, piece by piece. Maybe then I'd get a clue to who killed that Betty Wheeler.
Well, if you think that'll help, go ahead, Sergeant Heath.
Maybe that won't be necessary, Heath. Hello, Markham.
Oh, hello, Vance. Heath and I were just sitting here in the dressing room trying to reason out this Wheeler murder.
That's not a bad way of solving a murder, Markham. Heath, what's the status of this room? What's been done to it since the murder?
Nothing yet. Fingerprint man went over it, found nothing. I'm thinking of taking it apart.
Not a bad idea. What's this on the back of the door?
You mean the laundry bag?
No, I mean this tacked-up notice. Don't forget to turn out lights. Laundry will be picked up every Friday. That's tomorrow. Please leave key with doorman. Well, there's certainly nothing unusual about that. It's on every theater door in the country.
You know, Vance, I was thinking, The murder of this Wheeler girl had something to do with a robbery in this theater.
I think it's the other way around, but I agree.
You know something, Vance? If I could just find out who stole those receipts or where the money is, I'd be on the right track. I'm sure of that.
Oh, I know where the money is.
What?
You do, Vance? And who stole it?
I don't know who stole it or who murdered Miss Wheeler. But I repeat, I do know where the money is.
Well, where is the dough, Vance?
Right there in that laundry bag.
But you can't know that, Vance. You were only in this room once before, and then only for a few minutes, and I was with you all the time. I didn't see you look in that bag.
I haven't looked yet, but I see the sergeant is about to. Go ahead, Heath. Dump all that stuff on the floor.
That's just what I'm doing. Holy mackerel. This package. Is that the money, Vance?
Probably.
Hey, it is money. Lots of it.
Over $4,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Vance, anytime you say anything from now on, I'll bet you're not mistaken. How did you know it was there?
Reasoning, Markham. The theater robbery we suspected was an inside job. In view of what followed, it seemed reasonable to me that the thief hid the money in this dressing room.
Why would he do that?
My guess is that he was almost caught. There's a night watchman at this theater. Maybe the thief saw him and knew he couldn't explain the package. Miss Danell told me her dressing room was never locked. Everybody in the show must have known that.
So the thief, to avoid being seen, ducked into this dressing room.
That's right. He dropped the money in the laundry bag here, thinking he could pick it up the next day. But he couldn't get in here because Miss Danell was using her dressing room.
And when she wasn't, there was somebody around. Her maid, her fiancé, actors, or somebody. So he couldn't get in here to take out the money.
He knew the laundry was to be removed tomorrow. And tonight was the last chance he had to get into this dressing room and get back the money he'd stolen.
Go ahead, Markham. You're doing fine.
Thank you. First, he threatened Miss Danell. But he found that didn't work because Miss Wheeler was using this room.
That's right, Markham. And when he learned Miss Wheeler intended to use this dressing room tonight, he tried to get in here this afternoon. Only Miss Wheeler caught him. He had to kill her. But he still had no chance to get the money out. Later, he tried to get us out of the room with that fake fire. But that didn't work either.
Yes, that certainly sounds reasonable, Vance.
It's what happened, Markham, I'm sure. Let's not say anything about finding this money. As a first step.
Toward finding the killer?
That's right. And, Markham, what a big step that's liable to be. I've questioned Jack Aldrich and Mr. Peters, Mr. Hartley, and I didn't want you to think I was slighting you in any way.
I know you had talked to them. I overheard you.
You did? How?
By the exceedingly simple process of putting my ear to the door. I just wanted to see how far Peters would go in indicting me. You see, he and I did not get on very well.
So I learned. But still, you direct every show he's connected with.
I'm a genius.
That's not the way I heard it. Apparently, you have a hold of some kind on Peters.
Very definitely. You see, many years ago, Mr. Peters happened to take some money out of a theater safe. The producer caught him. Peters was allowed to put the money back when he swore it was his first offense and would never happen again, so nobody was hurt, nor any the wiser.
Except you.
Oh, I had to know. You see, I was the producer.
It's an hour before curtain time, Vance. Aren't you going to the theater to watch Doris Danell if you decide she is to go on?
Probably. And you're going with me, Miss Deering.
Well, good. You think I might have time to hop off home and don some gay arraignment?
Yes, if you like. I thought I'd...
Vance, you've got to come to the theater now.
Sit down, Aldrich. Relax. What's the trouble?
Doris received another threat. A phone call last night. The murderer insisted she doesn't go on and that there be no performance tonight.
No cause for your excitement, Aldrich.
No cause for excitement. After what's happening in our theater, I love that girl, Vance, and all this is making a wreck of her. She says she'll go on if you tell her to, but you can't take a chance with her life. I'm sure the murderer intends to strike again.
That sounds like a line out of a play. But very well, Aldrich, I'll go. I'm sorry, Ellen. You won't have to bother about changing your dress. I'm going to see a murderer about changing his mind.
I'm so glad you're here, Vance. When you're around, I feel much safer.
That's hardly a tribute to my romantic appeal, but I like it, Miss Danell. I'm just taking a little inventory. How many phone calls did you receive?
Just one. The one in my room. Oh, Vance, I told Mr. Peters about the call. I had to. I was trying to tell him why I couldn't go on tonight.
You're going on, Doris, and you're going to be great.
But the man who murdered Betty and who threatened me, Vance, what about him?
Him? Oh, I know who he is, Miss Dano. He probably thinks he's very clever. I'm going to let him make his second mistake.
Second? What was the first?
Thinking he was very clever. Sergeant Heath.
Right here, Vance. Can't see you very well in the dark, though.
Just keep your eyes straight ahead, Heath. There'll be a light showing any minute now.
Huh? A light?
A match or a flashlight. Match, probably. It doesn't attract as much attention and suits the purpose. You're sure everybody connected with this show thinks we haven't examined the late Miss Wheeler's dressing room?
Sure, I'm sure. I practically announced it to 2 cops so that everybody could hear. Did a good job. Vance, down the corridor. A light. It's a match.
That's what I expected.
Do I grab whoever's carrying it?
That's right.
I'd sure love to know who it is.
There goes the match in the dressing room, plus the man that's carrying it. Go get him, Heath. And get a look at him yourself. I promise you a great surprise. Ellen, how long will you be getting dressed?
Not long. What's the hurry? Won't they hold up the show till we get there? Well, Vance, how do I look?
As interesting as an unsolved murder.
As soon as I find out if I like that, I'll thank you. And speaking of unsolved murders, let's talk about one you solved. The backstage murder case. I understand from Mr. Markham that you had everything in the case all figured as you went along. How'd you know?
Trade secret.
Let's trade secrets. I'll tell you why I like going out with you, and you tell me how you knew the murderer.
Deal. You know all about the robbery of the theater safe and its association with the murder of Betty Wheeler?
Yes, of course.
Your turn.
Well, I like going out with you because I never know what you're going to do or say next. Your turn. Oh, just a second. Seems to me that I understood Doris Daynell got a phone call from the murderer several nights ago, just a few seconds after she'd said goodnight to a fiancé. Now, how could the murderer have been Jack Aldrich?
Very easily. He needed only a few seconds to go into his apartment and call Doris to threaten her. Well, I'm waiting, Ellen.
Oh, let's see. I like going out with you because you're so different. Now, another question. How did you know it was Aldrich?
Good question. When he came breaking into our office last evening, he seemed terribly distressed about the phone call his fiancée had received.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't supposed to know anything about that phone call. Doris didn't tell him. Peters, whom she told, didn't tell him.
So?
So the only way he could have known about it is if he made the call.
So he made it. Now it's my turn to say something nice to you, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see now.
Well, is it that difficult?
No, I've got it. I like going out with you on account of most of all, I like going out with you.
A little repetitious, but very flattering repetition. Well, that's about all there was. Of course, while I knew his identity, I couldn't prove it. So I set the stage for Aldrich to steal back the money he had hidden in Doris Daynell's laundry bag. He tried to, and Sergeant Heath took care of him.
I'm glad.
That Sergeant Heath took care of Aldrich?
That and the fact that you were right again, and that we're going out, and that you're you, and that I'm me, and most of all, I'm...
What?
Glad.
Yes?
That this is the end of the backstage murder case.
sorry, Miss Westcott. What you ask is impossible. I cannot release your aunt.
But there's nothing wrong with her. There's no reason for her to be locked up in your whatever you call this place.
It's a rest home, Miss Westcott. The finest in the East. Our patients have every comfort, every care.
Maybe. And if they're ill, maybe that's what they need. But not my aunt. There's nothing wrong with her. She's a wealthy woman, and her family had her put here so that they could get her money.
I'm sorry. Well, that may be so, but your aunt has never said she was unhappy here. Never asked to be released. Apparently, she's quite content. The only person making trouble, as far as I can see, is you. Excuse me. Yes? Yes, I'll see him. Send him right in. I'm sorry, Miss Westcott. I'll have to ask you to leave. To leave this building and these grounds. I have an appointment with my chief assistant.
With your chief guard, you mean? I've seen the way he treats Aunt Alice. Mr. Ward, believe me, I'm going to do something about this place and about you.
You got company, I see.
Miss Westcott was just leaving. Good day, my dear. We'll keep you informed as to your aunt's condition.
There'll be an improvement in that condition with her out of here, and I'm going to see to it that she does get out. I promise you that. I promise that to Aunt Alice. And what's just as important, I promise that to myself.
She's really got a beef, ain't she, boss?
She thinks she has. Durant, I sent for you because there have been complaints about your tactics. You're a little too rough with our guests.
Guests? Stop kidding. You know, I've been meaning for you and I to have a talk, Ward, and this is as good a time as any.
Oh?
You got a good racket here. I want in on it.
Racket?
Don't raise your eyebrows at me. I work here. That kindly little kisser of yours and your pretty snow-white hair don't fool me. This joint's practically a prison for people whose families want them out of the way. You ain't such a nice character as you look, Ward.
Well, that does call for a little talk between you and me, Al. Shall we say this evening?
Look, Mrs. Westcott, I didn't bring your dinner up to your room just to have you sit and look at it. Eat it and hurry up.
I just don't think I want it right now. I'll eat, Mr. Durant. I just don't care for anything right now, thank you.
You don't, huh? Well, you better. I'm through for the night as soon as you eat. Now, Mrs. Westcott, I ain't got much patience. Start eating.
Thank you very much, but I really couldn't have a thing.
I said start eating.
Oh, you mustn't hit me like that. I'm an old woman, and I've done nothing to you.
I'm just starting. Now eat.
Well, what's going on here? Quite a slugger, ain't you, Al? Like any woman your weight, I bet.
What's it to you, Bill?
Nothing. Go ahead, hit her again for all I care.
Now, look, Bill, Mrs. Westcott here's on this floor. This is my floor. That's got nothing to do with you. You belong downstairs.
Yeah, sure. What I came up to tell you, though, Al, was that I ain't got the dough I borrowed from you.
No?
No. Maybe I'll be able to pay you in a couple of weeks. Maybe.
Maybe? What do you mean, maybe? You'll pay me that dough. Believe me, you'll pay it.
Please, gentlemen. You're giving me a headache with all that arguing. I'd much rather you didn't argue.
It ain't making Al very happy either. Just to make him just a little bit more unhappy, take your time about eating. He'll wait. I'll make him wait for his dough. You make him wait, too.
Now, look, just because you work here, too, Bill, don't give you any license to hold me up for my money or try to run this floor. Maybe I ought to...
You won't. You ain't got the guts. You wouldn't take a chance of taking a poke at me. After all, I ain't an old lady.
Aunt Alice, please wake up. Aunt Alice. Joan, dear, what are you doing here at this time of night?
Let me in quickly.
Of course.
Aunt Alice, get your clothes together. I'm going to get you out of here.
But why, dear? I have no place to go. My family doesn't want me at home.
You always have a place to go as long as I have an apartment. Now hurry, please. I've been hiding here in this building until everyone went to sleep, and then I came right here.
Did you, dear? I wasn't sleeping, you know. I was just lying on the bed and thinking. Just thinking.
And Alice, please hurry. Something terrible has happened. But he deserved it. We know he deserved it.
You mean that Mr. Durant, who is supposed to look after me? He's lying outside my door, isn't he? And he's quite dead.
You know about that?
Oh, yes. And I'm not a bit sorry. Not a bit. He was struck down by Providence, you know.
No, I don't know. I only hope that's what it was.
Oh, it was. Of course, sometimes, like in this case, Providence has to have a little outside help. The solution of murders lies not so much in the mistake made by a murderer, but in the ability of the investigator to find that mistake. Well, I got that, Mr. Vance.
That's good, Miss Woods. Now, let me see.
How am I doing since Miss Deering's been away seeing her mother, Mr. Vance? Great, huh?
Adequate. Adequate but refreshing, Miss Woods.
Mr. Vance, you seem a little unoccupied. Something on your mind?
No, nothing. That's the reason for my being preoccupied, I imagine. I heard over the radio a little while ago of an unusual murder, and it disturbs me that my friend, the district attorney, hasn't called me.
Who got killed?
The guard at a private sanitarium. I don't understand why Mark... Well, I'll get that myself, Miss Woods. It's probably Mr. Markham. Hello?
Mr. Vance?
Yes?
This is Joan Westcott. Mr. Vance, there's something you must do for me.
Is there?
Yes. Yes, I'm calling from the ward sanitarium where that guard was murdered. I'm being held here because I tried to get my aunt out last night. Mr. Markham is here and Sergeant Heath. I heard Mr. Markham say that he was going to call you.
And you're calling for him?
No, I want to beg you not to work on this case, Mr. Vance. Please, please don't. The man who was murdered deserved to die.
I'm afraid that isn't within your province to judge, Miss Westcott. I'm glad you called and told me Markham was there, though. It gives me every reason to go up. Goodbye, Miss Westcott.
See now why I didn't want you to call Vance, Mr. Markham? How can I miss solving this case myself?
I don't know how you can. I just hope you don't. And I did phone Vance, Heath, only he wasn't in. Now, let's see. The dead man was killed by a blunt instrument. Blackjack, probably. And in his hand, you found 3 black hairs.
Yeah, D.A. He probably yanked him out of his murderer's head when he was struggling with him. Now, I talked to everybody in this joint that's got any sense. And there are 3 suspects. And all of them got black hair. First, that Joan Westcott, the young dame who got locked in Mr. Ward's private office there. She's a brunette.
Quite attractive one, I'd say.
Well, it all depends on how old you think she is.
On the contrary. It all depends on how old you think you are.
Maybe. Well, my second suspect, anyhow, is her aunt. She's a little touched, I think. She's a patient here, and she's old, but her hair is pitch black.
Yes, I saw that. And the hair of Bill Williams, the guard you suspect, is black, too.
Sure. So, all I have to do is take samples of their hair, send them down to the police lab with the samples taken from the dead guy's hand. Whichever checks, well, that's our killer.
Somehow I'm sure that Vance would have another theory.
Mr. Markham. Mr. Markham.
Yes, what is it, Mr. Ward?
There's a Mr. Philo Vance outside. He says you're expecting him, or rather, that you should be expecting him.
I'll go out. Well, Heath, Vance is here.
Yeah, I know. But am I happy? No. Hey, wait a minute. Sure, I'm happy. Now Vance will have a chance to see how I work. Hey, Mr. Markham, you tell Vance I'm glad he's here. I'm very glad. I'm overjoyed.
Please, Heath, don't overdo it.
Thanks, Markham.
You're welcome.
Just give me a few minutes in Mr. Ward's office with Joan Westcott and that other guard, Mr. Williams, and I'll be satisfied.
All right.
You know, of course, that the reason you didn't reach me on the phone was because I was on the way up here.
Of course. My fault for calling late. Go right in, Vance. I'll wait for you here.
All right.
You know, murder in a sanitarium is such a delicate thing. I'm really gratified that you did come.
Right, and thanks again.
It's all right.
Well, hello, you two.
Hello?
Hiya.
My name is Vance.
Oh.
I've a purely academic question to ask both of you. Miss Westcott, did you kill Mr. Durant?
So you came after all, didn't you, Mr. Vance? Even after I begged you not to.
I told you I would. Mr. Williams.
Don't bother me.
I'm sorry, but I must, Mr. Williams. What's that? Changing of the guard?
Patients are exercising. We march them around. What about it?
I'd like to see that.
So look. Yeah, look, Vance. You can see it very plain from this window.
Well, I'll try. That's quite an imposing sight. Does Mr. Ward always lead the patients through those maneuvers?
No, that's my job. I'll show you where I generally do it from. You see, right about... I've got him, Miss Westcott! Oh! Clipped him. Now, grab that towel and cram it in his mouth. Get that towel, hurry, or I'll take care of you, too.
Oh, here it is.
Good. Now, get that roll of wire from the top drawer in Ward's desk and step on it. We'll tie him up good and get out of here.
I don't want to get out of here, not this way.
Do what I tell you. Get that wire.
Well...
Make it quick.
Okay.
That's better.
I don't like doing this.
Who cares what you like? Do what I tell you so I can get out of here. You want to stay, stay. I'll tie Vance up and then go to work on that window.
Here's the wire.
Okay. Vance guy just walked in here. Wrong time for him. There, that takes care of his hands. I use my handkerchief to make sure that towel stays in his mouth. Tie it. Good and tight.
All right, but I...
Hurry up and shut up. Feet. There, one more turn to make sure. That does it. Well, you coming with me?
No.
Well, then, so long, sister. I'm getting...
What's going on in here?
Sergeant Heath.
Well, I guess that's that. Seemed like a good idea at the time, though.
Hey, come on in, Markham. Take a look at your friend Vance. All he needs is a spit, and he's ready to be barbecued.
Vance, what happened? What? Just a moment. I'll have this. Look. There you are.
Thank you for removing that gag, Markham.
It's all right.
Well, please get to work on my hands.
Of course. Now, what happened here?
Well, Miss Westcott and Mr. Williams didn't want to be questioned, I imagine, so Mr. Williams knocked me out. Oh, thank you, Markham. I'm all right now.
Oh, you are you? I'm going to show you how all wrong you are, Vance. I'm solving this case myself. You can watch if you like.
I'd like to, very much.
Okay. Now, Al Durant, the dead man, had 3 black hairs in his hand when we found the body. So, a black-haired guy, or gal, killed him.
That's entirely reasonable.
Sure it is. Now, I'm taking samples of the hair of this black-haired gal and this black-haired guy. Yeah, hold still, you.
Hey, what are you doing to my head?
Just taking a couple of hairs off it. You won't miss them. Now, you, miss.
Don't you dare use that scissors on my head.
Oh, okay, do it yourself. Here.
Oh, all right. This is all completely ridiculous.
Perhaps not, Miss Westcott. Sergeant Heath is going to have your hair compared down at the police laboratory with the hair found in Al Durant's hand.
And if it checks, I'm afraid you're in rather a serious spot.
I'm not afraid.
Heath, let me ask you something.
Yeah?
Suppose, just suppose, mind you, that you find that neither of those hair samples match the ones you took from Durant. Then what?
Well, then that old Mrs. Westcott's hair will match. It's got to be one of these 3.
Just supposing it isn't, though, Heath.
Well, then I'll take samples of every black-haired person in this place. Even you agreed it had to be somebody here who killed Durant.
Yes, we're reasonably certain of that.
Well, okay, then. One of them killed that guard, and that one's hair will match the sample we got. Then we got our killer.
As simple as that, eh, Heath?
Sure.
How much longer are you going to keep me here, Sergeant Heath?
I don't know.
Miss Westcott, you're a rather contrary person. As I understand it, you wouldn't leave this place before Mr. Durant's death. Now you're quite anxious to go.
Yes, I am. I want to get out of here and take my aunt with me. I never want to see this awful place again.
Well, Miss Westcott, I wouldn't be so anxious to leave here if I were you. In the event that Sergeant Heath's hair test points to you, you'll be going to a much more uncomfortable place, I assure you.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Blackjack murder case began when Al Durant, a guard in the private sanitarium run by a Mr. Ward, was found dead. Suspects include Bill Williams, another guard, a patient, Alice Westcott, and her niece, Joan Westcott. Vance has one important clue: 3 strands of human hair that have been found in the dead man's hand. Vance told me he was on his way to interview Mrs. Westcott, and he should be there.
You sit down, Mr. Vance. Please do.
Thank you, Mrs. Westcott. Yes. I have a few questions to ask you.
I don't mind. Really, I don't. Only you won't slap me if I don't answer them, will you?
I'd rather not be slapped, Mr. Vance.
I won't slap you, Mrs. Westgate. In fact, I'd like to see anybody raise his hand to you while I'm around.
Mr. Williams, the other guard, made Mr. Durant stop hitting me the day Mr. Durant was murdered, just before they quarreled. Yesterday, I believe.
Mrs. Westgate, do you think Mr. Williams killed Mr. Durant?
Oh, no.
Your niece, then, Mrs. Westgate?
Oh, my goodness, no. She's so nice and gentle. She wouldn't hurt anyone.
I wonder, then, who did kill him?
Oh, I did.
You? You killed Mr. Durant?
Yes, but he was mean and very rude to me. He slapped me. I'd rather not be slapped, Mr. Vance.
I know. You told me that before. How did you kill him?
I opened the door, and there he was. And he had a blackjack in his pocket. I took it out of his pocket and hit him with it. I'm sorry if I've caused everybody so much trouble, but nobody asked me until now whether I killed him.
All they wanted was a few strands of your hair. Is that right?
Yes, but I don't know why.
You're sure of what you just told me, Mrs. Westgate, that you hit Mr. Durant with his own blackjack?
Oh, I'm positive. I used to kill him very often. Every night, right after I fell asleep, I used to kill him. And always the same way. So you see, I know I did it.
I see. I'll tell you one thing, Mrs. Westgate. You've confused me, and very nicely. I wonder how ill you actually are, how imaginative you actually are, and above all, how clever.
What a case this is, Mr. Markham. The only clue is a couple of hairs, and listen to this report the police laboratory sent me. You can listen to it, Mr. Ward.
Well, thank you, Sergeant Heath.
Go ahead, Heath.
I sent him the hairs we found in Al Durant's hand, and the hairs from our 3 suspects. Now, listen. Sergeant Heath, this is to inform you that there is no similarity between the samples taken from the heads of your suspects and the original hairs found in the dead man's hand. Signed, Morgan Police Laboratory.
Looks like we haven't gotten very far in this case, doesn't it, Heath?
Yeah, sure does. A fine time for your friend Vance to run out on us.
Oh, he'll be back. I know that.
You know it, but what do I know? All I know is a black-haired guy killed Al Durant. Well, I'll leave you with Mr. Ward. I'm going to go looking for another black-haired guy. And see you later, Mr. Markham. Mr. Ward.
Right.
How soon will the police leave here, Mr. Markham? They've spoiled my discipline, my routine. They've ruined this office.
How do they ruin it, sir? By using it?
Look and see. Papers helter-skelter, the desk moved, everything topsy-turvy. Nothing is in its proper place. Everything must be in its proper place, Mr. Markham.
Yes, I know. And the reason we've made such a mess out of your office, Mr. Ward, is because we're trying to put a murderer in his proper place. Behind bars.
Very well now, Mr. Vance. You may look through the microscope now, if you like.
Thank you, Doctor. It's very nice of you to allow me here in the police laboratory.
It is nothing. Mr. Markham phoned me and asked for me to let you come in. I was glad to have you. Sometimes even scientists like a little audience. Here, now look through the microscope, Mr. Vance.
All right. Tell me first, though, Doctor. Your tests showed that none of the hair samples from the 3 suspects matched the hair found in the hand of Mr. Durant, the murdered man.
None of them match, Mr. Vance. You are looking through the microscope now. Good. The single hair on the right, that is the one which was found in the murder man's hand. The one on the left is one of the samples.
Vast difference, isn't there, Doctor, under a microscope?
Definitely. Notice, Mr. Vance, at the very tip of the hair on the right, a little unusual substance.
Yes.
That is gum arabic, generally used as a glue.
As a glue? Well, Doctor, perhaps the hair samples found in Mr. Durant's hand came from a wig.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Vance. They came from no wig. They came from a human head, and they were pulled from that head when the head was alive. Now, Mr. Vance, that hair came from no wig. It came from a living head.
But the gum arabic, that must mean something.
Yes, I imagine it does, but what?
What, Doctor? Well, unless I'm very much mistaken, it means I know who murdered Al Durant.
Well, Vance, Vance. Welcome back.
Thank you, Markham. Any progress on the murderer of Mr. Durant?
No, none at all. Frankly, I've been waiting for you.
I've an idea you'll be glad you did. Where's Heath?
He and Mr. Ward are gabbing in Ward's office. You know, Vance, I was thinking that perhaps an outsider killed the guard. That is possible, you know.
Undoubtedly, only I'm quite sure that isn't what happened. Where's Joan Westcott? I'd like to see her.
She's in that room right there, Vance. It wouldn't surprise me any if she were about to break down.
I'd like to talk to her, Markham. I'll meet you in Mr. Ward's office in a few minutes, all right?
Certainly, Vance. I'll be there with Ward and Sergeant Heath.
Hello, Miss Westcott.
What is it, Mr. Vance?
Why were you crying, Miss Westcott? Any reason I might do something about?
No.
Perhaps there is. I'd like to tell you something. This is no trick, believe me, but I know that neither you nor your aunt murdered Al Durant.
You know that?
Very definitely. Now, will you tell me why you were crying?
Oh, Mr. Vance, I didn't mean to break down, but the hopelessness of this whole thing just got me. It just got me, that's all. I thought my aunt had killed Mr. Durant, and that's why I couldn't tell you about this place.
I'm afraid I don't know what you mean.
Well, if she had killed your aunt, I wanted you to think that she was insane, that she belonged in a place like this. Only this isn't a rest home or a private hospital, Mr. Vance. It's a prison. None of the patients here have anything wrong with them.
I'm beginning to understand a lot of things now, Miss Westcott. The one thing missing from this case so far was a motive. I believe I have that now. You'd do all of us a great favor, Mr. Ward, if you'd cooperate with Sergeant Heath and me.
I'd be glad to, Mr. Vance. How can I help?
I'll get around to that in a moment. First of all, as I understand it, Mr. Durant, the murdered guard, wasn't too gentle with his patients.
Well, in this sort of institution, sometimes it's necessary to use force.
Of course, Mr. Durant knew what kind of institution this was.
What? I don't understand.
I think you do, and I think he did. I think he knew you were operating this place as a wide-open racket, keeping certain people in it because of the convenience that might provide to others.
Mr. Vance, do you know what you're saying? Sergeant Heath.
I don't know either. All I know is he generally does.
Thank you, Heath. Mr. Ward, this Durant came to you the night of his death. Probably came to your room and demanded money in return for keeping his mouth shut.
What?
You quarreled, and you killed him. Then dumped his body outside Mrs. Westcott's door.
Ridiculous.
This guy's the murderer, Vance?
That's right. Joan Westcott thought that perhaps her aunt had done it, so she wouldn't talk, and in fact tried to keep me off the case. The aunt thought Joan had done it, so she pretended to be slightly insane and confessed. But I have proof that it was Ward.
Vance, the murderer is a black-haired guy. That much we know. Ward's hair is snow white.
I think Mr. Ward's hair, what's left of his own hair, is black. Take that toupee off his head, Heath.
Keep away. Don't touch me.
Vance says that's a toupee. Now get your hands down or I won't touch you. I'll scalp you.
Hey!
Hey, Vance. It came off in my hand. It is a wig.
So I see. What's left of his original hair is black. And I think you'll find the black hair matches the ones you took from Durant's hand.
I'll get you for this, Vance. If you live to be 1,000, I'll get you.
I doubt that, Mr. Ward. I doubt your getting me. I doubt my living to be 1,000. And I doubt that you'll live to your next birthday. See to that, will you, Heath?
Mr. Vance, I'm so mixed up about that hair thing. I don't know how to begin asking you what made you so sure. I'm dumb, huh?
Leading question, Miss Woods. Perhaps I might explain, though. The one clue we had was the black hair.
Yeah.
It had a bit of gum arabic on it. I believed that the gum arabic, or glue, got on the hair from a toupee.
That's the way it turned out, too.
That's right. I was sure then that Ward wore a toupee, and I reasoned that Durant must have come into his bedroom when he was preparing for bed, at which time he'd have taken off the toupee.
Oh, hey, then they battled, and that's how Durant got some of Ward's real hair in his hand.
That's right. Sergeant Heath spent his time looking first for a black-haired individual.
Sure, that Mr. Ward's toupee was snow white. He had quite a racket, didn't he, Mr. Vance?
For a while. But, like all rackets, eventually it backfired.
This one backfired very convenient for me.
Hmm?
You got back here just at 5:30. right at the end of the day.
That's right, Miss Woods. And right at the end of the day, we're right at the end of the blackjack murder case.
Sit down, Vance. Sit down. Nice of you to drop in.
Well, thank you, Markham. Well, I'm glad that being district attorney gives you the same privilege of working late that my chosen profession affords me.
Haven't seen you in a week, Vance. Don't tell me that the public has taken over my favorite private investigator.
Oh, I've been busy, but mostly routine cases. Then, this evening, I was driving by this way, saw the light in your office, and thought I'd take a chance that it was you up here and not a cleaning woman.
I'm glad you're not disappointed. Or are you?
If the cleaning woman had a murder case for me to work on, or if you don't, I will be. Anything unusual going on, Markham?
Yes, I'm working late because a young lady phoned me and asked me to wait for her. She said it was urgent.
Well, that sounds very interesting, Markham. Perhaps I...
Which one of you is the district attorney, please? Please?
Well, please come in.
I must see Mr. Markham. I phoned him a while ago. It's a matter of life and death.
Yours?
Are you Mr. Markham?
I'm Philo Vance. This is Mr. Markham.
How do you do?
Mr. Markham, my name is Mills, June Mills, and you've got to help me.
Well, I'll certainly try if you'll give me a hint as to how.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that I'm so upset. I've never done anything like this before, and I don't even know if you can help me.
If he can't, I'd like to, Miss Mills. What's the trouble?
Well, I know the district attorney is called in to help convict a killer after a murder takes place, but can he help prevent one? That's what I want to know. Can he?
He certainly can try. Tell me what it is you're troubled about.
It's my boyfriend, Johnny Blake. He works at the soda fountain down at the Kingsway Luncheonette. He's going to be killed.
Who's going to kill him?
Who?
Yes, Miss Mills. Who?
Well, I can't tell you. I can't tell you that. I don't dare tell you.
Why not?
Because they'll kill me, too, if I do. And you won't be able to stop them. They might kill me if they knew that I came here. Oh, I just thought of that. You've got to forget that I was here. Promise me that you will.
What about your boyfriend, Johnny Blake?
I'll think of something else. I'll have to. Nobody must know about this. Promise me, both of you, that you'll do nothing about it. Please, please, promise me. I'm frightened.
You've given us no alternative, Miss Mills. We have nothing to work on.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry I came up here. When I heard about... Oh, no, I can't tell you. I mustn't. Remember, you promised that you'd forget what I said. Please forget that I was here tonight. Please.
Well... What do you think of that, Vance?
I don't know yet. That girl was terrified. Something tells me I ought to see her boyfriend, and I will, first thing in the morning.
Chocolate soda, all black, no whipped.
There you are, sir.
Thank you.
What's yours, miss?
Strawberry soda, no ice cream, please. And a bacon and tomato on toast.
Right. BT down.
Echo.
BT down.
Right, BT down.
Strawberry, right, miss?
Yeah, and a bacon and tomato on toast.
Well, that's coming up. I'm only vice president in charge of sodas. There you are. Your sandwich will be right up.
Thank you very much, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. What'll you... Oh.
Finish it, Johnny. You want to know what I wanted? Or do you know, kid?
I know. Tony, I've got to talk to you.
Nothing says I gotta listen. Only one thing talks with me, kid. Dough.
Wait a minute. Hey, Dick, take the counter for me for a minute, will you?
Yeah, sure, Johnny.
Tony, I haven't got what I promised you I'd have.
Oh, Johnny? Not too bad. I'll take a plate of vanilla.
Oh, sure, Tony. Coming up. You're not sore, Tony. There.
Sore? No, I ain't sore. Only I'm disappointed in you, Johnny.
Here you are.
White. That's right.
It's good ice cream. You, promised me something, you don't keep that promise. That ain't right.
Next Saturday, I'll have it for you, Tony. The whole $50.
Johnny, let me show you how I work. You borrowed $50 from me a month ago. Supposed to be for 1 week. Next week, you were supposed to pay me $55.
I know, but I couldn't that week.
Okay, so you paid me the interest, $5. But the next week, and the week after, and the week after that, nothing. Now you say next week you'll pay me the $50. Nothing doing, Johnny.
But I haven't got it, and I can't get it, Tony. Don't you understand that?
I don't understand anything except if you don't pay me, I gotta take it out on you. Nothing personal, Johnny. Just that guys like me, we don't ask for security when we lend you guys dough. If I let you get away with it, other guys will get the same idea. That's good ice cream.
Look, Tony, there must be some way I can make a deal, will you? There must be something you'll take.
Sure, kid. My money. You better run around tonight and get it, Sonny, or tomorrow maybe you won't even be able to walk. It's good ice cream you got here, you know?
Sit down on the porch for a minute, Johnny, please.
I don't want to sit down, June. I brought you home. I've got to leave now. All I need is for your old man to catch me here. Good night.
Johnny, wait.
What is it?
He did come to the store tonight, didn't he?
Tony? Yeah, he came in. June, I got to get out of here. Your father...
Johnny, the rate of interest Tony charges isn't legal. You could go to the police.
Forget that, and quick. That'll only mean more trouble. Hey, where did you disappear to before? Where'd you go, the cops?
I went to the district attorney's office.
Oh, Junie, you little fool. If you told anything to the DA, I'm cooked. Don't you realize that? You didn't go to the police. You didn't.
Johnny, it was for your own good. I know you don't have the money. I knew what Tony would do. I had to go. But I didn't tell him anything. Honest, I didn't.
You little dope. Why I told you anything I don't know. If a cop shows up at that store, Tony will take care of me, sure.
June, who's that with you?
It's me, Mr. Mills. Johnny Blake.
Daddy only took me home. That's all, Dad.
That's all. Johnny, you listen to me. I've told you to keep away from June. If she hasn't enough sense to know what kind of a guy you are, I have.
Mr. Mills, you don't understand about
Understand?
us.
Why,
Dad,
What are you
please.
trying to
So
do?
I don't understand, eh?
Let me.
I understand this. That you're no good for my daughter, Johnny. You're no good to anybody. And I'm telling you now, as quietly as I can, that if I ever catch you with her again, I'll kill you. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. What do you have?
Oh, good morning, young man. My name is Vance.
If you're selling anything, Vance, you better see the manager, Mr. Kelly. He'll be in about a half an hour.
My name is Philo Vance.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't do a thing. Philo Vance? The private detective?
Well, I'm really a private investigator, but the difference is so subtle we'll skip it. I'm looking for Johnny Blake. Is that you?
Nope. I'm Dick Jackman. Johnny ought to be around, though, somewhere.
Where's that?
Well, I don't know for sure. I just came to work. He gets in before I do. Maybe he's downstairs in the basement grabbing a smoke. Or mixing some syrups or something. What's up, Mr. Vance?
I don't know. That's what I came to find out. Which way is the basement?
Right down the stairs at the back of the store.
Say, I'm off for a couple minutes. You want me to take you down?
I'd appreciate that very much.
Okay, just walk along outside the counter, Mr. Vance. Meet you in the back.
Well, that's fine. Thank you again.
Here we are. Right through this door. Down the stairs. Oh, I'll go first, Mr. Vance.
If you will.
See, we keep all kinds of stuff down here, Mr. Vance. Syrups, big refrigerators, everything. Hey, Johnny, got company. Yeah, that's funny.
Maybe he isn't down here.
Oh, no, he's got to be. One of the boys said he saw him go down here about an hour ago. Hey, Johnny! John! Mr. Vance?
I see it. Was that Johnny Blake?
Sure looks like him from here, Mr. Vance. I wouldn't like to go over there. I would like to look at it from up close.
You won't have to, Dick. He's dead. I can tell that. I can see from the way he's crumpled up. What's that on the floor next to him?
Well, that's a syrup pump. Vanilla syrup pump. We keep all of them down here in the morning where they can be scrubbed.
Well, I'd say somebody hit Johnny over the head with it and killed him. Dick, who was it Johnny was afraid of?
Don't ask me, Mr. Vance. I don't know. I haven't any idea who it was. No kidding. I wouldn't know, Mr. Vance. I wouldn't know.
It might help me find whoever killed Johnny, Dick.
Yeah, maybe, Mr. Vance, but I'd say that nobody can help Johnny anymore, and, well, I don't want to be in a spot where nobody can help me either.
Dick, listen. Johnny's girlfriend, June Mills, told me part of the story.
She told you about Tony?
Vaguely. I need a little more information.
Well, Tony's the reason I won't talk, Mr. Vance. See, he's a pretty tough character. June probably told you that Johnny borrowed dough from Tony, didn't she?
Not exactly, but she didn't have to. And as a matter of fact, Dick, you don't have to do any more talking either.
Hello, Markham speaking.
Markham, this is Vance.
Hello, Vance.
I'm down at the Kingsway Luncheonette. You remember the girl who came to see you last night?
Yes, very well. Why?
I should have come down here last night, only she begged so hard I postponed it until this morning. What she was afraid of has happened. Her boyfriend, Johnny Blake, has been murdered.
What?
That's right. He was hit over the head with a syrup pump, a vanilla syrup pump, and his body was tossed in a corner. You'd better get Sergeant Heath and some men down here right away.
Yes, I will, of course. So, Vance, it's finally happened. You found a murder and called me in. Well,
I hope that's as far as precedent breaking goes on this case, Markham. I'd like to solve this case. Incidentally, I have something to work on.
you have? What's that, Vance?
Johnny Blake's soda fountain partner, Dick Jackman, told me what it was that Johnny's girl was afraid of. He'd borrowed money from one of those small-time gangsters who lend money to soda clerks and barbers and small salaried office workers who have no security.
Yes, we call them Shylocks, Vance. They're usually pretty hard customers.
Are they, Markham? Well, I'm going to see this one. Maybe I can soften him up a bit.
It's good ice cream, Vance. Sure you don't want any?
Quite sure, Tony. You seem to be enjoying that quite a bit.
Why not? I like it. I get ice cream sent up here to my office every day. If I like something, I enjoy it.
It's very hard for me to find fault with that logic. Let's talk about Johnny Blake, though.
Nothing to talk about. You told me he got murdered. It's too bad. He owed me dough. But I can write it off.
Listen, Tony. I found Johnny in the basement, killed with a syrup pump. The basement window had been smashed, and the murderer got in that way. Where have you been all morning?
Me? Right here. I got 6 people who'll swear I was here all morning.
I have no doubt about that. You admit that Johnny owed you money and couldn't pay it, don't you, Tony?
That's right, only I wouldn't knock him off for that. You see, now I'll never get my dough. That ain't good business, Vance.
It might be in your line of work, Tony. You might credit it to advertising.
That's pretty cute, Vance. You mean other guys will remember that maybe they should pay me what they owe me or they wind up like Johnny. Hey, that's pretty cute, Vance. I should have thought of that myself.
Are you quite sure you didn't?
I'm positive, but I'll remember about that, Vance.
I wouldn't if I were you, Tony.
Vance, haven't you got any curiosity? Or haven't you got any nerves?
I assure you I have both. Why?
You know those sounds you're hearing your shots. How come you don't ask about them?
You'll tell me, Tony. You were just dying to tell me the minute I heard the first one.
No wonder you don't eat ice cream, Vance. You don't need any. You're the coolest thing I ever ran up against. You want to know about those shots?
Well, let's say you want to tell me about them.
Yeah, I do. You see, Vance, those are my boys shooting off those guns. They're practicing. It's my idea. You like it?
Not well enough to shout bravo. They have permits.
Sure. That's my idea, too.
I see. What are they shooting at?
Well, right now it's targets. Targets I set up downstairs. They practice so that if they ever get in a jam, they'll be able to shoot straight. I got the idea from the FBI. How do you like it?
I like it all right, Tony. Only I have an idea that anybody that commits a crime ought to be caught. That's something I got from the FBI.
This is District Attorney Markham. The vanilla murder case began when Johnny Blake, a soda dispenser, was found dead in the basement of the store where he worked. Vance and Dick Jackman, another soda clerk, discovered the body, and beside it, a syrup pump which Vance found to be marked vanilla. Vance has found out that Tony Amrotti, a loan shark, had threatened Johnny. I've uncovered some information that might be helpful to Vance, and I've phoned him to meet me outside the basement window. He should be along any minute now because it's about half an hour. Vance, is that you?
Yes. Hello, Markham. What's going on that you couldn't tell me on the telephone?
I could have told you then, I suppose, but I thought I'd like to have a private chat with you, Vance. First, though, here's the news.
You sound like a radio commentator, Markham.
No analysis, Vance. That's your department. I'll stick to the facts. You can tell me what they mean. You remember the girl who came to my office last night?
June Mills, of course.
Well, I've talked to her. And she admits to me that her father threatened Johnny.
Oh?
He's not too involved, but he didn't like Johnny. In fact, he threatened to kill him if he found him with his daughter again.
Is that so?
Definitely. Well, this little piece of information of mine gives you another suspect, Vance, right?
No question about it. Where is Mr. Mills now?
June and her father are at home. Sergeant Heath is keeping them there temporarily.
In that case, I think I'll pay them a visit. I might as well clean up that little detail.
Vance, I've given you some information, but you've been a little reluctant to part with any news. Have you made any progress at all in this case?
I think so, Markham. In fact, I can tell you with every confidence that when I return from the Mills house, I'll tell you who murdered Johnny Blake.
No, stop crying, baby. There's nothing that crying will do that'll help.
Let her cry if she likes, Mr. Mills.
No.
Surprising as it may seem to you, an expression of grief does offer a measure of consolation.
Thank you, Mr. Vance.
Not at all. Mr. Mills, I'm not going to do any routine questioning about your threatening Johnny Blake. That isn't important at the moment. The only thing that is important is who killed him.
Well, it wasn't me.
I hardly expected you to sign a full confession just because I decided not to question you, Mr. Mills. But on the other hand, saying it wasn't you doesn't absolve you either.
Mr. Vance, I want to tell you now what Johnny was worried about. What I couldn't tell you last night. I don't care what happens to me now. I want you to know the truth.
I think I know the truth, Miss Mills. And after this little talk I've had with you two, I think I know something even more important. I think I know the killer.
I'll have a large strawberry soda, no ice cream, and a bacon and tomato on toast, please.
Right. Stretch a strawberry. BT down.
Thank you.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Vance. Something I can serve you?
No, thank you, Dick. Not right now. Listen, you've been very helpful to me. Would you do one more thing, please?
Well, if it'll help, count me in, Vance.
It will help. I want you to borrow $50 from Tony Amrotti.
Mr. Vance. No can do.
But you said you'd help.
Tony wouldn't lend me a dime. Don't believe me, ask him yourself. He's sitting right over there at the corner of the counter eating ice cream.
Vanilla, of course.
Natch.
So Tony won't lend you any money, Dick?
Nope. Don't ask me why. It isn't as if he was afraid he wouldn't get it back. Tony's got his own way of collecting, you know.
Yes, so I've learned. Well, thanks just the same, Dick. I think I'll have another talk with him.
Good enough. See you around, Mr. Vance.
Hello, Tony.
Hi, Mr. Vance. Come on over and have some ice cream.
I'm coming over, but not for that reason.
Come on, there's a stool right here, just waiting for you. Sit down.
Thank you. Tony, I understand you lend money to anybody with or without security.
That's right.
That's a little illegal, isn't it? I mean, at the rate of interest you charge.
Maybe. Only there ain't no such thing as a little illegal, is there, Vance?
I suppose not. Tony, inasmuch as you lend money to anybody, why won't you lend any to Dick Jackman?
That soda jerk over there? He's a bad boy, Vance. He forgets to pay back. And if you start putting any pressure on him, he'll yell for the cops.
And you don't like that, eh, Tony?
Look, if you was in my line of work with you, that's the only risk we take in this racket. The guy don't scare, we're sunk.
If you've never lent Dick any money, Tony, how do you know he's a bad risk?
Information. I got information about 6 months ago on that guy. He owed a bookie half a C for 5 months and only paid him a month ago.
Half a C?
Half a century. Century's $100.
I know. Let me understand something. Dick paid your bookmaking friend $50 a month ago. Just a little after Johnny borrowed $50 from you.
Ah, I guess that's right. Coincidence, huh?
Perhaps not. Well, thanks, Tony. I hope you enjoyed your ice cream as much as I've enjoyed this little chat.
I'm only starting on my ice cream. Only one portion so far. Hey, Dick, another plate of vanilla, huh?
Right. Coming up, Tony.
Tony, you know where the district attorney's office is.
Sure. Somebody once pointed it out to me. Why?
Be there at 6 o'clock tonight. Unless you'd rather I had an escort sent to invite you down.
I see what you mean. What do you want me there for, Vance?
Oh, a lot of reasons. And you won't be alone. I'm going to ask Dick Jackman and June Mills and her father to be there, too. You're really going to want to come, aren't you, Tony?
Am I? Why?
Why? Because I'm going to name Johnny Blake's murderer. And I couldn't very well do that without you there, now could I?
I'm sorry you all are being kept waiting, but Mr. Vance is due here in a moment. He stopped by to see Sergeant Heath at police headquarters to get the results of some fingerprints we were checking.
Is that why our prints were taken when we came in here, Mr. Markham?
That's right, Mr. Mills. Yours, your daughter's, and Dick Jackman's. We already had Tony's, didn't we?
Don't be so proud. Cops in 6 cities have got my prints. Maybe 7. Let me see now. Yeah, it's 7. Hey, Mr. Markham, can I send down for some ice cream?
No, not at the moment, Tony.
Ice cream. All I hear all day is ice cream. I'd like to forget that for a while if it's all right with everybody.
Listen to him. The kid's getting nerves. Right, Miss Mills?
I don't know. I don't know anything anymore.
Good evening, all.
Oh, here's Vance now. Hi, Vance.
Well, I see that all our invited guests are present, Markham.
Yes, they are.
Thank you all for being here. In a few minutes, I promise you, 3 of you may leave. Now let me bring you all up to date on some details, please.
Any way we could stop you?
No, Tony, I think not. To begin with, when Dick Jackman and I found Johnny's body, it was lying in the corner of the basement, quite a distance from the stairs. So far, in fact, that Dick wasn't quite sure it was Johnny at first.
That's right, Mr. Vance.
Dick and I saw the murder weapon at the same time, the vanilla syrup pump. I didn't know what it was at first, but Dick identified it for me.
That's right, too.
What he didn't know, and what I didn't know then, was that there were fingerprints on that pump. Fingerprints of the murderer.
All I know is they ain't mine, unless this is a trick.
They aren't your prints, Tony. You see, the fingerprints on the syrup pump are Dick Jackman's.
Why not? I handle that pump a lot. Isn't that reasonable?
Yes, but you didn't handle it this morning. You had just come to work, remember? And the pumps were downstairs in the basement to be scrubbed. You got your fingerprints on it when you hit your friend Johnny Blake on the head.
Oh, no.
You can take him, Markham.
Oh, no, he can't. Nobody takes me. Nobody gets me.
Quite a wallop you have, Tony.
Yeah. Tell that to your friends, will you, Vance? Good advertising. What a chump this Dick Jackman was. Left fingerprints.
I'm sorry to have wasted your time in this case, Vance. Inasmuch as there were fingerprints, it actually was nothing but a routine police case.
That would be true, Markham, except that there were no fingerprints.
What?
I beg your pardon?
I made up the detail of the fingerprints merely to force Dick into making a break. You see, I knew he was our murderer.
You knew Dick was the murderer and there were no fingerprints. How?
Just think over the facts for a moment, Markham, and you'll know how I knew, too. Well, Markham, where do you want me to begin? Now that our 3 other suspects are out of the office and Mr. Dick Jackman is in Sergeant Heath's hands.
I like my explanations slowly, Vance. Start with the motive, please.
Motive? Money. You see, when Johnny Blake borrowed money from Tony, he actually borrowed it for his friend, Dick Jackman.
How did you find that out?
It added up. Tony told me that Dick paid a 6-month-old debt shortly after Johnny borrowed money from Tony.
I'm beginning to understand. When Tony demanded money from Johnny, Johnny went to Dick and insisted that Dick pay him the $50. Dick couldn't pay it, knew he was in a spot if Johnny talked, and he had to do something desperate.
He had to, and he did.
Let me see now. On his way to the store the morning of the murder, he passed the basement window and saw Johnny working down there. He broke the window, jumped down, and hit Johnny with the pump Johnny had just finished cleaning.
Exactly. Then he climbed out the basement window and came in the front entrance to work.
I see. Well, I'm satisfied about the motive. Now tell me about the clue.
The clue was there when I found the body, only I didn't realize it at the time. Markham, Dick and I were 15 feet away from Johnny's body and the syrup pump. But Dick knew it was a vanilla syrup pump. The only way he could have known is if he'd used it to kill Johnny.
That's right. It was too far away to see the lettering on it, wasn't it?
Of course, and in the maze of complicating details, I overlooked it. Temporarily, of course. When I thought back on the case, I realized what an error Dick had made right at the very beginning.
I'm glad you did, Vance, because it was an error at the beginning that brought us to the end of the vanilla murder case.
Yes, senorita, we guarantee to teach you the latest South American dances in 10 lessons, or we refund your money.
I'll buy that, Miss Ortega. There's something about the samba that I just can't get.
Samba and rumba are included, of course. Now, your name, please?
Sally Henderson.
Occupation or profession?
Oh, I'm secretary to Mr. F.X. Markham. He's district attorney here.
Oh?
Why? What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. Miss Henderson, we will not be able to start your lessons for several weeks. Will that be all right?
Well, no, not especially all right. Well, you know how it is with these things. You make up your mind to do them, and then, well, once you do, you'd like to do them right away.
If you are in a hurry, you might try somewhere else. I'm very busy. I have many people to give lessons to.
Well, one more shouldn't make any difference.
Excuse me. Hello?
Rosita?
Yes, this is Senorita Ortega.
Look, don't hi-hat me, Rosita. It's Ronaldo.
Yes, what is it?
This connection must be bad or something. Rosita, this is Ronaldo, remember?
What is it you want?
To see you for one thing, to get my job back for another.
I'm sorry, there is no position open here now. Goodbye.
Now, wait a minute, Rosita. Take it easy. Maybe if there isn't a job open, you wouldn't mind making a small loan to a friend?
Absolutely not. We have nothing further to discuss, Ronaldo.
Oh, yes, we have. We have a lot to talk about. I gave you a week to cool off after you fired me. But nobody's hiring male dancing teachers much. I'm not doing too good.
I'm sorry.
That's all you can say? I'm sorry? Rosita, you've got no idea how sorry you're going to be.
Now, where were we, Miss Henderson?
You had just decided not to give me dancing lessons, Senorita. But after what I just overheard, I've decided perhaps I'd better get in touch with my boss, the district attorney, right away.
Now, you see, Mr. Cummings, it is really quite simple. Now, listen, watch. Just 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You see, the entire rumba is built on the 1, 2, 3 rhythm, just like your American waltz.
Is it, Rosita?
Please, Mr. Cummings, pay attention to what I'm trying to teach you. Head up. No movement from the waist up. With the feet, 1, 2, 3. Come, we try it again.
1, 2, 3. You do it. I like watching you.
You can do it if you try, Mr. Cummings. Come, try, eh?
No. I'm a little too clumsy for that kind of thing. I realize that this is my 10th lesson and I haven't learned to dance. But I've learned something that's worth a whole lot more. I've learned about you. That's come to mean something to me.
Stop playing, Manuel. I'll call you when I want you.
Okay. Oh, this is what I like. You and I alone, Rosita. Of course, it isn't exactly an ideal setting, but it will do.
And, the ideal setting, what is that?
That's the kind of thing I wrote to you about, Rosita. Moonlight, away from people. Some place where they never heard of rumba lessons.
You are quite romantic, Mr. Cummings. Your letters are very dear to me.
Are they, Rosita?
Yes. Mrs. Cummings must be a charming woman, Mr. Cummings. I wonder if she is equally an understanding woman. You think she would like reading your letters?
You wouldn't show them to my wife.
Oh, Mr. Cummings, how could you even think such a thing? No. In fact, I might even be willing to part with them, despite their great sentimental value to me. How much would you say they were worth?
Oh, so that's it, blackmail.
Blackmail, Mr. Cummings? Oh, no, I merely asked for a friendly estimate. How much would you say those letters are worth? Is that blackmail?
You know it is. And you want to know what those letters are worth to me? They're worth a whole lot more than your life is.
Good evening, Senorita Ortega. Rinaldo is not here?
No, he is not, Senorita Raymond. He won't be here. I told you that a dozen times. Go on back next door where you belong, please.
That is no way for one senorita to talk to another.
Senorita? Oh, don't make me laugh. Just because you teach Spanish and because you can fool whoever it is that is stupid enough to come into your studio. Don't think I believe you are Spanish.
You know many things that aren't good, Senorita Ortega. It's true, I'm not Spanish. And my name is not Ramon. But I didn't come here to talk about me. Where's Rinaldo?
I do not know. Here, there, somewhere. I have not heard from him since he quit his job here last week.
Quit his job? You fired him. Don't try to kid me. He knew a little too much about you. Knew the cute little blackmail racket you had going for you. That's one of the reasons you let him go.
Is it? And what's the other reason?
I'm the other reason, and you know it. He was starting to go for me. He was starting to overlook you.
You're getting a little old, Ortega. A little tired looking. You can't blame a man.
Get out of here. You, whatever your name really is, go on, get out. Get out or I throw you out.
Better get somebody to help you.
Help me? I need nothing to help me. I'll push you right out.
Get your hands off me. Come on. You asked for this.
Huh? Oh, a knife you carry, do you? Well, you won't use it on me. I'll get that from you. I will. Stop it. You're breaking my wrist. The knife. Drop it. Drop it on the floor. Ow. Drop the knife.
My wrist. You've broken my wrist.
You are lucky that isn't all I break. Now, get out of here and take this knife with you.
Okay, I'll get out. I'll take the knife with me. But you never can tell, Ortega. Both of us may be coming back.
It may be something, and it may be nothing, Mr. Markham, but I thought I'd tell you about it.
I'm glad you did, Sally. So you went up to one of those private dance studios last evening, and when this Senorita Ortega found you were working for me, the district attorney, she wasn't very anxious to have you take the course.
Oh, it isn't that so much, Mr. Markham. It's the phone call she got from somebody named Ronaldo. That's why I tried to reach you last night on the phone. He sounded mighty serious when he threatened her.
Yes, I didn't get in till quite late. And he was serious, all right, Sally.
What do you mean?
Look at this memorandum that came into me just before you arrived. It's from Sergeant Heath at the Homicide Department. Here, read it.
Uh-huh. Rosita Ortega, private dance instructress, stabbed to death in her studio midnight last night. Mr. Markham, she's dead.
Mm-hmm. Apparently. And I was about to go up to the dance studio to meet Philo Vance there. I'd called him.
You mean that maybe I gave you a clue to the murderer?
A clue to the suspect, undoubtedly. Somehow clues to a murderer are never this easy to find. Well, Vance, Sergeant Heath has this Ronaldo individual in the late Senorita Ortega's studio. Shall we go in?
No, not for a moment, please, Markham. Let's stay here in the outer office a minute. It was quick work on Sergeant Heath's part.
Apprehended Ronaldo? Yes, it was. Heath has another suspect for us, too, a Senorita Ramon. She teaches Spanish in the studio next door.
Senorita Ramon. That's right. I noticed her sign as we came down the hall. Well, Markham, I'm about ready to go to work. It's been quite a while since our last murder case, and life is little to a private investigator without a murder.
To a private investigator such as you, that's undoubtedly correct. Now, how about this Ronaldo, Vance?
Let's get him in here now, if you will, Markham.
Right. I'll have Heath send him in. Sergeant Heath, would you ask Ronaldo to come here, please?
Sure.
He's on the way, Vance.
Good.
I'm Ronaldo Alvarez.
Right in this way, please, Ronaldo.
Sure. What happens now?
Ronaldo, I'm District Attorney Markham. This is Philo Vance.
Vance, huh?
You heard of Mr. Vance?
Who hasn't? But I don't suppose he can want anything from me.
I might, now that Sergeant Heath apprehended you so quickly.
What apprehended? I walked in here this morning to see Ortega. Didn't know a thing about her being dead until then.
Perhaps that's true. Ronaldo, why did Senorita Ortega discharge you?
Why? Because she thought she could get along without me. That's why.
Was that the only reason?
What is going on in here? Why am I being held like a prisoner in the studio?
It's all right, Heath. Let her come in. All right.
Why am I being held in there like a thief? Why?
And who are you, may I ask?
Me? I am Senorita Ramon. I have the studio next door.
Oh, I see.
Is that reason enough for me to be held until you get ready to speak to me?
I think it might be, Senorita Ramon. That accent of yours is slightly spurious, too, I might add. What is your right name?
Her name is Margaret Stone, Vance.
Thank you, Ronaldo. You knew her?
Very well.
Ronaldo,
Would you please wait in the studio just one moment, Senorita Ramon, or Stone, whichever you prefer. I promise you we won't be more than a few minutes.
Okay. Only I don't like to be kept hanging around like a pet dog.
Quite a young lady there, Ronaldo.
Her? She's really something, Vance. And, can I go now?
Not yet. Ronaldo, I'd like you to tell me all you know about the late Senorita Ortega and who might have killed her.
Look, Vance, I'm a dancer, not a detective. But Rosita did have something off the record going on with a guy named Cummings, Jack Cummings. He was married, and he wrote us some letters.
That sounds like something, Vance.
Yes, it does. Where did the senorita keep those letters, do you know?
I should know. I saw her looking at them only last week. I got an idea that was one of the reasons I was fired. They're right in that desk Mr. Markham's sitting at. Middle drawer.
Yeah? It's locked.
Well, that shouldn't be entirely unexpected. That paper knife ought to be capable of prying the drawer open. Insert it right in the center, Markham.
Right.
Well?
No letters. Nothing that even looks like a letter.
Really?
It's like I told you then. Cummings killed Rosita for those letters.
That sounds logical.
And very pat. Where were you at midnight last night, Ronaldo?
Midnight? I can tell you. I won a Rumba contest over at the Shadowland Dance Palace a little after midnight. I was there all night. Mary Morgan, she's my dancing partner. Maybe we're going to do an act together.
I'd like to know a little more about this Cummings man you mentioned, Ronaldo. What's his first name?
As far as I know, it was Jack. He took lessons from Rosita.
You know the name, Vance?
Jack Cummings. No, I don't think I do. There is a quite wealthy merchant in this city named John H. Cummings. Ronaldo, was Cummings rather big, about 45, gray hair parted on the side?
That's about right.
You do know him then, Vance?
Yes, I know of him, that is. I attended an exhibition of his wood carvings about a year ago. Wood carving's his hobby. He's quite good at it, too, as I remember.
Vance, listen, the Ortega girl was killed by a knife. Cummings carves wood as a pastime.
Certainly. And they had a motive. Those letters. If I know Rosita, she was using those letters, too.
It adds up, Vance. I'm going to have Heath pick up Cummings at once. What we found out this morning practically proves it was he that killed Rosita Ortega.
Does it, Markham? Personally, I'm of the opinion that what we found practically proves that he didn't.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Rumba murder case began when Rosita Ortega, a dance instructress, was found knifed. Vance's suspects include a Spanish teacher, Margaret Stone, a dancer named Ronaldo Alvarez, whom the senorita had discharged, and Jack Cummings, merchant and amateur wood carver, who, we have reason to believe, was being blackmailed by Senorita Ortega. Ronaldo has told us that he had been at the Shadowland Dance Hall the entire evening previous, dancing with a hostess there named Mary Morgan. And I know that Vance checked the dance hall, found out her apartment address, and is there with her right now.
I'd like you to know something, Miss Morgan. This is the first time I've ever been in the apartment of a dance hostess.
Oh, gee, high-sounding name, Mr. Vance. I'm a taxi dancer. You sure you don't mind that record playing? I like music. It relaxes me.
I don't mind at all. Mind if I ask you some questions?
Go ahead, ask.
First of all, these pictures of Ronaldo that are in your place here. How many of them are there?
Oh, 3 in here and 3 in my bedroom. I go for that guy, Mr. Vance. He's a swell dancer. Excuse me.
Surely.
We won a Rumba contest last night at Shadowland. Did I tell you that?
Not that I recall. What time was the contest held?
12:15. Ronaldo and I have been practicing all night.
At Shadowland?
Sure, at Shadowland. Oh, it was perfectly legit. He bought tickets, the same as any customer.
My knowledge of dance halls is a little limited, Miss Morgan. Tell me about Shadowland.
Wait till I turn off this record, huh? There. Well, Mr. Vance, there are about 25 of us girls. They call us hostesses. We sit around till some fella comes over and asks for a dance.
Some fellow?
Well, sure. Fellas come up there to dance, and they buy a bunch of tickets, and they dance with us. Every time they dance, they give us a ticket.
I understand. Now, you were telling me about Ronaldo. I know he won a contest with you a little after midnight, but he says he was with you all evening from 9 o'clock on.
That's just about right, too. He got there about 9, and we started dancing. We didn't miss a dance until the contest. Every dance we danced.
You must have been pretty tired.
Oh, I do that every night. I'm used to it. Only every night I don't get a break like dancing with Ronaldo every dance.
I'm curious about one thing, Miss Morgan. How much money do you girls make, if I'm not being too personal?
That ain't personal, Mr. Vance. We get 6 cents on every ticket. Tickets cost a dime, and the house makes 4 cents.
I see. You really do have to do a lot of dancing to make money, don't you?
That I do. Why don't you come up sometime, Mr. Vance? You look like you wouldn't get fresh or nothing.
I might do that, Miss Morgan. This case I'm working on seems to be getting nowhere. The lack of clues is a little fantastic. Perhaps after I solve it, if I solve it, I might devote some time to the light fantastic.
Yes, I know you. You teach Spanish in a studio next door to Senorita Ortega's.
That's right, Mr. Cummings. Only I'm not Spanish. And that has nothing to do with why I came to your apartment. We are alone.
Yes, but what has that to do with what you're going to say?
Plenty. I just came from a little interview with Mr. Markham and Philo Vance. They wanted to know what I knew about Ortega's murder.
What did you tell them?
Nothing. Cops don't pay for information.
What are you driving at?
This. Ortega was murdered about midnight last night. You were at a studio at about that time. I saw you. I want $10,000 to keep quiet about it.
I won't pay it.
I think you will.
Get out of here. I've worried enough about my being up there last night. I was there to get something that belonged to me. But I didn't kill her, do you understand? I didn't kill her. I won't pay a cent.
You will. You've got a wife, respectably married children. You wouldn't want them to read about you in the papers? You'll pay.
Get out of here. Get out. I won't pay a cent. Get out of here.
Everybody throws me out, and everybody's sorry they did right afterwards. One more chance, Mr. Cummings. Are you paying?
I said get out, and I meant it. Get out!
Okay, stop pushing. I'll go. In case you change your mind, you know where to reach me. I'll give you an hour.
An hour? An hour? I can't pay her. She'll blackmail me for the rest of my life. I can't pay her. I can't face the ruin I'll bring to my family. I know. Where is it? I always kept it here. Oh, here it is. This is my way out. This gun of mine. First, I'd better write. No, I'll telephone my wife. That'll be better. Quicker. Oh, no. No, I can't talk to her. I can't. I've just got to do this now. The longer I think about it, the longer I'll put it off. And I mustn't put it off. I've got to...
I wouldn't if I were you, Mr. Cummings.
Who are you?
My name is Vance. Philo Vance. Mind if I take that gun?
Here, take it. Take it quickly.
Thank you. I'm glad my appearance has that effect, Mr. Cummings. I take it you were going to kill yourself because of your connection with the Ortega murder?
Yes, but I didn't kill her. Only no one will believe it when they find out I was up there last night.
I wouldn't say no one, Mr. Cummings. I believe it. And as soon as I meet Mr. Markham up at the Shadowland Dance Hall, which I'm to do in a few moments, I think everyone concerned will believe it, too. There's nothing quite so desolate looking as a dance hall during the day, is there, Markham?
Oh, I don't know, Vance. An empty stadium at night, an office building on Sunday. They give this dance hall a little competition for desolation.
Perhaps you're right. So this is Shadowland, Temple of Terpsichore.
Hey, you two. What are you doing here?
Watchman, Vance?
I think not. Must be the manager. I phoned him a while ago. My name is Vance.
Oh, yeah. You called me, didn't you? Who's your friend?
This is District Attorney Markham.
How are you? What can I do for you, Vance?
Have you the records I asked for?
Oh, sure. In my office. It's right here. Come on in. Not much doing around here this time of day.
We figured that out for ourselves.
I got the records right here on my desk. Here they are. Last night, Mary Morgan, the girl you asked about, Vance, turned in 40 tickets.
40, eh? Tell me something. How long does a dance last?
All last the same time, and the music is continuous. We got 2 bands. Every dance lasts exactly 2 minutes. We do a minute break between dances to collect tickets and let people out and off the floor.
What's that information for, Vance?
Just general knowledge, Markham. All I'd say that's what it's for. One thing more. how much did Mary Morgan make the night before last?
I'll have to find that out for you, Vance. Won't take me a minute.
Don't hurry. We'll be here when you get back.
Well, Vance, I've got something to tell you. We're picking up Jack Cummings, the man Ronaldo spoke to us about. He was supposed to have written some letters to Senorita Ortega, remember?
Of course. And you've picked him up, eh?
Yes. You see, the girl who has the place next to Ortega's, Senorita Ramon, saw him near the Ortega apartment at the time of the murder.
And she told you that?
Definitely.
Markham, I wouldn't overlook this Senorita Ramon if I were you.
You mean you don't think that Cummings murdered the Ortega girl?
No, I don't. I told you that once before. I know who the murderer is, Markham. And believe me, it's not Jack Cummings. Just leave me here in your office for a few minutes with Ronaldo, Markham, and I'll be with you.
Right, Vance.
Well, Vance, what's eating you?
Not a great deal. I've been over to see your girlfriend, Mary Morgan.
Have you now? Great girl, huh?
Terribly loyal. She's in love with you, apparently.
Because my pictures are all over her apartment? She's a picture patsy. Before me, there was a shipping clerk. I'm doing a little better than him, though. One more picture. He only had 5.
Well, congratulations. Ronaldo, what made you think you could get away with murdering Senorita Ortega?
Me? You think I killed her?
No. I know you did.
And I'm supposed to say, oh, no, please, please, don't turn me in. I did it. I admit it. But don't turn me in. Nuts, Vance. You don't know a thing.
Don't I, though? I wouldn't be quite so sure.
I'm listening, but I'm not paying too much attention.
Might be an idea if you did.
Sure. If I couldn't prove where I was last night, maybe. But I can. 500 people saw me win that rumba contest at 12:15 last night in Shadowland.
I don't doubt that at all.
Well?
Senorita Ortega was killed at midnight. Shadowland is near enough to the Ortega studio for you to have killed her and then gone over to the dance hall.
Oh, it is it? Look, Vance. I was at Shadowland all night, from 9 o'clock on. I didn't leave the joint. Mary Morgan can tell you that.
Yes, I know. In fact, she did tell me that. So you claim you couldn't have killed Senorita Ortega because you were at Shadowland all evening.
Of course.
You stick to that story, my boy. It's a perfect alibi. Perfect for me. You see, instead of proving that you didn't murder the Ortega girl, it proves you did. Well, Markham, what you want to know then is how I knew Ronaldo killed Ortega. It's a matter of mathematics. Sit down and listen.
Very well. I'm doing both.
Good. Ronaldo said he danced every dance from 9 o'clock to midnight with Mary Morgan. That's 3 hours.
That's right.
Now, the Shadowland dance hall manager told me that each dance lasted 2 minutes with 1-minute intermissions between each dance. In other words, there were 20 actual dances per hour.
Can't argue with that either.
All right, let's take it from there. 20 dances per hour for 3 hours makes 60 dances. In other words, if Mary Morgan had danced every dance with Ronaldo, as she claimed, she would have turned in 60 tickets.
Mm-hmm.
But she didn't. The manager told me she turned in only 40 tickets.
So she only danced with Ronaldo 2 hours and not 3.
Of course. That gave him an hour off to murder the Ortega girl. He thought he had a foolproof alibi because he knew Mary Morgan would lie for him. But they overlooked the detail of the tickets.
Yes, they did. Silly of them, wasn't it?
Our friend Jack Cummings was silly, too, going to a studio like Senorita Ortega's to learn to dance. There are hundreds of legitimate dance studios, recognized, licensed places. You're almost looking for trouble when you go visit someone like the Senorita.
Fortunately, there are no others we know of, Vance. Well, Ronaldo has confessed in view of the way you broke his alibi, and it looks like the end of his career to me.
To me, too. But, Markham, it also looks like the end of the Rumba murder case.
It will do you no good to stay here and watch me. For you, I have no magic tricks to build or to sell.
Now, look, Pop, I'll pay you just as much as any magician. Maybe more.
Oh, no. Yeah, for you, I have nothing. I build a trick or an illusion for you, and what do you do with it? Expose it on the stage. Show the public how it works. You are not a magician. You're making it impossible for magicians to work. Get out of my shop.
Now, Pop, all I want is one trick. Nobody can make them like you. A Pop Baker false bottom table looks 2 inches high to an audience. Actually, it's about 6. Nobody's as good as you, Pop.
The great Mento says nobody is as good as me. So I relent. I sell him my tricks. Oh, no. No, not for you, Mento. No tricks.
Look, Pop, you've no real gripe against me. Okay. So I expose magic. So what?
So what, you say? Listen. 10 years ago, who was the greatest magician of them all? Who, answer me? Who?
You mean you? You were pretty good.
Pretty good. From coast to coast, a headliner. My own magic show, 2 performances a day, my name in electric lights. Baker the Baffler. Now, what do I have?
A pretty nice business. Making effects for magicians.
That compares with what I had? Fool. Here do I have an audience that applauds me? No. Here do I have anything except my tools, my work?
You're not blaming me for getting you off the stage, are you?
Yes. Yes, I blame you. I must blame you. Every trick I did on the stage, you exposed. Soon people did not want to see me anymore. They know how my tricks are done. They laugh at me. You made them laugh at me. No, Mento. From me, you get nothing. Ever.
Sorry you feel that way, Pop. But I think you're exaggerating this a little bit, aren't you?
Oh, no. No, I'm not. I think many times over the years I was on the stage, how it was everything to me. My whole life.
Well?
You took that life away from me, Mento. Remember, and be warned. You took my life from me. Maybe someday I do the same for you.
How's my makeup, Betty?
It's perfect, Mento, as you know. Just like everything else about you. Perfect.
Well, that's hardly a reason for that tone you're using, my girl. Incidentally, your makeup wasn't too good at the matinee. Too lazy or too much in a hurry? Which was it?
Neither. I've been with you over a year now, Mento.
So you have. And no magician ever had a prettier assistant. I'm very pleased with you, Betty.
Pleased with me? That isn't the way you talked when I first joined the act.
If this is going to be a quarrel about the same old thing again, please let it keep until after the performance. I can't work when I'm upset.
I've been upset for months, and I've worked. I don't see any reason for putting this off any longer.
All right, let's have it. What is it?
When are you gonna marry me, Mento?
Is that all? I thought this was going to be something important.
It was important when you tried to convince me you were in love with me. When you made me fall in love with you.
I made you fall in love with me?
Uh-huh.
Come now, Betty. There's a limit to what even a magician can do. Come on, go on. Hand me my cape.
Here.
Folding flowers and silks are in it?
Yes, they're in the folds of the cape where they belong. Now listen, Mento. How about you and me? What have you decided?
What's the terrible rush, my dear? You know I'm fond of you.
Maybe. But Johnny Davis is in love with me. He wants to marry me.
Well, then marry him. I'll hide my broken heart and wish you two all the happiness in the world. Although what you can see in that hoofer, I don't know.
Johnny's wonderful.
Well, then you should be very happy.
Well, I'm not. You've seen to that. And, Mento, I won't forget it. But I'm not going to be unhappy alone. I'll see to it that you share some of my misery. Believe me, I will.
Oh, snap out of it, baby. Things can't be that tough.
Besides, a coffee cup isn't a crystal ball, so start staring into it.
I'm sorry, Johnny.
And Mento has you upset, hasn't he? Maybe I ought to talk to him.
Oh, it won't do any good, Johnny. I tried just before we went on stage 20 minutes ago. He won't tell me anything, one way or another.
Is he in the dressing room now?
Oh, I suppose so. Told me he was expecting 2 visitors after the performance. That might be just another stall so he don't have to take me out tonight. But he went to his dressing room, I know that.
Why don't you give him up, Betty? He's only making you unhappy.
I wish I could. Only without him, there's nothing.
There's a precious little guy called me. I could make you happy, dear.
Yeah, I know one thing, Johnny. I know you'd try. It wouldn't be fair to you. There'd always be something missing. As long as Mento were alive, I couldn't help but want him. Is that so wrong?
You know it is. That guy isn't happy unless he's doing something to hurt people. His fake magic act does nothing but expose tricks. He worked on you until you fell in love with him, just so he could watch you suffer.
Yeah, and the awful part of this, Johnny, is I know all that. I know it, and I can't do anything about it.
No, I guess you can't. But you said before that you'd want Mento as long as he was alive. Maybe I can do something about that.
Good show, wasn't it, Vance?
Excellent, Markham, excellent. I've always had a soft spot for vaudeville. Nice of the fellow to have sent me these tickets, wasn't it?
Fellow? What fellow? I was under the impression that you'd bought them.
No. Remember that magic act that opened the second half of the bill? The great Mento?
Of course, he was very clever. And his assistant was quite pretty.
That door there leads backstage, I imagine. Come on, we're going to see him.
All right. Would it be impolite to ask why?
Hardly. As I was saying, he sent me these tickets and a note asking me to come backstage at the end of the performance. I'll get this door.
Backstage always had a fascination for me, Vance.
It has for most people, Markham, including actors.
And private investigators.
Guilty as charged. Oh, I beg your pardon, but where is the great Mento's dressing room, please?
Second room to the right.
Thank you. Markham, to retain a semi-consistency to our conversation, I believe I was telling you about a note that this Mento sent me along with the tickets.
So you were.
It said, please see the show and come back to visit him afterward. It had a hint of intrigue.
Vance, you could find intrigue in a loaf of bread. Don't you ever get tired of looking for it?
No, and I hope I never will. It's true that many times the intrigue isn't there when I think it might be, but I don't overlook anything either. Anything that might be passed by if I hadn't investigated. Well, here we are.
Perhaps your friend didn't wait. Perhaps that, too, is part of the intrigue.
That would be interesting, Markham. Very interesting.
Well, from what I can gather, you have your choice of believing that he either didn't wait or is very deaf. Vance.
Now, don't be alarmed because I'm looking through the keyhole, Markham. Perhaps it is undignified, but under the circumstances, I believe it's warranted.
And what warrants it?
The keyhole is obstructed a bit because the key is still on the inside.
Which means the door is locked from the inside, of course.
That's right. Somebody must have locked it from the inside, but nobody answers our knock. There's trouble in that room, Markham.
Well, then come on, man. Help me break down this door.
Right.
Once more ought to do it.
Well.
There's the great Mento, all right. Lying face down with a knife in his back. You were right about trouble, Vance.
Yes, I know. Look at this door, Markham. It wasn't only locked on the inside with a key, it was bolted from the inside.
I'll get Sergeant Heath on the telephone immediately.
I think that can wait a moment, Markham.
Okay.
Take a look at this room. There's no other way a murderer could have gotten out except the door. And that was locked and bolted.
That window up there, Vance.
Too small to let anyone in or out. Besides, I think you'll find that that's locked from the inside, too.
I think you're right, Vance. Yes, it is locked from the inside.
Well, this looks like a first-rate mystery, Markham. The position of that knife prohibits suicide, yet nobody could have gotten in here to kill our friend Mento. Or so it seems.
I go along with that, definitely. Take a look around the room, Vance. There's the little stand that Mento brought out those silks in that fishbowl from. There's another table over there, and I guess that's all.
No question about that.
Vance, I have an idea that this is probably the most baffling case we've ever encountered.
No question about that either, Markham. I'm quite sure this case isn't going to be quite as easy to break open as that locked door was.
How big I am, Mr. Vance? That's right. You're in the right place.
I imagined I was when I saw those magic cabinets. You build them?
Yes, that I do. They are illusion cabinets.
I'd like to see the inside of one. May I?
If you like, open the one in front of you. Oh, go ahead, open it. What do you see?
Well, to be honest about it, I don't see anything. Just the inside of a man-high cabinet, black satin lined.
How deep would you say it was?
I don't know. 5, 6 inches. It seemed much deeper from the outside before I opened the door.
Well, it's 24 inches deep. Holds 2 girls. See? One of them can easily fit in back of this rear satin. Allows the magician to change his assistants just like
magic.
Yes.
You're quite a craftsman, Mr. Baker.
Thank you. Yes, now it's my life work. Well, what is it you wanted, Mr. Vance? To purchase one of my illusions?
Not exactly. I'm here investigating the death of the great Mento. He was murdered in his dressing room last night with the door locked and bolted from the inside.
Oh, you are a policeman.
Not quite.
Vance. Oh, of course, Vance. You are Philo Vance. I should have known. I am honored, Mr. Vance. But what do you want with me?
Mr. Baker, I talked to Betty Anderson, Mento's assistant, immediately after the murder. She told me several things, among them one fact that brought me here.
She told you I quarreled with Mento?
That's right. Apparently, Mento told her when he returned from this workshop of yours.
He was not a good man, this Mento. You knew that.
That isn't what interests me, Mr. Baker. He is now a dead man. I want to know who killed him.
So, the newspapers say he was killed in a locked room with a knife in his back. That police are checking the knife for fingerprints.
Which they won't find. Anyone clever enough to have figured out this murder wouldn't be simple enough to leave his calling card.
Thank you.
Why thank me, Mr. Baker? I merely stated a fact.
You were very complimentary. You said the murderer was clever. For that, I thank you.
You're telling me that you killed Mento, Mr. Baker?
Oh, not exactly. I'm not that stupid. This I will tell you, Mr. Philo Vance. You were perfectly right about 2 things. There will be no fingerprints, and the murderer is clever. All his life he has dedicated to making devices which will fool people. This could be his masterpiece.
I'm not sure.
No. So it's a contest, then. A contest between your knowledge and the murderer's. That's fair. Mr. Vance, this I will tell you. If I killed him, and if you find out how I did it, I will admit it. But this I tell you, too. The papers say Mento died at 10:15 last night. That death was instantaneous.
The papers were correct. A man couldn't live 2 minutes with that knife in so vulnerable a spot.
I do not wish to complicate your work too much, Mr. Vance, but from 9:30 until midnight last night, during which time Mento was murdered, I was with friends. Reliable, reputable friends, including a policeman whom I know.
And you didn't leave them even for a moment?
Not for a second. You see, Mr. Vance, execution of a crime is like building a magic cabinet. The effect is only perfect if the plans are perfect.
Of course, it's very possible that you didn't kill Mento.
I suppose so. But, Mr. Vance, I urge you, please do not believe that. I urge you not to believe anyone else murdered the great Mento.
This is District Attorney Markham. The magic murder case began when the great Mento, theatrical magician, was found in his locked dressing room, a knife planted firmly in his back. Nobody could have gotten into or out of the dressing room, yet Mento couldn't possibly have been a suicide. Vance and I have questioned Betty Anderson, Mento's assistant, and have found that Mento had quarreled with Pop Baker, a craftsman catering to magicians. Vance has gone to see him, while I have decided to continue questioning Miss Anderson. It seems...
I didn't kill him, Mr. Markham. I wanted to lots of times, but I didn't. Look at me. Do I look like a killer?
My experience as district attorney has taught me, Miss Anderson, that murderers rarely do look like murderers. That's what complicates my job, and Sergeant Heath's, and Philo Vance's. You've told me that Mento promised to marry you.
Yeah, sure he did in the beginning. And later on, he wouldn't be definite. He wouldn't say when. He wouldn't even say he wouldn't marry me. He was that kind of a man, Mr. Markham.
You're trying to tell me that even though he might not want something, he didn't want anyone else to get it either.
If only he'd said we were through, that he wouldn't marry me. Maybe then I could have been happy with Johnny.
Johnny?
I didn't mean to say that, Mr. Markham. I don't want Johnny brought into this case. He had nothing to do with Mento's death.
I think I might be a better judge of that than you, Miss Anderson. Who is Johnny?
He's a dancer. He works in the theater next door.
Oh, I must remember to tell Vance that. Miss Anderson, there is an element in this case we've never before encountered. The element of the locked door. It makes a puzzling case baffling.
Because the door was locked and bolted on the inside?
The door and the window, both. Now, I can remember watching a magician get out of a trunk that was locked from the outside. Perhaps this was the same trick in reverse.
I doubt that. The locked trunk trick is done with a false panel in the trunk. The magician removes it while he's inside and gets out that way.
You know all the tricks, Miss Anderson?
Most of them. I watched Mento expose them for over a year.
In that case, perhaps you can give him... Oh, hello, Vance.
Hello, Markham, Miss Anderson.
Any luck in your talk with Pop Baker, Vance?
I'm not sure. I got what practically amounted to a confession from him.
Pop Baker confessed?
I'm afraid I don't understand, Vance. What could it possibly be that practically amounts to a confession?
Well, he dared me to prove he did it, for one thing. He has an ironclad alibi for the time of the murder. I know it's ironclad. I just checked it.
And perhaps he didn't do it. After all, somebody stabbed Mento at 10:15. And if Pop Baker couldn't have done it, it must be somebody else who was our murderer.
That's completely logical, Markham. Unless Mento, the magician, was killed by magic.
You want me to build some special effects for you, Miss Anderson?
Yeah, please, Mr. Baker. I'll pay you for 'em. I want to do a magic act.
Like the great Mentos?
No, I won't expose magic, Mr. Baker. You see, I was with Mento long enough to know how all his tricks worked. I can do 'em, too. But I'll need something big. Some big illusion for a finish. You can build it for me.
Undoubtedly, I can build it for you. But will I? No, I think not.
You've got to.
Oh, so it's a threat now. I've got to. Miss Anderson, perhaps you'd better...
Hello there.
Mr. Vance, why do you come here again?
You expected me to come, didn't you, Mr. Baker? What I didn't expect was to find Miss Anderson here.
I want him to build an effect for me, Vance. I'm going to do a magic act by myself now.
Really? That's quite interesting. Mr. Baker, I came back because I want to know a little more about magic. I promise you that unless the information affects this case, I'll reveal it to no one.
What is it you wish to know?
Well, let's take the sawing a woman in half trick. How did that work?
It does no harm to tell you. It has been exposed in theaters for years. 2 girls are used. One the public sees when she climbs into the box that is to be sawed.
And the other?
The other is lying on the table the cabinet rests on. It doesn't look wide enough to hold a girl, but it is.
Illusion, eh?
Yes. After one girl climbs into the box, she tucks up her feet in the top half. The girl in the table puts her feet through the bottom half, and the magician then saws in between them.
Very simple, once it's explained, isn't it?
If you saw Mento's act, you also saw a variation of the trick. He used a table similar to the one in the sawing a woman illusion.
So he did. He took several large dogs out of the tabletop. Thank you very much, both of you.
You're leaving, Mr. Vance?
Definitely. I'm quite certain this mystery is no longer a mystery. I'll be seeing both of you again very soon. Good night.
Good night,
Good night.
Mr. Vance. Now, Miss Anderson, we will talk about what you want me to build for you.
No, Mr. Baker, not right now. I didn't like the look on Vance's face when he left.
To me, it seemed a very satisfied look.
That's just it. I think he knows something. I think he knows everything. And I gotta get out of here fast.
Here I am, Vance, just as you asked. Why did you want me to meet you here outside Mento's dressing room?
Why, Markham? Because I just left Pop Baker and Betty Anderson. And you are about to witness a dramatization entitled How the Locked Door Murder Was Accomplished. Oh, I see there's a new door fitted on Mento's dressing room.
Yes, a new door, a new lock and bolt. That was done earlier today, Vance. Why the dramatics?
We're nearing the finish of our case, Markham. I'm going in the dressing room. Give me one moment, then break down the door.
Break down the door? What for? Where will you be?
I'll be showing you how Mento was murdered. 5 seconds, Markham, then break it down.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I hope you're ready, Vance. Well, Vance, Hey, where is he? Vance, where are you? Vance! Oh, what is this? Well, you can't be hiding. There's no place to hide. Vance, what is this? Where are you?
Right here, Markham.
Right where? Your voice seems to be coming from that table, but you couldn't possibly be hiding in that tabletop.
No, but I am Markham. And now I'm coming out of my hiding place.
Vance, that tabletop doesn't look deep enough
No, it doesn't, does it? But it is. It's the same type of table I saw at Pop Baker's studio. Ready to make an arrest, Markham?
Of course, but I'm just as ready to hear how this solves Mento's murder.
I'll explain later. First, I've got to make a call. And then we've got to pay a call on a murderer.
Johnny.
Well, this is a surprise. Hello, Betty. What are you doing here at my place?
Johnny, get some clothes packed and get out of here fast.
What?
Don't stop to argue with me. Get some clothes together. I'll tell you all about this while you're doing it.
Now, honey, don't be so mysterious. What's this all about?
Okay. If you want it your way, Johnny. Philo Vance knows you killed Mento.
Vance knows it? Well, that's interesting. I didn't know it myself. Brilliant guy, that Vance.
Don't try to fool me, Johnny. I know you killed him, and I know how you killed him.
Really?
That's right. Now, come on, let's stop this. Get packed, Johnny.
No, not yet. Why are you warning me about Vance, Betty?
Why shouldn't I warn you? You were in love with me, weren't you? You tried to make things easier for me. Okay, I'm paying off that favor now, Johnny. I'm telling you to get out before Vance gets here.
Well, what makes you so sure he's coming?
Because he left me at Pop Baker's a little while ago. I'm sure he figured out the false table gimmick. And he'll know it was you who hid in that false tabletop. He'll know you were in that table in Mento's dressing room while he and Markham were discovering Mento's body.
False tabletop? What's that?
Oh, Johnny, please, don't try to lie to me. I showed you that phony table. Showed you how it works weeks ago. Please, Johnny, Vance...
Never mind about Vance right now. Come here, Betty, darling. Come here. Come on, baby. Come over here. All right. I'll come over to you.
You keep away from me.
No, darling. I'm coming closer. Close enough, darling, to put my hands right on your throat. Few seconds more, darling. Just a few.
We'll put a stop to that. Come on, Markham.
I'm with you.
Neither of you is coming very much closer.
Look out, he's got a gun.
Come on, I'm holding his arm.
Let go of me, you dope and go.
This'll take care of you, Johnny.
Well, Miss Anderson, apparently we got here at the right time. Catch her, Markham.
Oh, it's all right. I'm all right now.
Good. Well, Vance, what happens now?
We'll revive Johnny Davis and show him just how certain we are that he killed the great Mento.
We won't show him, Vance. You will. All I know is you called Pop Baker and found out Miss Anderson was on the way here. I'm going to learn about the details of this solution at the same time that Johnny is.
Johnny, we know you were in love with Betty Anderson, but she wouldn't marry you as long as Mento was alive.
So what about it, Vance?
So you killed him.
So you say.
So he'll prove, too, Johnny, if past performances are any criterion.
Well, they aren't to me. You can't prove a thing. Sure, I may have been a little rough with Betty when you walked in my apartment a while ago, but you can't hang for that.
Johnny, I'll admit that locked door on Mento's dressing room had me stopped temporarily, but it doesn't anymore. You were in that room, hiding in the tabletop while we were there. After we left, you left, with a practically perfect murder to your credit.
Pop Baker could have killed Mento.
That's what you wanted us to think when you hid in the table. You knew that eventually we'd figure out that this was a magician's way of killing a magician, and that we'd go straight to Baker. Fortunately, he had an alibi, but he couldn't resist trying to take a little credit for the murder. That was the showman in him.
Johnny, we have Betty Anderson ready to say you admitted killing Mento. Also, that you tried to kill her. And also that she explained the false tabletop to you. We don't need your confession to get a conviction, believe me.
No? Okay. If you don't need it, you get it anyway. Yeah, I killed Mento. What's more, I'd do it again if I had a chance.
Well, Markham, that's the statement we wanted him to make. Now I think I've a statement I want to make. This is the end of the magic murder case.
Look, you, I don't want any trouble from you here. We got you cold for breaking and entering, and I could put you in jail and keep you there forever if I wanted to.
You'd be an awful sorry guy if you did, Sergeant Heath. You coop me up before I get a chance to talk to the district attorney, and you'll be awful unhappy.
The district attorney's got nothing to do with this case. You broke into a joint, we caught you, and we're going to send you up.
But you did send for Mr. Markham, didn't you, Heath?
Yeah, I sent for him, only he ain't going to be happy being brought down here unless you got a good reason.
I got a great reason. Wait till he hears what it is.
Hello, Heath.
Oh, hi, Mr. Markham.
You asked me to come down here. I'm here. Suppose you tell me what this is about.
D.A., this punk here, he's Joe Farrell, said he had something hot to tell you.
What is it, Farrell?
Well, D.A., I want you to go easy on me on a kind of, I got a trade to make.
What kind of a trade?
I don't like crowds, D.A. This room is too crowded with Heath here.
Huh?
Ask him maybe if he'd like to hop into the other room for a minute.
Heath?
Okay. But this stooge better have something to say to you. I'll be right next door, Mr. Markham.
Thank you, Sergeant. Well, Farrell?
D.A., listen. The cops have got me cold on a burglary rap. Okay, I ain't looking to crawl out of that. Only I want him to go as light as possible.
I should think you would.
I got information I'll hand you if there ain't too much pressure put on me by Heath.
We can't make any trades with criminals, Farrell. Although if you know something that might help us, perhaps the judge might be lenient if you throw yourself on the mercy of the court.
Yeah, that's okay by me. Listen, Markham, here's the dope. You know the City Museum?
Very well.
Okay. Well, the museum gets a big shipment from some foreign country. I ain't sure where. And it comes in this afternoon. It comes from some collector who died and willed the whole thing to the joint.
Well?
Well, one of the things that the museum is gonna get ain't what it seems to be. It looks like something, only it ain't what it looks like. You understand?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'll hand it to you this way. There's maybe 6 or 8 things in that collection. Mostly statues and stuff. Only there's something about one of the statues.
Really? What?
I don't know. It's junk as far as I could find out. All I know is this, that there's guys in town that want that statue, and they want it bad enough to kill for it.
Come in, sir.
Master, it is here. It is here.
Well, talk, man. Talk. Tell me everything about it.
Mr. Peters, I wait in the museum until the crates are open. I see it with my own eyes. It is here, Master. The Bonji, the idol my tribe worshipped. We will get from the museum, no?
3 years I've trailed that statue from one end of the globe to the other. Now it is within reach. The Bonji. Sit down, Ringa, sit down.
Yes, Master. We make plans to get the Bonji.
Careful plans, Ringai. The most careful plans man ever made. This is the high point in my entire life. Understand that. Nothing must go wrong. We will plan well, carefully, and quickly.
It is good. Soon my tribe will be at peace within themselves. Soon I bring back to them the Bonji.
Tonight, we will get it, Ringai. Right now, I'm sure I'm going to need this.
What you get from the drawer, Master?
This. Ringai, the Bonji is 1,000 years old. Stolen from your country.
Yes.
I will return this ancient masterpiece to your people, Ringai. But to do that, it is quite possible that I will need this very modern weapon. This automatic pistol.
All day I do nothing but open these crates. I'm supposed to be the curator in this museum, and all day I... What are you doing here?
Excuse me, Mr. Jasper. You are Mr. Jasper?
Yeah, sure, my name is Jasper. Who are you? What are you doing in the museum? No one's allowed in here at this hour.
I've done a lot of things in my life that no one has been allowed to do, Mr. Jasper. My name is Carter, Enid Carter.
Well?
I want that statue in the corner. That ugly copper thing, the Bonji.
I'm sorry, it's not for sale. And you've got to leave here, Miss Carter. Regulations.
I have no interest in regulations. I want that statue, do you understand? It's thousands of years old. It's been worshipped by generations of natives. I must have it for my collection.
I'm sorry, Miss Carter. There's nothing I can do for you. I can't sell it to you. It just isn't for sale. And you'll have to leave here now. I've got to get the rest of this stuff uncrated before I can go to bed. And I'm tired.
Listen, Mr. Jasper, listen closely. I want that statue, the Bonji. I must have it. I'll pay you for it. More money than you've ever seen in your whole life.
I don't know why everybody wants the Bonji. It's only an ugly piece of copper.
Who else wants it? Tell me, man, who else was here asking about the Bonji?
A fellow named Peters called up on the phone about it a little while ago. You know him?
He mustn't have it. Whatever you do, you mustn't sell it to him.
Miss Carter, I can't sell it to anybody. It belongs to the museum, and the museum has decided it is not for sale.
I don't care what the museum has decided. I'm going to have that statue before Mr. Peters or anyone else gets it. I'm going to have it, and I'd just like to see anyone stand in the way of my getting it.
Come in! Come in! Will you stop banging on that door at this hour of the night?
Hurry, please, hurry.
Well, what is it? What's the idea of waking me up at this hour?
You're Mr. Jasper, the curator of this museum?
Yes, what about it? You woke me up. Do you realize that?
I tried to wake you. I've been banging on the door for 20 minutes.
I sleep upstairs. What do you expect me to do? Apologize for not being awake at this time of night? What is it you want?
Oh, Mr. Jasper, I'm Maurice Abbott, the art dealer. You know my gallery on Madison Avenue.
Yes, well?
You have an ugly copper statue here, valueless except as a relic of native rituals. I want that statue.
You mean the Bonji?
That is correct. I just heard it arrived today, and I came down here to make a deal with you.
I don't make any deals, Mr. Abbott, and you can't buy the Bonji in any event. It isn't for sale, and you're the third person tonight who's tried to buy it.
I'll offer you more than they did. I'll top their best bid.
Look, please, go away and let me sleep. The Bonji is not for sale.
At least let me look at it. Let me see it.
Go away. Good night, Mr. Abbott. Come around in the morning when the museum will be open.
Don't close this door on me. I want to talk to you, Mr. Jasper.
Not tonight anymore, you don't. I'm going to bed.
Going to bed, you see. I trust his sleep is not interrupted.
Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, Markham.
Well, hello, Markham. I've been wondering when I'd hear from you.
This isn't a social call, Vance.
The way I feel about you, Markham, and about your job as district attorney makes it questionable to me whether I prefer your social or professional calls.
That's quite complimentary, Vance. Perhaps the purpose of this call might return that compliment. There's been a murder down at the City Museum, and we need help.
Delighted that you do, Markham. Who was killed?
Well, Vance, it seems that a native idol was delivered to the City Museum yesterday afternoon.
Uh-huh.
The curator of the museum, a Mr. Jasper, had reported an art dealer named Abbott unusually interested in it.
Yes, go on, Markham.
The statue was called the Bonji, a small copper figure. Sometime during the night, an art collector named Enid Carter was found murdered near the statue.
Enid Carter, not the social registrite.
The same, Vance. She was shot to death.
Well,
Now, what she was doing there or who killed her, we don't know.
is there anything about the case the police do know, Markham?
Yes. A stool pigeon Sergeant Heath picked up yesterday told me that he knew there would be an attempt to steal one of the pieces in the museum.
Really? Well, perhaps Miss Carter interrupted someone's plans, and in the interrupting met her death.
Well, that seems reasonable, Vance. Will you meet me at the museum?
Will I, Markham? I assure you nothing can keep me from keeping that meeting.
Come right into this room, please, Mr. Jasper. Mr. Vance would like to talk to you.
Yes, Mr. Markham, of course.
Hello, Mr. Jasper. Please sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Vance.
I've been looking over your papers on that shipment that came to this museum yesterday, Mr. Jasper. I think the statues, or rather one statue, has a direct bearing on the death of Miss Carter.
She probably broke in here last night after the museum was closed, Mr. Vance. I know there was no one here when we locked up.
How she got in or why, Mr. Jasper, may or may not be important. Markham, did you ever hear of the Bonji before today?
No, Vance, I'm sorry, I didn't.
If Mr. Jasper will correct me if I go too far astray.
Yes, of course.
The Bonji was a native idol stolen from a tribe many years ago. According to these papers which arrived with the Bonji, it is copper, stands 3 feet high on a base a foot square, and weighs 3,500 pounds.
Rather heavy, I'd say.
Copper is quite heavy. Have you anything to add to what I've said, Mr. Jasper?
No, I think not. Except that Mr. Abbott, the art dealer, was very insistent on purchasing the Bonji.
I've already told Vance that. And now, Vance, I know you haven't seen the statue yet, but have you anything to tell us?
I think so. I think I can tell you why the Bonji was wanted, and in so doing, tell you the reason Miss Carter was killed.
You know that, Mr. Vance?
Vance, you can't possibly. You haven't even seen the statue or the body.
That's true. I didn't look at the body because Sergeant Heath had already examined it, and Sergeant Heath is very thorough. I didn't see the Bonji because there was no need to see it. You see, I know that it wasn't copper at all, but solid gold.
Gold? You know the Bonji is gold, Vance. How could you possibly know that?
By the weight, Markham. A statue 3 feet high and 1 foot square makes 3 cubic feet of statue. Copper weighs 500 pounds a cubic foot.
Then if the Bonji were copper, it should weigh 1,500 pounds.
That's right. But the Bonji weighs 3,500 pounds. Therefore, it isn't copper. Gold weighs approximately 2.5 times as much as copper, hence my deduction.
Vance, when will you ever stop astounding me?
Never, I hope. Now let's look at the Bonji and see whether...
What's that? Shots, undoubtedly. Sergeant Heath or his men are shooting at something. Come on, Vance.
I'm right with you, Markham.
There's Heath at the window, firing at something on the outside.
Yes, I know.
Heath, Sergeant Heath, what's happened?
They got away, D.A. Hello, Vance.
Hello, Heath. Who was it got away?
Search me. 2 guys must have been hiding in this joint and thought they saw a chance to sneak out the window a couple of minutes ago. I spotted them, yelled to them to stop, but they wouldn't, so I fired at them.
Did you hit them, Heath?
No, I don't think so. I think they made it okay. I saw them get in their car and beat it.
Well, things certainly are getting complicated on this case, aren't they, Vance?
Quite a bit.
Complicated for you, Vance? What should I say? Wait till the papers hear about this. Imagine what happens to me when I gotta tell them that Miss Carter's murderers were here, sneaked right out under my nose, and I can't find them.
Well, if that's all that's troubling you, Heath, forget it.
Huh?
When the reporters ask about the shooting, tell them just one thing, and they won't annoy you any further.
What's that one thing?
Mr. Markham can probably tell you. Can you, Markham?
Why, yes. Only for the life of me, I don't know how you can do it. Heath, tell the reporters that Philo Vance can produce the 2 men who just escaped from this museum. Is that right, Vance?
Yes, Markham. That is precisely what I want Heath to tell the reporters.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Idol murder case began before there was a murder. It seems that several people, among them Maurice Abbott, an art dealer, and Enid Carter, wanted the bungee, a native idol supposed to be copper, but which actually is gold. Philo Vance reasoned it was gold, and subsequent tests proved him right. After Miss Carter was found dead, 2 men were seen fleeing from the museum, and Vance announced that he would produce them despite the fact that he hadn't even seen them. Only Vance could possibly make a statement like that. And it is some time later, when he has gone to his office, Vance and his...
Read it again, will you please, Miss Deering?
What's the matter, Vance? My diction bad or my voice so pleasant you just like to hear it?
I'd like to be absolutely certain of what the newspaper says, that's all.
No criticism, no compliment. That's my boss. Okay, here we go.
Just the headline and the subhead will do.
Right. It says, police say Philo Vance can produce mystery men. Subhead, famous private investigator believed to know identity of 2 men who fled from City Museum in hail of shots. Period. More?
No, that ought to be quite sufficient, thank you.
Vance, since when have you become mysterious? If you knew who those men were, why didn't you tell Mr. Markham? They're probably the same men who killed Miss Carter.
Possibly.
Well, then why don't you tell who they are?
I never said I knew who they were, Miss Deering. I said I could produce them, and I can. In fact, I think they'll produce themselves right here in my office.
I'd like to bet they don't. That's off.
It wouldn't surprise me if those were the 2 men, Miss Deering. Let them in, please. I'll be in my private office.
I'll do it. Only I have a hunch I'm going to be sorry.
Forgive me, my dear, but this is the office of Philo Vance.
Yes, it is. Come in, please.
Thank you. Come, ring guy.
Yes, master.
My dear, I must see Mr. Vance. Is he in?
He's not only in, but unless I'm mistaken, he's expecting you. Go right into his private office. Go right in.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's all quite all right. All part of a day's work.
Wait out here, ring guy. I shan't be long.
Yes, master.
Hey, you're not going to leave him out here with me.
I assure you, my dear, you're quite safe. Wait for me, ring guy.
Yes, master.
Mr. Vance?
Come in, sir.
Mr. Vance, you know me, sir?
I know who you are. Perhaps the formalities of an introduction might be in order, though. Please sit down.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Vance, I am Jonathan Peters, world traveler, lecturer.
Authority on native art. I know of you, Mr. Peters.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Vance, according to the newspapers, you knew it was I who was seen fleeing from the City Museum early today. I've come to ask you, sir, to implore you not to reveal my identity.
You realize that a young lady was murdered in the museum you were seen leaving?
I had nothing to do with her death, I assure you, sir. And I have here my personal check made out to you for $25,000.
The check would be in lieu of my not revealing your identity to the police.
Exactly. For the sake of your conscience, you might know that my friend and I did not kill Miss Carter. We were in the museum to see the bungee, and then she was shot. But the alarm was sounded so soon. The officer on the street came in so quickly we could not escape. We waited our chance and tried to get out while you were in the museum. Apparently, you saw us.
We'll let it go at that. Your story may or may not be correct. But tell me something, Mr. Peters. Do you know the history of the bungee?
Of course I do, sir. It was stolen many years ago from a native tribe. I have pledged to return it to the natives, one of whom accompanied me here.
That's the only story you know about it.
Precisely, sir. The only one.
The fact that it's supposed to be copper but is actually solid gold means nothing to you?
You know that, sir? You're a brilliant man, Mr. Vance.
I'm brilliant enough to telephone the police and have them take you in, Mr. Peters.
Put down that phone, Mr. Vance. Put it down. Please, sir.
Excellent backing you have for your instructions, Mr. Peters.
This gun, obvious. But like myself, Mr. Vance, purposeful. Helps me get into places and, as now, out of them. Please don't move, sir. I'm sorry to have to leave like this, but before I go, I beg you to reconsider calling the police. It will necessitate a return visit to you from my friend, this gun, and to me. You're a clever man, Mr. Vance. Be a smart one, sir, I beg of you. Do not call the police.
Do you deny, Mr. Abbott, that you threatened the museum curator, Mr. Jasper, when he would not sell the bongee to you for your gallery? Well, do you?
I have nothing to say, Mr. Markham.
You will have something to say, I'm sure, Mr. Abbott. Mr. Jasper here is ready to swear you first tried to bribe him, and then you threatened him when he told you he could not sell you the bongee.
Yes, he did. I swear he did, Mr. Markham.
Very well, I did try to bribe Jasper here, and I did threaten him. I wanted that statue.
No doubt you did, Mr. Abbott.
Oh, hello, Vance.
Hello, Markham. Mr. Jasper, Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Vance.
Well, Markham, we're approaching what in Western moving pictures is generally referred to as a showdown. You see, I know who murdered Miss Carter and why Mr. Abbott's interest in the bungee was so acute.
You're not going to frame me for this. You're not...
Grab him, Jasper. You nearest him.
Let go of me.
I'm coming to help. Hold on to it. Now, Mr. Abbott, I think you'd be better off sitting down and telling us all about this before Vance does.
Feel like talking, Mr. Abbott?
No. No, I don't, and I never will. Go ahead if you can prove I killed Enid Carter. I dare you. Try to prove I murdered her.
Well, Vance, that's the City Museum right ahead of us.
Yes, it is.
You didn't ask Sergeant Heath and me to come here with you merely as bodyguards, did you?
No, Markham, I didn't.
Well, I'm glad of that. I'd like to put this body of mine in a big bed and guard it with a couple of blankets.
No lullaby, Heath. Oh. Vance, why did you have the City Museum closed to the public for the past few hours?
Obviously, because I wanted no one to be there except whoever it is who will try to steal the bungee.
Somebody's going to try to steal that statue tonight?
Perhaps. They know the museum is unguarded, and I believe that time is a factor, and the attempt will be made tonight. You have the door key, Markham.
Yes, of course, right here.
Open it quietly, please.
All right.
If I'm not mistaken, we are about to interrupt the theft of the bungee.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't know that.
I don't know it, Heath, but I merely think it. I believe I saw a flashlight hit a window a second ago. The flashlight carried by somebody inside the museum. Well, Markham?
I'm a little slow because I'm trying to do this as quietly as possible. There. Here we are. Vance.
I see it, Markham. The flashlight at the other end of this hall. Close the door, Heath, please. Quietly. I've got my finger on the light switch.
Right.
What's that noise, Vance?
Winches, Markham. The bungee is heavy and unwieldy and has to be raised mechanically. Well, Heath, I think we're about to catch our thief.
Same guy who murdered that Enid Carter dame?
Perhaps. Ready, Heath?
Me and my gun are both ready. Throw the switch, Vance.
Here goes.
Stand where you are, whoever you are, or I fire. Come on, Markham, Vance.
Who is it, Vance? Can you make him out?
I know who he is. But that body on the floor in the corner.
Okay, you. Get your hands up and turn this way. Get him up.
All right. Only don't shoot.
It's Jasper, the curator of this museum, Vance.
I knew that. I'm much more interested in this body. Markham, it's Jonathan Peters.
What?
He's still breathing. Heath, keep Jasper covered.
Right.
Come over here, Markham.
I'm with you, Vance.
He's dying. I know he's dying, but I didn't kill him. I swear I didn't kill him.
Shut up, you. We got you cold trying to steal this statue, ain't we?
Yes, maybe you have, but that man is dying, only I didn't kill him. I found him that way when I came down here a little while ago.
All right, Jasper, we'll get to you later.
Something.
I think Mr. Peters is trying to say something, Markham. Bend down here with me.
Right.
I can't.
Hello, Mr. Peters.
How are you, Vance? You find me in a sorry state, sir. A sorry state indeed.
Who did this to you, Mr. Peters?
That native boy I had with me, a ring guy, he found I was trying to obtain the bungee, not for his tribe, but for myself.
We'll pick that boy up in a hurry, Vance. Is there anything we can do for you, Mr. Peters?
For me, sir, nothing. This is not quite the idea of the way I should prefer to die. So near to a fabulous fortune. So very near. But fate has made a decision. And I shall abide by it, gentlemen. Yes, I shall abide.
He's gone, Markham. Yes. And I believe you can charge Mr. Jasper here with murder.
I? Well, you know I didn't kill him. He told you that. I heard him. You don't believe I killed him, do you? You can't.
I didn't say you killed him, Mr. Jasper. I said you could be charged with murder. You see, I've known all along you killed Enid Carter.
Vance. If you think I'm going to ask you a single question, you're nuts.
Very well, Sergeant Heath. Suppose we leave it at that.
Wait a minute. Just 1 minute and maybe one question. How did you know Jasper killed that Miss Carter?
Well, Heath, I'll tell you. To begin with, he knew the weight of that statue, the bungee. Knowing it, he knew it wasn't copper, but gold. And, as such, worth a fortune.
That still don't tell me where Miss Carter comes in, or that Peters guy and his stooge either, or Abbott.
They all come in together, Heath. They all wanted the bungee. Miss Carter wanted it so much that the night of her death, she came to the museum to make a deal with Jasper to steal it. But apparently she came into the museum while Mr. Jasper was trying to do that very thing for himself, and she caught him at it.
Yeah, but Peters and the native were there, too.
That's right. But fortunately for them, they hadn't gotten into the room where the bungee was kept. They were in another room when they heard shots. A policeman came tearing in, discovered the body, and they couldn't get out until the next day. You see, they were hiding in the museum.
Yeah, but if they couldn't get out, how could the murderer?
He couldn't either. That's how I knew it was Jasper. His living quarters were upstairs. He got up there in time to be presumably awakened by the police.
And Abbott, the art dealer?
Completely innocent, although he was working for Peters. And Peters had threatened his life if Abbott revealed Peters' identity to us. That accounts for his attitude while we were questioning him earlier today.
Yeah, I guess it does. Hey, Vance, I promised you I wouldn't ask any questions, and I bet I asked a million, huh?
It's all right, Heath. I enjoyed answering them. I like to make statements, you see. Statements such as, "This is the end of the Idol murder case."
Tell me, Roger, please. There must be something else you see in the crystal ball. I've never heard anything so wonderful as the things you've been able to see.
Patience, Miss Stone. Patience. Yes, there is something. Only this is not so pleasant.
Oh?
You wish to hear it?
Of course. I can't understand how you knew the things you've told me. It's incredible that you should know them, and I want to know what it is you see now.
Very well. Attend, if you please. Miss Stone, there is someone whom you trust. Someone very close to you. Someone who is violating that trust.
Dick Novus.
I think not. No. No, that is not the name. The initials are... P... Let me see. PG. The name is blurred, but it is coming through more clearly now. The name is Peter Golden.
What?
That is it. Peter Golden.
Mr. Golden? And he's cheating me? But he's my guardian. He has all my money. Tell me more, Roger. Please, more.
No, I cannot. There is nothing more now. Tomorrow, perhaps, but not now. I am sorry, Miss Stone. That is all.
Well, here's the $100 we agreed upon, Raja. I'll be here tomorrow, and thank you. Thank you very much. Tomorrow, then.
Good day, Miss Stone.
Come out, Mr. Novus, please.
It worked, didn't it, Roger? She believed what you told her.
As much as I told her.
You realize I've tried to tell her this myself, but she wouldn't listen.
I require no explanation as to why you see fit to give me information to be passed on to Miss Stone.
No, maybe not. But I just wanted to make sure my conscience was clear. You see, I work for Golden. He's been stealing from Miss Stone for months.
I am quite sure that is so.
Oh, there had to be some way for her to find out about this, Roger. I couldn't tell her, but if he keeps up his swindling, she'll be penniless.
Which would mean that you would be marrying a penniless young lady.
Yes, I suppose so, only, well, that isn't terribly important.
No?
No, I love Kay. I love her very much. And I'm greatly indebted to you for being the means whereby she knows about Golden.
At $100 a visit, it's no trouble, I assure you.
Thank you. Only suppose this doesn't work. Suppose Golden convinces Kay that he isn't cheating her. Then what?
What? Well, that might call for a visit from me to Mr. Golden. Only, Mr. Novus, that visit will cost a good deal more than $100.
Yes, who is it?
It's Dick Novus, Mr. Golden. You asked me to come to your office.
Come on in.
Hello, Mr. Golden.
Sit down, Novus. You know, one of the reasons I put your office at the other end of this floor is that you wouldn't get too close to me.
I don't think I understand.
You will. The point is that when I hired you, I didn't want you to know everything about my business. But apparently you found out regardless.
I still don't know what you mean, sir.
No?
No.
Well, you see, I just received a call from Miss Stone. She said a lot of things nobody would know about. Nobody but me, and apparently you.
I haven't told her a thing about your mishandling her money.
She found out some way, I guarantee that. She's not sure, mind you, just suspicious. Now, right now, your job is to keep Miss Stone's mind off my business, Dick. Make sure you do.
And what if I don't? What if I won't stand by and watch you swindling my fiancée?
You will. There are a few things about you that she might like to know. About where you spent the 5 years before you came to this city.
You know about that?
Certainly. And make no mistake about it. I'd tell her in a minute if you don't do things my way.
Why, you low, underhand
this
rat.
little gun makes up for the difference in our age and physical abilities, Novus.
It doesn't scare me. I've got to convince you that telling Kay about my past would be a very wrong thing for you to do. A very wrong thing.
Don't come any closer to me or I'll shoot. I'll shoot. Dick, down.
Shoot, will you? I think not. I'll just take that gun away from you before you get into trouble with it. There.
You'll be sorry about this, Novus. Very sorry. You'll be the sorriest man alive. Just as long as you stay alive.
You were Philo Vance, the private investigator?
Yes, of course. Please sit down, Miss Stone.
Thank you.
And thank you for your promptness.
I imagine you're busy, Mr. Vance. I said on the telephone I'd be here at 3.
Yes, you did, and it's 3 now. So suppose you tell me why you think you need my services.
A very important reason, Mr. Vance. Do you know anything about me?
Only that you were left a sizable fortune when your father died, and that the money is being invested for you.
Supposed to be invested for me, you mean? Peter Golden is my guardian and the executor of the estate. He's been cheating me.
Really? How do you know?
A fortune teller told me. Oh, don't laugh, Mr. Vance. I know it sounds silly, but he had facts and amounts and dates. He's fantastically accurate.
He is, eh? Who is this great mystic?
His name is Raja Ramoy, and I went to see him today for the first time. If what he says is true, I'm practically penniless.
You believe what a fortune teller says, Miss Stone?
Implicitly. My fiancé, Dick Novus, recommended him. Dick works for Peter Golden in the Standard Building, but the Raja told me things even Dick couldn't know. Nobody could know. He's psychic, Mr. Vance. Terribly psychic.
If you're so sold on him, Miss Stone, I think you made a mistake coming to me. You see, I don't happen to believe in anyone being able to call on the spirits for information whenever he finds it convenient. Or, shall I say, profitable.
But, Mr. Vance...
I'm sorry, Miss Stone. I deal in facts, not fancies. My suggestion would be for you to allow this Rajah to settle your problems. I'm sorry I can't take your case.
All right, if that's the way...
Excuse me, please.
Of course.
Hello.
Hello, is Miss Kay Stone there?
Why, yes, she is. Just a moment, please. For you, Miss Stone.
Oh, that must be Dick. I left a note for him telling him where I'd be.
You
Thank you, Mr. Vance. Hello?
Hello, Kay. I got your message to call this number. Where are you?
I'll explain later. You're at the office, Dick?
Yeah.
Where's Golden?
In his private office down the hall. Why? Where are you?
With a friend, Dick. I'd like him to talk to you. His name is Brown.
Okay, put him on.
Please, Mr. Vance.
But I don't have anything to say to you, Mr. Novus.
Well, please, Mr. Vance, just as a favor.
All right.
Thanks. Dick, here is Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, Mr. Novus.
Hello, Novus.
Hello, Brown.
I really don't know what I'm supposed to say to you. I've just told Miss Stone I can... Novus, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. That shot came from Golden's private office down the hall. Hold the phone. I'm going to investigate.
What happened, Vance?
I'm not sure yet. I'll have to wait until Novus gets back.
Well, where did he go?
Down the hall to Golden's private office.
But he was talking to you on the phone.
That's right, but you see, there was a shot fired.
What?
Novus is sure it came from Golden's office. He's gone to find out.
A shot?
That's right.
What?
Impotent feeling, isn't it, Miss Stone, to have to stand here and hold the telephone while a murder might have been taking place.
You think that...
Just a
Hello,
minute.
Brown?
Yes?
Brown, yeah. I've just come from Golden's office. He's lying face down on the floor, and there's a bullet wound in his head. I think I heard footsteps racing down the stairs, but I was afraid to follow whoever it was. What shall I do?
Leave everything just as it is. I'm sending Miss Stone to her home. You meet her there. I'll want to talk to both of you later. Right now, I'm going to call District Attorney Markham and invite him to a murder.
Well, Vance, we meet in strange surroundings, but in a familiar circumstance. Mr. Golden is quite dead, the medical examiner assures me.
I never doubted that, Markham. His private office is furnished rather well, don't you think?
Yes, in fine taste. And his murderer had the bad taste to leave us practically clueless, as usual.
Lack of obvious clues hasn't deterred us on other cases, Markham.
Hasn't deterred you mean? I'm just old-fashioned enough to want a lead to a killer.
So do I. Only it isn't necessary for it to be out in the open. For instance, Markham, this tells me a lot.
Vance, what in the world did you climb on that chair for?
I wanted to take a look at the wall. Closer look, that is. Very interesting.
A wall is interesting. Now, Vance,
It provided me with a possible clue, Markham.
How? It's an ordinary wall. There's a little accumulated dust or something up where you looked, but what's that?
That is the clue to our killer, Markham.
Oh, no.
Imagine the murderer would rather believe your remark than mine, but I'll stick with my theory for a while.
Don't think I'm not glad you're going to. Vance, who was this Golden fellow anyhow?
He was guardian for the money left to a girl named Kay Stone, for one thing, Markham. She was in my office when we heard a shot over the telephone.
You were talking to the dead man?
No, to Mr. Novus, Miss Stone's fiancé.
Oh.
I took the liberty of sending Miss Stone to her home and of asking Mr. Novus to meet her there.
I don't see where that was such a liberty, Vance. Novus couldn't have been guilty if he was talking to you over the telephone when the shot was fired.
That doesn't seem possible, does it, Markham?
Of course not. There are some things, Vance, which even I am willing to bet can't be done.
That may be, but if I were you, my friend, I wouldn't say this was one of them.
There isn't anything we can do, Dick, except sit tight and wait for the police to get here to question us. You know why I introduced Philo Vance to you over the telephone as Mr. Brown.
Well, I understand why you did it, only it was a little ridiculous.
Well, maybe, in view of what followed. Oh, excuse me a second.
Well, certainly.
Hello?
Miss Stone,
Yes?
this is Roger Ramoy. I have something very important to tell you.
Well, not now.
Oh, but definitely now. It seems that I have done you quite a favor, and I don't want it to be wasted.
What do you mean?
Haven't you heard? Peter Golden is dead. Killed. It is important I see you.
I'll call you back.
Please do. I went to a great deal of trouble. I would rather it were not done for nothing. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What was that?
That fortune teller you took me to. He has something to tell me.
Okay, listen, that man's a fake.
What?
Everything he told you, I had told him. I wanted you to know about Golden. You don't have to see the Raja anymore. You don't have to go near him again.
I don't know, Dick. He seems to feel that I do. And somehow, so do I.
This is Miss Stone's home, Vance. Is this the place where our mystery comes to an end?
Perhaps. All I can do is hope.
There's one thing I don't understand, Vance.
Then you're lucky. There are a lot of things that I don't. One thing I do understand, however, is that this is a bell. And if we're going to get in to see Miss Stone and her fiancé, we ought to ring it. There.
Vance, I've never known you to be so mysterious before, so reluctant to tell me anything.
That could be for an excellent reason, Markham.
You mean you don't know anything about this case?
Well, let's say I don't know enough. Oh, Miss Stone, may we come in?
Hello, Mr. Vance. Please do.
Thank you. This is District Attorney Markham.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Novus is in the library. You wanted to talk to him, Mr. Vance?
I most certainly do. And I wonder if you'd mind waiting out here in the hall with Mr. Markham.
I don't think I understand.
Neither do I, Miss Stone, but I imagine it might be a good thing for us to do.
Thank you, Markham. I won't be long.
All right, Vance, we'll be waiting.
In here, Miss Stone?
Yes.
Thank you. How do you do? I'm Philo Vance.
Yes, I imagined it would be you. What do you want with me, Vance?
A little cooperation, for one thing.
Well, now, let's talk straight. You're going to find I have a record that I served time in jail years ago. You know, I was down the hall in my office when Golden was murdered. Now, what do you want with me?
You were down the hall, you say?
You know I was. I was talking to you over the telephone when we heard the shot. Kay told me you were Mr. Brown.
That's quite right. And now, inasmuch as you were on the telephone when the shot was fired, you want to know what I want with you. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's very simple, Mr. Novus. You see, two people are involved in the murder. You might very well be one of those two.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Golden murder case opened with the finding of the murdered body of Peter Golden, executor for the estate of Kay Stone. Philo Vance has discovered that Golden was cheating Miss Stone, and that fact was known to Dick Novus, Golden's assistant and Miss Stone's fiancé. He has also found out that Miss Stone had been to a fortune teller named Raja Ramoy before going to his office, and it was while she was in his office and Vance was talking on the telephone to Novus that a shot was heard, and Novus, investigating, found Golden murdered. Vance is of the opinion that two people are involved in the murder and has gone to see Raja Ramoy, who, I have been told, at the moment has another visitor, Kay Stone. It should be...
Well, Raja, what is it?
Miss Stone, my crystal ball shows
Let's
me...
forget that crystal ball stuff, Raja.
Oh?
You said you had something to tell me about Peter Golden's death. I think I know what it is.
Very well. Then suppose you tell me.
You wanted to tell me you killed Golden and that you expect me to pay you. Who's that?
I don't know, but I shall find out. Come in.
It's Vance.
Good evening, Miss Stone.
Good
This,
evening.
I imagine, is the eminent Raja Ramoy.
You are Philo Vance. What is it you want?
I understand you have a remarkable crystal ball, Raja. I would like to see it.
See it? Of course you can see it, but it'll tell you nothing.
No, I don't suppose it will. Perhaps you'll tell me, Raja. It seems that Miss Stone was in my office at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon when we heard a shot.
Yes?
Look in your crystal ball, Raja. Or better still, perhaps you'd better have a more tangible witness. Because you see, very shortly, you're going to be called upon to say where you were at 3 o'clock yesterday. Markham.
If that's you, Vance, I'm in here in the murder room.
Right, Markham. You shouldn't be too difficult to find. And you're not. How are you?
As well as can be expected, and just about as perplexed. Vance, I've gone over this room with the proverbial fine-tooth comb, and I can't for the life of me see what you've made seem like a clue.
I'm prepared to tell you very shortly, my friend. Have you anything to tell me?
Not especially. Here's the medical examiner's statement about the death of Mr. Golden. I don't believe it's terribly enlightening, though. Bullet entered the head, death instantaneous, that sort of thing.
Mind if I see it?
No, not at all. Here you are.
And what, may I ask, are you humming about?
Nothing important.
That's what I said. There's nothing terribly exciting in that information.
What would you call terribly exciting, Markham?
Well, for one thing, knowing who killed Peter Golden.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I know who killed Peter Golden, Markham. What I want to know is who fired the shot.
You and Miss Stone understand now why it is imperative I came here so we could have this chat, Mr. Novis.
Yes. Yes, I suppose so, Raja.
What I suggest is very simple, is it not, Miss Stone?
Very.
Oh, it isn't so simple for the one of us who had nothing to do with the murder.
Let us not split hairs, Mr. Novis. Let me put it even more simply than I have done. You came to me originally to have me tell Miss Stone several things about Mr. Golden.
Well, that's right. But I've already told her I did that.
Yes.
Wait, please. You're too hasty, Mr. Novis. It is possible, of course, that Mr. Golden knew, as I know, that you are an ex-convict.
Oh, you dirty...
Never mind, Dick. I knew that. It didn't make any difference before. Don't see to it that it does now.
Go ahead, Raja.
It's so simple. Philo Vance thinks one of us killed Golden. So far, I do not think he knows which one. That is, if one of us killed him. Personally, I have an alibi for my whereabouts at 3 o'clock the afternoon Mr. Golden was killed.
Well, so have I. I was on the phone talking to Vance.
And I was in his office.
Vance knows something which we do not know. Let us assume, then, that none of us three killed Mr. Golden. In view of that, let us keep what we know about each other and about him away from the police.
I already told Vance that Golden was cheating me.
That was not wise.
Why not? I had nothing to hide. No, Roger, I want no part of your plan. I'm going to answer any question they ask me.
And that goes for me, too.
Well, that leaves me no alternative but to do the same. Unfortunately for one of you.
I'll answer that. Hello?
Hello, is that you, Miss Stone?
Yes? Who is this?
Philo Vance. May I invite you to a reading of Raja Ramoy's Crystal Ball?
What do you mean?
I mean that I would like you and your fiancé to be at the Raja studio in an hour.
Oh, Dick is here with me now. I'll tell him.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, I happen to know Raja Ramoy is there with you, too. Please tell him that he also is cordially invited to be at his place then.
Draw the curtains, please, Markham. I want the room quite dark.
Right, Vance.
You're going to use my crystal ball, Vance? It works equally well in the light, believe me.
Perhaps it won't for amateurs like myself, Raja.
What do you expect to see in the crystal, Mr. Vance?
The murderer of Peter Golden.
Oh.
You see, Miss Stone, perhaps Golden did deserve to die for cheating you out of your money. But the decision to take life does not rest with any of us. Do you agree, Mr. Novis?
Forget about me, Vance. Go ahead with that foolishness.
Very well. Please, everyone, keep very quiet if you don't mind.
Of course, we certainly
Before I start this experiment, Raja Ramoy, do you have a gun?
Why, no.
No? It seems to me that at police headquarters this morning I saw a license issued to you giving you permission to possess a firearm.
Oh, that. Why, that's a blank cartridge pistol. I use it in my act when I appear on the stage. You are seated at my place at this table. There's a drawer right in front of you. The pistol is in there. But believe me, it is loaded with blanks.
We'll see. Yes, here it is. I'd like to fire it now.
Vance.
Not at anyone in particular, Markham, just at this wall.
Oh, think right.
Yes, it shoots blanks all right, Vance. There's no bullet in the wall.
I wanted to be sure. Now for the experiment with the crystal ball. I see in it many things. Hatred for his employer for several reasons by Mr. Dick Novis.
Why should I hate him?
He knew about your past and he was cheating your fiancée. I also see in it a visit by the great Raja Ramoy to Mr. Golden's office. If I'm not mistaken, he was about to sell him some information.
What information, Mr.
You were
Vance?
going to ask him how much it would be worth if you did not tell Miss Stone all the details of his swindling.
I was?
I think so. And I think that inasmuch as you knew that what you were doing amounted to blackmail, you brought your gun, your blank cartridge gun, along with you.
Why would I do that?
Just in case Mr. Golden resented being blackmailed. You'd use the gun merely to threaten him if he seemed bent on throwing you out of his office.
That perhaps is so. But it means I did not kill him, doesn't it, Mr. Vance? After all, what I had was a blank cartridge pistol. You can't kill with that.
No, but you could fire the gun to create an alibi which you could explode any time you liked in the event the person you were alibying for refused to pay you.
I should never have allowed you to use my crystal ball, Vance. Apparently it works as well for you as it did for me. What else do you see in it?
I see a young lady named Kay Stone who could conceivably have gone temporarily insane when she found that the man she thought was a friend had made her penniless.
That means you think I killed him.
What I've tried to show was that all three of you had motives. Good motives.
We all have good alibis for the time he was shot, too, Vance. Don't forget that.
No. Pardon my correcting you, Mr. Novus. You all have alibis for 3 o'clock, the time the shot was heard. But Mr. Golden was killed before that blank cartridge gun was fired. And the name of his murderer...
Yes?
Yes, Vance, the name?
The name of his murderer is...
Tell us if you see it. Tell us.
Turn that last lamp out, Markham. I can read it more clearly.
Right.
Well, that's better. In absolute darkness, one light remains. The light in this crystal ball. And it tells me that the name of the killer of Peter Golden is... Kay Stone. Lights, Markham.
Right. She got away, Vance. She got away.
Not very far, Mr. Novus. Apparently, my pretending to read the crystal ball was too close to home. But we have several policemen downstairs prepared to seize anyone fleeing from this room. No, she didn't get away. Believe me, she didn't. She didn't get away from us or with murder.
I, Kay Stone, of my own free will and volition, confessed to shooting Peter Golden in his office. I shot him and went directly to Philo Vance's office.
Have you taken that down, Mr. Pace?
Yes, I have, Mr. Markham.
You killed him because he stole that money from you, didn't you, Miss Stone?
That was the reason, Vance.
And you went to Vance's office so that you'd have an alibi, having been there when Vance heard the shot over the telephone.
No, I knew nothing about any shot. I went there to ask Vance to investigate Golden and my fiancé. I knew he'd find Golden dead, but would suspect Dick when he found out about his jail record.
How little she knew you, Vance. But what about this business of the shot you heard? Didn't she really know about that?
Quite possibly not, Markham. You see, what happened was this. Of course, I wasn't reading any crystal ball, but just as I said at the Rajah's house, the Rajah did go to see Golden, but he found him dead in his private office. Then he heard Dick Novus speaking on the telephone to Miss Stone and then to me, and he thought he'd give either one of them an alibi.
Either one of them?
Whichever one had killed Golden.
Oh.
You see, he didn't know which one at the time, but he figured that later on, one of them would be good for a little blackmailing. So he fired his blank cartridge gun into the wall while Novus was on the phone.
But how did you know that?
That smudge on the wall. The one I investigated the first time we went up to Golden's office, Markham?
Yes.
That told me a blank cartridge gun had been fired and had left powder marks on the wall. Well, I had to build the rest of this case from that.
You built it too well, Vance. Too well to suit me.
It had to be you, Miss Stone. You told me you left a note for Mr. Novus, and that was the reason he was telephoning you at my office. If you left a note, you had to have been at his office. If you were at his office, it is very conceivable that you killed Golden.
Well, that's what happened, all right. I did go up there. And when I saw his smug face looking at me, laughing at me after he cheated me out of hundreds of thousands of dollars, I fired. And that was the end of him.
No question about that, Miss Stone. And Markham.
Yes?
There's no question about the fact either that this is the end of the Golden murder case.
Greg?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What's all the excitement about?
Oh, it's you, Johnny.
That's right, Greg. Of course you realize you woke me up. It's all right.
If it is, it's the only thing that's all right. Greg, I've got something to talk to you about.
Couldn't it wait until we're at the airport this afternoon? Seems to me you're my co-pilot on the Center City flight, aren't you?
That's right. Only I'm doing you a favor by not talking about this where anybody else can hear. I want you to keep away from Sue Gordon.
Oh, you do? Well, what do you know about that?
Now, don't kid about it, Greg. You're only giving her a run around and she's taking you seriously.
And you don't like your girl taking me seriously. Selfish, aren't you?
I wouldn't mind if she meant anything to you, but she's too nice a kid for you to be
Look,
taking...
Johnny, I'll see Sue, and she'll see me. Just as often as we like. And there isn't a thing you can do to stop that. Understand? Not a thing.
Oh, no?
I don't like the way you said that.
Well, I've got something to say you're going to like even less. If you don't stop seeing Sue, a certain party is going to learn about you and that certain party's wife.
What certain party?
You want names?
Yeah.
Okay, you'll get them. The woman's name is Sylvia Crane.
Oh?
And her husband is Millard Crane.
How do you know about Sylvia and me?
I made it my business to find out. And I can make it my business to keep quiet about it, too. If you keep away from Sue.
We're going to be a very swell crew when we fly this afternoon, aren't we? My co-pilot is ready to cut my throat over the hostess on the ship.
Never mind about what happens when we get in the plane. What happens from now on is what I want to know.
I'll think it over, Johnny boy. I'll scram out of here while I take a shower and get dressed. I think we can make a deal about the Sylvia Crane situation.
Good enough. I don't want to hurt her. All I want to do is keep you from hurting Sue.
I know. You said that before. Goodbye, Johnny. I'll see you at the airport.
Yeah.
Seems to me that maybe Sylvia ought to know something about this. Yeah. Certainly think she should.
Shall I get it, Sylvia, dear?
Don't bother, darling. Go on with your packing. I'll take it. Hello?
Sylvia, this is Greg.
Oh, hello, Barbara.
I get it. Your husband's there. Okay, this won't take a second. Listen, we'll have to watch our step for a while. I'll explain why I want to see you.
Why, certainly, Barbara. Luncheon tomorrow at the Barton Room. I'll be there. Goodbye.
What did Barbara want, Sylvia?
Oh, luncheon tomorrow, Millard, that's all. I'll help you finish packing. You won't need more than one shirt, will you, Millard?
I think not, darling. I'll pack the other things I need myself.
I'm going to miss you, dear.
No, darling, I'll be back tonight. I'll get in the plane in an hour, be at Center City in 2. I'll be back before you know it. But I like the idea of you missing me. It's good for my ego.
If you knew how much I miss you, you'd never be able to get your hat on.
Ooh, that reminds me. One hat needed.
Oh.
In the closet there, please.
Sure. Hope you close the deal, darling.
It won't be any trouble.
I still don't see why you don't send one of your men. That's what they're for, isn't it? Here's your hat.
Thank you, dear. Yes, I have salesmen and good ones. But this is one thing I'm going to take care of myself. All by myself.
Hurry back, darling. And please take care of yourself.
Oh, I will, Sylvia. Don't worry about that. And I'm not only going to take care of myself, I'm going to take care of somebody else, too.
Flight 22 for Center City, now loading at gate 7. Flight 22 for Center City, now loading at gate 7.
Good afternoon, miss.
Hello.
Hope you have room for one more on this plane.
Certainly, sir. Just take any seat at all. I'm Sue Gordon. I'll be your hostess on this trip.
How do you do? My name is Crane.
Go right in, Mr. Crane. I think you'll find most of the other passengers already aboard. We're about to take off.
Yes, I see the pilot and co-pilot coming now. Thank you, Miss Gordon. I'll see you on the flight.
Righto, Mr. Crane. Hello, Johnny.
Hi, sweets. Customers all on board?
Practically a full house.
What's the matter? Hello for me, Sue?
Of course, Greg. How are you?
Leave her alone, Greg. I warned you about bothering Sue, didn't I?
She's the only one who knows whether it's a bother or not, Johnny.
She knows. Believe me, she knows.
I don't like the way she said that. Come on, Johnny. Let's get this plane started.
Okay. I'll see you in a little bit, Sue.
Do that, Johnny, please.
Duck your head, low bridge.
Don't worry about me. You're going to have enough trouble looking out for yourself.
Come on in. Tell me all about it, lad. What's going to scare big bad me?
Skip it. Let's get the plane warmed up.
Thanks for telling me my business, but go ahead with the checking.
Left and right engine. Gas electric valve set.
Check.
Control tabs.
Set.
Mixture control.
Idle off.
Props.
Low pitch.
Gyros, altimeters.
Set.
Battery switch.
On.
Hold it.
It's being held, boy. It's being held.
Okay. Ignition switch.
On. Here we go with engine number 1. Firing like a kid. Engine number 2. Listen to that. Hand me that microphone, will you, Johnny? I'll get instructions from the control tower.
Yeah.
Thanks. Flight 22 to control tower. Pilot, Flight 22 to control tower. Engine missing badly. What do you want us to do? Over.
Control tower to Flight 22. Inform passengers there will be delay while we transfer them to another ship. Inform passengers they will be transferred and flight will be delayed 1 hour. That is all.
Oh, Johnny, my boy, cut the engines. And tell your girlfriend to relay that little information to the customers, will you? Tell them we're leaving in an hour.
Okay, Greg. Only I wouldn't be so sure that all of us were going to be leaving in an hour.
What I want to know is this, Miss Deering. Are you happy in your work?
In my work? Yes, Vance, I'm very happy. A job with the greatest private investigator in the country? Who wouldn't be happy?
You'll forgive me for momentarily reveling in that compliment and secondarily questioning the sincerity of it. Your face sort of belies that happiness.
You said you might call me last night, Vance. What happened? Did Markham call you about a murder?
No such good luck, Miss Deering. I haven't seen the district attorney in days. Seems that I became involved at dinner over a discussion concerning the merits of modern as against medieval architecture. Quite interesting.
So interesting that you forgot all about the fact that I was waiting for your call.
You didn't wait too long. You went to the movies, and not later than 9 o'clock.
Who told you?
Nobody. There's a single ticket stub from the Kingsway Theater in your bag. The date is on it, and your purse is open. The last feature at the Kingsway starts at 9 o'clock, so, you see?
Yes, I see all right. Vance, does anything ever escape you?
Of course, my dear, many things. Now, inasmuch as I have explained how I knew you didn't wait too long for me, am I excused for last night?
You were excused last night for last night, and you know it.
Hello there, you two.
Oh,
apparently I'm
hello,
interrupting something pleasant.
How are you?
Hiya, Markham. Welcome to our little city. I hope I know why you're here.
Yes, you do, Vance.
Who was it this time, my friend?
What puzzles me is that you don't know. You always seem to be able to anticipate everything. It was an airlines pilot, Vance, man named Gregory Allen. I was on my way to the airport and dropped by to pick you up.
I'm glad you did. What are the particulars, Markham?
Well, from what we've been able to gather so far, this Allen was kind of a ladies' man.
Oh?
He had a romance going with the airplane hostess, Sue Gordon, and this was resented by her boyfriend, his co-pilot, Johnny Taylor.
That sounds like a nice, happy crew. Remind me to travel by train hereafter.
Oh, that isn't all. The dead man also was going around with a woman named Sylvia Crane, and her husband was aboard the plane.
You're going a little too quickly for me, Markham. Was Mr. Gregory Allen killed in the plane?
No. It seems that when he was about to take off, one of the motors went bad, so everyone was to be switched to another plane. That would have meant a delay of about an hour. So Allen went into the pilot's room in the administration building, and that's where his body was found, in the pilot's room, with the lights out.
The murderer probably turned them out to delay the finding of the body. When did all this happen, Markham?
Not 15 minutes ago. I've had all the passengers held, although they're all quite anxious to get to their destinations.
Good. You had the co-pilot and the hostess held, too, I imagine.
Of course. Sergeant Heath is there now.
In that case, Markham, I might say that within a half hour we should be there, too. Good day, Miss Deering.
I have the co-pilot and the hostess outside, Vance, just as you asked. Are you ready to question them now?
Not at the moment, Markham. I want to look around at this murder room a bit.
Of course.
This room was built for tall men, Markham. The top shelf on that bookcase is out of the reach of an ordinary-sized man.
Pilots are generally tall, Vance, and only pilots were permitted in here.
Yes, I know. That light switch is back pretty far and very high on the wall. And even the easy chairs seem to be built to accommodate long-legged individuals.
No question about that. Tell me, Vance, how long do you want the passengers held? Some of them are complaining about being held up.
Well, I don't believe I'll have to see them all, Markham. Although I'll know better after I talk to the co-pilot. Ask him to come in, will you, please?
The hostess, too?
Might as well.
Right, Vance. The co-pilot's name is Johnny Taylor, and the hostess is Sue Gordon. I'll tell them to come in. Oh, Mr. Taylor.
Yeah?
Miss Gordon.
Yes?
Please come in here.
It's all right, dear. I'll handle everything.
Vance, this is Mr. Taylor and Miss Gordon. Philo Vance.
How do you do?
How are you?
Miss Gordon, tell me something. Were you ever in this room before?
No, neither hostesses nor passengers are allowed in here, Mr. Vance. Only pilots.
That means that you've been here, Mr. Taylor.
That's right. Vance, you're wasting your time with us. We don't know anything about who killed Greg.
No? What makes you think I ought to believe that?
Because there's somebody being held outside who had a real reason for killing him, Millard Crane. Greg was fooling around with his wife.
Oh? Well, that's very interesting. Markham, would you ask Mr. Crane to be out in the hall in a moment, please?
Certainly. I'll get him there, Vance.
I understand the late Mr. Allen also liked you, Miss Gordon.
Yes, I believe he did.
But you are supposed to be Mr. Taylor's girlfriend.
She is my girl. The only reason I told you about Crane was so you'd know who your real suspect is.
Is that so?
Yeah.
You'd better stop, Mr. Taylor, because you're beginning to sound like my real suspect at the moment.
Oh, Vance, Millard Crane, the man you wanted to see, is right outside the door.
Good. Come on, Miss Gordon.
All right.
Mr. Taylor.
Right.
Thanks, Markham.
Right.
Right this way, everybody.
Okay.
Mr. Crane, I want to see you.
And I want to see you too, Vance. I understand it's because of you that we're being delayed.
The delay will only be temporary. Mr. Crane, I've just been told by Mr. Taylor here that your wife and the dead pilot were quite friendly.
You were told that, were you?
Yes.
Well, if they were friendly, Mr. Vance, I didn't know a thing about it.
I don't believe him.
You're the young man who told that to Mr. Vance, aren't you?
That's right. What about it?
You really ought to have proof before you make a remark
Don't talk
like
to
that.
me about
Hold
proof.
it, both of you. I was under the impression that I was conducting this investigation. Let me understand something. Are all three of you going on that flight to Center City?
I'm co-pilot on the plane and Sue's the hostess.
And I've got to get there on business.
Very well, then. Go ahead, all three of you. You're all free to go.
Come on, Sue, let's get out.
All right, John.
Vance, I don't think I understand why you let them all go. They were your principal suspects.
That's right. And they're all going to Center City. But they'll all be back. Markham, would you see what you can do about getting me a reservation on that plane?
You think you can find out something about this murder in Center City?
Possibly. Besides, I haven't been to Center City in almost a year.
This is District Attorney Markham. The flying murder case opened when airlines pilot Greg Allen was stabbed in the pilot's room at the airport. Philo Vance's suspects include Sue Gordon, airline's hostess, her boyfriend, co-pilot Johnny Taylor, and Millard Crane, whose wife was friendly with the dead man. Vance took a plane trip to Center City with all three suspects, but has returned to town where he is again in the airline's administration building, questioning Johnny Taylor and Sue Gordon.
You see, Mr. Taylor and Miss Gordon,
Yes?
there isn't anything I can ask you that would help me. But I am quite certain that there is something that you can tell me that will be important.
I don't know who murdered Greg, Mr. Vance. If I did, I'd tell you. Believe me, I would.
At the moment, I'm not quite as anxious to have you tell me who murdered him as I am to have you supply me with some proof.
What does that mean, Vance?
It means I think I know who killed Mr. Allen. Where are you going, Miss Gordon? Stop!
They can't make me talk. I won't let them. I'm going to get out of here.
Well,
She had nothing to do with the murder, Mr. Vance. She's just scared, that's all. Honest, that's all it is.
That might be the reason she left here so suddenly. It isn't terribly important, though. I can have Markham pick her up almost any time. Mr. Taylor.
Yeah?
What can you tell me about Mr. Millard Crane?
I've told you about Greg and Crane's wife. What else could I tell you?
You might tell me that you saw Crane fooling with one of the motors on the plane that was originally scheduled to take him to Center City.
But I didn't. And besides, what would that prove?
It would prove that Crane wanted Flight 22 delayed so he could murder Greg Allen while the new plane was being readied.
That means you know that Crane killed Greg?
No, but I can understand how you might want me to think that.
Oh, I see what you mean. Look, Vance, maybe I was sore at the way Greg treated Sue. But I wouldn't murder him for that.
No. There have been murders for less reason, Johnny. In fact, this might be one of those murders.
You haven't told me anything about your trip to Center City, Millie, darling. Was it successful?
Very, Sylvia, dear. Very successful.
I'm glad.
There was a little delay at the airport before we got started, but that's all.
Delay? What sort of delay?
Oh, one of the engines on the plane went bad, and we had to wait around an hour.
Oh, well, that wasn't too bad, was it, dear?
No, but it seems that while we were waiting around, the pilot on the plane was murdered.
The pilot?
Yes. Didn't you read about it? Or hear it on the radio?
I've been out all afternoon shopping. What pilot was it, Millard?
Oh, dear, please, don't be so upset. Of course, it was too bad, but after all, he was a stranger. He was a stranger, wasn't he, Sylvia?
Who was it, Millard? What was his name?
The pilot's? Greg Allen.
Greg!
Oh. You knew him? How unfortunate. For him.
Millard, did you know I knew Greg Allen? Did you?
Maybe.
You did know it, Millard. You killed Greg.
Now, please, dear. You're hysterical.
Of course I'm hysterical. Greg did. You killed him. You killed him.
I wouldn't say I killed him. Philo Vance and the police have 3 suspects. Of course, I'm one of them. But the other 2, Johnny Taylor and Sue Gordon, both have pretty good reasons for killing
I don't
Greg.
care how good their reasons were. They didn't kill him. You did.
Sylvia, dear, you were the principal motive if any of the 3 of us killed your friend Greg. And if, as you believe, I killed him, it would be only a self-preservation for me to kill you, too.
You wouldn't dare. I'll tell... Oh.
Yes, dear? You were saying?
Nothing. I'd better answer the door.
I think you'd better control yourself and wipe away those tears. Don't you? I'll be in the library.
Good evening, Mrs. Crane.
Why, yes.
Mrs. Crane, I'm Philo Vance. Is your husband at home?
Why, yes.
Would you please tell him I'm here?
All right,
Just one moment, Mrs. Crane.
Yes.
I notice you're upset. I hope not too upset to corroborate one fact.
What is that?
Were you and a man named Greg Allen friendly?
I'll tell Mr. Crane you're here.
Thank you, Mrs. Crane. And thank you for answering that question by not answering it.
Millard. Millard, dear.
Come in.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, dear, but Philo Vance is here, and he wants to speak to you.
Well, ask him to come in. I've nothing to hide.
Come in, Mr. Vance.
Hello, Mr. Crane. Sorry to have to drop in on you like this, but it was important.
Yes, Mr. Vance?
Mr. Crane, you took a plane to Center City today. Why?
I had business there.
That's the only reason?
Of course.
Did you transact your business, Mr. Crane?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I did. Why?
Nothing. Except that it's very strange where business is being transacted these days.
What do you mean?
Well, after you left the airport at Center City, I followed you.
Yes, I know.
You knew that, did you? Did you also know that I was in back of you when you went to a movie in Center City? Never forgive you for that, Crane. Bad picture.
So I went to a picture show in Center City. And unless that's illegal, Vance, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
It isn't illegal, and you may invite me to leave if you like, of course. But may I extend you an invitation, too? Would you meet me and District Attorney Markham at the airport in exactly 2 hours, please?
Bring in that airplane hostess, Miss Williams, and then come back here to take notes, please.
Yes, Mr. Markham. Miss Gordon, come in, please.
Very well.
Sit down, Miss Gordon. Yeah, that's better.
Now then, I have a list of several questions I want to ask you. Miss Williams will take down your answers, so please remember to tell the truth.
What do you want to know, Mr. Markham? I've already told you why I ran away from Mr. Vance at the airport. I was afraid he'd have me arrested, and I didn't want to be arrested.
You're not arrested, Miss Gordon, merely held for questioning. If your answers are satisfactory, you may be released. Now, tell me, were you ever in the room where Greg Allen was found dead?
Never. That room was only for the pilots. Nobody else was allowed in. I told Mr. Vance that.
I just wanted it on the record, that's all. Now, another question. Did you hate Greg Allen because his intentions were not serious?
No, I didn't. I couldn't hate him.
I imagine Johnny Taylor knew that, too.
What's that?
Nothing. Just thinking out loud.
Mr. Markham, what's the reason for these questions? The real reason, I mean.
You want the truth, Miss Gordon?
Of course.
Well, then, ask Philo Vance. We're going to meet him at the airport now, and I have a hunch that this case might hang on your answers to these questions.
Oh, Markham.
Hello there, Vance.
Hello, Mr. Vance.
Well, I brought Miss Gordon to the administration building, just as you asked.
Thank you, Markham. And I've brought Mr. Johnny Taylor.
Sue, have they done anything to you?
Of course not, Johnny. Everything's going to be all right, believe me.
I invited Mr. Crane to be here, Markham. In fact, that should be the gentleman in question coming now.
And it is. Hello there, Mr. Crane.
Well, let's get this over with. I'm here. Somebody please tell me why.
I will, Mr. Crane. Now listen, everyone, please. We're standing at the door of the pilot's reading room. In this room, Greg Allen was stabbed to death.
Is that supposed to be news, Vance?
Hardly. For purposes of my own, I find it necessary to bring you all here. The lights in the pilot's reading room are off. I'm going to open the door leading to it now.
Now, this is beginning to be funny, Vance.
I wouldn't start laughing just yet if I were you, Miss Gordon. I ask you all to look into the room from this doorway.
That's a good trick if you can do it. The room's pitch black.
You can turn on the lights if you like, Mr. Crane.
All right. You want the lights on? There.
Thank you. Now, Johnny, would you go in and turn them off?
Sure. Is that all you want me to do? There.
Close the door, Markham, please.
Of course. Now what, Vance?
Now, Markham, I have proof to convict the murderer of Greg Allen. Markham, you can arrest Mr. Millard Crane. Ready, Miss Deering?
With eagerness, anticipation, and everything else a secretary's supposed to have.
No curiosity.
Oh, well, that's standard equipment with gals, Vance. You know that. By the way, I think I know how you knew Crane was guilty. But I don't know what proof you finally got.
Tell me first how I knew it was Crane.
Oh, well, I think I followed that. He had no reason to go to that airport in the first place, inasmuch as his business trip was a phony, which you found out by trailing him to a movie in Center City.
That's correct. And now you want to know about the proof.
Well, for the purposes of our records, yes.
Well, then, if that's the only reason, the explanation isn't important. After all, he has confessed, you know. And so has the mechanic he bribed to fix one of the engines on the plane Greg Allen was to fly.
Vance, you know I'm dying of curiosity.
That's different. In that case, listen. Who was allowed in the pilot's reading room?
You mean where Greg Allen was killed?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody but pilots, of course. Everybody kept insisting that all through this case.
That's right. But still, today, when we were out at the scene of the crime, and I asked Mr. Crane to please put on the lights, he walked into the dark room and, without a second's hesitation, snapped them on.
Which meant that he'd been there before.
Correct. The light switch was in an unusual position, way back on the wall. He'd been there to kill Allen, and after he killed him, he snapped off the lights to delay discovery of the body.
Mm-hmm.
When he turned on the lights for me, well, that was all the proof I needed.
Oh, this was an unusual case, Vance. The principal suspect turned out to be the killer.
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing was awfully simple, though, wasn't it? Not that it isn't always after you explain it.
Thank you, Miss Deering. For that, you may have the rest of the day off.
Oh, thank you, sir. Of course, it's after 9 o'clock, but Thanks just the same. I think I'll go wash up, inasmuch as Mr. Millard Crane is all washed up, and so is the flying murder case.
There's a patient in the waiting room, Doctor. Can you see him now?
In a moment, Miss Lee. I just want to sharpen the burr on this drill. Didn't we get those new ones we ordered?
No, Doctor. The company said they wouldn't send us any unless we paid our bill. They say it's 6 months old.
So what if it is? I'm good for the money. What about the patient? Has he been here before?
He's new to me. Says he had a toothache and saw the sign outside.
All right, Miss Lee. Ask him to come in, please.
Very well, Doctor. I'll tell him you can see him now. Would you come in, sir?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, lady. Hi, Doc.
Hello. Sit right down here, if you will, sir.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Doc.
That's the telephone. Excuse me just a moment, will you, please?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Doc.
Hello?
Hello, Michael. I just wanted to know if you'd be home for dinner. I hope I haven't disturbed you.
I'll be home, Grace, but I have a patient in the chair, so I've got to cut this short.
Oh, I understand. Goodbye, darling. Hurry home.
Goodbye, Grace.
Goodbye.
Well, now, sir, we're ready for you.
Yeah, sure, Doc. That was your wife?
Yes. Why?
She like you?
Well, of course. I don't think I understand
She wouldn't want nothing to happen to you, would she?
Of course not. But then neither would I. What are you talking about?
To tell the truth, Doc, I ain't got no pain in no tooth. I guess maybe I'm gonna be a pain in the neck. You see, I work for Professor Powell, and he says you're gonna give me 10,000 clams, or you ain't gonna drill no more teeth.
Get out of here before I call the police.
Yeah, sure. Only I forgot to tell you, the professor, he's cute. You get dead so it looks like by accident. See?
I won't pay you or your professor a cent. Now get out of here.
Yeah, sure. I'll get out of here, but remember what I said. You get dead.
Helma? Helma, where are you?
In the kitchen, Mrs. Butler. Right here in the kitchen.
Good, I'll be there in a minute, as soon as I take off my things.
Maybe you ought to come in now, Mrs. Butler. Maybe you ought to.
Why, Helma, what's the trouble? Is anything wrong?
Sure, ma'am, lots of things. Fact is, I don't know anything that's right. You promised to leave my money for me before you left this morning, and you didn't. You and your husband are rich. Why don't you pay me what you owe me?
I'm sorry, Helma. I just don't happen to have the cash. I'll see that my husband, Dr. Butler, makes out a check for you as soon as he gets home.
Well, you'd better. Fine people you two are. Hire a maid and then don't pay her. I don't like that, Mrs. Butler. Something better be done about it.
I don't like being without ready money either, Helma. Something's going to be done about that, I promise you. I'm sorry I'm so slow, Michael. I'm a little out of practice when it comes to serving.
When's Helma coming back?
She isn't. That is, she'll be in the morning for her money. But she walked out this afternoon when I couldn't pay her. It was pretty embarrassing, Michael.
Well, I can't be bothered with that right now. I've got other problems. Grace, my life has been threatened.
What?
A tough character came into my office and told me he worked for somebody named Professor Powell. He threatened to kill me unless I paid him $10,000.
Oh, Michael, no.
No? Oh, yes. And he sounded like he...
Oh, Michael, who can that be at the door? Is it Professor Powell?
No, it's probably Stanley James. He left word at the office he'd be here tonight. I'll go to the door. I'll get rid of him in a hurry. I know what he wants.
Oh, please, Michael, you're upset enough. Don't do anything you'll be sorry for.
I'll do something he'll be sorry for. Just because he's a dentist, too, he thinks I'm supposed to help him. Well, he'll find out.
Hello, Dr. Butler.
Well, Dr. James, what is it? And if it's about that money you want to borrow, the answer is no.
Can't I even come in and discuss this with you, Doctor? It's really urgent.
I said no to you yesterday, and I'm telling you the same thing now. What right have you to think I'll lend you money?
I loaned you money when you were just starting. Dr. Butler, you've got to help me. You've got to.
Oh, I do, huh? Well, that's your opinion only. I think differently. Good night, Dr. James.
Wait. Don't close the door. Dr. Butler, you're going to wish you had loaned me that money.
Yes?
Yes. Believe me, you are.
Professor?
Professor Powell?
I'm in here, Frankie. Come in.
Yeah, sure, Professor. Well, I seen him, the Doc Butler you sent me to, and I told him what you said.
Did you now, Frankie? Excellent. And that means he'll pay.
I ain't doubting you understand, Prof, but what makes you so sure?
The fear of death, Frankie, my lad. The unreasonable but unqualified fear of being forcibly removed from this world. Do you understand, Frankie?
Yeah, sure, but what do you mean?
Everyone has to die, Frankie.
Not me.
The few miserable years that may lie between the time fate dictates death and I do are cherished by ordinary men. Cherished to a point where they will pay to ensure them.
That's stupid, huh?
From their viewpoint, no. From mine, yes. Personally, I fear no death. This enables me to work without conscience or fear of consequences. And now, Frankie, to the business in hand.
Yeah.
Did this Dr. Butler say he would pay my $10,000 fee?
He didn't say exactly. In fact, he practically tossed me out on my ear.
Good.
Good?
Of course. He's the first man in this town whom we have approached. Doesn't matter whether he pays us or we kill him. If he pays, we have the money. If not, we have an object lesson to cite for the next individual we solicit. Now, let us ponder the problem of doing away with Dr. Butler.
Philo Vance is outside. By all means, Miss Williams, ask him to come in. I've been expecting him. Vance, it's a pleasure to see you. Come right in.
Thank you, Markham. Thank you. Glad you called me.
I hope I didn't get you here under false pretenses, Vance.
When the district attorney sends for his friend, a private investigator, how could the pretenses be false?
Well, for one thing, Vance, I have no case for you to work on. At least I don't think I have. My call was sort of a precautionary measure. Vance, did you ever hear of Professor Powell?
Vaguely. Isn't he an extortion specialist who operates in the Middle West?
He did, formerly. He's either in town now or on the way here. I received a wire this morning from the chief of police at Islandtown saying he thought Powell was en route here.
I seem to recall this Powell made a specialty of getting money from professional men.
Yes, according to the file we have on him. Now, Vance, maybe this is coincidence, or perhaps Professor Powell has started operations here. But this morning, a dentist, Dr. Michael Butler, was found dead in his office.
Really? What were the circumstances?
Well, to be frank with you, they don't necessarily indicate murder.
Oh?
He was found lying on the floor of his office with no obvious indication of how he met his death.
Is that so?
The only thing strange is he had a loaded revolver in his pocket.
You know, Markham, it strikes me that there is a definite connection between this mysterious Professor Powell and the death of Dr. Butler. I suggest we go to the doctor's office now. Would you close the door to the reception room, please, Markham?
All right, Vance.
I want to take a look around Dr. Butler's office. The body was found here, right?
Yes, that's correct. And his dental instruments are in the sterilizer ready for the day's work to be started. Except for the fact that the body's been removed, nothing's been touched.
I see. Here's a glass jar filled with alcohol. Many dentists use this for cold sterilization. Do me a favor, please, my friend. Open the sterilizer and see if there's a hypodermic syringe in it.
Certainly, Vance. Yes, I see one. Oh, gosh, this is hot.
In that case, I think Dr. Butler was murdered, all right. And I think I can tell you how.
Oh, no, Vance.
Oh, yes, Markham. The fact that the hypodermic syringe was in the sterilizer tells me it doesn't belong there. It belongs in this jar of alcohol. Otherwise, there'd be no reason for the jar of alcohol.
I understand that, but not what makes you think this was murder, or how you know how Dr. Butler was murdered.
I think the murderer came in here, took this hypodermic, which is generally used to shoot Novocaine into a patient's gums, and filled it with poison. Then he used it on Dr. Butler and returned it to the sterilizer.
But if the murderer got the hypodermic syringe from the alcohol jar, why return it to the sterilizer?
Very simple reason, Markham. Our murderer was pretty clever. He thought putting it back in alcohol would preserve the poison, but that putting it in the sterilizer would destroy all traces of the poison. It was natural that the hypodermic be put into the sterilizer. That would cover up the crime beautifully, or so it was imagined.
Well, Vance, it seems to me that if this is so, and I'm not doubting it, mind you, that you have encountered Professor Powell and have won the initial victory.
Perhaps, providing that the professor is responsible for this. Personally, I'm not convinced it was he. I'm going to Dr. Butler's home. He was married, you said?
Yes, he lived alone with his wife.
Well, I'm going to phone and ask if I may come out to see her. I'll be in touch with you as soon as I have something important to tell you.
Vance, with you on the job, that won't be too long. I'll be waiting.
Have to answer.
Pound on that door till you're blue in the face, mister, only there ain't nobody home.
No?
No. The reason there ain't nobody home is because they knew I'd be here to collect the money they owe me. I'm Helma. I was the maid here till yesterday.
My name is Vance. I had an appointment with Mrs. Butler. I felt certain she'd keep it.
I had an appointment with her, too. Get my money. 5 weeks they owed me for, kept me waiting with all that money they have. She owe you money, too?
Hardly. I wanted something else. Information. It doesn't look as if I'll get what I came after either. All I can tell you, Markham, is that I had an appointment with Mrs. Butler, but she wasn't at her house when I got there. So I came back to the office.
Can't understand that, Vance, but I'm sure we can pick her up if we want her. I'd like to be assured of picking up Professor Powell, though.
You'll get him, too, Markham. Well, thanks for letting me know that the medical examiner found that poison had been injected into Dr. Butler. It's nice to know I was right.
Aren't you always? You know, the hypodermic left such a minute hole, it just wasn't detected until you asked that it be looked for particularly. Sometimes...
Excuse me, Markham, for breaking in on something I know I'd enjoy hearing, but there's someone at the door, and Miss Deering's out. I'll call you back.
Do that. Bye.
Bye. Come in.
Mr. Vance,
Yes?
I'm Grace Butler.
How do you do?
I'm sorry I wasn't home as I said I'd be. I just can't stay in that house anymore now that Michael's...
That's understandable. Please come in, Mrs. Butler.
Thank you. May I sit here?
Please do. Mrs. Butler, when I spoke to you on the telephone, you told me your husband had been threatened by a mysterious Professor Powell. Mrs. Butler, was your husband very wealthy?
Yes, I suppose you would say he was wealthy.
And you inherit most of his money?
Yes. You're not trying to...
I'm not trying to do anything except establish a clear picture of this case. You also told me of a threat made by a Dr. Stanley James to whom your husband refused to lend money.
Yes. He hated my husband. And my husband expected trouble, Mr. Vance. Before he left home this morning, he put a loaded revolver in his pocket.
Yes, I know. We've withheld that fact from the newspapers, but we found the gun. Now all that remains to be done is to find your husband's murderer.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Butler murder case opened with the death of Dr. Michael Butler. Philo Vance reasoned that he was killed by an injection of poison into his body, and later investigation proved this correct. Vance's suspects include Professor Powell, an extortionist, Dr. Butler's widow, and another dentist, Stanley James. My secretary has told me that Vance is on the way into my office, and I have been waiting for him. He should be stepping in.
Markham, my friend, how are you?
Fine, Vance, fine. I imagine you have news for me.
No, not yet. I took a cab here to see your notes on the routine questioning of suspects. I have an idea they're going to be very important. May I?
Well, there's Sergeant Heath's notes, but certainly, Vance, they're right here. Here you are.
Thank you. Dr. Stanley James admits he left his house early on morning of murder. Claims he went to library. No corroboration. Let's see now. Mrs. Butler asleep when husband left house. Collapsed when asked to identify body, and on recovery asked that she not be made to look at it. Permission granted. Complete check of her background and associates reveals no hint of trouble between her and doctor. Well, Markham, as usual, our friend Heath is quite thorough.
Yes, he is. Oh, excuse me, Vance. Hello, Markham speaking.
Mr. Markham, this is Dr. Milstead, room 420, Johnson Building.
Yes, Doctor.
Mr. Markham, a man who calls himself Professor Powell just telephoned me to be in my office at 8 o'clock tonight, and not to notify the police or what happened to Dr. Butler would happen to me, too. You've got to protect me.
We will, Dr. Milstead. Standing next to me right now is Philo Vance. When the professor calls upon you, Mr. Vance will be there, too.
It's just 8 o'clock, Mr. Vance, and to be honest about it, I'm a little nervous.
No need to be, Dr. Milstead. I'm quite sure I can handle our friend Professor Powell when he arrives.
Oh, I'm sure you can. And thank you, Vance, for coming here.
No trouble at all. I've been wanting to meet the professor for some time.
Oh, that must be he now. Professor Powell?
It is I, Doctor.
Will you come in here, please?
Oh, thank you, Doctor. Thank you. I thought you had another patient in here with you, and I didn't want to interrupt.
I think you might prefer talking to me, Professor. My name is Vance. Philo Vance.
Philo Vance? Well, I have an odd compliment for you, Mr. Vance. You, the mere fact that you were in this city, postponed my coming here for several years.
Well, thank you.
Of course, I realize it is no coincidence that finds you here in this office, Vance.
Dr. Milstead, would you leave Professor Powell and myself alone for a bit?
Oh, of course, Mr. Vance. I'll wait out in the reception office.
Thank you, Doctor.
Not at all.
Well, Vance, this is indeed a compliment to my intelligence. Apparently, you wanted to meet me, eh?
Definitely. I'm rather glad about it, by the way. You see, I think you're a killer, and I'm going to prove it.
You mean Dr. Butler, of course. Well, it's quite possible that I didn't kill him, you know. He must have found out by now about his wife and that other dentist who hated him.
As a matter of fact, I have. My compliments on providing suspects along with your murders, Professor Powell. Very considerate of you. By the way, what are your intentions in regard to Dr. Milstead?
There are so many other doctors, Vance, and after all, Dr. Milstead did bring us together. He's perfectly safe, believe me.
I'm sure he will be, now. Well, Professor Powell, I'm certain that this is au revoir, but we'll meet again.
Believe me, we will, Vance. But the next circumstance may not be so pleasant for you. Frankie, my boy, we must think of something completely different, completely wonderful for our Mr. Philo Vance.
You do the thinking, Professor. That's your department.
Thank you, Frankie. Now, let me see. There must be something that Vance can't possibly suspect. Something that is completely foolproof. He's a clever man, Frankie. A very clever man.
If he's that clever, let's leave him alone.
No. He's so clever I can't afford to. It can't be anything ordinary, nothing obvious.
No.
Must be something I work out in careful detail, something I... Frankie, I have it.
Hold on to it, boss.
I never forget anything, Frankie. Listen.
Yeah?
This is perfect. I'm convinced Vance is a menace, a definite menace to my future plans. I must do away with him.
Oh, sounds like you're in my department now, Prop.
Hardly. Although you'll be called on to help.
Sure.
Frankie, Vance drives a 1944 Stanton convertible, dark green.
Well, a lot of people drive green Stantons.
That's right. Therefore, it shouldn't be hard for you to get me a car like that.
What do I do? Heist it or buy it?
It doesn't really matter as long as you get it.
I'll consider it gotten. What happens then?
Then I'm going to take a photograph of the inside of Vance's car.
Yeah?
If there's a worn spot on the flooring, I'm going to duplicate it in the car you get me. I'm going to check his speedometer and fix our car the same way. I'm going to duplicate everything in Vance's car.
You mean there'll be no way of knowing it ain't his own car when Vance climbs in?
That's exactly what I mean.
Uh-huh.
And then, Frankie?
Yeah?
After I make our car an exact duplicate of Vance's, I'm going to fasten an explosive device to the starter and switch our car with his.
How about keys, boss? He's going to know it ain't his car from the keys.
I think not.
Huh?
Vance has his car delivered from the garage. The keys are left in it. It would be a simple matter to put his key ring in our car.
Hey, Professor, all I got to do is get a car like Vance's, and this thing can't miss, huh?
That's right. You know, Frankie, I'm not sure as to whether Vance subscribes to my theory about the fallacy of prolonging life. But it would be a very good thing for him at the moment if he were reconciled to it.
Gee, Professor, I sure did a good job of getting a car that was just like Vance's and of fixing the inside just like his, didn't I? Huh? Yeah, take a look at that bus in front of his door there, and the one we're in, and you couldn't tell them apart. I even put his own radio back in our car.
You did an admirable job, Frankie.
Thanks.
Now, all that remains is to wait here until Vance leaves the building. Tell me once more what you did so I know there's no slip-up.
Yeah, okay. After I drove the car to Vance's place and fixed the gimmick to the starter, like you showed me, I drove Vance's own car up the block and called you. You hopped the cab and came down. Here we are in Vance's own car.
Good. Very good, Frankie. Here comes Vance and his friend, the district attorney, out of their building now.
Yeah, boss, and they're heading for the car we gimmicked up.
I don't think it would be wise for us to be in this vicinity after the explosion, Frankie. Perhaps it would be better if we left right now.
Okay, boss, if you say so. Well, here goes. On with the ignition.
Better hurry, Frankie.
Yeah.
Vance and Markham are getting into this car.
On with the starter now. Here we
Markham, I think Powell is still breathing. He is. Powell. Professor Powell.
The doctor said Professor Powell would probably regain consciousness before he died, Vance. It looks as if he was right.
Yes, it does. He shows signs of coming out of the results of that explosion. I'm going to talk to him. Powell. Professor Powell.
Hello, Vance. How did this happen to me?
It was simple, Powell. I didn't fall for your trick of switching cars. So when your man here went to telephone you, I switched the cars back to their original status, pushing the rigged car and not using the starter.
You saw what Frankie had done with the cars, Vance?
Well, I didn't actually witness it, but I did look in what was supposed to be my car a little while ago. It seems your man forgot one detail. I didn't think you'd trust the actual work to an underling.
No, I guess that was a mistake. But I do have the satisfaction of having committed a murder and not being caught. That is something, Vance.
You killed Dr. Butler?
Of course. I killed him, and you never knew it was I. You never would have been able to prove it. You weren't really so brilliant, were you, Vance?
He's gone, Vance.
Yes, I know.
Well, his death did us a lot of good. He got rid of him and cleared up the Dr. Butler murder case. We know now that it was Powell who killed Butler.
Do we, Markham? I think not. I think you'd be very wise if you arrested the real murderer, Mrs. Grace Butler. start with the motive, Markham. It was money. Dr. Butler was very rich, but Mrs. Butler was continually being embarrassed by lack of cash. When she heard about Professor Powell's threat to her husband, she decided to make sure the doctor died, knowing Powell would be blamed.
That's reasonable enough.
Of course. So she stole out of the house as he was dressing on the morning of the murder, came to his office, and waited for him with the hypodermic in her hand.
She hid the hypo in her hand, put her arms around her husband as if to embrace him, and shoved the needle into him. Death was practically instantaneous.
Yes. Then she went through the routine of putting the hypodermic into the sterilizer, trying to eliminate all traces of the poison.
That's all very well, of course, Vance, but why did Professor Powell insist he kill Dr. Butler?
The colossal conceit of the man was responsible, Markham. He wanted us to think that he had committed a murder which couldn't be pinned on him. If he left that thought with us, well, he was content to die.
Yes. Knowing his philosophy, that isn't hard to understand. Now, one more thing, Vance. What made you suspect Mrs. Butler?
Something very definite, Markham. She told us she was asleep when Butler left the house the morning of his death. She never looked at the body, yet she knew her husband had put a loaded revolver in his coat pocket. She couldn't have known it unless she did see him that morning. When she denied seeing him, it could only be for the purpose of covering up the fact that she killed him.
Tell me one more thing, Vance. How did you know that your car had been switched so that you, in turn, could switch it back? The cars were exact duplicates.
Yes, they were, Markham, all except for one little detail. The gas gauge in my car wasn't working. It didn't register at all. When I got into the car in front of my door, turned on the ignition, and saw the register indicate it was half full of gasoline. I knew it wasn't my car.
Oh, I see.
Then I looked down the street, and there was my Stanton.
So you figured out the professor's plan.
Lucky for both of us I did, don't you think?
Luck had nothing to do with it, Vance. Remind me never to commit a murder when you're around.
You're reminded, my friend. And incidentally, while we're on the subject, you're also reminded that this is the end of the Butler murder case.
Is this today's collection, Donald?
Yes, Mr. Miller. I opened the mail myself this morning.
And all the checks are here, hmm?
Fine.
Tell me, what's the total?
$12,450. All the checks are made out to consolidated charities, Mr. Miller.
Of course. That's so that no irresponsible party can cash them, Donald. You see, people who contribute to our campaign want to make sure that the money goes to charity.
I understand, sir. Would you be interested in the total we've collected so far?
Yes, what is the amount?
Here it is. $130,000.
Good.
And our campaign is less than 2 weeks old.
Everything is going according to plan. Oh, Donald, has Morton Gary phoned today?
Not yet. I imagine he will, though. He's very interested in knowing how the drive is coming.
He's taking that business of being chairman of Consolidated Charities too seriously.
Oh? You think he may be a problem?
Perhaps. Gary is a very prominent man. We need him. His name on our letterhead assures the legitimacy of our organization.
Mr. Miller.
Yes?
What happens if Mr. Gary finds out what's really happening to the money?
You mean suppose he finds out that only a small percentage goes to charity and I pocket the rest?
Yes, sir.
I don't think he'll find out, Donald. I'll answer that. Hello?
Mike? Elise Avery.
Hello, Elise. I thought this was old man Gary calling in. What's going on?
I just hit a big one, Mike. Some sucker just gave me a check for $5,000.
Good for you, girl. Bring it in with you.
Sure. Just thought you'd like to hear the good news, that's all. See you later. Bye.
Bye. Now, where were we, Donald?
We were just talking about Morton Gary and what would happen if he found out what we're doing to the money we're collecting.
First of all, he isn't going to find out.
No?
No. And second, even if he does, it doesn't matter too much.
He'll squawk, Mr. Miller. He'll take this up with the police, maybe with the FBI. After all, we're using the mails.
Yes, that's true, Donald. We are using the mails. And the mails are bringing us in a fortune. But Gary won't talk. Believe me. And even if he does start to talk, he'll never finish what he's saying. You can believe that, too.
Mike? Oh, Mike, where are you?
In my private office, Elise. Come on in.
Right. Well, here I am, boss. Armed to the teeth with a check for $5,000.
The one you phoned about.
Mm-hmm.
Lay it right here, lady. I want to look at it.
Here you are, chum. Paid to the order of Consolidated Charities, 5000. Endorse it, cash it, and it's all yours.
People sure are suckers, aren't they, honey? $5,000. You'd think they'd investigate a charity before they start giving their money away.
Sure, but there are lots of legitimate charities, thank goodness. That makes our job that much easier. Oh, Mike, let me take a look at that list.
What list?
The list of guys who've kicked in and the amounts. I need some dough. Thought maybe you'd give me a check for my commissions.
Well, I'll have to get it for you, Elise.
Okay, but while we're waiting, suppose you give me my cut of this $5,000 I just brought in.
Gotta wait till the check clears the bank, baby. You know, you've been dealing with suckers all day. Kindly remember that I'm not one of them.
Me either, Mike. That's why I want my commission on the dough I've already brought in.
You'll get it. Donald is figuring out what I owe you. He'll have the figures in an hour. Then, if you're a good girl, I'll give you a check.
Kid, if I was a good girl, I wouldn't be in this racket. But bad or good, I'll get that check.
You're pretty sure you'll get it, hmm?
If I don't get it, Mike, you'll get it. Right in the neck.
I beg your pardon, miss.
Yes?
I'd like to see the district attorney, please. My name is Morton Gary.
Oh, yes, Mr. Gary. You telephoned for an appointment, didn't you?
Yes, I did, yes.
Well, just a moment, sir. I'll find out if Mr. Markham can see you now.
Thank you.
Yes, Miss Williams.
Mr. Morton Gary to see you, Mr. Markham, by appointment.
Ask him to come in, please.
Would you go right in, Mr. Gary? Right through that door there.
This door here?
Yes. Yes, that's the one, Mr. Gary.
Oh, thank you, miss. Thank you. Mr. Markham?
Come in, please, Mr. Gary.
How do you do, Mr. Markham?
Mr. Gary, please sit down, sir.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Mr. Markham, I've come to ask you to investigate a very unscrupulous man, Mr. Michael Miller.
Miller? I don't believe I know the name.
I didn't either until a few weeks ago. He's not from this city, Mr. Markham. He claimed to be very philanthropic and was forming an organization to be known as Consolidated Charities.
Yes, Mr. Gary.
He induced me to lend my name to the organization, which I did. Many of my friends have contributed to it. And now I have reason to believe the entire thing is a fraud.
I see. He's collecting money but not turning it over to charity, is that it?
Oh, I believe he is turning over a small percentage of the money to legitimate societies, Mr. Markham. But I've asked to see statements of monies collected and dispersed, and Mr. Miller has refused to allow me to see any records.
I begin to understand your suspicions, Mr. Gary. Michael Miller, you said the man's name was?
That's correct. His offices are in the Lions building.
Well, I'll investigate this at once, Mr. Gary, and thank you for calling it to my attention.
If your suspicions are correct, we'll put a stop to this racket, but fast. 931.
Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, this is Markham.
Well, my favorite district attorney calling me at home.
Thank you.
Sounds important, Markham.
It is. I called your office and they said you'd left for the day, Vance. I'm in the office of the Consolidated Charities in the Lions Building. How soon can you get here?
At once, if it's important.
It's very important. We had a complaint late this afternoon about a Mr. Michael Miller, who was the head of this supposed charity organization. Actually, it was a racket.
Go ahead, Markham. Who made the complaint?
Morton Gary.
Oh.
You know him, Vance?
Yes, I do. Very honest, very wealthy, and very gullible.
Well, when I got to this Miller's office a little while ago, Vance, I found Miller dead. He'd been shot twice, once in the heart and once in the calf of his leg.
Really, Markham? How strange.
And there are no records of any kind here, Vance. Apparently, the murderer took them with him. All that was here when we broke in was the body.
The lists are missing, eh, Markham?
Yes.
Apparently, we have a listless murder case. Well, just to generate a little action in it, suppose I describe Miller's killer for you.
Describe him, Vance? You haven't even seen the body. You don't know any more about this case than I've just told you. How can you possibly describe Miller's murderer?
I'll explain that to you later, Markham. Right now, all I'll tell you is to look for a murderer with a bruise on his cheek or a black eye. I'm on my way down to meet you now.
Vance, I have Sergeant Heath out searching for someone who has a connection with this case and who also has a black eye or bruised cheek. Now, tell me why.
One of the nicest things about you, Markham, is that you do things that I suggest without demanding an explanation. Let us retain that fine point in our association until the proper time, shall we?
I know your reasoning, Vance. You believe that if you were to explain why you think the murderer is bruised, I'd be prejudiced immediately against any suspect we turned up who did have such a mark.
Exactly.
Yes.
And up until now, I'm quoting only theory, Markham, not fact or proof.
Good enough, Vance, good enough. By the way, if you can table your theory temporarily, we have a suspect for you.
Really? Who?
A girl named Elise Avery. She's in the next room now. It seems that she came into the Consolidated Charities office while I was waiting for you. She admits she worked here, but denies any knowledge of the shooting of Mr. Miller.
Oh, nobody makes our job simple anymore, Markham, do they?
Well, that should make you very happy, Vance. You and your theory about the bruise on the killer's face. Do you want to go in and see Miss Avery?
Do you think I should?
She's very attractive.
I should. I'll report any developments to you, Markham.
Do that, Vance, do that. I'll be here somewhere trying to find some records of contributions. They must be around unless the murderer took them with him.
Which is not at all unlikely.
See you in a little while, Vance.
Right. I'll go in and talk to Miss Avery now.
Hello.
Hello. Miss Avery, I'm Philo Vance.
Really? You're not at all the way I pictured you, Vance.
No?
Mm-mm.
Should I be flattered or ashamed?
I didn't know you were so, distinguished looking.
I'm ashamed of those newspaper pictures.
Oh, I like that.
You're either very easily pleased, Miss Avery, or very anxious to cater to my vanity. In either case, there are several questions I want to ask you.
Oh, I'll save you the trouble of asking, Vance. I've got the answers already.
Oh, yes?
Yes. My name is Elise Avery. I worked for Consolidated Charities soliciting contributions. I got a salary. I had no idea this was a racket, and I don't know who killed Mr. Miller.
Very interesting, very informative, and very pet. Miss Avery, you know that Mr. Miller was killed by a bullet in the heart?
Yes, I do. Mr. Markham told me that. He also told me about a bullet in the calf of his leg. Oh, I don't see the connection, if any.
I believe there is one, Miss Avery.
Vance, may I confess something?
Not the murder.
No, of course not.
Then go right ahead.
I've wanted to meet you for a long time, Vance. Ever since I first saw your picture in the papers and began reading about you.
We went through this flattery routine a while ago, didn't we?
Oh, I don't want anything from you, Vance. I'm not looking for any favors for what I'm saying. That just happens to be the way I feel. And so I'm saying it.
Well, I find this most enjoyable. Please continue.
All right. I've often wondered what kind of a man you were, where a woman was concerned.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. Most of the men I've known were dull. You look different. You sounded different in the stories I read about you, and yet in person, you're still different. Attractively different.
If you'll believe that I'm not merely trying to return a compliment, I might say that you're different too, Miss Avery. And very attractive.
And what's keeping the two of us so much apart? Come closer, Vance. Hmm?
Courage is one of my strong points, Miss Avery. I'm here.
How much courage do you have, Vance?
Adequate amount, I'd say.
Enough to come still a little closer? Hmm?
This is what I like about a murder case. You never know what's going to turn up next.
Right now, it should be my toes. No, I never felt quite like this before. Vance, let's not talk about a murder case.
That suits me. Concentration is one of my weak points.
Vance.
I was just thinking of that myself.
And what are we waiting for?
Nothing that I know of.
Vance. Vance, darling.
Vance, I just wanted to... I beg your pardon, both of you.
Oh, Markham, well, come in, please, come in.
I guess I'm supposed to say I hope I'm not intruding, but I guarantee all three of us know I am.
You're not kidding.
Oh, but you're not really intruding, Markham, honestly. Although it's true that you did interrupt me while I was embracing Miss Avery.
Oh, after the way you've kissed me, my name is Elise.
Very well. Well, Markham, it's true that you did interrupt me while I was embracing Elise. But that embrace was in the nature of an experiment.
What? An experiment?
Really?
Yes, Elise, an experiment. An experiment that tells me whether or not you killed Michael Miller.
This is District Attorney Markham. The listless murder case began with the finding of the body of Michael Miller, who headed a racket organization he called Consolidated Charities. The firm was reported to me by prominent Morton Gary, who was being used as a dupe by Miller. And subsequent investigation disclosed Miller was shot with bullets in his heart and in the calf of the leg. Philo Vance is under the impression that the murderer has a bruise on his face or a blackened eye, but has refused to indicate why he believes this. Vance has already questioned Elise Avery, who worked with Miller, and has told me he had an appointment with Morton Gary the following day. He should be with him about now.
Nice day for walking, isn't it, Mr. Gary?
Yes, very, Mr. Vance. Only I wish there weren't so much on my mind.
That's the reason I decided to take this walk rather than discuss our mutual problem in your office. It's very mild out, this is a very secluded street, and we're quite alone.
I can't quite get over my being used as a cover-up for that Miller and his gang. So many of my friends donated money to his mythical charities, Mr.
I
Vance.
can understand that. Perhaps something you might tell us will give us a lead to his killer, though.
Well, I've told you all I could. But apparently I haven't been much help, though.
I wouldn't worry about that. You may think of something which seems unimportant, but which might solve this entire case for us. I believe... Drop to the ground! What is it? Somebody in that car shooting at us!
Right. Oh, Vance. Vance, what is this? Who is that in the car?
I don't know. I didn't see the license. It was covered with some sort of rag. Oh. The car's gone. I think it's safe to get up now.
All right. Oh.
Get very dirty, Mr. Gary?
No, I don't think so. You pulled me down on top of you. But how can you be so calm, man? Don't you realize somebody just tried to kill you?
Somebody did shoot, but after all he missed, so what's there to be excited about?
Oh, I've heard things like that about you, Vance, but I didn't believe them until this very minute. Oh, you're quite a man, sir.
Thank you.
Only I suggest that we go somewhere else to finish our talk. I don't believe we ought to give our assailant another chance.
That's very sensible, Mr. Gary. I wish there was some way of chasing after him or of identifying that car.
Well, apparently you've made more progress on this case than you think, Vance. There's no question but that the killer feels you're getting close to his trail and tried to prevent that by killing you.
Really? Well, Mr. Gary, if I were you, I'd appeal to Mr. Markham for police protection.
You would, Vance, but why?
Why? Because I believe those bullets were meant for you.
All right, Vance, you came down here to tell me you believe someone tried to kill Morton Gary. Why would anyone want to do that? And what's more important, who was it?
Sorry, Markham, I can't tell you.
Well, suppose you clear up that first mystery, then. No sense in having two unexplainable remarks by you go unanswered?
You mean, why do I think the killer would have a mark on his face?
Yes.
Suppose you take your topcoat off, sit down, and let me have the details on that one.
I'm not staying long enough to sit, Markham. But I will tell you why I think as I do.
All right.
You mentioned to me over the telephone that Michael Miller had a bullet wound in his heart and one in the calf of his leg.
That's right.
It's the bullet in his leg that leads to my line of reasoning. I think that the killer fired from the floor, and his first shot struck Miller in the leg.
In other words, he was lying on the floor, Miller was standing over him, probably about to kick him, and the killer shot.
Yes. His first bullet struck Miller in the leg. Miller staggered back. The killer got up off the floor and shot him in the heart.
Well, that still doesn't explain the bruised face.
Doesn't it? Well, isn't it logical, if the killer were on the floor, that Miller had knocked him down first? And if he knocked him down, wouldn't it seem as if there should be a bruise?
Yes, it would. And Vance, while you're in a true confession mood, why not explain why you were embracing Miss Avery yesterday?
Well, certainly. There was no bruise on her face, Markham, but her makeup might have been used to cover it, if she did have one.
What?
While I was ostensibly kissing her, I was actually trying to rub off as much of her makeup as I could.
Oh, I see. And as there was no bruise, that relieves her of suspicion, then, I suppose.
I wouldn't go that far, my friend. I could be completely wrong about this.
Personally, I don't believe you are. But as long as you've been so cooperative, Vance, here's a piece of news for you. There were 3 people in Miller's charity racket. Miller, Elise Avery, and a secretary, a young fellow named Donald Stone.
We've overlooked him, haven't we, Markham?
Well,
I think we can do something about that. Miss Avery knew him, of course.
Yes, she did.
Well, perhaps I'll call her on the telephone and ask her something about him I want to know. Come to think of it, there was a memorandum at my office saying that she had phoned earlier today.
Oh, wonder what she wanted.
From the tone of the message she left, apparently she didn't believe what I said in her office, that the embrace between us was merely an experiment. She seemed to regard it more as a sample.
You know, I'm beginning to get an idea about you, Elise. An idea I don't like. Now I know why you called and wanted to come up here.
Anytime you get an idea, Donald, that's news. Now shut up and let me think.
I'll let you think, all right. I'll let you think about me. Vance called me. You know that he suspects I killed Miller?
Does he? I've got news for you, kid. Vance never suspects anybody. He knows who killed Miller.
And what makes you so calm?
Now, wait a minute, you punk. Don't you even think I had anything to do with killing the boss?
No, why not? He was holding out your cut on you. You had all the reason in the world to kill him.
Look, lad, just don't let me lose my temper. And talking about people who had reason for knocking off Miller, what about you? You knew he was going to get rid of you when this campaign was over, didn't you?
He was going to kill me?
Sure. He didn't trust you. He was afraid you'd talk if anybody put the heat on. You were new with Miller. Remember that.
Oh, so he was going to kill me.
He didn't, did he? That's all you have to worry about. Now, what did you do with the money and the sucker list that was in the office? I want my share of the money.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No? Well, suit yourself. Maybe Vance'll know. You've got one more chance, chum. I want half of the dough you must have taken from Miller. Well? Okay, if that's the way you want it, it's okay with me. I'll be seeing you. So long.
Wait a minute.
Now you're getting smart, Donald. Where's the money?
Here in my desk drawer. There wasn't too much cash, just $20,000.
Well, hand over 10. And, by the way, how'd you get that cut on your chin?
7, 8, 9, 10,000. Here's your half, and I got the cut on my chin from shaving.
Oh, thanks for the money, Donald. You're being smart. The less Philo Vance knows about you, the better you should like it.
You said he knew who killed Miller.
Knowing and proving are 2 different things, friend. And since you've seen the light, we'll just keep Vance in the dark.
Vance speaking.
Hello, Vance.
Yes?
This is Elise Avery. I had tried to reach you earlier today.
I know. I got your message.
I'd like to see you, Vance.
So your message said.
It isn't what you think, Vance. I'm trying to help you. I can tell you about Donald Stone, who was Miller's assistant in that charity racket. He has a prison record, and I happen to know he stole at least $20,000 from the office after the murder.
That's so?
Mm-hmm.
What happened? Did he refuse to give you a cut of it?
What do you mean?
I mean, you must have had some reason for waiting this long to tell me that, Miss Avery. The chances are you were waiting for a chance to blackmail him.
No, that's not true, Vance. I just want to help you. That's the only reason I've told you about Stone.
In that case, Miss Avery, thank you. But believe me, I don't believe you.
Hello, Mr. Vance?
Hi, Miss Williams. Mr. Markham in?
No, he's not. Why don't you take your hat and coat off, Mr. Vance? He won't be long.
Thank you. I'll do that. All right to lay them on this chair?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Why, Mr. Vance, what on earth is that on your shoulder? Paint?
No, Miss Williams. Looks like paint, doesn't it? Actually, it's something I'm preserving rather carefully. It's the clue to the murderer of Michael Miller.
That spot? Vance?
That's right, Miss Williams. And I think that perhaps I'd better not wait for Markham. I have some things to do, but would you ask Mr. Markham to have Miss Avery, Mr. Donald Stone, and Mr. Morton Gary in my office in an hour?
Well, yes, of course.
Tell him that I'll be ready to name Mr. Miller's murderer then. All three of our suspects are in my outer office, Markham?
Yes.
Good. Would you ask them to come in, please?
Of course, Vance. Miss Avery, Mr. Gary.
Yes?
Donald. Yes, sir. Mr. Vance would like you all to come in now.
Oh, very well.
This way.
Thank you all for being here. I thought you'd all like to know who killed Michael Miller. You, Donald Stone.
No, Vance, it wasn't me. I swear it wasn't.
I didn't say it was. I think, though, that it was you who fired those shots at Mr. Gary here and myself this morning before you realized that I knew you were Miller's secretary.
You think I shot at you?
I know you did, and I know why. You wanted to kill Mr. Gary because he could identify you as working for Mr. Miller. According to Miss Avery, you have a prison record.
Why,
You didn't want to be linked with this case.
So she told you, did she, about me?
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you a couple of things about her.
Nothing I don't know already, believe me, Mr. Stone. Mr. Gary.
Yes?
This is the young man who shot at you. What do you think we ought to do with him?
Lock him up. He's dangerous, Vance. By all means, lock him up.
He's dangerous because he shot at you and me and missed. What would you do with someone who didn't miss, Mr. Gary?
I'd see that he went to the chair. That's what I'd do.
Well, in that case, I hope you're reconciled to it.
Mr.
You killed Michael Miller, Mr. Gary.
What? I? Why should I kill him?
When you found out he was running a racket using your name, you were so blinded by rage that you attacked him. He knocked you down. While you were on the floor, you shot.
All right. I did. But he was going to hit me with a chair while I was lying on the floor. He would have killed me.
Perhaps. That, of course, we'll never know.
Vance, there's something I'd like to know.
Yes, Markham?
How did you know it was Gary here who killed Miller?
I'll tell you, Markham, later.
I'm listening, Vance. You knew Miller was killed by Gary. How?
Remember, Markham, my theory about the killer having a bruise on his cheek?
Yes, but Gary had no bruise.
Oh, yes, he did. It was covered with makeup, so we couldn't see it, but it was there.
But if makeup covered it, how did you know?
Your secretary noticed a spot on my shoulder today. I'd wondered earlier how it had gotten there. But then I realized that there was only one way.
And that was?
That was when Gary fell against me on the street when we were both walking and the shots were fired. It was mild, and I wasn't wearing a topcoat.
Oh, I get it now. When you realized how you got the makeup on your shoulder, you realized Gary would have only one reason for wearing makeup, to hide a bruise.
That's right.
Vance, you're wonderful.
Come now, you're beginning to sound like Elise Avery. You better stop.
I will, if you'll tell me what happened to the list of people that contributed to Consolidated Charities and gave this case its name.
That list? Donald Stone probably destroyed it. He found Miller dead, stole whatever money was around, and tried to hide the fact that the Consolidated Charities was a racket.
Yeah, pretty low racket, Vance. I'm glad we ended it. And I'm glad we ended the listless murder case.
Come on, Al, come on. I don't have all day.
I'm just brushing some lint from your dinner jacket, Mr. West. I won't be a moment.
How much time do we have?
The curtain goes up in half hour. Plenty of time, Mr. West. You don't make your entrance until 5 minutes after it's up.
That doesn't mean I have to wait till the last minute to get dressed. Step on it, Al.
I'm just about through now, Mr. West. There you are, sir.
Didn't I get any mail from California today?
No, Mr. West, not a thing.
Fine agent I've got. Go east, he says to me. Get a part on Broadway. Then the movie companies will want you back. Did you hear from him? Neither did I. How's my makeup?
Looks fine, sir. Oh, if you'll forgive my saying it, I think you could put just a bit more dye on your hair, though. There is the slightest bit of gray showing.
There is? Where?
Right about...
Yes, I see it. I'll fix that right away.
Richard.
Well, that's quite a pretty picture you make in the doorway, my dear. Very dramatic. Now come in and shut the door.
Tell him to get out of here, Richard. I want to talk to you.
Go ahead, Al. You heard the lady.
Yes, Mr. West, of course. I'll be in the wing.
What do you want, Jean? You can see I'm busy making up. I go on in half an hour.
You will go on in half an hour only if I change my mind about you, Richard.
Well, what's this?
Did anyone ever tell you that you're really a rat?
Now, Jean, please, compose yourself. Sit down.
I don't want to sit down.
All right. What's that pretty blonde head of yours troubled about?
You, that's what. What did you promise me, Richard? Come on, tell me what.
You tell me. What did I promise you?
A part in this play, a chance at pictures afterwards. You swore you'd get both of them for me. I should have known better than to believe you.
You should have known better than to break into my dressing room, too. But you didn't. Now, fly away somewhere, Jean, until after the show.
Oh, no. I came here for one purpose, Richard. And I'm not leaving until I do what I came for.
What are you looking for in that handbag of yours? Mirror? You don't need it. You've acted the part beautifully, my dear.
Mirror? You call this a mirror? It's a bottle, Richard, and you know what's in it? Acid.
Face.
Yes, that face of yours is never going to see another girl.
Give me that bottle.
Get away from me. You take your hands off of me. I'll never give you this. Stop. You're breaking my wrist, Richard.
I'll take that little bottle, darling. There. That's better. Now run along somewhere and play.
Run along somewhere and play. I'll run along. But I'll be back to see you, Richard. And then I'll really play. For keeps.
You ordered a soda, Jean. Why don't you drink it?
I'm thinking, Bob.
About Richard West?
Yes.
It's not very complimentary, is it, darling? Thinking about him when you're with me?
I hate him, Bob.
Oh, no. Too much venom, Jean. It'd be more convincing if you weren't making such a definite effort. Matter of fact, I hate him, too.
Not like I do.
Why not? He promised you a part in the play he's in. He didn't deliver. I had the part he's playing now until he stepped in. Same reason. Say, Jean, you know who's casting?
Who?
George McCready. Let's you and I go over to his office now, huh?
Oh, I don't feel like it.
Oh, you'd better feel like it before word gets around this soda fountain that McCready is listening to readings. Did you ever see so many actors and actresses out of work in your life?
That includes us, you know.
Not if we get over to McCready's in time. You know how word flies around in this place. In 2 minutes, the whole mob of them would be flooding McCready's office if they knew.
Oh, forget McCready for now, will you, Bob?
All right, for you, I'll forget it for now.
Bob, what would you say if I told you that Richard West hurt me more than I can tell even you? Bob, I hate that man so much I won't rest while he's alive. You claim you love me. You've said there isn't anything you wouldn't do for me.
Well, honey, you know how fellas say things like that.
You meant it, Bob. I know you meant it. Look what Richard West has done to you. He took that stage job because he knew you were first in line for it. Knew that a young actor could be a star in that part.
That was a honey of a part. I could have played the heck out of it, too.
Sure you could. You could have been great. The notices would have been all for you. It would have made you, Bob. And just because West knew I liked you, he took the role. He killed you professionally, Bob. Don't you realize that?
He killed me professionally. Yeah, I guess he did. Maybe that gives me an idea of what I've got to do to him.
That's all. Leave the curtain down. No more calls. I'm going to my dressing room.
Yeah, wait a minute, West. Wait a minute.
Oh, Mr. Adams, how are you tonight?
I was pretty good before I saw this performance. I want to talk to you, West.
More people want to talk to me.
It's just that attitude I want to talk to you about. I've got a lot of money tied up in this show, West. I lose a fortune if it goes under.
Well, what's that to me? When you produce and back your own shows, you're taking a gamble.
I know, but I like a fair shake. I practically begged for this part after I had young Bob Davis all set for it.
So?
So I gave it to you because I thought your name would help at the box office. Well, it doesn't mean a thing. And I'm paying you a lot of money. And we've got no advance sale, none at all.
This thing's a turkey. That's why nobody's coming to see it.
We could be breaking even or showing a profit if you'll be reasonable about the money you're getting.
Look, don't bother me, will you? I want to go to my dressing room, take off these clothes, and relax. I'm not taking any cut. And whatever talking you must do it tomorrow.
I'll talk to you about it tonight. I'm giving you this straight, West. The way I feel about you, you won't be around tomorrow to be talked to.
Markham! Markham!
Oh, there you are, Vance. I'll be right with you. Well, the great Philo Vance is now acting as my personal chauffeur. I'm getting up in the world.
How much higher can a district attorney get? Get in, Markham.
Thank you, Vance. I suppose you know why I phoned and asked you to pick me up.
No, I don't know, but I suspect, and I'll be duly grateful if my suspicions are correct.
You're right, as usual, Vance. It's a murder, and not an ordinary murder, or the police department could handle it very well, I'm sure.
No question about that, Markham. Which way do you want me to drive?
Straight ahead, Vance. I'll tell you all about this as we go along, and I'll let you know where to turn.
Good enough, my friend. Suppose you start from the beginning, eh?
Well, the beginning and the end of this case, as much as we know about it, that is, are very close together, Vance. Did you ever hear of an actor named Richard West?
Former leading man in pictures, now on Broadway in a play?
That's the man, Vance. Well, it seems he's dead.
Actually or professionally?
As I understand it, he'd been slipping professionally for some time, but I'm speaking of him as a person. He was found shot to death in his apartment several hours ago.
And that's where we're going now?
Yes, Vance, that's where we're bound for. We've done quite a bit of work on the case already, although we haven't any results to speak of.
Well, let's talk about the results you can speak of, Markham.
Well, it seems that West took the job in the play he was in, and a lad named Bob Davis didn't like that. Bob was set for the role before West came along.
Hardly a murder motive, Markham.
Oh, there's more to it than that. This Davis had a girlfriend, a beautiful blonde, from what Sergeant Heath tells me. Her name is Jean Carey. And it seems that West did more than kick her around a little.
And you think that Bob Davis might have resented that?
I think Jean Carey resented that, Vance. According to Heath, she's quite an excitable person. She had a motive, and she is a blonde, you know.
Well, that factor isn't terribly important, Markham. Some of the least murderous people I know are blondes.
Well, that's possible, of course. The point I started to make was that Sergeant Heath has rounded up Miss Carey and is holding her at the apartment of the late Richard West. He has also, as I understand it, notified B.J. Adams, producer of the show West was in.
Very thorough of Heath, Markham. I must remember to thank him. Anything else?
Yes. The gun was near the body. No fingerprints as usual. Turn here, Vance, and then straight ahead.
Very well. Straight ahead, you say?
Yes.
I hope it's straight ahead to the solution of this murder.
Don't think I'll let you come near me. Oh, no. I know what you'll do if I put down this gun. Stand back, I said. Way back or I'll shoot. I mean it, I'll shoot. Don't try that old trick of looking over my shoulder as if there was somebody there. I know there isn't. Your number's up, Tony. Way up. What are you smiling for? Maybe there is somebody in back of me. I'd better look. No, don't shoot, don't I?
Okay, Davis, that's fine. Heard enough.
Did you like it, Mr. McCready? Do you think there's a part in your play for me?
I'll let you know. Keep in touch with the office, Davis. Everybody go now. It's all readings for today.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Mr. McCready.
Wait a minute, Davis.
Huh? Oh, it's you, Hank.
Yeah, that's right. Hank Gale, best actor's agent in show business. I'd like to talk to you, Bob.
Yeah, about what?
About getting you a part in this play McCready's doing. I can handle that guy, Davis.
No, nothing doing. I know all about you and your shady deals, Gale.
Wait a minute. Don't be in such a hurry.
Take your hands off my coat. I gotta get out of here.
You shouldn't be in such a hurry, Davis. You really shouldn't be. I got angles in this town. Lots of angles about lots of things.
What are you talking about?
Murder. I got angles about the murder of Richard West, for instance. Don't you think maybe you ought to be in my office tomorrow morning? Huh, kid?
Your name is Jean Carey, is that correct?
That's right, Mr. Vance. And in answer to your next question, I wasn't up here at Mr. West's apartment at all today until Sergeant Heath brought me here a little while ago.
You're anticipating my questions, Miss Carey. Perhaps you'd care to answer the next one. I haven't asked that either.
Well, you're going to want to know how it is that there are 2 champagne glasses on this end table, and why it is that one of them has lipstick marks on it.
You're doing fine, Miss Carey. Now, how about answering your own question?
I don't know how it is. Mr. West had other girlfriends, I suppose. Oh, I don't smoke that brand of cigarettes, Mr. Vance.
You mean this stub in the ashtray I'm looking at?
That's right. It has lipstick on it, hasn't it?
The same lipstick, I'd say, as there are indications of on the champagne glass.
Well, it's not mine.
So you say. This lipstick is sort of light, isn't it?
Looks like it might be orange. Mr. Vance, how long are they going to hold me?
That's entirely up to the district attorney and Sergeant Heath. Until the murderer of Richard West is caught, I imagine. Why? In a hurry to go somewhere?
I'm in a hurry to go anywhere as long as it's away from here. You think this is fun?
Hardly. Especially to the police, Miss Carey. The police don't like unsolved murder cases. In fact, the only person that likes a murder less than the police is the victim.
Very funny. Well, what happens to me now? Am I to be held here or in prison until you find out either that I didn't kill West or who did?
I think the police will release you, Miss Carey, as soon as I'm through with you. You know, of course, that Sergeant Heath is trying to locate your boyfriend, Bob Davis.
That shouldn't be too tough. I can tell you where to find Bob.
Oh, really? And you wouldn't mind turning him over to the police?
Why should I mind? He didn't do anything. He and I were together at the time of the murder. If he knew the police wanted him, he'd be here with bells on. What would he have to lose?
I don't know. Is it true that B.J. Adams, the producer, was going to star Bob Davis in a play before Richard West appeared on the scene?
Yes. Bob's a good actor. He would have been great in the part.
I wonder how good he was in playing the role of a murderer.
Why, Bob wouldn't kill anybody. Even for me or himself. He couldn't. He isn't the type.
According to you, that is. But don't forget, Miss Carey, that according to Shakespeare, one man in his time plays many parts.
This is District Attorney Markham. The curtain call murder case opened with the finding of the body of Richard West, former Hollywood leading man, currently appearing on Broadway for producer B.J. Adams. The suspects include blonde Jean Carey, West's former girlfriend, and Bob Davis, young actor who has been going with her. Philo Vance, after studying lipstick marks on a glass and cigarette in West's apartment, is quite certain that Miss Carey is not responsible for them, although he hasn't said why. He's told me he had some inquiries to make at the office of Hank Gale, the theatrical agent, and he should be there.
You wanted some dope on Jean Carey, huh, Vance?
Yes, please.
Well, I can give you some personal dope on the gal if,
You're very helpful, Mr. Gale, and I appreciate it.
Oh, no trouble. Kind of like the idea of helping out Philo Vance. Maybe sometime you could help me, huh?
Maybe, Mr. Gale. I understand Miss Gary's been in show business since she was a kid, eh?
Yeah. I knew her mother pretty well. Good hoofer. One of the best. Her old man wasn't much of a guy. Good performer, but a bad boy. Did a one-man band act. Well, Mother hopped the buck before Jean was born.
And after?
Well, as I remember it, the father stuck around for about 6 or 7 years and then blew. I don't know what happened to him. Jean's mother died right after that, and the kid must have had a pretty tough time before she was old enough to work on her own.
I imagine she did. What kind of a fellow was this Richard West, Mr. Gale?
Rat. You want details?
I think I get the general idea.
Well, this producer, Adams, really let him have it after the show the night West was killed. Anyhow, that's what I hear, and I get around. I hear a lot of things, Vance.
Really? That Mr. Adams' quarrel with West sounds like something I should know more about. I think I ought to go over and see Mr. Adams and find out whether a Broadway producer can produce anything interesting in this case.
Is Mr. Adams in, miss?
He's in, but he ain't seen any actors today.
I'm Bob Davis. I once read
Oh, I
for
know you, Mr. Davis. I remember you were here before, a couple of months ago. I never forget a face. I got a photogenic mind. Good day, Mr. Davis.
I've got to see Mr. Adams.
I know. They all say that, only you can't. Good day, Mr. Hey, you can't go in there.
No, don't bet. Mr. Adams, I've got to talk to you.
What do you mean breaking into my office like this? Get out, you, immediately.
Not until I've talked to you. Mr. Adams, my name is Bob Davis. I know you're going to reopen the play that Richard West was in, and I want the part I was promised once.
Oh, you do, huh?
Yes, I do.
Does that give you the right to come crashing in here and telling me what you want? Get out of here before I throw you out.
Mr. Adams,
You're Bob Davis. You should know the police are looking for you for Richard West murder.
What?
It's been on the radio for hours. Now get out before I call him and tell him you're here.
I didn't know.
Yes, Miss Jeffers?
Should I call the police, Mr. Adams? I could hear that Davis guy yelling all over the place.
No, don't bother, Miss Jeffers. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Adams, there's a Mr. Vance outside. Philo Vance.
Philo Vance, the private investigator?
He sure looks good enough to be.
Send him in. Hey, Davis, where are you going?
If that's Vance, he may be after me. I'm getting out of here before he sees me.
Mr. Adams?
Oh, come right in, sir. Glad to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. How are you today, sir?
Very good, thank you. And yourself?
Fine. Say, haven't I seen you before, Mr. Adams?
I don't remember meeting you, Mr. Vance, but it's possible you've seen me at the theater. I'm an inveterate first nighter. Go to every first night opening in town, except my own. Can't stand my own opening. It's too nerve-wracking.
I can imagine. It seems to me, though, that I've seen you within the past week, and there hasn't been an opening this week.
No, there hasn't. The opera, maybe. I was there last Saturday night.
That must have been it. Funny how an unclarified detail sticks in your mind, isn't it? I'm sure it hasn't the slightest significance, but I did remember seeing you.
Like the opera, Vance?
Generally, I liked the performance Saturday evening, all except the overture. The second violins seemed out of tune with the first few minutes.
You've got a good ear, Vance.
Thank you.
Only it wasn't the violins. It was the violas. The stars were in great voice, I thought.
Yes, the performance was quite enjoyable. However, I didn't come here to discuss opera with you, Mr. Adams. I came to talk about the late star of your show.
Ah, Richard West.
Naturally. Mr. Adams, was your show making money?
Frankly, no.
Was West in any way responsible for that?
Undoubtedly. I had a contract with him. Had to pay him a lot of money every week.
How long a contract did he have, Mr. Adams?
Run of the play. Of course, I could have closed the show, but then I'd have no chance of getting any of my money back.
His death saved you quite a bit of money then, didn't it?
Unquestionably. And I think I see what you're driving at, Vance.
I'm not driving at anything in particular, Mr. Adams. Not yet, that is.
People sometimes kill for money, don't they, Vance? And I did save a lot of money with West dead. Your thinking isn't unreasonable. I suppose I'm a suspect. Although I'll tell you now, I'm not a very good one.
I have several good suspects already, Mr. Adams. I'd gladly discard both of them in favor of one actual murderer.
Miss Carey, you realize why you were brought to my office.
No, I don't, Mr. Markham. All I know is that Vance said I could go.
Yes, he did, and you're not being officially detained. You can leave any time you like. But there is one thing I want to know more about.
What's that?
According to the testimony of Richard West's valet, you broke into his dressing room the night he was killed, and you threatened him with a bottle of acid.
Oh, that.
Oh, that? You're dismissing it rather lightly, Miss Carey.
Because it's only half right. I threatened him, but not with any acid. The bottle had nothing in it but water.
Oh? And what did you want with West?
I wanted him to make good on his promises to me. That's what I wanted. I thought I could force him into getting me a chance in Hollywood.
You might have tried to do the same thing later that evening in his apartment, only this time you had a gun.
I wasn't near his apartment. I told you that. I told Vance that.
Excuse me, please. Markham speaking.
Hello, Markham. Vance.
Oh, hello, Vance. What's up?
My spirits, for one thing, Markham. Will you do me a favor?
Of course. What is it?
I want you to reach Bob Davis and B.J. Adams and have them at my office in an hour. Can you do it?
Of course I can do it, Vance.
Good. You can bring Jean Carey with you if you like. She's there with you now, isn't she?
Why, yes, but how did you know?
I came to call for her to tell her some news that she wasn't going to like very much. And I found that a man from your office had been at her apartment.
You have some news that she isn't going to like very well, Vance?
Definitely, Markham. I'm going to prove her connection with the murder of Richard West. Please, all of you be seated comfortably. I won't be very long getting to my point. Miss Carey,
What is it, Vance?
with whom were you in love? Bob Davis, Richard West, or your career?
I wanted to be successful.
That's what I thought.
But, Jean, you told me that...
Not now, if you don't mind, Mr. Davis, please. Mr. Adams.
Yes?
How long have you been a theatrical producer?
In this city?
Yes.
About 10 years.
What did you do before?
Nothing much of anything, Vance. Acted, painted scenery, the usual thing.
Vance, excuse my interrupting, will you?
Certainly, Markham. What is it?
You told me on the telephone that you could link Jean Carey with Richard West's murder. Was it through the lipstick on the glass in West's apartment?
No. You put the lipstick there, didn't you, Mr. Davis?
I?
Yes, you hated West because he took your part in the play. You came up to his apartment with the idea of killing him and of making it look as if Miss Carey had been there.
Why, that dirty...
When you found him dead, you put lipstick on the champagne glass and on the cigarette.
Why would I do a thing like that? I love Jean.
I doubt that. You planted the evidence to take suspicion off yourself. You knew the police would come after you when they found West dead, so you tried to make it seem as if Miss Carey had been there. That was so Miss Carey couldn't incriminate you.
Vance, you can't possibly know that Miss Carey didn't leave the lipstick on that glass and the cigarette. Even if we'd taken samples of her lipstick and they didn't match the stains we found, that wouldn't prove anything. She could have changed lipsticks.
Of course she could have, Markham. But I'm reasonably certain Mr. Davis planted those lipstick marks for us to trace.
Then he's the murderer, Vance?
No, I didn't kill him. You'll never make me admit I killed him. I didn't, you hear? I didn't kill him.
Nobody said you did. In fact, I know you didn't. Markham, the time for your arrest has come.
Oh?
You can hold one of the people in this room for murder. I'll supply you with all the information you need to complete your case.
Well, that's very kind of you, Vance, but whom do I arrest?
Who, Markham? Why, B.J. Adams, of course.
I, B.J. Adams, of my own free will and volition, do hereby make this statement to District Attorney Markham and Philo Vance. I killed Richard West.
Take these questions and answers down, Johnson, please. Mr. Adams, why did you kill West?
As long as he was alive to appear in my show, it cost me thousands of dollars every week.
Mr. Adams, what was the real reason?
What was that, Mr. Vance?
What was the real reason you killed West?
I killed him because of what he did to my daughter, Jean.
What? Jean Carey is your daughter?
Yes, Markham. I knew that when I found that Jean's father had left her when she was just a child and had been a professional musician at the time. In my first interview with Mr. Adams, he revealed a detailed knowledge of music. Well, it was too close a tie for me to ignore.
So that's what put you on my trail, eh, Vance?
Partly. That and your arrival in this city soon after you had left Jean and her mother. The whole thing was too coincidental. You had to be her father.
I was. Maybe I didn't do the right thing by Jean when she was a kid, but I wasn't going to stand by and see her kicked around by a heel like West. She didn't know I was her father, you see. But I knew who she was. So I came up to West's apartment the night of his death and shot him.
Tell me, Mr. Adams, were there 2 champagne glasses on an end table in the apartment?
No.
No?
No, Markham, there weren't. Bob Davis set those up very nicely when he came to West's apartment shortly after the murder. He ran down to the drugstore, bought a lipstick, and smeared one of the glasses into a cigarette stub.
I've been meaning to ask this for a long time, Vance. How did you know that Miss Carey didn't make those marks?
Oh, Markham, it was an orange lipstick, and Miss Carey is a blonde.
Oh.
No blonde ever wears orange lipstick. It's not vivid enough.
Mm-hmm.
Deep red, Purple on occasion, but never orange. Terribly unbecoming, Markham.
And I guess I'm terribly unobserving, Vance. I'm awfully glad you're around.
I'm glad I'm around, too, when there are murder cases to be solved. Incidentally, Bob Davis was equally unobserving when he purchased the lipstick. He just asked for a lipstick and took the first one the clerk handed him, never bothering to look at the color.
I'm glad he didn't. We really would have been confused if he had. No telling how long it would have taken us to get somewhere on the West murder.
You're probably right, Markham. But we know where we are now, don't we? We're at the end of the curtain call murder case.
Finally, my dear Harold, finally. In a few seconds, you will learn why this mansion is so completely burglar-proof.
I saw the men working on the wall, Mr. Simmons. They were finished with the masonry 2 days ago.
Oh, yes, they were finished with the masonry. A wall 10 feet high now completely covers the front of this place of mine, and there is nothing but a cliff in back. But a mere wall and a cliff are not sufficient protection.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
You will, my dear Harold, you will. You are my caretaker, but your work will be relatively easy. Believe me, it will be easy. Oh, what's keeping those men?
Keeping them from what, sir?
From trying out the device they've installed. I can't imagine... Hear that, Harold? Harold, you hear that?
What is it, Mr. Simmons?
It's an electric eye system, Harold. It's completely foolproof and burglar-proof. If anyone so much as approaches within 6 feet of any part of those walls, that alarm goes off. Nobody can get to me here, Harold. Ha! Nobody.
Mr. Simmons, you've never told me who it is you were afraid of.
Who it is? It could be any of a dozen people, Harold. Weak people. People who resented the fact that in the battle of business, I was successful, and they weren't. But now I'm safe, with you to look after me 24 hours a day.
You can depend on me, Mr. Simmons.
Indeed I do, Harold, and indeed I will. It's true I know nothing of your background, but you strike me as satisfactory. You look me square in the eye all the time. That's important. Besides, I'm used to taking chances on people. 5 years ago, when I first hired Betty Jarnes as my secretary, I knew nothing of her either.
Miss Jarnes is very capable.
Yes, and very lovely. And I've rewarded her, Harold, just as I'll reward you if you are faithful to your duties. When I die, she receives a considerable fortune.
I'll do my best, Mr. Simmons.
Oh, Harold, just to prove to you that I'm not an old fool, I said I knew nothing about you. That is true. But just in case you were sent here by one of my friends,
Mr. Simmons,
please don't think I overlooked that possibility. Just in case you were sent here by one of my friends, allow me to assure you that I have means of protecting myself at all times. See?
That gun is entirely unnecessary where I'm concerned, sir.
Perhaps. But it is well to have it with me all the time, regardless. I'm glad we had this little chat, Harold. As you can see, I'm protected from strangers by the wall and its electric eye.
And I'm protected from my own household by this gun. I'm completely safe. And for the first time in years, I'm at ease.
Very good, sir. I'm glad.
I'm an old man, Harold, and this is the freedom I've been looking forward to for years. Perhaps I don't have too long to live, but they're going to be easy years. Harold, didn't you hear what I said?
Yes, sir. You said perhaps you don't have too long to live.
Jim. Jim, are you there?
Hello, sis. I'm here. Why are you calling?
I had to talk to you, Jim. So much is happening, and you're 1,000 miles away.
Another gripe about that job of yours?
Yes, it's still Mr. Simmons. He's unbearable.
So why don't you quit? Why do you keep calling me up and complaining every week?
Oh, no. No, I don't quit this job. Not with all that money I'm being left in Simmons' will. I'm sticking.
Well, then what's your beef?
He's moved out to a place in the country. There's a wall around the house. The windows are barred. And I've got to work there and live there.
Well, what do you want me to do?
I don't know. All I know is that this place is a prison. Gray stone, flat roof. Whew. Those barred windows and the wall, I feel like I'm in jail. Oh, if only something would happen to the old buzzard.
Like what? Like realizing that you deserve a couple of days off a week so you can have a fling at living?
That's not what I'm thinking, Jim. I was thinking that it looks like I'm going to be able to live only if Mr. Simmons dies.
Take a letter, Miss Jarnes.
Yes, sir.
To Frank Rodney, Bank Building City. Dear Frank, in reply to your letter of even date, the answer is no. Sincerely. Sign my name to it.
Yes, Mr. Simmons.
Now then, take a letter to...
Mr. Simmons, could I please fix myself some lunch now? I can take the rest of the letters this afternoon.
Of course not. My mail comes first.
But it's 3 o'clock, sir, and I haven't had anything to eat since breakfast.
Dissatisfied here, Miss Jarnes? If you are, I might be able to make other arrangements for a secretary. Of course, there are other changes that would be made at the same time. Changes affecting my will.
Mr. Simmons, will you please forget about that will? That's all I ever hear from you. After all, I just wanted a sandwich. Is that so unreasonable?
It is, inasmuch as I have other things for you to do. You know, Miss Jarnes, perhaps you've been with me too long. Take a letter to my attorney. Ask him to please be here tomorrow morning and to bring my will with him.
Vance. Oh, Vance.
Oh, just a minute. Markham, what are you doing here at this hour? Come in.
Thank you, Vance. I'm sorry to have awakened you.
Awakened me, my friend. No, you didn't. I haven't been to bed. I've been reading up on criminal identification through hair analysis. Very interesting. Kept me from realizing it was daylight.
Vance, don't you ever do anything that ordinary people do?
Like sleep, you mean, Markham? I'd have gone to sleep if I were tired. I wasn't, so I stayed up. How about you? District attorney's hours don't begin this early, do they?
They do when there's a murder. And there's been a murder, Vance.
In that case, Markham, I'll slip out of this robe and into a shower and be with you in a moment. Come along, you can tell me all about it.
Right. It seems, Vance, that a millionaire named Ezra Simmons built himself a mansion out in the suburbs and installed every known method of burglar alarm. But someone got in last night and shot him to death.
Really? I know about Simmons. He made a fortune stepping on people's backs. I'll hop in the shower and make this as quick as possible.
Good. Of course, Vance, there's a possibility that Simmons was killed by someone in his house. His secretary, Betty Jarnes, or his caretaker, Harold Eckner.
No question about that possibility.
Miss Jarnes claims she couldn't stay in the house last night and went into town, returning this morning to discover the body. And the caretaker claims he heard no one try to get in, nor will he say he killed Simmons.
Unreasonable of him, isn't it? How would you like me to tell you how Simmons might have been killed?
But, man, how could you? Apparently, neither the caretaker nor Miss Jarnes killed him. That's a little too obvious. And you don't know anything about any of the details of this case.
All I know is what you've told me, Markham. But I won't disturb you with one of my long-range predictions.
I'd suggest we get right up to the Simmons mansion.
Right now, Vance?
Hardly. I think we ought to wait until I get dressed first.
That's it, Vance. That's the Simmons house just on top of that hill.
I see it, Markham. Large, isn't it?
Quite. And that wall surrounding it must be 10 foot high with barbed wire at the top.
Probably electrically charged wire. Mr. Simmons was well protected.
Apparently not well enough protected, Vance. Somebody did get to him, remember?
Yes, I most certainly do. And somebody most certainly did.
Now, I guess I'd better stop here and wait for someone to... Now, what in the world is that?
An electric eye system, I imagine. As soon as any object comes between the posts in front of the gate, those bells go off.
Oh, of course.
Here comes someone to open the gate. Caretaker, probably.
Probably. I asked Sergeant Heath to let him resume his duties around the place until we got here. Hello there.
Hello. You're Mr. Markham?
Yes, and this is Philo Vance.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Where is Sergeant Heath?
He's up at the house. They've taken Mr. Simmons' body away, but Sergeant Heath said for me to expect you.
Very kind of the sergeant. That's quite an elaborate bell system Mr. Simmons had installed, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It wasn't necessary where you and Mr. Markham were concerned, though. I saw you two from my room, and when I saw your car, I came down to open the gate.
Well, hop on the running board, Eckner, and we'll drive you to the house.
Yes, sir. Just follow the road. It turns left a little way up.
Right.
Just a minute, Markham, if you please.
What is it, Vance?
Stop the car.
Certainly.
I want to look at the outside of this place. Eckner, can you drive the car up to the house?
Yes, Mr. Vance.
Do that, will you, please? Come on out, Markham.
I'm with you, Vance. There.
I'll leave the car in front of the house, Mr. Markham.
Thank you. Now, Vance, what is this for? You know that Heath is holding Mr. Simmons' secretary, Betty Jarnes, up at the house. Why stop?
I just thought of a way that somebody could get past that wall without sounding the alarm.
But how, man? By tunneling under it?
No, nothing quite that obvious. If there had been a tunnel, Heath would have discovered it by now. I thought if there were a lawn...
But there isn't. There's nothing but rocks leading from the wall to the house. What were you thinking?
Well, if the murderer were very clever, he could have gotten past that wall without sounding the alarm by using my method.
And that method was?
By vaulting over the wall, using a pole. Of course, the murderer would have had to be an athlete, but that would have narrowed down our suspects.
Yes.
But nobody or nothing could land on these rocks. Well, I see our friend the caretaker's waiting for us at the door.
Yes, he is. Oh, Eckner, where is Sergeant Heath?
He's trying all the windows for clues, Mr. Markham. Will you come in, sir?
Yes, we will. Thank you.
Is this the library, Eckner?
The living room, Mr. Vance. Miss Jarnes is in there waiting for you.
Good. Come in with us, will you, please?
Yes, sir. This is Mr. Markham and Philo Vance, Miss Jarnes.
How do you do?
Oh, how do you do?
Hello, Miss Jarnes. I hope we haven't kept you waiting.
You have. But does that matter any to you?
Frankly, no. Now that your attitude is apparent. Miss Jarnes, who might have killed your employer?
Almost anybody he formerly did business with. He was cordially hated by a lot of people.
Including you.
I hated him as much as anybody, I guess.
But you continued to work for him.
Oh, yes. Yes, I was a very faithful employee. Wouldn't you be if you were being left a lot of money by an old man?
How much money, Miss Jarnes?
I'd like to go up to my room, Mr. Vance, please. I have a headache.
Of course.
Thank you.
By the way, Miss Jarnes, how much money was Mr. Simmons leaving you?
How much?
Yes.
$1 million.
You can say that again, Markham. Oh, Eckner.
Yes, Mr. Vance?
Were you in Mr. Simmons' will, too?
I've only been here a week.
I see. Markham, walk over to the window with me, will you, please?
Of course, Vance. What's on your mind?
Tell you in a moment. Keep your back to our friend, Mr. Eckner, there, and listen to this. Mr. Eckner? Mr. Eckner!
He doesn't answer, Vance. I'd better turn around and see if he's still there.
Yes, he is.
I just wanted confirmation of a theory, Markham. This one is correct, thank goodness. You see, the late Mr. Simmons went into an involved routine to have his home wired with gongs that would go off if an intruder approached. But all in vain.
I still don't know what you're driving at, Vance.
Don't you? Well, Eckner here, the man he depended upon to protect him in case those gongs went off, happens to be stone deaf.
This is District Attorney Markham. The $1 million murder case opened with the finding of the body of Ezra Simmons, much disliked recluse, despite all of Simmons' efforts to protect himself. Suspects include his secretary, Betty Jonas, and a caretaker, Harold Eckner, who, Vance has discovered, is stone deaf. At noon of the day following the murder, Joseph Hargrave, Simmons' lawyer, arrived at the mansion. All of us, Vance, Miss Jonas, Eckner, and I, are gathered in the library to hear him read the will he has brought.
Very well now, very well. Quiet, please. I must have quiet, please.
You'll have it, Mr. Hargrave.
Good. Now, let me see, where do I begin? Oh, yes. Miss Jonas, you wrote me a letter asking me to be here today.
Yes, I did. And to bring the will. Mr. Simmons wanted you here with it.
Don't know why. And don't care why. Guarantee he didn't know he'd be dead when I came now. Did he? Or did he? Could he have committed suicide?
Hardly, Mr. Hargrave, hardly.
Didn't think he would. Wasn't the type.
Mr. Hargrave, if you don't mind, I'm quite anxious to find out what was in the will.
What are you so anxious about, Mr. Vance? Nothing in it for you. Miss Jonas here gets $1 million. Mr. Eckner gets 10,000. The rest goes to a home for cats.
He left me $10,000, but I've only been with him a week.
There was a copy of the will in Mr. Simmons' desk. You were here long enough to see it, you know.
Miss Jonas, you can't mean I killed Mr. Simmons.
Oh, can't I,
well,
though?
What about you and the $1 million you got? You could have killed him.
I wasn't in this house when he was killed. You know that. I called you and told you I was going out.
Please, both of you, if you don't mind, I'd like to do some talking.
And if you don't mind, I won't listen. I can't stand people talking. Makes me nervous. If you don't mind, I'll just go to the kitchen and make myself some coffee.
What is it you were saying, Vance?
Well, first of all, I want to talk to Mr. Eckner. You are deaf, Mr. Eckner. Why didn't Miss Jarnes know that? And did Mr. Simmons know it?
No one here knew it. I can read lips perfectly. I was afraid to tell Mr. Simmons I was deaf. I thought maybe he wouldn't give me the job when I applied for it, and, well, I needed it.
I see. Well, I imagine that's reasonable. Apparently, you were the only one here last night when the murder was committed. I know you can't hear, so I don't expect you to be able to give me much information. But can you tell me anything at all?
I think so, Mr. Vance.
Well, go ahead, man. We're waiting.
Well, I was awake all last night, gentlemen. In my room, there's a lamp connected with the same electric eye device that sets off the gongs. Nobody could get near this house without my going out to investigate. And nobody did.
Hello. Hello, is that you, Jim?
Betty, honey, how's my favorite sister?
I've been trying for 15 minutes to get you on the phone, Jim. How soon can you get here?
What do you mean?
Jim, Mr. Simmons has been murdered. And Philo Vance thinks I did it. You've got to get here right away.
Yeah, okay, sis. I'll hop on a train in a half hour, but it'll take time. 15 or 16 hours, maybe longer, if I don't get a fast train.
Fly in, Jim, please.
Betty, you know I can't fly.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jim. I forgot for a second. Of course you can't fly. We'll take the train, but hurry. I need somebody on my side, Jim. It's got to be you.
Don't worry, honey. They aren't going to kick my kid sister around. I'll be there first thing in the morning. Where are you now?
I'm at the Simmons house calling from the hall. Oh, hurry, Jim. Please hurry.
Hang on tight, kid. I'll be there. Bye.
Goodbye.
Why couldn't you fly, Miss Jarnes?
Oh.
I didn't mean to startle you, and I certainly didn't mean to eavesdrop. But apparently I've done both, so I might as well take advantage of this situation. Why can't your brother fly here?
He cracked up flying a plane about 5 years ago. He won't go into a plane. But what excuse does that give you to listen to my conversation?
Miss Jarnes, believe me, I have no excuse. But I do have a reason.
There's a man out here to see you, Mr. Rodney. He told me to tell you his name was Buck.
Buck, eh?
Send him in, Miss Morgan. Send him right in. Come in, Buck. Sit down.
Thanks, Mr. Rodney. Don't mind if I do.
Cigar?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks.
That's right, Buck. Sit down. You did a good job. I'm proud of you.
Simmons is dead, ain't he? You sent me to see that he got dead, didn't you? I saw to it.
Yep, you certainly did. And here's the money you asked for, just the way you asked for it, in small bills. Anybody see you come in here?
Nope. And nobody's gonna see me leave. And nobody's gonna see me again in this town for 2 years. I'm blowing this bug just like our deal said I should.
Yeah, you're a fine man for a delicate job, Buck. I don't know how you did it, and I don't care.
Okay, boss. And now I got my dough, and you got your corpse. And so I'm blowing out of here through this back door. You know, Rodney, I kind of enjoy knocking off a guy. Makes me feel like I was put into this world for a reason. So long.
Yes, Mr. Rodney.
Miss Morgan, call police headquarters for me, will you?
Police headquarters?
I want to report that if the police are looking for the murderer of Ezra Simmons, they can pick up Buck Digby at the Crosstown station in an hour.
Hi, Markham.
Ah, there you are, Vance. Glad you got here. Where have you been?
Doing a little investigating, Markham. I knew I could leave you here at the Simmons mansion with complete confidence that if anything turned up, you'd let me know about it.
Something has turned up, Vance. 2 things, in fact.
One of them is that Miss Jarness' brother has arrived from out of town this morning. What's the other?
How did you know? Oh, you'll have a reasonable way, I know, so let's skip that. The other thing that turned up is that we picked up Mr. Simmons' murderer.
I beg your pardon.
We got a tip that Buck Digby killed Simmons and was about to leave town. We caught him at the station, and of course he denied everything, but we're pretty sure it's he.
Are you, Markham?
Yes.
Has he told you how he succeeded in getting into this house despite the wall, the electric eye, and the barred windows?
Well, no, he hasn't.
He probably won't either, Markham, because the chances are he didn't kill Simmons despite your tip. I think I know who murdered Ezra Simmons, Markham. And believe me, it isn't Buck Digby.
You haven't told me what I should do, Jim. You just sit there.
I'm thinking, sis, I'm thinking.
Oh.
You know, I don't think so good after 15 hours in a sleeper. Now, off the record. You didn't kill Simmons?
All for on the record, I didn't kill him.
$1 million is a big reason, sis.
There you go again.
Sorry, I was just trying to make...
Who's there?
Philo Vance, may I come in?
Come in.
Please forgive my intruding into your room, Miss Jarness, but I was anxious to meet your brother. How do you do, sir? I'm Philo Vance.
Hi. What's going on here, Vance? What are they trying to do, frame my sister for that old buzzard's murder?
No, nobody's trying to frame her, Mr. Jarness. If she's innocent, I assure you she won't be put in jail. Until we're sure we're keeping her in this house. Miss Jarness, is there a room in this house that is relatively soundproof?
The basement is. It's equipped with all the gongs and stuff. But you can't hear what's going on in the rest of the house, if that's what you mean.
That's what I mean. I'm going to ask you and your brother to go down there. Join Mr. Markham and Harold Eckner. You're all going to see me drive down the road and out through the gate. And when you see me again, I'll be in this house, without an alarm being sounded or a window bar being out. I'll get in just like the murderer got in.
Vance has been gone over an hour. I can't understand what's keeping him.
I can, Mr. Markham. He just couldn't get in here without sounding those bells. How could anybody?
Nobody could, Jim. I went over the plans with the company that installed the electric eye. It's impossible for anybody to get into this place without sounding the alarm.
You're trying to make it look awfully bad for me, Miss Jarness. I was the only one in the house when Mr. Simmons was killed.
If it looks bad for you, that's not my fault. I didn't kill Mr. Simmons.
What I'd like to know is who did.
Is that all you'd like to know, Markham?
Vance!
I can tell you who did.
Vance, you did it. You got in. Not that there was any doubt in my mind that you would.
Thank you, my friend. And I believe when I arrived just now, I said I could tell you who killed Mr. Simmons. I can. Markham, you can arrest Miss Jarness' brother for murder.
this requires a lot of explanation, Vance. Let's start with Buck Digby.
All right. He went to kill Simmons, but he found he couldn't get in the mansion without setting off all those gongs, so he gave up the idea. Then he heard on the radio that Simmons was dead, so he figured he'd collect regardless.
And the man who sent him to kill Simmons, that Mr. Rodney, he tipped us off to Buck. Why would he do that?
2 reasons. He was an allegedly respectable citizen. He knew that Buck would involve him if he were arrested, but he could always deny the accusation. However, if Buck remained at liberty, Rodney would be blackmailed by him for the rest of his life, and he knew it.
I see. Now tell me this. Jim Jarnes was in South City, 1,000 miles from here, on the afternoon of Simmons' death. He was afraid to fly, yet you claim he was in this house at midnight in time to kill Simmons.
That's right. He was afraid to fly, Markham, but he flew just the same.
But he couldn't have flown a plane over the wall and landed on those rocks outside. Nothing could land on them safely.
Yes, I know, Markham. But Jim flew in from South City in about 4 or 5 hours. And then he rented a helicopter from a flying field about 10 miles down the road.
How do you know that?
I rented one there myself a little while ago. Those helicopters are wonderful. They can land on anything, including the roof of the Simmons house, which is where I landed. You know how flat the roof is.
Yes. So that's how you got into the house without the alarms going off.
That's right. I landed on the roof, opened the skylight, and came down as nice as you please.
Oh, Vance.
The man at the flying field described the man who had rented a helicopter the night of the murder, and so I knew who our murderer was.
Well, I'll be darned. What about a motive, Vance?
Well, Markham, wouldn't you like to have a sister, your only living relative, who had $1 million?
Yes, I would. One more thing, Vance. Everything logical pointed to the fact that this was an inside job, that Simmons was killed by either Miss Jarnes or the caretaker. Why were you so sure it wasn't?
Because, Markham, we know Miss Jarnes wasn't at the mansion the night of the murder. But the caretaker didn't know that. She probably called up to him that she was leaving, but don't forget, he couldn't hear.
Oh, I understand now. He'd never have tried to murder Simmons thinking Miss Jarnes was in the house, and he never knew she'd left.
Right. That the end of your questions, my friend?
The end of my questions, Vance, and the end of the $1 million murder case.
All right, you know what you have to do now, Art? After the fall from the balcony, we stop the camera and we pan into you lying on the floor, right?
Just go ahead and shoot the scene. I'll be where I'm supposed to be.
Okay. Now, Joe, those lights.
How do you like that guy, Joyce? I've only been in 70 Western movies. In every one of them, there's a scene like this.
I don't think Mr. Haley would tell you anything if he wasn't sure there was a reason. You are a little unreliable, you know, Art, despite what the kids think of you and those 70 Westerns.
Well, I'm with friends. I can see that.
All right, cut it out, Art. We want to shoot this scene. All right, you two up on the balcony. You start slugging, you wrestle, and both of you fall over the balcony, right?
Right. Got it.
All right. Quiet, everybody.
Quiet.
Quiet. All right, now. We can pick both of you guys up on a microphone, so make this good and real. All right, let's make this. Sound. Sound's ready. Quiet, everybody. Roll 'em.
Production number 11254, scene 6. Take it away.
Action.
All right,
Get away from me! Okay, cut. All right, that was good. That was great. Fine. Well, that stuntman we've got doubling for you really can take falls, can't he, Art?
That's what he's paid to do, isn't it?
Yeah, but everyone doesn't do what he gets paid to do around here. For instance, you're paid to act.
Who's writing your dialogue, Ed? Bill Moore?
Very funny.
Hasn't he got enough trouble with the lines in this picture? It's the worst talk I've ever had to say.
Well, I guess this is a typical Art Ingram picture, isn't it? You've griped about everything so far. Your story, your lines, your leading lady.
Oh, you're not too bad.
Thanks. Tell me, you do think your horse is all right?
Sarcasm's catching around this place. What do you say, Ed? Let's get on with the next scene.
All right, suits me. All right, places for next scene, everybody. Places. I will run through it once and then shoot it. Let's try to make the first one a take.
Joyce, look at the way those extras move when Ed yells at them. What a life. Yeah, what a life that double of mine leads. You realize, Joyce, that I was supposed to take that fall from the balcony.
I realize it very well. You have no idea how I wish you had taken it. Maybe you wouldn't have gotten up.
Partner, put down that 6-shooter, he said.
Bill, are you busy?
Oh, no, I'm just banging on this typewriter to keep my fingers limber. What's up, Joycey?
Oh, I just came off a set. Been working with Art Ingram all morning, yeah. Are you really not busy, Bill?
I'm doing some last-minute rewrites on tomorrow's scene, Joyce. Art was complaining about his lines, and Ed wants to keep peace in the family, so little Billy goes to work. He can wait, though. Why do you ask?
I'm not complaining, Bill, but I wish you'd write me some smart lines, some things that'll give me a chance to stand out. I've got all I can do to get my face in the camera when I work with Art.
That bum knows more tricks than a monkey.
You're not kidding.
I'll do a rewrite on your lines for you, Joyce. Glad to do it.
Oh, gee, that's swell. Apparently you don't like him either.
What do you mean, either? I don't like him, but I didn't think there was any friction between you two.
Well, there is. Tell me something, Bill. What reason do you have for hating Art?
You really want to know?
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you. I had a kid sister in college a couple of years ago. She was terrific. Pretty, had talent, was engaged to the campus hero. Had everything her own way.
What college, Bill?
Daniels University. Remember Joe Layton, All-American end?
Well...
Intercollegiate heavyweight champ, baseball and track star?
I know the name.
Well, that was the guy Mary was engaged to. And one day, Art Ingram went up to Daniels U to shoot some scenes for a picture, and he met my sister. She didn't have sense enough to tell me she'd met him, but she fell all over herself, falling in love with the guy. She quit school, followed him back to the coast, and 6 months later committed suicide.
Oh, no.
Oh, huh? Yes, with a capital Y. Someday Ingram and I are going to settle up about Mary. I promised myself that a long time ago.
Bill, don't do anything about Art that'll get you in trouble. He isn't worth it. Believe me, he isn't.
Don't worry, Joyce. When I do something about Art, it won't get me into any trouble. I guarantee that.
Oh, keep those horses quiet, will you, fellas? We don't need them till the next scene. Now get them away so we don't pick them up on this microphone. That's good. All right, that's fine. Now, Joyce, you know the action in this scene.
I'm not in the first part of it.
Huh?
Art comes galloping up, rides in front of the camera, and then rides up. He's
that?
supposed to be chasing the bandits who have me.
Fine, all right. One thing that guy can really do is ride. Quiet, everybody!
Quiet! Quiet!
Okay, let's make this. Sound. Sound's ready. Quiet, everybody. Roll 'em.
Production number 11254, scene 7. Take it away.
Action.
Hey, you little fella! Come and give us a hand!
Holy mackerel, what a thing to happen to me. Ingram's been thrown. Come on, Joyce.
Yeah.
All right, get back. Everybody get back. Now, don't touch him.
Nobody's touched him, Ed. Look at him. He's not moving.
Come on, let us through there. Let us through, will you?
Ed.
He's lying pretty still. I'll see in a minute if he's hurt
Ed.
bad. He's dead, Joyce. Looks to me like his neck's broken. Must have landed on it.
Ed, look at his hand.
What about it?
When he rode past us a second ago, that big diamond ring of his was on his finger. I saw it.
And so did I. You couldn't miss it. Hey, it's not there.
And nobody touched the body before we got here. What happened to the ring, Ed?
I don't know. All I know is what happened to Art Ingram.
Like organ music, Vance?
I like practically every kind of music, Markham. It's very restful. And so's your driving, by the way. For a district attorney, you drive very well.
How a district attorney is supposed to drive?
Oh, you know, full of fire and fury, always in a hurry to get somewhere.
Not on my day off, Vance, and not when accompanied by my favorite of private investigators.
Well, thank you.
Come to think of it, if I do drive a little faster, we'll make my apartment by dinner time. I have an appointment with Mrs. Markham, and I don't want to be late.
Late, Markham. Nothing's either late or early. Time is a convenience that we humans decided upon to facilitate appointments or to make a schedule practical. I never make appointments, and I live by no schedule, so time is relatively meaningless to me.
Your remark comes under the same category, my friend.
We interrupt this organ concert to bring you a news report. Art Ingram, well-known movie cowboy, was killed in an accident this morning when his horse threw him.
Vance.
Very unfortunate.
Witnesses supply a fantastic angle to the accident. His director and co-star insist that when Ingram rode past the camera a few seconds before his death, a diamond ring was seen on his finger. When he was thrown, without ever being out of their sight, the ring was missing. We return you now to...
Why turn off the radio, Vance? I thought you enjoyed the organ concert.
There's one thing I enjoy more, Markham.
Yes, and I know what it is. It's investigating murders. But apparently Art Ingram wasn't murdered. And if he was, you certainly have no way of knowing it.
Haven't I? I think otherwise.
Now, wait a minute, Vance. Don't tell me that just because that ring is missing, you think Ingram was murdered.
The missing ring has nothing to do with it, Markham. They'll find the ring. It probably fell off Mr. Ingram's hand and is in the bushes somewhere. But something proves to me that man was murdered. Markham, your day off is herewith canceled. We're going to work.
That's how it happened, Vance. Exactly how it happened.
He rode past you and the camera, Miss Payne.
Yes.
He was leaning over the horse's neck as if to get more speed from him. Then he fell off a few seconds later and landed on his head.
And Vance, his neck was broken. That all makes sense.
Not to me.
Why don't you settle for being half right, Vance? They found the ring just as you said they would. It had fallen off Ingram's hand and was in the bushes at the side of the road. Why do you insist he was murdered?
I'll explain that to you, Markham, but not now. Miss Payne.
Yes?
Did Mr. Ingram have any enemies in this troupe?
Why don't you ask me if he had any friends? That'd be easier to answer.
I see what you mean. Are you included in the camp of the enemies?
Ingram didn't bother me one way or another. All I can tell you is I didn't like him. But there is somebody here who hated him.
Who's that?
Bill Moore. He wrote the scenario for the picture we were shooting. Believe me, Vance, he had a reason for seeing Ingram dead.
That automatically gives me a reason for seeing him. Markham.
Of course, Vance. Mr. Moore, please. Yes? Thank you, Mr. Moore. Come right in here, if you will.
Well?
Hello, Mr. Moore.
Hello.
I understand you and Art Ingram didn't get on very well.
Who told you that, Joyce?
Well, it's true, isn't it?
Just because it's true doesn't mean it has to be public property. Okay, Mr. Vance, I hated Art Ingram. What are you going to do about it?
Well, I don't know at the moment, young man. But if you did anything about killing him, I promise you I'll do something about that.
What am I going to do? I'm going to try and finish the picture, of course. What? No close-ups. I'll shoot all the scenes that Ingram was supposed to do with his double. That guy'll have the most famous back in show business when I'm through. What? Yeah, okay. Well, if there's any more trouble, I'll call you. So long.
Mr. Haley, you gonna let me finish the picture?
That's right, Wally. You're going to take Art's place. And we only need you for a couple of scenes.
Oh, well, Gosh, I'm not sure that I can do that, Mr. Haley.
Okay, so you're not sure. I am.
It's very hard for me to remember more than one thing at a time, Mr. Haley.
Yeah, okay. Now, we'll shoot the scenes in
Yeah,
pieces.
but I was...
Don't worry, will you, Wally? Haven't I got enough problems? With Vance and Markham and a couple of cops lousing up the studio and me trying to get a picture finished? Am I going to have trouble with you, too?
Oh, no, sir, Mr. Haley. I don't give anybody any trouble. Only I'm really a stuntman, not an actor.
Yeah, I know. Now, will you stop worrying? Leave that to me. Now, you'll be on a set ready to work at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Oh, this is great. This is fine. I start out shooting a cowboy picture and I wind up making a murder mystery.
Vance, are you in there?
Come in, Markham. I'm using the director's office for my own temporarily. I need someplace to concentrate while I'm correlating my findings on this movie murder case.
And what are your findings, Vance?
Well, I've questioned everybody in sight, Markham. That includes the director, Ed Haley, Ingram's co-star, Joyce Payne, the writer, Bill Moore, and Ingram's double, Wally Douglas. But if I add up what I found out from all of them combined, I'd still have nothing. That Douglas interests me, though.
Ingram's double?
Mm-hmm.
Is it your idea that he killed Ingram thinking he could take the star's place?
Hardly. He's no actor, and he knows it. He's an ex-pugilist, Markham. Was beaten up pretty badly in the ring, I understand. Of course, that's not unusual.
Vance, let's understand each other. Both of us are working on this case. Neither of us apparently has made any headway. But you do know something that I don't, so let's start from there, shall we?
You want to know how I knew it was murder. Is that it, Markham?
It most certainly is.
Well, that's reasonably simple. How many Art Ingram pictures have you seen?
Oh, few, I guess. I don't know actually. Why?
You remember the scenes where he rides horseback?
Of course, he was an excellent rider. Oh, now I get it. You've built a whole murder theory on the premise that a rider as good as Ingram wouldn't slip off his horse. Now, Vance.
That reproachful tone would be used correctly if that was what I built my theory on. But it isn't, Markham. I've seen a dozen Ingram pictures. In every one of them, he rode horseback, and in every one of them, he wore gloves when he rode.
That's not unusual. Most cowboy stars, maybe all of them, wear gloves when they're riding.
That is exactly why I knew Ingram was murdered. His director and co-star saw the ring on his finger when he rode past them, remember? If
yes.
the ring was seen on his finger, he couldn't have been wearing gloves. Yet he always wore gloves when he got on a horse. Now, what's the answer, Markham?
Oh, he didn't get on the horse. He was put on after he was dead.
You're right. His killer figured out a way to make it look like an accident. Now I've got to think of a way to figure out the killer.
This is District Attorney Markham. The movie murder case began when Art Ingram, cowboy star, was thrown from his horse. But Philo Vance reasoned that what looked like an accident was actually murder. Suspects include Ingram's director, his co-star, and a scriptwriter, Bill Moore, although Vance finds Wally Douglas, stuntman, an interesting character. In an effort to finish the picture, director Ed Haley is shooting an outdoor scene with Wally Douglas acting as Ingram. And Vance and I are interested spectators. It is the following...
You'll be interested in this, Markham, Vance. Now, in a scene, the hero rides right past us. He doesn't know the bridge up ahead is washed out, and he's heading for sure destruction. When the heroine, that's Joyce, the heroine rides up in back of him and lassos him.
While both of them are riding at top speed?
Well, in a Western movie, nobody ever rides any other way. Now, we've rehearsed this scene several times, and we're ready to shoot it.
Miss Payne actually lassos Wally Douglas.
Oh, yes, she's very good with the rope. You watch and see. Okay, here we go, everybody. Miss Payne, ready?
Ready.
Wally Douglas?
Okay.
All right, let's make this. Quiet, everybody.
Quiet.
No sound. Quiet, everybody. Roll 'em.
Production number 11254, C7. Take it away.
Action.
All right, boy, come on. Hit it.
Okay, Joyce, now throw that lasso. Throw it. All right, cut. All right, that's it. Print that one. We'll dub in the sound later.
That young lady is very good with the rope, isn't she, Mr. Haley?
Joyce, she's sensational. Terrific. Why?
Yes, Vance, why?
No reason. Must there be a reason for everything I say, Markham?
No, but there generally is, isn't there?
Joyce,
doing in my dressing room?
I'm here to take care of you, Joyce. That's what I'm here for. I didn't have a chance before this to really show you how I feel about you telling Vance about me and Art Ingram.
He'd have found out anyhow, Billy. Vance would have found a way of...
That's nothing to what I'm going to do to you, kid. Maybe this will teach you to keep your mouth shut.
No, you don't. You don't get away with slapping me, you two-bit no-talent.
My hair. Let go of my
You were going
hair.
to teach me where you... I'll show you
Somebody's
a
at
thing
the
or
door.
two.
Let's quit this quick.
Who's there?
It's I, Philo Vance. May I come in?
Come on.
Oh, hi, Vance. Joyce and I were just running over a scene.
Yes, I heard part of it from outside. Scene is quite the word.
You, want to know what happened in here, don't you, Vance?
I'd hate to think I couldn't guess. Actually, I came looking for you, Mr. Moore. I've just found out the reason you hated Art Ingram.
You found out about my sister?
That's right.
I could have saved you a lot of trouble, Vance. After the way this guy busted in on me, believe me, I'd have told you all the details myself.
Your sister was very young, very pretty, engaged to the campus hero. Four-letter man, is that right, Moore?
That's right.
She killed herself a few months after she left college to follow the late Mr. Ingram. You didn't want me to know about that, did you, Moore?
No, but not for any reason that you think. I didn't want you to know because I didn't want that story dragged out again. Is that wrong?
Not if that was the reason.
I told you it was.
Miss Payne.
Yes?
I watched you lasso Mr. Ingram's double this morning. You're quite strong.
What about it?
Well, somebody, whoever killed Ingram, had to boost him up to his saddle after he was dead. To tell you the truth, I didn't suspect you at first because you're a girl.
Well?
To continue telling you the truth, that fact doesn't continue to keep you off my list of suspects.
Sit here next to me on this crane, Vance. And when we begin shooting, it'll swing up and out and come right over the action.
This is very interesting, Mr. Haley. Thank you very much. What happens in this scene?
Well, it's a mountain cabin, see? Well, the hero walks in, finds one of the cattle rustlers guarding the girl, and knocks him out. We'll use Wally Douglas, of course, but he's been instructed to keep his back to the camera. I hope he can remember a simple thing like that.
Douglas has approximately the same build as the late Mr. Ingram.
Just about. Okay, everybody. Quiet.
Quiet.
Okay, let's make this. Sound. Sound's ready. Quiet, everybody. Roll 'em.
Production 11254, scene 47. Take away.
Action.
So,
Look out, Art. He's got a gun.
if he has, he won't get a chance to use it.
Oh, thank goodness you got here, darling. Please put your arms around me. You deserve it, you know. After all, you were the victor.
The victor? Well, to the victor? Victor over the verdant field.
Cut. Hold it, everybody.
What was wrong, Mr. Haley?
You'll hear in a second, Vance. Oh, Wally Douglas. Your line is supposed to be, to the victor belongs the spoils. What happened to it, Wally?
Oh, gosh. I'm sorry, Mr. Haley. I just couldn't remember it.
Oh, where'd you get the line you did remember?
I don't know. It just came to me.
Well, tell it to go away and not come around anymore. We don't want it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's make the whole scene over again. Places, everybody. Oh, Wally.
Yes, Mr. Haley.
Will you please remember your lines and keep your back to the camera?
Okay.
All right, everybody. You, Pete, get off the floor.
Well, I have to take another poke in the jaw from Wally. He hits like a mule.
Well, fake that punch, will you, Wally? You almost broke Pete's jaw.
I'm sorry, Mr. Haley. I forget things.
Yeah, I know. Places, everybody. All right, let's do this again. Make it right this time.
Excuse me, please, Mr. Haley, but do you mind if I leave?
Why, no, not at all. This is getting boring, Vance?
On the contrary, it's very interesting. In fact, I might almost say revealing.
You might at least tell me what you're looking up, Vance.
I will in a moment, Markham. Here it is. The quotation is from Pope. Victor over the verdant field.
Whatever that means.
It means a great deal to me, Markham. And it's going to mean a great deal more, I believe, after I make a long-distance phone call.
Yeah?
Listen and listen close. Huh? I know it's 3:30 in the morning, but I couldn't call before because I've been watched. I know you killed Art Ingram, but I hated him too. Hated him enough to give you a chance to get away. You see, Philo Vance knows you killed Art. Don't ask me how. He knows it, that's all. There's a train out of here at 5 o'clock. That gives you an hour and a half to get packed, blow, and remember me in your dreams. So long. How did I do, Vance?
Very well, Miss Payne, very well. You see, I'm quite certain that you just spoke to Mr. Ingram's murderer. Now, Mr. Markham and I are going to get the proof we need.
I haven't been up this late or this early in years, Vance.
It is almost 4:30 in the morning, isn't it, Markham? And our man hasn't shown up yet. The train should be here in a few minutes, and so should he. In fact, look.
Where, Vance?
It's very dark, Markham, but isn't that a shadow over there by the station platform?
I don't see... Oh, yes, it is. It is, Vance. It's a man.
It's more than a man, Markham. It's our man. Better get in back of him in case there's trouble. Got a gun, Markham?
Yes.
Keep it handy. I'm going right up to him. Hello there.
Huh?
Going somewhere?
Oh, it's you, Vance. Oh, so the tip was straight. You did know it was me, didn't you? Well, you're a sucker for trying to take me, Vance, because I'm going to...
I'm glad you did that, Markham. Very happy indeed that you knocked him out.
If I hadn't, he most certainly would have knocked you out, Vance. He was just about to. And now, if I'm not too inquisitive, who is he?
Use your flashlight, Markham. I know you'll want to get a look at our murdering friend.
I don't have my flashlight, and it's too dark to see.
In that case, I'll enlighten you. The murderer of Art Ingram, Markham, was his own double, Wally Douglas. You know, Markham, I've never done anything quite like this before.
You mean sitting in a private projection room and seeing yourself on the screen?
That's right.
I asked you to have a film and recording made of your explanation of the movie murder case so that we'd have it for our home, Vance. Mrs. Markham and I have a new 16mm projector, and Mr. Haley practically begged to be allowed to shoot this for us.
I'll know whether I'm indebted to him or not as soon as I see what I look like and hear what I sound like.
Please don't forget I'm in the picture, too, Vance.
We're ready to begin any time, Mr. Vance.
Well, that might as well be now.
Good enough. Lights out. Here we go.
Markham, you wanted to know why Wally Douglas killed Art Ingram and how I knew it was he who had done it.
That's right, Vance.
Well, to begin with, I was watching a fight scene being photographed when I saw Mr. Douglas knock out one of the actors with a powerful right hand.
Oh, that's the beginning.
His entire appearance indicated he had been a professional fighter, and that blow proved it.
That still doesn't tie him up with the Ingram murder.
No, but he made a curious speech when he had knocked out the man. He said something about the victor and verdant fields.
I remember when that puzzled me.
That was a very learned quotation to be used by an ex-pug. In fact, I had to look it up to find that it was written by Alexander Pope.
That suggested to you, then, that Wally Douglas, the double, had been well educated.
Reasonably well, at any rate. There was no question but that the beatings he had taken in the prize ring had affected his mind a bit.
Pathetic
but it
character,
still functioned to an extent where he remembered certain incidents and lines from his past.
That long-distance phone call you made.
Oh, that really
Whom
had
was
me
it made
puzzled,
to?
you know, really.
Daniels University. I wanted a description of the four-letter athlete who had been the fiancée of the girl who killed herself over Ingram.
You mean the sister of Bill Moore, the writer?
Correct.
Wonder.
I got the description, Markham, and also found that the fiancée had majored in English and that Alexander Pope was one of his favorite authors. It seems that after his fiancée's death, he left college, went into the ring, and quit after absorbing terrific punishment. After that, he lived only to get revenge on the man who took the girl he loved from him.
That's it, Mr. Vance.
You figured out his murder scheme, Vance, just because he forgot to put gloves on Ingram's hands before boosting him onto his horse.
That was the beginning of our activities, Markham. And now, this is the end of the movie murder case.
Oh, Jamesy, what color tie do I wear with this?
With a double-breasted blue suit, Mr. Cardinal, I would suggest this one. Maroon with blue figures.
Maroon? That means red? I always thought that was some kind of a dope.
And that word is moron, sir.
Well, what's the difference? Moron, maroon, it's the same thing. Well, I got this thing on. How does it look?
Oh, precisely correct, sir. Precisely. And the word you were seeking to use instead of tie is cravat.
Cravat. Okay, I'll remember that, Jamesy. Yeah, it takes a little time to make a mug like me a gent, don't it, huh?
Generations.
Eh?
Nothing, Mr. Cardinal, nothing at all. Now, is there anything else you wish, sir?
Yeah, I wish the phone would ring so I know whether I got that date or not. Did I say that good?
Oh, very well, sir. Except that perhaps I would have said appointment.
Appointment. Okay, thanks, Jamesy. You know, I'm glad I hired you.
Thank you, sir.
You know, sometimes I can't get over this. Me, Tony Cardinale, ex-racket boss with a dozen English cut suits and English butler. In a couple of months, instead of dropping guys, I'll be dropping H's. Yeah, that's pretty funny, huh?
Is it, sir?
Yeah, you guys don't have any senses of humor. Jamesy, this is really living, ain't it?
Why, imagine so, sir.
Yeah, it costs a lot of dough. A lot more than I thought it would, but it's worth it.
Yes, sir.
Jamesy, you gotta help me do a little bookkeeping one of these days. My dough's gone too fast. Let's you and I get together. I'll get it, Jim. No, you do it. It'll sound classier.
Very well, sir. Just as you say. Mr. Cardinal's residence.
Is Mr. Cardinal at home?
Mr. Cardinal.
This is Mr. Leo speaking.
Really get me.
Oh, just a moment, Mr. Leo. It's for you, Mr. Cardinal. It's Mr. Leo.
Mr. Lulu. Boy, that's what she is. Give me that phone.
Here you are, sir.
Hello, honey.
Tony. Oh, I'm glad you waited for my call. I was delayed a bit.
Oh, kid, I've been waiting all my life for your call, only I didn't know it. How's for tonight?
I'd like to go for a drive, if you don't mind, Tony.
Mind? Who minds? We'll go driving forever if that's what you want. I'm buying a new car this afternoon. I'll get it, pick you up at about 7. Then we can go put the feedback on someplace. We'll go eat somewheres. Is that okay with you?
Definitely.
Swell. See you at 7, sweetheart. Bye.
Goodbye.
Oh, what a dame, Jamesy, what a dame. She's the one who was here last night for dinner. Like her?
Oh, very much, sir. Wasn't it she who seemed so concerned about some individual who disliked you intensely, sir?
Yeah. She meant Al Bailey. He's a skunk. And who cares whether a skunk likes you or not, so long as you keep out of his way.
Mike.
Yeah, Mr. Bailey?
You know what you have to do.
I think so. I walk over to the car, start it up, drive past here where you're standing, and start shooting. Huh?
That's right, but you start shooting at that target on the other side of the road.
Yeah.
We're 1,000,000 miles from nowhere out here, and nobody will see or hear us. And I don't want you to miss, even though this is only practice.
I won't miss. When do I get to do this in person?
Tonight, maybe.
Yeah?
Yeah. Tony Cardinale changed his name, but he didn't change his habits any. He took away my rackets, and now he's trying to take away my girl. Only I'm not going to let him. Go ahead now, get moving, Mike.
Okay, Mr. Bailey. This is some good idea. Where'd you get it?
From the FBI. I saw a newsreel once where they showed the FBI practicing. Okay, now, start the car. Come on. When you get opposite me, start firing at the target.
Good enough. Here I come.
Atta boy. That's it. Now.
How did I do, Mr. Bailey?
I I'm just looking at the target now, Mike. You want to know how you did?
Yeah.
Well, all I can tell you is I hope you do as well on Tony Cardinale.
Tony,
Yeah, Lane?
I like you, Tony. Is that wrong?
Yeah, sure it's wrong. It's wrong for Al Bailey and the millions of other guys in this world. But for you and me, it ain't wrong.
What I started to say was, I like you, but maybe I like Al Bailey better.
Huh?
Park here a minute, will you?
You want me to park? That sounds like a routine I should be giving you. Okay, I'll pull over here by the right side of the road, and you and I can talk this thing over. Yeah. Now what?
Now, let's you and I talk.
Oh, it's there to talk about. Come here, baby.
Tony.
Listen, kid, don't slough me. I'm loaded with dough.
I imagined you were, but Bailey has money, too.
Sure, but I got class, I got ambitions, I got savoir-faire.
Savoir-faire? Oh, that, Tony, believe me, that you don't have.
So, all right, I don't have it. But I ain't missing an awful lot of other things, am I?
I don't know about them. All I know is that very shortly, you may be going to be missing me.
Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, this is Markham. I hope I didn't disturb you.
You didn't. I was just sitting around reading this evening, Markham. What is it that's happened to disturb you?
A murder, Vance. The girlfriend of an ex-racket boss named Tony Cardinale, now known as Anthony Cardinal, if you please. You want to know the details?
As district attorney, you wanted to know them. As a private investigator, I'd like to, too. What was the victim's name?
Elaine DeLeo. Here's what happened, according to Tony.
He was a witness to the murder?
Definitely. But before I go into that, I may as well tell you that, of late, Tony has become very social conscious. English car, English butler, English clothes, everything very elegant.
Including a very elegant murder he was a witness to, apparently.
Yes. His story is that he had just bought the car and was driving with the girl and had parked on the right side of the road when another car came by. Somebody in the other car had a gun, started shooting, and that was the end of Elaine.
What was Tony doing while all this was happening?
He claims that when he heard a shot from the other car, he slipped to the floor of his car and didn't get a look at whoever it was that did the shooting.
Well, that sounds reasonable if it were a dark road.
It was dark, very. Cardinal told us that Al Bailey, a racketeer, was also a friend of Miss DeLeo's and had objected to her going out with him.
Well, isn't that nice? Motive and everything, eh, Markham?
That's right. But you seem rather skeptical, Vance. I don't understand why. It is possible that Miss DeLeo was murdered, just as Cardinal said, and for the reason he gave us.
Is it, Markham? I think not. You see, Miss DeLeo was killed by mistake. Unless, of course, Cardinal killed her, which is possible.
Vance, you knew nothing of this case until I telephoned you just now. And yet you can make a statement like that?
Yes, with great confidence that I'm correct. Where are you now, Markham?
I'm with Cardinal at his apartment. Are you coming up?
Of course. Don't go away, Markham, and don't let Mr. Cardinal go away either. My name is Vance. Mr. Markham phoned me.
Oh, yes, sir. I am James, Mr. Cardinal's valet. Please come in, Mr. Vance.
Thank you. Your name is James, you said?
Yes, sir. James Lyons. This way, please, Mr. Vance.
All right.
Right through this door. Mr. Markham is with Mr. Cardinal now.
Thank you. I'll go in myself, James.
Very good, sir.
Hello, Markham.
Vance, come in. This is Tony Cardinal, Mr. Philo Vance.
How do you do?
How are you?
I understand you were with Miss DeLeo when she was shot.
Hey, now, slow down, Vance. Take it easy. This thing's got me all off base.
I don't doubt that. You claim you didn't see who it was in the car that fired the shot.
That's right.
Were you having trouble with Miss DeLeo?
Oh, we were very amicable friends.
Amicable, eh?
Yeah.
Well, I learn new things every day. The word is amicable, Mr. Cardinal.
Well, you say it your way, I say it mine. What's this got to do with Elaine's murder?
What about that theory of yours that you told me on the phone, Vance?
Later, please, Markham. Mr. Cardinal, I have an excellent memory.
Yeah?
It reminds me now, for example, that you and a Mr. Al Bailey were enemies, and that a Miss Elaine DeLeo and Mr. Bailey at one time were very friendly.
So what?
Tony, in your racket days, if somebody didn't do what you wanted him to do, he didn't live to regret it. In fact, he didn't live, did he?
Oh, now, Vance.
At the moment, I'm trying to make up my mind whether you killed Miss DeLeo for a similar reason. You see, in the event that you didn't kill her, I am quite convinced that somebody tried to kill you. Come on, Markham. We're going for a drive in Mr. Cardinal's car.
Where are we driving, Vance?
Out to where Mr. Cardinal was parked when the shot that killed Miss DeLeo was fired. It's right down the road a bit, I understand.
Yes, it is. And using his car is going to prove something to me?
Undoubtedly. Took me a little while to get used to this car, but it handles very nicely now. Now, let me see. He was supposed to have been parked just about here at the right side of the road. Oh, here we go.
Vance, I want more than anything else to hear why you knew that the girl was killed by accident. That is, if Tony didn't kill her.
You'll be able to tell me the answer to that yourself, Markham. This is an English car. The steering wheel is on the right-hand side of the car, not on the left, as in American cars.
Yes, I know that. Everyone in Europe drives on the left side of the roads. That's custom.
Of course. Now, if a car came in back of this one while we were parked, and if it were dark, where would he assume the driver would be?
Oh, I see. He would naturally think that the driver would be nearest him, in the left-hand seat, that is. And so when the murderer fired, he fired at the figure in the left-hand seat under the impression that that was Tony Cardinal.
That's right. When you mentioned an English car to me on the telephone, that's what I thought of immediately.
Vance, I know you better than anyone in the world, but you continue to amaze me. Dr. Watson, during his association with Sherlock Holmes, must have felt something like I feel right now.
Kindly save those feelings for the time I accomplish something on this case, if I accomplish anything. Well, I think the first thing that ought to be done is to find out how many people wanted Mr. Cardinal dead. Then to find which one of them killed Miss DeLeo in error.
Hurry up with that packing, Mike. We gotta blow this town fast now.
I'm hurrying, Mr. Billy. I'm going as fast as I can. Gonna be awful risky. Trying to scram with the heat on, though.
No, it won't. I got a private plane all gassed up and ready to take off. As soon as you're through with those releases, we'll get going.
Who's that?
I don't know. But keep your gun handy, Mike. I'll see who it is.
I'll be behind the door. Go ahead, open it up.
Yes?
Oh, I beg your pardon. My name is Lyons, James Lyons. May I come in?
Why?
I'm Mr. Anthony Cardinal's valet. I think I might have something to say to you that's quite important.
Come on in. Well?
The gun in this other gentleman's hand is quite unnecessary, Mr. Bailey, believe me.
Stow it, Mike. Tuck the rod.
Okay, boss.
Well, now, let's have it. You're Cardinal's butler, and you're here. Why?
Well, sir, my entire duties were not confined to the Cardinal apartment.
Oh?
Yes, Mr. Cardinal was quite wary of you, Mr. Bailey. And very often he sent me to spy on you.
So?
Well, I just happened to be following you and this gentleman out to the country when you were practicing shooting from a car yesterday afternoon.
I get it. This is a holdup. You figure if I don't pay up, you're going to the cops.
Oh, no, sir, not the police. Never.
Well, what's the pitch?
Well, I thought perhaps Mr. Cardinal might like to know what you were doing yesterday afternoon. I'm quite certain you wouldn't want him to find out, would you?
This is District Attorney Markham. The Cardinal murder case opened when Elaine DeLeo was shot to death while in a foreign car owned by ex-racketeer Tony Cardinal. Philo Vance believes that the girl was killed by mistake, but he insists that if she weren't, then her killer was Cardinal. Al Bailey, underworld character and former boyfriend of the murdered girl, has been under surveillance, and my men report a visit to him from Cardinal's butler, James Lyons. Following the visit, Lyons went immediately to a phone booth where he is now just about...
Yeah, Jamesy, what is it? What is it?
Mr. Cardinal, I had to call you. It's urgent. I've got a very unpleasant duty to perform. Unpleasant in that I should have done it before.
Go ahead, spill it.
Mr. Cardinal?
Oh, look, never mind the English lessons now. I gotta know what it is you should have told me and didn't.
Very well, sir. Your friend, Mr. Bailey, and an associate of his were practicing target shooting from a moving car yesterday afternoon. I saw them, sir.
Oh, I get it. So it was Bailey who tried to get me and got Elaine, huh? Thanks, Jamesy. Where is Bailey now?
On his way to a private airport, I believe, sir. He owns his own plane, you know, and I've seen him fly several times. The airport is on Redley Drive.
Thanks, Jamesy. I ain't gonna forget this. Well, the cops have let me move around the way I like, so I'm leaving this joint now. Bailey thinks he's gone somewhere, does he? Well, he don't know that the only place he's gone is where I send him.
Okay, Mr. Bailey. Baggage is all stowed away. Wait till I climb in now, and then let's go.
Hurry up, Mike. Come on in so I can roll this window up and we can get going.
Where do you think you're going, Bailey?
You can't come in here. Mike! Mike, you're dragging me out of the plane.
Yeah, Bailey, I sure am. And I'm doing it myself. Me, Tony Cudnall.
Hey, look out what you're doing! Hey, Mike!
So, Tony, you come around looking for trouble, huh? Well, you're gonna get it.
Let him have it, Mike. Let him have it. I'm coming to help you.
That's what you think. Go. Okay, Bailey, I'm ready for you now. So you were practicing up on shooting from a car, huh? Well, I don't need no practice for this. You never saw the day you could take me in anything, Tony.
Well, excellent work, Mr. Cardinal.
It's you, Vance. Where'd you come from?
I followed you here. I wanted to see where you were going in such a hurry. Now I understand.
Yeah? What do you understand?
A lot of things. Unfortunately, one of them is not who killed Elaine DeLeo. James, you're sure you've told me all you know about Miss DeLeo?
Well, there isn't much I could have told you, Mr. Vance. I haven't been working for Mr. Cardinal very long, and she was here only once.
Where did you come from?
Well, I've been in the States for some time, sir. London before.
And before that?
Well, my grandfather came from Holland. Is that important, sir?
At the moment, no. In fact, there's only one thing that is important, James. That is to find out who killed Miss DeLeo.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm quite sure that's so, Mr. Vance.
Vance? Oh, Vance, where are you?
In the library, Markham. You may go, James.
Thank you, sir. I'll be where you can reach me, sir.
I was hoping you'd come back here, Vance. Where were you?
I just watched a very excellent demonstration of street fighting. Only this street fighting was done at an airport.
Really?
Yes, Tony Cardinal caught up with Al Bailey and a friend named Mike and did quite a job of convincing them they ought not leave town.
Where's Cardinal now?
You won't have any trouble picking him up, Markham. In fact, he's probably on his way back here.
But Vance, he's still a suspect. There still is the possibility that he killed the girl in his car.
No question about that possibility. But he's too smart to run away and make us believe what we only think now. You know, come to think of it, this whole thing could have been an act.
What whole thing?
If Tony were really smart, and he is shrewd, Markham, he might have figured I'd follow him to the airport. And he put on a very convincing display of righteous anger against Mr. Bailey. Perhaps that was done for my benefit.
Don't you want to know how it was that Tony found out Bailey was going to the airport?
Not particularly, but if I did, I know you could tell me.
How do you know that?
Markham, when the butler James Lyons left the house, I knew you had somebody watching him. I know you had somebody watching Bailey's apartment, too.
Oh?
And when Lyons saw Bailey and then went into a phone booth, and shortly after Tony Cardinal left his apartment, I knew you'd know how Tony knew about Bailey.
Vance, I give up.
Oh, not now, please, Markham. Above all, not now.
And why not now, above all other times, Vance?
One very important reason. We're very close to the solution of the Cardinal murder case.
Yes?
That you, Vance? This is Cardinale.
Oh, hello. Rather late for you to be calling me, isn't it, Mr. Cardinal?
Make that Cardinale, Vance. I'm no gent. I was never cut out to be no gent. I got news for you, Vance.
Really?
Yeah. I'm blowing town.
Well, I've got news for you, my friend. I don't think you are.
Huh?
Tony, you've been trailed by the police ever since you left your apartment to go to the airport. Believe me, you haven't shaken them off your trail. But what was it you wanted to tell me?
Just this. I ain't no rat, Vance. I don't go lousing up guys with the cops. But before I bounced out of town, I wanted you to know enough to grab Bailey. Don't let him get away with this. He was trying to kill me when he got Elaine.
Well, thank you for that information. I'm glad you called, Tony. I tried to reach you at your apartment earlier to ask you a question.
What question?
How did you meet Elaine DeLeo?
Well, she was Bailey's girl. I used to see her around with him, and I got to know her.
And how did you happen to get James Lyons, your butler?
Elaine got him. She went down to one of those swanky employment joints and got him. Why?
Why? Well, Tony, after you're through talking to me and you find that there is a police officer waiting for you, as I said there'd be, ask him to bring you here to my apartment. I'm going to ask Mr. Markham over and have him bring Al Bailey and your butler, too.
What's the idea?
The idea is to clean up the Cardinal murder case. Pretty good idea, don't you think?
I'm a little sleepy, Vance, but very interested in what's going to go on here in your place.
I was sure you'd be, Markham. I think I'll get things rolling now. Tony Cardinale.
About time you got started, Vance. What's going on?
Tony, I was never convinced that it wasn't you who killed Elaine DeLeo.
No?
No. But then again, I wasn't sure you did do it either.
Oh?
Al Bailey.
Well?
You wanted Tony dead, didn't you?
I'm not talking till I see my lawyer.
It just came from seeing his doctor. I took care of that, Vance?
You certainly did, Tony. Now you, James.
Yes, sir?
You were hired by Miss DeLeo, but you told me you had only seen her once when she came up to Tony's apartment. Why?
No reason, sir. I just didn't think to mention that she had hired me.
You also went to Mr. Bailey's place and tried to blackmail him into paying you to keep quiet about seeing him and his assistant target practicing from an automobile. Didn't you know you'd be followed to Mr. Bailey's?
No, sir. I didn't think of that, sir. You see, all I thought of was converting some information I had into cash.
That wasn't it at all, Lyons. You knew you were being followed. You wanted the story of Bailey's target practicing to be brought to the attention of the police. You wanted him to be arrested for murder.
I, sir? Why would I want that?
Why not? Inasmuch as you killed Elaine DeLeo.
All right, Miss Patterson, get ready to take this down, please.
Yes, Mr. Markham.
Start talking, Lyons.
Yes, sir. Well, I intended to kill Mr. Cardinal when I followed his car the night of the murder. It was parked. I couldn't see very well, and I fired at a figure nearest me. The one that should have been sitting in the driver's seat.
Just as you imagined, Vance.
That's right. Go ahead, Lyons.
Well, that's all.
That's all? Why did you want to kill Cardinal?
I have no intention of telling you that, sir.
You don't have to, Mr. Lyons. I'll supply that information, if I may. Markham, Miss DeLeo was Lyons' daughter.
Oh, daughter? How did you know that, Vance?
The name DeLeo. It's Dutch, and it means the lion. Lion, lions. Very close.
The father and daughter took different names when they came to this country?
I doubt very much whether they came to this country. You are an American, aren't you, Lyons?
It's your story, Mr. Vance. My part of it's through.
All right, then. He's an American. If he had lived abroad at all, he would have recognized that Cardinal was driving a foreign car and that the driver's seat was on the right. It was a new car, remember, and he'd never seen it before. But getting back to why Lyons wanted to kill Cardinal.
Yes, let's get that out of the way.
Lyons and his daughter were a team. She worked on important men, saw to it that her father was hired as a butler. Between them, they probably worked every racket from blackmail to robbery.
You're taking this down, Miss Patterson?
Yes, sir, I am.
The motive for killing Cardinal was simple. Lyons here was stealing from his employer. Cardinal was beginning to become suspicious, I believe. I'll need confirmation on that, Mr. Lyons.
All right, that's true. Just the way you said it. I never meant to kill my daughter. Never. And when I found the mistake I'd made, I tried to get enough money from Bailey to get out of town. I also wanted the police to find out that he and his assistant had been target practicing from a moving car.
But what led you to me, Vance? Just tell me that.
The discrepancies in your stories, Lyons. Your name and Mr. Leo's. And your very obvious attempt to have the police know about Bailey. All of those things added up. I'm inclined to believe, Mr. Lyons, that you may consider your career at an end.
No doubt about that, Vance. His career and the Cardinal murder case, both.
It's awful quiet tonight, ain't it, Mike?
Yeah, but I don't mind. Drive around another 2 hours, call into headquarters, and somebody else can have this patrol car for the next shift. Me, I'm going to bed.
Nice houses on this street, huh?
Well, they're big, say that for 'em. People live in them, got lots of dough, say that for 'em.
Yeah.
How'd you like to live in a house like that and on the corner?
Yeah, not bad. Afraid Maggie wouldn't like it, though. Too many rooms to clean.
Ah, she wouldn't have to worry about that. Servants, pal. She'd have to have a mess of servants.
Yeah, you don't know Maggie. She wants to do everything herself. I never saw anything like
Hey,
it.
Eddie, look.
Where?
Coming out of that big house we just passed. 2 guys. They're shoving guns in their pockets. Stop this heap. We're getting out.
Right. Come on. Right with you, Mike. Get your gun out. Looks like we're in for a little action. Hey, you two, stop! Stop or we'll shoot!
They aren't stopping.
Let's let them have it.
Right. Yeah, they got the same idea first. See how they like it. They're only half a block away. We'll grab them, Eddie.
Won't have to grab both of them. One of them's hit. Look, he's staggering.
Yeah, but look at the other guy. He's got his gun against his buddy. Hey, don't!
He shot his own pal. How I'd like this shot to get him.
My turn.
We're both missed. He makes that car that's parked there. We're sunk.
Well, he's made it all right. And there he goes.
All right, let's go back and get our crate. We can chase him.
Now, let's take a look at this buddy of the guy got away.
He's done for. Through. Take a look. Ever see him before?
Nope. Oh, get the people starting to come around. All right, everybody, get back. Go on home. Go to bed. Take a look for identification, Eddie.
Right.
All right, look, everybody. Nothing's going on. The show's over. Go on. Get back to bed. Get back to bed, will you?
Hey, Mike.
Yeah?
We got a real mystery on our hands. First 2 guys stick up a place, then one of them kills the other guy, and look what I found in the other one's pocket. A piece of paper. All it's got on it is 2 words. Live on. Now, what's that mean?
Mr. Parker, boss.
Don't bother me, Larry.
I don't bother people, Mr. Parker. I do just like I'm told all the time. All the time.
Well, do what you're told. I told you not to bother me.
You sore at me, boss? Sore at me?
Of course not, Larry. I'm just trying to work out some instructions for our next job. Matter of fact, I'm very pleased with you.
Oh, thanks,
You
boss.
did very well last night, robbing the Hilton home and shooting Joe when the cops hit him.
I'm glad you liked it, Mr. Parker. Joe would have started talking if the cops grabbed him alive. He was hit in the leg and couldn't keep going, so I knocked him off. I done right.
You most certainly did. Now, just hold everything momentarily, Larry. I'm not sending you on the next job. I've got other friends, you know.
Oh, sure, I know, but ain't the cops got your phone tapped? That's what you said.
Well, they suspect I'm in back of these private home holdups, Larry, but they can't prove anything. And while they can tap this phone, they can't trace whoever it is I'm calling. That's impossible on a dial phone.
Yeah.
The message for tonight is hole pin.
Hole pin.
That's right. Take care of things just like we planned, will you?
Don't give it another thought. So long.
Goodbye, my friend. Good luck to you.
Hey, gee, boss, you're smart. Really smart, I mean.
Well, thank you, Larry. Thank you very much. But I have help. A great deal of help. And from the most unexpected places and people.
And then, Mr. Vance, the paper goes on to say that the robber who killed his accomplice is being sought by the police.
Who expect to make an arrest shortly.
Oh, that's right, Mr. Vance. How did you know?
Oh, I'm smart, Miss Williams. Didn't you know?
Gosh, Mr. Vance, I've only been working for you for 3 months. You can't expect a girl to know everything in 3 months.
No, I guess not. I think, though, that...
Miss Williams, Vance.
Oh, hello, Mr.
Well,
Markham.
hello, Markham. I've rather been expecting you. Miss Williams was just telling me about the mysterious message found in the dead hold-up man's pocket.
That's why I'm here, Vance. I'd like to talk to you about the whole thing, if I may.
Well, come right into my private office, Markham. Can't have the district attorney of our fair city flaunting a furrowed forehead to the world at large. Gives the town a bad name. In here, please.
Thank you, but I'm not worrying about this town getting a bad name. I'm worrying about someone giving me a rather bad time.
Sit down, Markham, please. And let's have your problem.
Right, Vance. As you must know, there have been quite a few hold-ups of fashionable parties in the past few months.
Yes, I've read about them. In fact, you and I have discussed them from time to time. Casually, of course. But you mentioned the police suspect of Mr. Edward Parker.
We do, but Parker's clever. He has 2 or 3 stooges he sends out on the jobs. But let's take that robbery last night up on 58th Street. The one where one of the thieves shot his buddy after the police had wounded him.
What about it, Markham?
We found a slip of paper in the dead man's pocket, Vance. It said just 2 words. Live on. Then we intercepted a message Ed Parker was telephoning to someone. That message said, hole pin. Those words have some kind of meaning, I'm sure.
They most certainly have, Markham. A very definite meaning.
Not to me.
I just want a second to make sure of what I'm saying. That robbery last night on 58th Street, was it at number 4360?
Yes, but the papers all carry that.
I didn't remember it from the papers, believe me. Now I think I can tell you where the next robbery will take place.
Oh, no, Vance,
Yes,
no.
my friend. Of course, I'm not sure exactly when it will take place. But after I make a phone call, I think I'll be able to give you that information, too.
But, Vance, what you're saying is ridiculous. You can't possibly know that.
No? Well, I think I can. Just have the police at 2540 138th Street and see what happens. Yes, Markham, that's where the next hold-up attempt will be made.
I'm so happy you're having a good time, Mr. Davis. I'm so glad you're enjoying yourself. Incidentally, there's young Alice Morton over at the refreshment table. Wouldn't you like to join us?
Uh-huh. Definitely, Mrs. Blake.
I thought you would. Everybody, can I have your attention, please? At some particular time at every party, the hostess feels it her solemn duty to make an announcement. At the moment, duty calls. I think you'll all be glad to hear that we have with us that distinguished pianist, Dmitri Rabov, who has consented to play a few selections. Mr. Rabov. For his first number, Mr. Rabov plays the Rachmaninoff Prelude in G minor.
Okay, you at the piano, hold it! Everybody stay still and nobody move. There's a stick-up. Lock the door, Jimmy. Cut that out, lady. Cut it out or you'll never do no screaming no more. And don't none of you guys get brave all of a sudden. All of you got too much jewelry on. My friend here's got a big bag he's going to put in the center of the floor. Go ahead, Jimmy. Out. Now. That's it. All you guys and dames, one at a time, starting from my left, dump your rocks into that bag. And don't hold out or I'll come get 'em myself. Hey, you fat dame. You start it off. That's a go.
Open up this door. Open it up. This is the police.
Hey, it's the cops. Come on, Jimmy. Out them French windows and step on it.
Stop them, somebody!
Don't let nobody try it. That's what they get if they do. All right, bust through them French windows, Jimmy. Let's get going.
Open the door, somebody! Let the police in!
There they are. There. Which way they go?
Out the French windows. They might still be in the garden.
Okay, lady. Come on, Eddie. Let's get after them. They're around anywhere. We'll get them.
Coming. Yes?
How do you do? I'm Philo Vance. You're Mrs. Blake?
Yes, I am. Please come in, both of you.
This is District Attorney Markham, Mrs. Blake.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Won't you gentlemen come in and sit down?
We're not going to stay very long, Mrs. Blake. We just wanted to speak to you about the party in your house last night.
It was terrible. If the police hadn't arrived, every one of my guests would have been robbed.
If Mr. Vance hadn't told us that there'd be a robbery attempt at this address, the police wouldn't have arrived so conveniently, Mrs. Blake. But we'd like a description of the men who held up your guests.
Now, let's see. They were both average height. The one with the gun had a long, thin nose and a cut under his right eye.
Uh-huh.
The other was, well, just an ordinary-looking person.
I see. Mrs. Blake, I understand your position in the social world, and I imagine that this was rather embarrassing to you.
Well, it would have been under ordinary circumstances, but there have been several attempted hold-ups at parties recently, so I don't feel too badly.
What we want to know is whether you recognized either of the two men, Mrs. Blake. Had you ever seen either one of them before?
I'm quite sure I didn't. They both wore masks, but from their general appearance, I'm certain I'd never seen either one.
We thought that perhaps they might have been servants employed either by you or some of your friends who were victims of previous robberies, Mrs. Blake.
I doubt that very much. Is there anything else, gentlemen?
I think not, Mrs. Blake. Thank you so much for your kindness.
It's quite all right. Please drop in again if you like, only let's make it a less formal visit.
Well, thank you.
We may do that, Mrs. Blake. At least one of us might do that. That one of us being me.
I'd be glad to see you at any time, Mr. Vance. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Blake.
What's getting into you, Emily? You going crazy?
No, I don't think so, Ed. Why?
Why? He gave Vance and Markham a perfect description of one of my boys. You'll blow this racket of ours sky high before we really get started.
You're such an alarmist, Ed. I didn't tell them anything they couldn't have gotten from any of the guests who were here last night. What'd you want me to do? Give them a false description so that the trail would lead directly to me?
I'm sorry, Emily. I guess I didn't think of that. Now, let's get back to what we were talking about before Vance and Markham got here.
I think we'd better talk about what happened when Vance and Markham got here. We can't use that code anymore, Ed. Vance has already broken it.
How do you know?
Markham said that Vance knew the holdup was to be here. They've tapped your wire, Ed, heard you give instructions in cipher, and broke the code.
That Vance is too smart. Maybe I ought to take care of him.
Maybe you shouldn't have started with him.
How'd I know he'd be called in on this case? There weren't supposed to be any murders, you know that. Larry killed Joe and the cop's bullet got him, but we didn't plan on that.
No. But in order to be successful at anything, Ed, it's well to be prepared for emergencies. Nothing ever goes entirely according to plan.
Well, our next job ought to. Where's it going to be?
Let me see. I have the invitation right here in my desk. Mr. and Mrs. Cornelius Worthington requests a pleasure. Let me see. Tomorrow night. That's it, tomorrow night at the Worthington home. And if I know Celia Worthington, she'll have everybody who means anything in this town at her house.
Good. This time we don't fool around with codes or with anything else. This time I do the job myself. Larry and I.
I like that. That means there'll be only 3 ways to split. You and Larry and me.
2.5 ways. We'll cut Larry's piece down to a half of what he's supposed to get.
He never knows what he's going to get.
You know, Ed, I think we ought to give a little thought to Philo Vance. He might give us trouble.
Him? I don't think so. Let him interfere with this, and he won't know what he's going to get either.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Cipher murder case opened with the shooting of a hold-up man by his own accomplice. In the dead man's pocket was found a code message which Vance succeeded in breaking down, to such an extent that when I told him we had tapped the telephone wire of a Mr. Ed Parker and heard him say, "hole pin," Vance immediately gave the address of the next hold-up attempt. We were able to thwart that effort as a consequence, but had no idea where the gang intended to strike again. It is for this reason that I'm calling on Vance, whom I expect to find in his office. Vance, where are you?
In my private office, Markham. Come right in.
I'm on the way. How are you today, Vance?
Very well, which apparently is more than I can say for you. What's bothering you, Markham?
This Cipher case, Vance. We've continued to tap Ed Parker's phone, but we've gotten nothing from him that even resembles a code.
I didn't imagine you would.
You think he knows we've succeeded in figuring out his code?
I'm reasonably certain of that.
Just because the police broke up that holdup at Mrs. Blake's the other night?
That's only one reason, Markham. But the others aren't to be discussed right now.
Vance, you know the police broke that code Parker used. It took them some time. Yet you figured it in less than a minute.
I'll explain that to you, Markham, but not now. Right now, I'm wondering where that holdup mob will hit next, and how I can find out.
Well, they seem to be concentrating on gatherings of the elite. Strictly social stuff.
Really? Well, then the chances are that Mrs. Emily Blake would be invited to the next affair. And she did invite me to call on her, remember, Markham?
Yes.
I think I'll accept that invitation, my friend.
I see. You intend to get her to tell you when the next big social event will take place and perhaps ask you to accompany her. Vance, you're a very resourceful man.
That isn't the only reason I'm doing it, Markham. Don't forget, Mrs. Blake is a very charming woman.
Julia, hurry with my hair. I don't have all night, you know.
I know, Mrs. Blake. I won't be a moment. I've laid out all your jewelry on the dressing table. You can be ready in a moment after I get finished.
Well, then hurry up and get finished, why don't you? I'll get that myself. You stand in back of me and finish my hair while I'm talking.
Very well, madame.
Hello?
Emily, this is Cornelius Worthington.
Cornelius. Don't tell me I'm that late that you called to find out what was delaying me.
No, not quite. Emily, dear, there's a change in plans about the party tonight.
Oh?
Yes, one of the children's ill, and they've quarantined our house.
Oh, how dreadful, Corny.
We called the Applebys, and they're going to have our party at their house. Come there, won't you? I've got a dozen people to call, so I've got to cut this short. The Applebys are at 651.
651?
131st Street.
131st Street.
You don't mind, Emily?
Oh, it's perfectly all right, Connie. I understand. Toodaloo.
Oh, I'm finished, Mrs. Blake.
Oh, good. Now, hand me that telephone.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, wait. There's someone at the door. Here, call this number and just give them this message. The message is Bop Pip.
Bop Pip?
Yes, do it right away, will you? I'll get that door myself.
I'll do it, but I don't know what I'm doing.
Coming. Good evening. Please come in.
Good evening, Mrs. Blake. Why, you're staring at me. Is anything wrong? Is it the white tie or the topper?
It isn't either, Mr. Vance. Only you seem to look as if you belonged in a white tie. That's rather strange attire for a private investigator, isn't it?
Yes, but at the moment I'm not working at my chosen profession. You did invite me to call, didn't you?
Why, yes. But I'm going out tonight.
I thought you might be, hence these evening clothes. May I go with you?
Well, why not?
Thank you. By the way, Mrs. Blake, you look quite charming.
Thank you. My wrap, Vance, it's over by the chair.
Of course. Here you are. Beautiful shoulders, Mrs. Blake. Beautiful.
I'm going to run out of thank yous. But I warn you, it'll be long after you run out of compliments.
Perhaps. Where are we going, or shouldn't I ask?
We're going to a party.
Oh?
It was supposed to be held at the Worthingtons, but it's over at the Appleby's. That won't bother you any.
We're still going.
Of course.
It won't bother me any. Shall we go?
Vance, I think you're the most charming man I've ever known.
That, Mrs. Blake, speaks eloquently for my conceit and very badly for the other men with whom you've been. Are all social parties this dull?
No, only the ones I've been to.
Score one for the distaff side of the combination. You know, I think we're getting along rather well.
I'm glad to hear that. We were, as far as I was concerned. But I'll have you know that when you walked into this room, every woman in the place turned to stare at you.
I didn't notice.
Used to that sort of attention, Vance?
Immune to it. Tell me, who is everybody here?
Well, let's see. That's Appleby Jr. over there. His dad owns mills or something. And next to him...
Mrs. Appleby?
Don't be naive. That's Celia Worthington.
Oh.
Mrs. Appleby is over by the piano with Cornelius Worthington.
Cozy, isn't it? What happens when it comes time to go home?
See that light switch next to you?
Yes.
At midnight, somebody turns that out, and everybody rejoins the partner he came here with.
No wonder people are looking so strangely at us. Tell me more about the others.
Well, there's Montgomery Todd over there. Mr. Todd is the tall man looking vaguely around the room.
And Mrs. Todd?
Well, she's the one Montgomery is looking vaguely around the room for. She's the thin woman over by the palms at the other end of the room. Very wealthy.
Isn't everybody here?
Practically.
Okay, everybody. Don't anybody do anything except what I tell them, and nobody will be hurt.
Another robbery.
All right,
Sort of
quiet.
an epidemic lately, isn't it?
Now, look, all of you, you've all got jewels. They're probably all insured. Now, we want them, and we don't want any trouble getting them. I want all the men to turn their backs. The lights. What happened to the lights?
Hey, boss, there's a trap. Let's get out of here fast.
Come on, let's get
I guess I can turn the lights on now, don't you think, Mrs. Blake?
You acted very quickly, Vance. Congratulations.
Congratulations to you, too, Mrs. Blake. Perhaps you didn't act as quickly, but your acting was very good just the same.
Markham speaking.
Markham, this is Vance. I've just left Mrs. Blake. The party we were going to switched addresses at the last moment.
Yes, I know. My men found only servants home when they went to cover the Worthington house.
2 men just tried to hold up the guests at this party, Markham. I slipped away to call you and report.
Oh, glad you did. Sergeant Heath found out where the party was. He just called in to say he picked up 2 men who were fleeing from the Appleby mansion. Come on down here, Vance. I'll have them here in a few moments.
I'll be there, Markham, and I'll bring Mrs. Blake with me. I'm quite sure she can supply all the identification we need. Right in here, Mrs. Blake, if you will. This is District Attorney Markham's office.
This is all very distasteful to me, Vance.
I'm sorry, but it has to be done. Please come in.
All right.
Just a moment, please. Just a moment. Hello, Vance. Glad you're here. Good evening, Mrs. Blake.
Hello, Mr. Markham.
Mrs. Blake, we picked up these 2 men as they were running from the Appleby house an hour ago. Can you identify them as the men who tried to hold up the guests of the party?
Well, no. No, I can't.
They're the men who tried to hold up tonight's party, Markham. I recognize them.
Thank you, Vance. I guess that's all we need. We can take them in and break up the mob that's been preying at society functions.
Do you have all of the mob members, Markham?
We have Parker here. He's the one whose phone we had tapped. And Larry Dayton, that's the short individual in the corner there. We think he's Parker's #1 helper. There may be 1 or 2 others, but we'll get them.
I'm quite sure you will. You might as well have everyone connected with the thefts, Markham. For instance, you might take this very important member of the gang, Mrs. Emily Blake.
What's...
I? Mr. Vance, you can't mean
Are
that.
you sure, Vance?
Quite. And I can mean that, Mrs. Blake. I can do more than mean it. I can prove it.
I'd like nothing better than to relax at the end of a case, Vance, but we've gotten confessions from Mrs. Blake and Ed Parker, and I'm still not relaxed.
Markham, what's the trouble?
You know, I told you the police broke that code that Parker was using, but never explained it to me. I want to know first how you broke it, and so quickly.
Oh, that. Well, let me see. The original code message found on the dead man was, "Live on," right?
Yes.
And the robbery the dead man was fleeing from took place at 4360 58th Street.
Yes.
The letters in the words "Live on" became the numbers 4360 and 58, Markham. By use of a code word, each letter becomes a number. That's why when you intercepted Parker's message about hole pin, I was able to tell you the address of the next attempted stick-up.
But how could you have broken the code so quickly?
The minute I saw it, I knew it as well as I knew my own name. In fact, it was my own name.
Your own name? What?
Philo Vance. The P was 1, the H 2, the I 3, the L 4, and so on.
Well, I'll be darned. They picked your name. I wonder why.
2 reasons. 1, it was known to everybody involved. And 2, they never thought I'd be called in on a mere series of robberies.
Well, that brings me up to the question of Mrs. Blake's guilt, Vance.
That? Well, it started because I believed there had to be somebody on the inside tipping off the gang as to where these parties were being held. I didn't suspect Mrs. Blake until after the robbery at her house when, in an effort to divert suspicion from herself, she described one of the masked thieves too well.
How do you mean, too well?
She said he had a cut under his eye. Now, if he had worn a mask, and we know he did, she couldn't have seen the cut. That got me to thinking. And then I learned that Cornelius Worthington was giving a party. I went to him and got him to switch his party to the Appleby's house.
Why?
Well, Worthington was to wait at his home and escort every other guest to the Appleby's personally. There, the guests were to be told the phone was out of order. But Worthington was to call Mrs. Blake and tell her about the change in plans for the party.
Oh, I see now. Then when the party was held up, it was only Mrs. Blake who could have been in touch with Ed Parker to tell him the new address.
Exactly. Anything else, Markham?
I think not, Vance. I do think that lack of funds and a desire to maintain her social position must have put Mrs. Blake in the middle of this situation.
I imagine so. But let's forget her and the middle of this situation. Let's realize we've reached the end of the Cipher murder case.
Don't you dare, don't you dare!
Laura, it's for your own good. He's no good. Everybody knows he's no good.
I don't need a nursemaid, and if I did, it wouldn't be you.
Laura, don't you see?
I happen to like Eddie Mills. I like him very much, and I'm going to see him as much and as often as I want to. And I'm telling you right now, that's going to be an awful lot.
Laura, be reasonable.
Reasonable? What makes you think you're reasonable? What right have you to dictate to me? John, I've got to look out for myself. All right, you love me, so you say.
I do. Laura, listen.
All right, you love me, you want to marry me. How much do you make as a chemist?
$3,000 a year, but I've been promised...
$3,000 a year, but you've been promised a raise. Well, that's fine. That's great. Eddie Mills makes $3,000 a month.
But he isn't for you, Laura. Can't I make you see that? Don't you realize he...
Oh, stop the lecture for a minute. Hello?
Laura, this is Eddie.
Oh, Eddie. Hello, honey.
What's going on that I should know about, Laurie?
I can't tell you. It'll flatter you too much.
Take a chance. Come on, tell me.
Mm-mm. Can't.
Somebody there?
That's right.
That jealous boyfriend of yours?
The first part's right. But you've taken over the second part.
Thanks. Say, what's he look like, this chemistry genius?
I'll tell you when I see you. He wanted to know the same thing about you.
Get off that phone.
Maybe I can meet him someday.
Oh, shut up, John. I'll see you later, Eddie, and I'll talk to you then. Okay?
Sure, baby. Anything you say. I'll be over at the usual time. Bye.
Bye.
Laura, listen.
Oh.
I don't want to fight with you. All I want to do is show you how wrong you are about Eddie Mills. He's
Yeah?
not serious. You're just another girl in his life.
You think so?
Of course, he'll throw you over as soon as a new girl comes along.
I don't believe it. But he better not. He knows what's good for him. He better not. If you know what's good for you, you'll stay out of my affairs.
I'm not interested in what's good for me. I only care about what's good for you, and it's not Eddie Mills. And I'm going to do something about it.
Well, Mr. Mills, you sent for me? I'm here. Let's get down to business.
Suits me, Joe. You've got quite a reputation, I understand.
I do a job, I get paid, and I get things done.
That's why I sent for you. I want something done. But I want it done carefully.
If I wasn't careful, Mr. Mills, I'd be in jail long ago. I'm careful, I'm quick, and I'm expensive.
How much?
How much is it worth to you?
Let's not go into that kind of routine. How much do you want to do a big job for me?
How important is the guy?
Very important. The guy is me.
You want me to kill you?
No, not exactly. I want you to see that nobody else does. I got a lot of enemies. I'm hiring you as a bodyguard.
Oh, I get it now. I'm to be with you all the time, huh?
That's right. Except for the times when I'm out for a social evening. Like tonight when I'm going to see a girlfriend of mine named Laura Waite.
Okay. You got a deal, Mr. Mills. Only when you're fooling around with dames, that's the time you need a bodyguard most.
Evening to you, Tony. Good evening.
How you was it, Pat? You want to turn in the crank on this organ of mine for a while?
No, thank you. Got my own job to do, Tony. The only difference between you and me is that your arm gets tired and my legs get tired from standing out in front of this apartment house.
You keep it busy tonight, Pat?
Don't think I've called 3 taxis for people all night. 200 apartments in this building, but very few people going in or out this evening. It looks like it's going to be a mean night, Tony.
Hey, the storms are coming up, Pat. You hear that?
Yeah.
Storms are coming up as sure as I'm talking to you.
That's more than a summer storm that's giving me this creepy feeling, Tony. It's like something closing in on the street. So hot and close.
That's all right.
Can't tell exactly what it is.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it too much, Pat. Guess I just waited this hurdy-gurdy man down at the block a little. See you on the way back.
I'll see you later, Tony. Oh, evening, sir. Get your cab?
Not right now. Whew. Close out tonight, isn't it?
Tis that. Say, You're Mr. Mills, aren't you?
That's right. You got a good memory.
Sure. I've seen you call on Miss Waite lots of times. I always remember names and faces. How is Miss Waite? Haven't seen her tonight.
She was all right when I left her just now. You gotta smoke a cigar. You got a match?
Sure.
Never mind. I got some of my own. Pretty sure I have. I forgot for a minute.
You know, it's a funny thing about tonight. Tony, that's the fellow with the hurdy.
Oh! Get a doctor.
Mr. Mills.
Somebody get a doctor.
Mr. Mills.
I've been shot.
Help! Help! Somebody help! There's been a murder! Help! Police! Help!
Miss Deering?
Yes, Mr. Vance. Ready to continue with the notes on the butterfly murder case?
Not at the moment. I've been asked to write a paper on trapping criminals from the private investigator's viewpoint. Think I ought to do it?
I don't know why not. Good publicity.
Perhaps, but in citing case histories, I might give someone with a criminal mind a good idea of what to avoid if he wants to get away with murder.
That sounds logical, Vance.
On the other hand, if I point out how the most carefully planned crimes have been exploded by deduction and reasoning, it might serve as a warning.
Look, Vance, stop switching logic on me. You're making it impossible for me to agree with you.
I'm sorry, Miss Deering. However, I didn't hire you as my secretary assistant to agree with me. I rather thought that... Well, hello, Markham. Come on in.
Hi, Mr. Markham.
Glad you're in, Vance. Hello, Miss Deering. How are you?
Fine, I think. I'll have to ask Vance to make sure. How am I, Mr. Vance?
You are excellent.
I am excellent.
Good. Vance, may I talk to you for a moment? I don't have much time.
District attorneys are always in a hurry. What's on your mind, Markham?
A murder, Vance, a mysterious murder. A gangster named Eddie Mills was killed last night. The story will be in the afternoon papers.
Let me have it now. I'd rather listen than read.
All right. He was coming out of the Darling Apartments. It was a dark night, you remember, and as I understand it, the streetlights were out. Lightning had hit the power.
Well?
Mills came out, spoke to the doorman a moment, lit a match to apply it to his cigar, and a shot rang out from somewhere and killed him.
I see. The light from the match showed Mills' face and the killer shot.
That's the normal explanation of what happened, Vance. But our police experts have figured that the killer stood far down the block, too far for him to recognize Mills' features.
Oh? Well, then there's the possibility that Mills was killed by mistake.
That's rather a remote possibility. Too many people wanted him dead. In addition to his underworld enemies, we happen to know that he was seeing a girl named Laura Waite, much to the displeasure of her boyfriend, Johnny Martin.
As I understand it, there was no way for the killer to know it was Eddie Mills that was lighting his cigar.
None whatsoever, unless the doorman signaled somebody. The doorman was standing next to Mills when he was shot.
You can forget that. The doorman wouldn't be fool enough to risk being hit by a bullet that you say was fired from down the block. If he had identified, or rather put the finger on Mills, he'd have gone inside the lobby or out of range in any event.
Yeah, well, that's true, of course, now that you mention it. One other angle, Vance, and then I'm through with information. A hurdy-gurdy man had just passed the apartment door and was standing down the street a bit when the shot was fired.
You have a description of him?
They have down at headquarters, but I was in such a hurry to come over here, I just glanced at it. About 45, dark, and his name is Tony.
Well, that will do as a starter, Markham. Thanks for letting me in on the case. Oh, Miss Deering.
Yes, Mr. Vance.
I'm going out. Have you anything to do while I'm gone?
That all depends. How long will you be gone?
Until I find the killer in the hurdy-gurdy murder case.
Look at that cute little monkey the organ grinder has. Wait a minute, I want to drop a coin in his cup.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, look, Bill. Look at the way the cute little monkey lifts his cap. I'm going to give him another dime.
It was a like.
I want to see him do it again. There.
All right, maybe stop it. Give me your hand.
Look at him. Isn't he cute?
Thank you, hey. Thank you very...
Look at the organ grinder. Help somebody. Look at the organ grinder. He's got a knife stuck in his
Look, Miss Wade, I've come to your apartment because I'm convinced you can help us. There have been 2 murders in the last 24 hours, and you are the key to both of them.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Markham. I know Eddie Mills had a lot of enemies, but That poor organ grinder. I've never seen him, and I don't know why anybody should have wanted to kill him.
Let's get down to cases. Maybe we can get something that way. You quarreled with your friend Johnny Martin about Eddie Mills. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
We're looking for Martin now, but I want to establish one fact first. Did Martin know what Mills looked like?
No, they'd never seen each other. Johnny asked me for a description of Eddie, but I wouldn't give it to him.
You wouldn't tell him what Mills looked like because you were afraid of what Johnny Martin might do.
Yes. Johnny insisted that Eddie was no good for me, and how right he was.
What do you mean?
Eddie Mills came to see me the night he was murdered to tell me that he couldn't see me for a while, that he was going to be too busy.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a back exit to this apartment?
Yes, there is. It's through the kitchen.
Then you might have gone out the back way, slipped down the stairs, and... Oh, hello, Vance.
Hello, Markham. And this is Miss Laura Waite, I imagine.
That's right.
I'm Philo Vance, Miss Waite.
Uh-huh.
I heard your voice in here, Markham, so I came right in.
It's all right, Vance. It's all right. While the police are looking for John Martin, I decided to question Miss Waite again.
Only to find she claims to know nothing about the murder of either Eddie Mills or the hurdy-gurdy man.
So far. I'm inclined to believe that when we pick up Martin, we'll start getting some results.
Perhaps. But I'll tell you where Martin is right now if you want to know.
Want to know? Of course I want to know. Where is he?
At headquarters.
What?
Oh?
I was at headquarters in the fingerprint department when they brought Martin in. I guess they didn't know where to reach you.
Well, that's a relief. I was afraid for a moment that was going to be another of your long-range predictions.
Oh, no, Martin. As I understand it, they picked Martin up as he was leaving his chemistry shop. I was more interested in whether any fingerprints were found on the knife that killed Tony, the organ grinder.
Don't tell me there were.
Were there, Mr. Vance?
No, but that may mean something just the same. Right now, I'd like to know this. Granted that Eddie Mills was not shot by mistake, how could a killer know it was he who stood outside this apartment building?
He might have had a description of Mills.
It would do no good at the distance the killer stood when he fired. No, it was something else. When I find what that something else is, I'll know better what my next step is.
What interests me is why the organ grinder was killed. Anyone could have done it. There was a crowd around him, and anyone could have slipped a knife into him without being seen. But why? Why kill the organ grinder?
That seems quite simple on the surface, Markham. He was on the street when the killer fired the shot that murdered Eddie Mills. The organ grinder was removed because the killer believed the organ grinder had seen him.
But that's impossible, Vance.
Is it? I don't see how.
The organ grinder couldn't possibly have seen the murderer the night before.
Because the night was black and the street lights were out?
No, Vance. Because the hurdy-gurdy man was totally blind. This is District Attorney Markham. The hurdy-gurdy murder case opened with the shooting of Eddie Mills, racket chief. Mills, we have learned, had incurred the enmity of Johnny Martin, sweetheart of Laura Waite, when he took Laura away from Johnny. But then, according to Laura herself, decided he'd be too busy to see her for a while. Mills was killed from a distance on a dark street on a dark night, just as he attempted to light a cigar. And an organ grinder on the same street was murdered the next day. I have left Vance with Laura Waite while I've gone to investigate a report that a hired killer was gunning for Mills. It is a little later.
What am I supposed to do, Vance? Break down and confess just because you sit there staring at me?
No. And although I'd like to compliment you, Miss Waite, I wasn't staring at you. I was thinking.
Oh, you would like to compliment me, though. Well, that's something.
I imagine there's quite a good deal I could say. Your color scheme, for one thing, very admirable.
Oh, you like green?
When it isn't overdone. Excellent contrast for your black hair, Miss Waite.
I didn't think you'd notice anything personal about me.
Oh, please, Miss Waite, let's understand something. I was a man long before I was a private investigator. You're very attractive.
That's funny. You know, I was thinking the same thing about you. Maybe you and I ought to do something about that, Vance.
Any suggestions?
What's on your mind, Vance?
Right at the moment, my mind is being completely uncomplimentary.
Oh?
It wants to know whether you knew the organ grinder who was murdered.
No, I never saw him in my life. I liked the subject we were discussing much better than the new one, Vance. Couldn't we just... Oh, Johnny. Johnny, I thought you were at police headquarters.
I'm out on bail. They had nothing to hold me on. I came straight here, Laura.
Oh, this is Mr. Philo Vance, Johnny. John Martin, Philo Vance.
How do you do?
How are you?
You're quite tall, Miss Waite. I've been meaning to comment on that. How tall are you?
Oh, 5'10". Almost as tall as Johnny.
He's about 6'2", I imagine. And I also imagine you'd like to know what that has to do with the solution of the hurdy-gurdy murder case.
That's not our business. It's yours and the police's.
Tony, the organ grinder, was a big man, too. I should say he was at least 6 feet tall.
Well, what about it?
Nothing. Nothing right at the moment. Miss Waite, I have to apologize again for this mind of mine. It goes off on tangents with little or no provocation.
Anytime it goes off on a tangent that includes me, Mr. Vance, come back. I'll be delighted to see you.
Well, Vance, we got one break on this case anyhow. That's the reason I phoned for you to come right down here.
What happened, Markham?
You know that Eddie Mills had a lot of enemies, underworld enemies. In fact, he'd been threatened, we understand. Now, we've picked up a hired killer named Joe Egan, and we're holding him inside.
Really? How tall is this Egan?
Oh, I don't know, 5'5" or so.
Well, in that case, I don't believe he had anything to do with our murders, Markham.
I don't understand.
I'm positive that whoever killed Eddie Mills killed the organ grinder. A knife was used on the organ grinder. It was found slanted downward, high on his back, between the shoulder blades.
You think only a tall person could have stabbed him? Suppose he was bending over.
Ever see the handle on a hurdy-gurdy, Markham? It's placed so that the right hand can turn it when the operator is in an upright position. No, Tony wasn't bending over when he was stabbed.
Tell me one thing, and I'll wait until you're ready to explain the rest. Why was Tony murdered?
Because the murderer didn't know he was blind. The killer thought Tony might have seen the shooting of Eddie Mills.
That's what I thought, but I just wanted to make sure. Well, what's our next move, Vance?
I'll tell you what I want you to do, Markham. As soon as it gets dark, meet me in front of Laura Waite's apartment house.
You'd rather I didn't ask why, of course.
Not at all. I'm going to prove something to you. I'm going to prove how a murderer recognized Eddie Mills when he couldn't possibly see his face.
Johnny, you busy in the laboratory?
Little bit? Why?
A fellow named Philo Vance out here. He wants to see you.
Oh, let him come in. Thanks.
You can go in, Mr. Vance.
Thank you very much. Hello, Mr. Martin.
Vance? Tracking down the wild chemist in his native haunts?
Something like that. Quite a laboratory you have here.
It belongs to the firm. I only work here. How can I help you?
I want you to check some facts. Are you familiar with salt of barium nitrate?
Reasonably. Why?
What would happen if it were placed in combination with red phosphorus, Sb2, S3, and a combustible like potassium chloride?
You're a clever man, Vance. What can you prove now that you know?
Nothing yet, Mr. Martin. But you said I was a clever man, so you wouldn't want to wager I won't be able to prove it, would you?
No, sir, Mr. Markham. I've been at the door here all evening like always, and I ain't seen a sign of Mr. Vance.
That's odd, Pat. He said he'd see me here as soon as it got dark, and that's been over a half hour. I guess he'll be along soon, though.
I guess so.
Yes. Ever get bored standing here at night, Pat?
Oh, sometimes. Sometimes some of the tenants come along and we talk. Sometimes visitors stop to chat a while. Tony, the hurdy-gurdy man, he and I used to talk quite a bit evenings. He sure was a nice fella.
Favorite around here?
Oh, with everybody that knew him. Take that Miss Laura Waite's boyfriend. What's his name?
You mean John Martin?
Ah, that's the fella.
Yes.
He used to talk to Tony a couple of minutes every time he saw him. But I sure hope you find out who killed Tony, Mr. Martin. I say there's a cab stopping out front. I'll go open the door.
That's Vance and his secretary, Miss Deering. Oh, Vance.
Hello, Markham.
Finally got here, eh?
Sorry I'm late.
Hi, Mr. Markham. We're both sorry.
It's all right.
I had to see John Martin at his laboratory and then go back to my apartment to do some elementary chemistry. Miss Deering will demonstrate.
Now?
That's right. You go up to the doorway of the Darling Apartments.
Yes.
Stand there, wait 50 seconds, and then do as I told you.
Right, Vance.
Now, Markham, come with me and we'll take care of the elementary part of the hurdy-gurdy murder case.
All right.
In other words, I'll show you how a killer recognized Eddie Mills without seeing him.
I have the street lights out, just as you asked.
So I noticed. The situation is the same as it was the murder night. We're walking to approximately the same spot where the police experts believe the murderer stood.
Yes, it's not much further down the street.
I know. As soon as we get there, we're both going to watch the doorway where Miss Deering is standing. Although we can't see her now because of the darkness.
Yes, I know. Oh, Vance, Pat, the doorman, was telling me what a favorite the dead organ grinder was with everybody, including John Martin.
Really? Well, that's very interesting. Well, now let's see. This is about the spot where Eddie Mills' killer must have stood.
I'd say so, yes.
And it's just about 50 seconds since Miss Deering walked to the door. Watch, Markham.
All right, but I don't see... Vance, a match was just struck at the doorway.
Notice anything peculiar about it?
Yes, it burned with a green flame. What is that?
That is the way the killer knew it was Eddie Mills who stood outside the doorway, Markham. That green flame. I only want to know one more thing before I turn our murderer over to you. Just one more thing. And Joe Egan, the hired gunman, can tell me that. Let's go see him.
Questions. All I hear is questions. 5 hours now, and cops just ask me questions. They get the same answers to the same questions, but they ask them over and over again. And you're no better than them, Markham.
Now, Joe.
You asked the same ones they did.
Maybe I'll ask some different ones.
You're no better than the cops, Vance. You and your reputation.
Joe, Mr. Markham has your record. You're wanted in 3 different cities.
So?
You're going to be sent back to one of them. All I'm asking is this. Were you ever in Miss Waite's apartment?
That I'll answer. No, I never was, and that's no kid.
That's what I thought. And now, Markham, one more visit to the girl's apartment, and you can have your killer, and the proof you'll need for a conviction. Miss Waite, you quarreled with Eddie Mills, didn't you?
What if I did, Vance?
Just asking in passing, that's all.
Oh.
And you, Mr. Martin, you had strong reason for disliking Mills.
Well? All right, go on.
Don't be belligerent, Mr. Martin. I'm merely being factual. I'm making no accusations. Yet. I want to describe why and how Tony, the hurdy-gurdy man, was killed. And in so doing, prove who our double murderer is.
Go on, Vance.
Well, Tony was a tall man, about 6 foot. Yet a knife was plunged high in his back between the shoulder blades. You're tall, Mr. Martin. 6'2", you once told me.
That's right.
You were a chemist. You knew you had mixed a curious combination of combustibles for the matches in Miss Waite's apartment. You knew they burned with a green flame, so that it would flatter her coloring. She probably asked you to do that.
Well, what if I did? What does that prove?
Nothing, except that anybody using those matches outside of this apartment would reveal himself as having been inside this apartment.
In order to get the match, of course.
Exactly, Markham.
Yes.
When Eddie Mills lit a match outside the door downstairs, the killer saw the green flame and fired. Then, lest the organ grinder had seen the shooting, it was necessary to dispose of him the next day.
But the organ grinder couldn't have seen the shooting. He was blind.
We found that out after the murders, Markham. And so did the murderer. That's why our killer has to be Miss Laura Waite.
I'm not as puzzled as I generally am when you wind up a case, Vance, because I went through most of it with you. But there are some things I'd like to know.
What, for instance, Markham?
Well, I realize that Laura Waite was the only person concerned in the murders who didn't know Tony was blind. That's what you said. But don't forget that Joe Egan, the hired killer, couldn't have known that either.
Egan had never been in Miss Waite's apartment. I believed him when he told me that. If he'd never been there, he couldn't have known about the green flame on the matches, could he? In fact, the only other person who could have known about the matches was John Martin.
And, of course, it was I who told you that Martin used to talk to the organ grinder the nights he came to visit Miss Waite, so he knew Tony was blind.
You helped me a great deal with that information, Markham. All the facts pointed to one big fact, that the killer was Laura Waite, who was tall enough and strong enough to have put the knife in Tony's back.
Yes, her confession proves you were right, Vance. She's reached the end of her murdering string now.
She's reached the end of her string, and we've reached the end of the hurdy-gurdy murder case.
Can't go on. Everything I had is gone. Stormy weather since my man and I ain't together. Keeps raining all the time. Keeps raining all the time.
Fine applause. Do I have to bust a tonsil before you characters applaud? What a joint to work in. Squares. Where did they get off treating a performer like that?
Wait a minute,
Hey.
Josie.
Let go my arm, Joe.
I said wait a minute. When I say wait a minute, you wait a minute.
Well, what is it?
What's with that speech you just made? What's with insulting the customers in my place?
Did you hear the hand I got when I finished singing? Sounded like one guy and the whole joint was swatting a fly. What do they know about singing?
They don't have to know about no music, Josie. All they gotta know is to pay their checks. You crack to the suckers once more like you just did, and you're through.
Don't make me laugh.
I ain't trying to be funny.
You don't have to try. Why don't you get smart, Joe? You know you can't fire me. I got enough to put you away for 50 years, any time I like.
Wait a minute. Wait right here.
Well, make it fast.
Hello, Mr. Turner, boss.
What are you listening at the door for, Angel?
Me, boss, listening? Not me. I'm your head waiter. I work. I don't listen.
Uh-huh.
Excuse me, Mr. Turner, boss. Somebody wants...
You're having trouble with everybody, ain't you, Joe?
I'm not through with you, Josie.
You ain't kidding, you ain't. We were just talking about that before you spotted Angel snooping. You were gonna fire me, remember?
Oh, I didn't say that. What I said was that if you cracked to the suckers once more, you'd be through. That don't mean fired, Josie. That means through. For good.
Oh, Josie, please, you've got to listen to me.
Who says I gotta? You? Why don't you get lost, friend? I gotta get in my dressing room so I can change my clothes.
You realize what you're doing? You're ruining me, and for no reason now. Give me back my letters.
Not right now. Makes me feel good to see the big shot, Colton DeWitt, in the spot. Go on, breeze out of here, DeWitt. And leave me a couple of $100 for spending money. Scram, I gotta go in and dress.
All right, here's your money.
Thanks.
I hope you live to spend it, Miss Josie Daniels.
Oh, hum. Da-dum. La-da-dum, da-da-dum. Hey, what are you doing in my dressing room?
I want to see you, Miss Daniels. The gentleman you just left outside was my husband.
Well, that's your problem, my friend. It's got nothing to do with me. So you're Mrs. DeWitt,
Yes. I know all about you and my husband, Miss Daniels. I know that he was infatuated with you. Know that he wrote you some letters. But that's all over now.
That it is, except for the payoff. When I decide how much I want for the letters he wrote, I'll let him know. Goodbye, Mrs. DeWitt.
Listen to me, Miss Daniels. My husband has no idea I know about him and you. But I saw the change in him. Saw him turn from a wonderful man to a broken wreck, living in fear of what you might do with the letters he wrote you. I'll give you $10,000 for those letters.
Don't be funny. That wouldn't even buy the envelopes.
Very well, Miss Daniels. But I'm telling you now, I'm going to get those letters, even if I have to get you first.
Come in.
I'm looking for Philo Vance.
I'm Vance. Please come in. I was just about to lock up. The office is closed for the day, Mrs.
I'm Mrs. Colton DeWitt. Mr. Vance, please listen to me. It's terribly important.
By all means. What is it, Mrs. DeWitt?
You've heard of my husband.
I know his position in the business world. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you. Mr. Vance, I've come to see you on a very delicate matter.
As a private investigator, that is by no means a novelty to me.
I didn't imagine it was, but it is new to me, Mr. Vance. Telling a relative stranger something that is so personal. It's my husband, Mr. Vance. He's in trouble.
Oh? Financial or female?
What do you mean?
It couldn't be anything else, could it, Mrs. DeWitt?
No. And it isn't anything else. It's a woman, Mr. Vance, a singer. Her name is Josie Daniels. She's known as the Broadway Butterfly, and she works at the Cat's Paw Club.
What about her?
She's blackmailing my husband, Mr. Vance, bleeding him. And he's paying her because she threatens to show me some letters he's written.
But you know all about it.
Yes, but I can't let my husband know that I know about it. His pride would be gone. Things would never be the same between us if he thought I knew. I want you to buy back those letters, or get them any way you like. But I want them. Mr. Vance, here's my bank book. You'll see that I have a little over $10,000 deposited. It's my money, all the money I have in the world. Here's a blank signed check. Use what you have to get those letters.
All right, Mrs. DeWitt. I'll do it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vance. When will I hear from you?
I don't know. I'll go down to the Cat's Paw nightclub this evening to see Miss Josie Daniels. Where will you be later?
I'll be available, Mr. Vance. I'll be close by. Very close by.
The Cat's Paw, you said, huh, Mac? It's 9 o'clock. Not much doing there at this hour.
There may very possibly be after I arrive. How much further is it?
You worried about the meter? Maybe another nickel tops. Hey, Mac, your face has been bothering me. Where have I seen it before?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, it's always been just where it is now, right on top of me.
I got your name on the tip of my tongue. I know that face. I've seen it in the Hey! You're that famous private detective, Philo Vance.
I'm a private investigator, but the rest of the identification is correct.
Oh, so you're the guy, huh?
Yes, I'm the, guy.
Well, what do you know? Never can tell who you ride when you're pushing a hack. Know who I ride the other night?
I'm not that good a private investigator. Who was it?
I got the name on the tip of my tongue. Well, this is it, Mr. Vance. The Cat's Paw Club. Only it's a little early, like I told you. I don't think the joint is even open yet.
I'll find out in a moment. Well, there seems to be somebody else trying to get in and somebody trying to stop him. Here's your money, driver. Keep the change.
Thanks, Mr. Vance. I sure wish I could think who it was I drove the other night. I got the name on the tip of my tongue, too.
Seems to be a little crowded there. Good night.
Good night. Hey, those two guys over the door seem to be battling. Want me to hang around just in case?
No, thank you. Good night.
I said you can't come in. The joint ain't open.
What? I've got to get in. I must see Miss Daniels.
Now, look, Mr. DeWitt, chances are Josie ain't in there either, and the club ain't open yet. Nobody comes in until after I open up. Now, but what do you want?
I beg your pardon. My name is Philo Vance.
What about it? What do you want?
The same as this gentleman, apparently. I want to see Miss Daniels.
Now, look, both of you, I just got here myself to open up this joint. Chances are Josie ain't in yet.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's her. That's Josie singing. I recognize her voice, and I'm getting in to see Josie now, and nothing's going to stop me. So get out of my way. Get out!
Don't get
Get
tough,
out of
Mr.
my
DeWitt.
way, I said, and stay out. I'm going inside, I said.
And I said you weren't. Now, don't
Get
get
out
tough.
of my way, I
said.
Get away.
Okay,
Get away.
that's the way you want it. Well, he begged for that sock, Vance. You seen him try to force his way into my club?
I'm more interested in his condition at the moment. You seem to have knocked him out. We'd better get him inside.
Now, we'd better get him to a hospital. My car's right here, Vance. I'll go with you.
Very well. I'll take his head. You said this was your club. That means you own it?
Yeah. Her name's Turner, Joe Turner. Yeah, think this guy's okay, Vance?
Oh, I think he will be.
Oh, I hope so. You know something, if this happened inside my club, if I socked him inside the joint, It could take away my license.
Mr. Turner, if Mr. DeWitt were inside your club, there'd have been no reason for him to provoke a fight with you. Remember? Philo Vance speaking.
This is Markham, Vance. Where have you been? I've been calling your home for an hour.
You sound like you're after me for a murder, Markham.
Sorry, Vance. I didn't mean to give you that district attorney treatment, but I did want to talk to you.
About what?
There has been a murder, Vance. A nightclub singer named Josie Daniels, known as the Broadway Butterfly. She was strangled sometime between 8 and 10 this evening. We're not exactly sure of the time.
I'm reasonably sure of it. I'd say it was between 9 and 10.
What?
Sorry, Markham, I didn't mean to appear like a genius, but it so happens I was down to see Miss Daniels at 9 o'clock tonight and heard her singing.
Oh, I see. Well, Vance, I know you'll like to get on a murder case as soon as it happens, so I've been trying to contact you. And incidentally, we have a suspect, Joe Turner, the club owner.
Really? I met the gentleman tonight, Markham. In fact, I spent about an hour and a half with him. The hour and a half between 9 and 10:30.
9 and 10:30. And you heard Miss Daniels sing when you were down at the club at 9?
Yes?
Then I was wrong. We don't have a suspect.
No, unless Mr. Turner's a very clever man.
How do we find that out?
I'm not sure. I've got to pay a visit to a music shop to know whether I know what I'm talking about or not.
Hiya, friend. Hiya. Come in. What can I do for you, friend?
My name is Vance. I've just telephoned a number of record companies, and they told me that
we
you...
got the largest selection of records in the business, and they were right, friend. They were absolutely right. You want hot records?
Well...
We got 'em going all the way back to Bunny Berrigan, Eddie Lang, the Mound City Blue Blowers, the Memphis Five, the original Dixieland Jazz Band.
I wasn't thinking of hot records.
You
what
want
I wanted
sweet?
was...
We got every sweet band from 1920 up to now with the Bar Harbor Society Orchestra, Ray Miller, Whiteman, Lopez, Coon Sanders.
What I wanted was a vocal record.
Vocals. Take your pick, friend. Take your pick. You remember Lee Morse? We
Yes,
got all
but
of hers. Eileen Stanley, Lee Wiley, Helen Kane, the first of the Ethel Waters records. What's on your mind, friend? Which one do you want?
Well, I was told that a girl named Josie Daniels made some recordings a year or so ago, and that this was the one shop which might have some.
Daniels? Josie Daniels, the gal who got knocked off?
That's
Why,
right.
sure, we got records of hers. She only made two sides of one record, but we got it in stock. She made a thing called Stormy Weather, right, friend?
Yes, I believe that's right.
Got it in the back, friend. I gotta get it for you. Don't get much call for the record. Now, look, if you want jazz, we got
No,
Artie Shaw, Mr. B.G., got some original Dorsey Brothers, anything you like.
All I want is one record, if you don't mind.
Okay, friend, if that's all you want, that's all you get. We don't high-pressure nobody into buying nothing around here. I'll get you the Josie Daniels record, friend.
Thank
Only
you.
I'm telling you, it ain't much good.
And from what I understand, neither was she.
Sit down, Vance. Please sit down and tell me what you found out on the Josie Daniels murder.
I found out for one thing, Markham, that it's possible she did die at 8 o'clock and not necessarily after 9, as I said.
I don't think I understand.
Well, it might have been a phonograph record I heard playing outside the club the night she was murdered. She did make a record of the song I heard sung while I was outside at 9 o'clock.
Oh?
What that means, of course, is that the club owner, Joe Turner, no longer has an alibi. And for that matter, neither does Mr. Colton DeWitt, whom Turner knocked out in front of the club.
Because chances are the girl was already dead when the fight took place.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
And you know, Markham, I have...
Oh, just a minute, please, Vance. District Attorney Markham speaking.
Mr. Markham, this is a friend of Philo Vance's. They told me at his office that I could reach him at yours. Is he there?
Why, yes, just a minute. It's for you, Vance, a mysterious female friend of yours.
Every female is mysterious, Markham, or so they'd like you to believe. I'll take it. Thanks. Hello.
Mr. Vance, this is Mrs. DeWitt. I didn't want to tell the district attorney my name. Can he hear us?
I doubt whether he can hear you.
Good. Mr. Vance, this is terribly important. Of course, I know the Daniels girl is dead. It's all over the papers. But I want to know whether you got those letters.
No, I haven't, as yet.
They mustn't turn up now, Mr. Vance. They mustn't. I'll double the figure I told you. I'll pay $20,000 for the letters my husband wrote that woman.
Will you, Mrs. DeWitt? I'm sorry you said that.
Sorry? Why?
Because it proves to me that you must have seen Miss Daniels after you saw me, which means just before she was murdered.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Butterfly murder case opened with the finding of the body of Josie Daniels, nightclub singer known as the Broadway Butterfly. Philo Vance, who is working on the case, has revealed that a Mrs. DeWitt, wife of a man Miss Daniels was blackmailing, had been to see him
And while he was in my office, he had received a phone call from her telling him that she would pay $20,000 for the return of letters her husband had written. It is shortly after the phone call, and Vance is still in my office, but has been silent for several minutes. What are you thinking about, Vance?
This case.
Yes, so am I. I'm also thinking of that remark you made to Mrs. DeWitt on the telephone.
You want to know how I knew she'd seen the murdered girl just before her death?
Yes.
Well, Markham, it's pretty simple. You see, Mrs. DeWitt came to me and offered me $10,000 to get back some letters her husband had written Josie Daniels.
Yes, you've told me that.
At the time, Mrs. DeWitt showed me her bank book. $10,000 was all the money she had in the world. On the phone just now, she offered me $20,000.
Well, she managed to get the extra $10,000 somewhere.
No, I hardly think so. I think she got the letters she wanted to pay me to get. She could then offer me $20,000, $30,000, or even $50,000 to get them, knowing they weren't to be gotten.
Ah. Vance, you have no idea how glad I am that you're on our side. What's our next move?
The normal thing to do would be for me to see Mrs. DeWitt, don't you think?
Yes, but I doubt whether you're going to do it because it is the normal thing.
Thank you. You're so right. You see, I know what I want to know about her, but I'm a little vague about her husband. He's the one I want to see, and he's the one I'm going to see.
You don't want to see me, Mr. Vance?
Not especially, Mrs. DeWitt. What I would like to know is this. Is your husband at home?
He's upstairs. Shall I call him?
No, he'll be down. May I use your phonograph to play this record I brought?
Of course. Only I don't understand.
You will, believe me. How does this machine work?
The last button on the right-hand side starts the phonograph.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, here we are.
Don't know why there's no sun up in the sky.
That's a nice voice, isn't it, Mr. Vance?
Very. By the way, Mrs. DeWitt, what did you do with the letters you took from Josie Daniels just before she was found dead?
Oh, I made a mistake in offering you the $20,000. I knew it right after I'd done it, but I wanted to cover up the fact that I'd seen
I
her.
realize that. That wasn't very smart.
That record! Who put that record on? Who put it on?
Colton.
I never want to hear that voice again. Never. All right, now. What is this? What kind of game are you two playing?
Colton, Mr. Vance just asked if he could
I know what he asked, and I know why he asked it. That was Josie Daniels' voice. That was Josie singing. I was supposed to hear the voice and confess I killed her. That was it, wasn't it, Vance? That's what you expected me to do.
Really, Mr.
Well,
DeWitt?
I'm not going to do it. She's dead and this record is smashed. I'll smash every record she ever made. I'll buy them and I'll smash them. Every one of them. Yes, I'll smash every one of them.
Please, you're upset. You're all excited.
Excited? Of course I'm excited. This was a trick, I tell you. A trick of Vance's to make me break down and admit I killed her. I wanted to. I would have if I'd had the chance, but I didn't do it. You hear me, Vance? Your trick didn't work. I didn't do it. Do you hear me? I didn't do it.
I hear you all right, Mr. DeWitt. But that doesn't necessarily mean I believe you.
Hiya, friend. Hiya. I remember you. You were in yesterday to pick up a Josie Daniels recording.
That's right.
Sure, I know. I got a great memory for faces.
Yeah.
Now, do you want something else, like the record player now? That's Hank Byrne, bestseller we got in piano. Of course, we got Frankie Carr, Lopez, that Lombardo record of Humoresque with the two-piano team going. What you want is piano,
Well, it isn't exactly what
No?
I really want.
I know, sure. Long hair stuff. Good. Got just what you want. Boston Pops, Philharmonic, got the Iturbi record of Claire de Lune, right? That's what you want, ain't it, friend? Classics?
No, not right at the moment. You mentioned before that you had a good memory.
I got a great memory. I can rattle off names of people who made records that you never even heard of.
I'm sure.
Bessie Smith, Queen of the Blues, Empire City 4, Billy Wilson and his Blue 5.
Excuse my interrupting you, please, but I really have business with you. Did you ever hear of Philo Vance?
Who'd he record for?
Nobody.
Oh.
I'm Philo Vance. I'm a private investigator.
Philo Vance? Why, I know who you are. You're the private investigator.
Yes.
Glad to meet you, friend. Glad to meet you. Now, what can I do for you?
You remember I told you yesterday that the company for which Josie Daniels recorded said that this was the only shop where her records could be bought.
Sure, and they were right. We got records by everybody.
Never mind, I'm sure you have. Now, this is what I want to know. You say you have an excellent memory. I want you to tell me if anybody bought a record by Miss Daniels in the past few days besides me.
Why, sure, I can tell you that now. Let me think.
By all means, do.
Let's see. He was, was it a lady? I think maybe... No. Oh, that's the funny thing, Mr. Vance. I can't remember. Sorry, I can't help you solve your problem, friend.
Problem? What you didn't help me solve was a murder, friend.
Yeah, who is it?
Mr. Turner, boss, it's me. Angel, your head waiter. Could I come in?
Come on. What do you want?
Mr. Turner, boss, I just come in to tell you I'm leaving. I got another job.
No kidding.
No kidding, Mr. Turner, boss. I got a good job in another joint. I'm leaving Saturday.
What makes you think so?
I don't know. Guy just offered me a job, and I took it, that's all.
You're not going anywhere. You're staying right here with me where I can keep an eye on you, Angel.
I don't get you, Mr. Turner, boss.
No? Well, maybe you'll get this. Don't think I don't know you were around here the night Josie Daniels was killed. Don't think I'm going to let you go somewhere where you can open your yap about what you think you know. Don't think that, Angel, you hear?
Yeah, Mr. Turner, boss. I guess I better go now.
And where do you think you're going?
Out into the club. I gotta get things fixed up for tonight's business. See that everything's okay as long as I'm gonna be here permanent. I'll see you later, Mr. Turner, boss.
Yeah, Joe Turner talking.
This is District Attorney Markham, Mr. Turner. Could you come down to my office?
Well, sure, DA. I guess I could. What's up?
Well, Philo Vance will be here, and he's bringing Mr. and Mrs. DeWitt. You want to know what's up?
Yeah.
It might conceivably be your number.
Sit down, Mr. Turner, sit down. You know Mr. Vance here.
Just enough to say goodbye to. What goes on here? What'd you get me down here for?
Vance?
Mr. Turner, what did Josie Daniels have on you?
Have on me? Nothing. She worked for me, that's all.
I spoke to your head waiter, a man named Angel, right after I left a record shop this afternoon. He told me you couldn't fire her, that she could have stayed there as long as she liked.
Angel told you that? No wonder that punk wanted to quit. Well, Vance, whatever he told you ain't true. My word against his, right?
I hardly think so. He'd have no reason to lie. Mr. Turner, when I came along the other night, the night Miss Daniels was killed, you were keeping Mr. DeWitt out of your nightclub.
Yeah, sure. Josie was rehearsing and the club wasn't open.
Josie wasn't rehearsing. She was dead.
Don't give me that. You know she was in there then. You heard her start to sing after a while.
I heard a record playing, but more of that later. Markham, please ask Mr. and Mrs. DeWitt to come in here now.
Certainly, Vance. Mr. and Mrs. DeWitt, will you come in, please?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Markham. Mr. DeWitt, I was just pointing out to Mr. Turner here that the night Josie Daniels was killed, the night I found you trying to get into his nightclub, we didn't hear Miss Daniels singing.
Well, but we did. She was inside the club.
That was a phonograph record planted as an alibi. You see, if Miss Daniels were alive then, Turner couldn't have murdered her. Or you either, for that matter.
But, Vance, there was no record playing when the police broke into the club.
I know. Somebody took the record off. And DeWitt and Turner were with me. That leaves only Mrs. DeWitt.
No. No, I know nothing about it.
One moment, Mrs. DeWitt. Angel,
Yes, sir, Mr. Vance?
come in.
Yes, sir, Mr. Vance?
Angel, you were paid by somebody in this room to put a record on the phonograph in the Cat's Paw nightclub at 9 o'clock the night Josie Daniels was murdered, and to later take it off.
That's right, Mr. Vance.
I want you to point out the person in this room who paid you.
The person? Why, sure. That's the person.
Yes, Mrs. DeWitt. Markham, you can arrest her husband, Colton DeWitt, for murder. Mrs. DeWitt, was Miss Daniels dead when you went in her dressing room and got those letters?
Yes. Yes, she was, Mr. Vance. But I had no idea my husband killed her. I couldn't admit I was there. You understand that?
Perfectly. Well, Markham, that clears up Mrs. DeWitt's part in the murder case. Anything else you'd like to know?
Yes. What was your lead to Colton DeWitt?
The phonograph record, of course. DeWitt had to get that record somewhere, and there was only one store in the city that sold it. I went there, but the clerk wouldn't describe a man who had purchased a recording by Miss Daniels several days before.
Then how did you know it was DeWitt?
I knew somebody had to start playing the record inside the club, Markham. Somebody had to start it, and somebody had to take it off the phonograph. I found Mr. Turner's head waiter, Angel, and persuaded him to tell me who had paid him to do that. It was DeWitt, who killed Josie in her dressing room, and then came out to the front of the club to establish an alibi.
Oh, my poor husband. He should have known that Josie Daniels would cause him trouble. Right from the beginning, he should have known.
Perhaps. Only we weren't concerned with the beginning. All we were concerned with was the end of the Butterfly murder case.
Stop twirling that keychain. You're making me nervous.
Easy, Joe. You're blowing your top, kid.
Don't call me kid. Now, look, Eddie, I'm trying to be calm. Trying to be calm ain't easy with a guy like you. Now, tell me what happened and tell me fast.
Solid. Nothing to get excited about, kid.
Don't call me kid. Now, look, I'm your boss, Joe D'Angelo. You call me Mr. D'Angelo or Joe. But you don't call me kid. You get that?
Okay, kid.
What?
You want a report? Here it is. I passed 2 of the $100 bills you're making in competition with the government. No trouble. You like that?
2 of them, huh? Yeah, that's good. Where?
One of them I got rid of down at the restaurant on Green Street. No trouble. The other I got rid of at the haberdashery. Guy looks the bill over good, and he gives me the change as nice as you please. We're in business, Joe.
Yeah, you bet your life we are. Only this local stuff is small time, see? Tell you what I want to do now, Eddie.
Yeah?
I want you to make contacts in different cities. Sell them the counterfeit bills I make. Can you do it?
Natch. Pushover. What do you want for 'em?
25%. I want $25 of good dough for every $100 phony. Can you get it?
I'm gonna get more than that, kid. I'm getting $30 instead of 25.
Okay, I could use the other 5.
Yeah, maybe you can, kid. The other 5 goes to me. That's my commission.
Don't start anything, Eddie. Remember now, you just work for me. You do like I tell you.
Yeah, who takes the risks of passing the queer? You? No, me. And I'll get what I can for you here. Don't you forget, the FBI would like to know what you're doing. Now that that's settled, I think...
Wait a minute. Georgie! Georgie, come in here.
Hey, what is this?
You'll find out. Come in, Georgie.
Really, Mr. D'Angelo, I wish you wouldn't scream my name. It's disturbing. Well, what is it you want?
Georgie, Eddie here is, getting ambitious.
Might have expected something like that from him. Look at what he's wearing. The suit coat is 3 inches too long, that keychain is in horrible taste, and the color of that suit, midnight blue.
Hey, what is this, a lesson in what I should wear? What do you want with Georgie, Joe?
You'll find out. Georgie, you're a good boy. So I'm gonna let you have some fun. Right now.
Hey, let go of my arm. Hey, Joe, hey, Mr. D'Angelo,
Go ahead,
let go, will you?
Georgie. I can't hold this character all day.
Joe, let me go, will
That
you?
it?
Of course
Joe.
I have. Right
All
here.
right.
Joe, let me go.
I'm ready to use it.
Joe, no!
Done, Mr. D'Angelo. You won't have any trouble at all from him from now on. Oh, dear.
What's the matter, Georgie?
Nothing. It's all right. I thought for a moment I'd gotten a bit of lint from his shirt on my suit.
But, Mr. Markham, my boy is gone. And he was a good boy, Mr. Markham.
I'm sure he was, Mrs. Macon, but there isn't anything I can do.
Oh, you can't.
I'm district attorney. You want the police department, Bureau of Missing Persons.
No.
I'll get them on the phone for you.
No. It is not them I want. You and your friend Philo Vance, I hear about you.
Mrs. Macon,
I read about the two of you, and now my Eddie is missing. You can find him, Mr. Markham. He's a good boy.
Well, if it'll help you any to tell me about him, Mrs. Macon, go right ahead. I'll turn the information over to the proper authorities.
And Mr. Markham, last night, Eddie, he does not come home. Always he comes home. Every night. Last night, he does not come home. 3 weeks ago, he quit his job. It's a good job, Mr. Markham. He was a shipping clerk.
Go ahead, Mrs. Macon.
After he leave that job, he have more money than when he work. Well, I said to him, Eddie, I say, where you get this money? But they won't tell me. And now he's gone. Something has happened to him, Mr. Markham. You have got to find out what it is. You and Mr. Vance.
I hardly think this is a matter for Vance, Mrs. Macon, but I can promise you this. I have a description of your son
yes.
and the photograph you brought me.
Yes.
I'll do what I can to find him. You can depend on that. I'll do what I can.
Again, you're filing your nails, always filing your nails. Put that file away, Georgie.
Certainly, Mr. D'Angelo. You sound upset. Is there something wrong?
That kid. That Eddie Macon we knocked off.
We don't need him, I assure you. I'm quite capable of passing all the counterfeit bills you make, and of making connections to have them passed in other cities. So why worry about him?
Oh, yeah? Suppose they find his body. Suppose they trace it back to us, then what?
My dear Mr. D'Angelo, don't be ridiculous. First of all, they'll never find his body. It's down at the bottom of the lake, very carefully weighed with a very heavy stone. Second of all, even if they did find it, there is nothing that will lead the police to us. Absolutely nothing. What are you going to do now?
Gonna go to work on this press. Might as well get some of those bills moving, in case we have to blow town in a hurry.
Ridiculous. We'll be here as long as we'd like. See you later.
Where are you going?
Out of here. I simply won't be able to stand the sound of that printing machine.
Beautiful drive, Vance.
Thank you, Markham. Beautiful drive, beautiful day for golf. What more could a man want?
What's wrong with a beautiful dame? That wouldn't hurt none.
A caddy has something there, Vance.
Yes, he has. But a beautiful girl might lead to trouble. And this is no day for trouble.
I'll go down to your ball, Mr. Vance. I'll be there by the time Mr. Markham shoots.
I hope I hit one long enough so that I have to really walk for it. I need the exercise. Well, here goes.
Well, not bad, my friend. It's right up there with mine. Come on, let's go.
Right. Oh, by the way, Vance, there was a woman in my office to see me this morning.
Uh-oh.
Quite an old woman. Her son had disappeared. From what I gathered, he was a good boy who met a wrong crowd. She was terribly worried.
That's one of the things you can always depend upon a mother to do. Worry. Did you turn it over to the Missing Persons Bureau?
Yes, but they haven't uncovered anything. Oh, well, I don't imagine we should concern ourselves with it. After all, it is a beautiful day. I wonder where my shot landed.
Our caddy is standing down the fairway a bit. One of us is there, no doubt. Probably both of us. Both shots were headed in the same direction.
We'll see. Oh, by the way, Vance, this is a course you've never played before. There's a stream running through the fairway about 300 yards from the tee. That should be about 100 yards from where our shot landed.
Water hazard in the middle of the course, eh? Definitely unfair.
Natural hazard, I believe. But a good brassy shot will carry it over onto the green. Well, here we are.
And both together, as I imagined. Boy, Brassy, please.
Yes, sir, here you are.
Thank you.
There's water about 100 yards down, sir.
So Mr. Markham was telling me.
Water comes from Lake Ralph. We go ice skating in the wintertime. Boy, fun.
So I'd imagine. Swimming in summer, skating in winter.
Oh, not much swimming, Mr. Vance. Couple of boats and ducks in the lake all the time. Funniest ducks you ever saw.
What's funny about them?
Well, this morning I seen them on my way here. They got red feet.
Red feet, eh?
Yeah.
That is strange. Well, here goes a try with this brassy. Hope I get enough carry with it.
I'm betting on you.
Well, thanks for your confidence. There it goes.
A beauty, Vance. Now, if I can only duplicate that shot.
If I were you, I would, Markham. Principally because this is the last hole we'll have time to play.
Nonsense. We're playing all day.
I don't think you'll want to play after what I have to tell you.
Oh, what is it, Vance?
You see, in the event that the missing Eddie Macon was stabbed, I think I know where his body is.
Well, Vance, the police driver found Eddie Macon's body at the bottom of Lake Ralph, and it'll be brought to the surface any minute now. But how did you know it would be there?
The clue of the red ducks, Markham. Remember what the caddy told us? The only thing that would account for red feet on ducks would be blood in the water. And blood in the water could come from a body if it had been stabbed.
Wait a minute, Vance, please. If there were blood on the water, it would have been noticed, wouldn't it?
Certainly, but the blood became dissipated in and by the water, Markham. Only before it had, the ducks swam over the spot where the body was located, got blood on their feet, and then went on land.
I'm enjoying this, Vance. You're even able to trace the movements of ducks. What a man.
Well, it's reasonably simple. On land, the water from the ducks' feet would dry, but the blood would cake and be retained in the webbing.
I suppose that's right. In fact, I know it's right now. Oh, we've got men going all through those bushes on shore here looking for some tie-up with the crime.
I hope they find something. Merely getting the body will tell us nothing, I'm afraid. I'm going to enjoy working on this case even more than I usually enjoy working on a murder case.
Why? Because the killers spoiled our golf game?
Yes, that and the fact that we're not going to have very much to work with, if anything.
You're a strange man, Vance. The tougher the problem, the greater pleasure for you. Most of the time, it's the other way. Oh, that's Sergeant Heath's voice. Over here, Heath.
From the tone of the sergeant's voice, I'd say he'd found something.
I certainly hope so.
Hi, Mr. Markham. Well, hello, Vance. You're here on this case, too, huh?
That's right.
It's because of Vance that we're here on this case, Heath. What's up?
Well, one of my men was beating around the bushes, came up with this glove. It's all blood-stained, but all identification's been removed.
Let me see that, will you, Heath?
Sure, here you are.
Thank you.
Hey, what are you turning it inside out for? I told you all the marks have been removed.
Yes, you did.
Oh, even the button's been yanked off. Guess it had the name of the maker on it.
Well, that's true, of course, but this glove is very informative just the same.
What do you mean, Vance?
Well, for one thing, it hasn't lain in the bushes very long, which means it probably was thrown away by the murderer of Eddie Macon, who's only been missing 24 hours.
Well, so what? What good is that if we can't tell anything about the murderer?
We can tell a lot about him from this glove, Heath.
Huh?
If I were you, I'd send out an alarm for a tall, thin man about 6'2", immaculate in dress, left-handed, carries a walking stick, and, yes, he's blonde.
Huh?
Vance, how in the world do you know that?
Let's get in your car and drive over to see Eddie Macon's mother, Markham. I'll tell you all about it on the way.
Well, I'm waiting, Vance.
Sorry, Markham, I was just thinking of something, but it doesn't matter now. What you want to know is how I got the picture of our murder suspect just from looking at a blood-stained glove.
That's right.
Well, it's reasonably simple. The glove was a large size, leading me to assume that the murderer was a tall man. However, the fingers on the glove were very narrow, hence the killer was thin.
But the way he dressed and the fact that he was left-handed and carried a stick.
Most men who carry a stick are meticulous in dress, Markham. And the glove was a little worn between the index finger and the inside of the thumb. Only a stick would cause a worn spot such as I noticed in that particular place.
Well, granting all that, what about the fact that he was left-handed, that he was blonde, that he was well-dressed?
Left-handed? Well, the glove we found was a left glove, and apparently he carried his stick in his left hand. Blonde? I saw a very small blonde hair on the inside of the glove. The police laboratory would have detected that, I'm sure.
And what about the business of his being well-dressed?
There were traces of liquid nail polish on the tip of the inside of the fingers, Markham. Apparently, after his most recent manicure, he was in a hurry and didn't give the polish a chance to dry. That's all there is to it. That and the fact that most men who carry a stick are well-dressed.
It certainly sounds simple the way you say it. And it's just as well that the explanation's over, because here's Mrs. Macon's house.
Oh, she knows about her son?
Yes, Heath telephoned her. I imagine she's all broken up. She was almost hysterical when she came into my office to report him missing.
Well, we'll soon find out. Coming, Markham. Of course.
What do you expect to find here, Vance?
If we're lucky, Mrs. Macon will be able to tell us which of her son's friends answers the description I feel fits the murderer.
That'll certainly simplify this case.
Yes, it will. And it's one reason that I don't believe we'll find anything. The bell, Markham.
Right. There's one thing I hate. It's dealing with hysterical women, Vance.
We may have a surprise in store for us there, too, Markham.
Yes? Oh, it is Mr. Markham.
Yes, hello, Mrs. Macon. This is Philo Vance. You remember you asked me to get him to help find your son?
Yes, and you would not do it.
It wouldn't have done any good, Mrs. Macon. Your son was already dead when you came to see Mr. Markham.
Perhaps. What is it you want?
We have a description of a man we believe might be your son's murderer. We'd like to know if you knew such a man.
What does he look like?
He's tall, blond, dresses very well, carries a walking stick, quite thin.
I don't know anybody like that. And neither did my son.
You can't help us?
You could not help me. I cannot help you. Good day, gentlemen.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Red Duck murder case began with the finding of the body of Eddie Macon, who had been stabbed. From a glove discovered near the scene of the crime, Philo Vance has constructed a detailed picture of the killer. So far, we have been unable to find a man answering the description. At this time, he might be almost anywhere. In a taxi, in the park, in a shop, on the street.
Come, my man. Please, just wrap it up and give it to me, and I'll take it with me. I have my car outside.
Just one moment, sir, please, if you don't mind.
1 moment? What for? I'm in a hurry.
Yes, but you've given me a $100 bill. I'll have to get the change from the back of the shop. I won't be but a moment, sir.
Very well, but hurry. I don't have all day. Fine thing. Shopkeeper who can't keep change for 100 in his register.
Police headquarters. Hello, this is Bailey at Bailey's men's shop on Main Street. A man is in the shop, tall, blond, and he's carrying a stick. He just gave me a $100 bill. It's one of those counterfeits we were told to watch out for.
Good. Stall him there a few minutes. We'll be right over.
Right. Sorry to have kept you waiting, sir. But I'll have your change in just a moment.
Very cute, weren't you? But you don't trap me. I'm getting out of here.
What? Hey, you, stop! Stop! Excuse me, please. Pardon me, please. Stop him, somebody! Somebody stop that man on the rooster there! Hey, you! You in the car, stop! Okay.
Get off, you fool, get off.
Oh, no, my friend, I'm hanging under this door.
I warn you to get off. This gun will change your mind. Oh! Get off or I'll slam it down on your other hand. There. Oh! Now, off!
Markham speaking.
This is Vance, Markham.
Vance, I've been calling you all over town. We're hot on the trail of the blonde killer. He's tied up with a counterfeit ring. Did you know that?
No, tell me about it.
He tried to pass a counterfeit bill, and the shopkeeper almost grabbed him. He answers your description perfectly, by the way.
Good.
Well, it isn't so very good. We still don't know where to locate him.
Well, that's why I called you. I can tell you where he lives.
What?
Sergeant Heath and I made a very thorough canvass of custom tailors, better type haberdashers, and barber shops, and finally found our blonde friend's manicurist. I asked Heath to let me take it from there.
Well, that's fine with me, but do we grab our blonde counterfeiter now?
No, Markham. We're not ready for that yet. You meet me at the address I'll give you in a moment, and we'll make plans to break up the whole counterfeit ring. We'll break that up and get our murderer at the same time.
Please, Mr. D'Angelo, please turn off that printing press.
Now, take it easy, Georgie. You file your nails, it gets on my nerves. My press gets on yours. Same difference.
Please turn it off, won't you?
Okay, okay. Only every time it makes a noise, we make another load of dough, Georgie. Don't forget that.
I know. And money is terribly important. It buys clothes, handmade shirts, this Hamburg hat. Yes, I must have money, Joe.
Oh, you're going to roll in it in another week, Georgie.
I know, Mr. D'Angelo. You and I are very clever, aren't we?
We're the best, Georgie. The best. I make 'em, you pass 'em. When there's trouble, we handle it.
You should have seen the face of the fellow I pushed off my car.
Any chance of his tracing the car, Georgie?
None at all. I had a rag over the license plates. Horribly dirty rag.
Yeah, did an awful clean job for us. Don't forget that.
No, that's true. Mr. D'Angelo, nobody is any closer to us than they were before we killed Eddie Macon. We're completely in the clear, and we'll stay that way until we leave town. Right?
Right. One more week and we'll have enough counterfeit money made to start our own Treasury Department. Then, a month to drop it off in different cities. And then you know where I'm going, Georgie?
No. Where?
I'm gonna spend the rest of my life on Easy Street.
Any answer yet, Markham?
No, Vance. I'm still holding the phone, and the operator's still checking for the address.
Quite a nice apartment the blonde killer has, isn't it? Excellent taste.
I'm still not quite sure how you found it, Vance.
Well, Markham, his type of man had to have his nails done very often, usually by the same manicurist. Sergeant Heath and I found a manicurist at one of the better hotels who had a customer answering our description. She once had to go to his apartment to do his nails and remembered the address. It was as simple as that.
Vance, everything is simple once you set to work on it. I sure wish this operator would answer.
I wish our blonde friend had been here when we broke into his apartment. All we found was that telephone number on his pad.
What happens after the operator gives us the name and address belonging to that number?
It all depends on who the number belongs to. If we think
I'm sorry to keep you waiting,
Oh, wait a minute,
sir.
Vance. It's all right, miss. I'm still here.
The number is listed under the name of Joseph D'Angelo, printer, at 484 Jean Street.
D'Angelo, printer. Thank you very much. Vance,
I know, I heard. Well, it's all starting to tie up now, Markham. You get Heath and a squad of men. I'm going to 484 Jean Street.
Mr. D'Angelo!
Huh? What's the matter, Georgie? What's going on?
We've got to get out of here.
Oh, wait till I turn off this machine. Oh, what is this?
I just called the shop where I have my nails done. I have to make an appointment. You see,
Never mind all that. What happened?
The girl told me a man was asking questions about me. Said he was a friend of mine. She told him where I lived, and... Joe, I have this phone number written on a pad.
Oh, you jerk. Well, come on. Let's break all this stuff and throw it in the
Very well.
melting pot.
Yes.
Anybody comes here 2 minutes from now won't find a thing.
All that lovely money, too.
Every hunk of paper in the joint. Now, come on, hurry.
Right.
Guy who asked those questions might be here any minute now.
Yes.
Take the lid off that stove down there.
All right. This money lying around isn't dry yet. I'll get ink all over my hands.
So what? Take off your coat. We got work to do.
I'll get ink on this beautiful shirt. I just had it made.
Take that coat off and step on it. Now, here. Dump these bills into the fire.
All right.
I'm going to take the press apart and melt down those plates.
Oh, my beautiful shirt. It'll be ruined. I'll get the money out of the way.
One more trip ought to make it. I'll bang this press into so many pieces nobody'll know what it was.
Couldn't we save the plates? Those beautifully engraved plates on the table.
They go next. Right into the fire, pretty boy. How you doing?
I've destroyed all the money.
Good. I gotta go to work on these.
I wouldn't work on anything if I were you.
Georgie, this must be the guy who asked questions. The knife, Georgie, the knife. Only how'd he get in?
The door was open and I walked in.
The knife, Georgie. Use the knife.
The knife, Mr.
Oh, no,
D'Angelo.
you don't get him, Georgie. I'll hold his arm.
No, you don't either.
Oh.
Just trying to do that more often.
You'll never do anything again, ever. This knife will...
Drop that
No,
knife.
my arm. My
Drop
arm.
it. Let go.
I'll drop it. But I'll get out of here. You'll never catch me.
Never saw a man so wrong in my life. Your friend's out cold, and I'm holding you here until the police come.
Stop it. Stop it and let me alone.
You stay right here against this table.
No.
Oh, no, you don't.
No.
Don't try to get away. Got a gun, eh?
Stop it. You're breaking my back. Yes. Breaking my back. I tell
Breaking
you.
my heart. I'll...
Oh, thank you, Mr. D'Angelo. He didn't hit you as hard as you thought.
I got a tough chin. Now, listen, Georgie. That guy I just slugged's Philo Vance. That means the cops will be here soon. Now, come on, help me break up this engraving plate on the table, and when the cops get here, nobody will know what we've been up to. There won't be a trace of anything.
But what about Vance?
He's yours and your knives.
Good. In that case, let's hurry and break up these plates.
I can take care of this alone. You go on over and lock the outside door so we don't have no more company.
Sure, I'll do that, Mr. D'Angelo. All locked, Mr. D'Angelo. What do we do now?
I've just about taken care of these plates. That does it. Now we get to work on Vance.
Open up in there. Open up.
What, cops?
They're breaking in the door, Mr. D'Angelo. What shall we do?
Get out of here the back way and fast.
No, not yet. I've got to take care of Mr. Vance. I've got to be...
What?
Come on, men.
All right, hold the both of you.
Hold it right where you are. Take your hands
You
off
had
me.
to take care of Mr. Vance. We
Grab
could have
both
been
of
out
these
of
men,
here.
Sergeant.
All right.
They're both yours.
All right, Mr. Markham. Hey, look at Vance on the floor.
Vance, are you all right?
Okay,
Vance.
come on, you're going with us.
What for? What do you got on us? We saw this guy break in and we slugged him. We thought he was a stick-up guy.
Mr. Markham?
Don't try anything funny, D'Angelo. We know you've been counterfeiting, and we can prove it.
Yeah, how? See any phony dough around? Any plates?
Markham, Mr. D'Angelo is right.
Vance, can you get up all right?
I'll be all right in a minute. What I was saying is that Mr. D'Angelo is right. There's practically no evidence of counterfeiting in this place now.
Hey, you say, what did I tell you?
Yes. Do you see what Mr. D'Angelo told you?
I said there was practically no evidence. Turn around, my blonde friend. Turn around and show the district attorney indisputable evidence that not only was there counterfeiting going on here, but that you and Mr. D'Angelo were doing it. Not much to discuss in this case, is there, Markham?
Just one thing, Vance. Our blonde friend George in the back of his shirt.
Oh, that. Well, I suspected that D'Angelo and George would break up their plates if they succeeded in overpowering me. So, before they did, I forced George in his clean white shirt up against the engraving plate. So, when he turned around, you saw several counterfeit impressions of $100 bills on it.
Yes, we did. And I don't mind telling you we needed that evidence to make sure that that was the end of the two counterfeiters.
George confessed rather easily, I understand.
Yes, his type always does, Vance. He admitted he killed Eddie Macon.
Well, then, that little device of mine not only meant the end of the two counterfeiters, but also the end of the Red Duck murder case. Come in.
Hello. Are you Philo Vance?
Yes, I am. Rather exhausted, Vance. You see, I've been working in my office all night.
Really? Where's your secretary?
Neither of my secretaries is in yet. They have a more lenient employer than I.
You're easier on them than you are on yourself. Is that what you mean?
Something like that. Now, what can I do for you?
I don't know yet. I'm just looking around.
Oh, shopping?
Mm-hmm. For bargains. Got any?
Right at the moment, I don't have anything except a definite desire to go to sleep. Perhaps at some other time, this vague type of conversation might be very interesting, but not now, though. Will you forgive me?
For that? Yes. Vance, you're a private investigator, aren't you?
Well, that's the generally accepted impression. Why?
Well, right now you're working for a man named David Peacock. He's hired you to protect him and a strong box he keeps in his safe. Get him on the phone now and tell him you've resigned from the case.
So early in the morning? I never disturb my clients at this hour. Sorry. I wouldn't call him even if I knew David Peacock or what you were talking about.
Nice try, Vance, but it won't work. I have a friend outside I want you to meet. Please don't move.
Interesting morning. Attractive young lady, a gun, and a friend.
This isn't anything you can talk your way out of, Vance. Hold everything. Junior,
Yeah?
come on in here.
Yeah, I'm coming. Well, here I am, hey?
That's Philo Vance, Jr.
Oh, that's Vance, huh? Nice-looking fella, hey? Huh? Hey?
A curious fellow at the moment. This is a rather unusual visit, I might say.
Oh, you don't know how unusual. Vance, this David Peacock you're working for. Are you going to resign as I asked you to?
I don't think so.
Make up his mind for him, Junior. And remember, Vance, I'm holding this gun.
How could I forget either you or it?
Don't you know you should be quiet, hey, Vance, hey?
No, I don't, as long as you asked. And if I'm not, then what?
Maybe that'll teach you, hey? And in case that isn't enough, maybe this will.
No! Well, I don't like your method of instruction, my friend. It's time I took a hand in this education course. You wouldn't put that gun down for a moment, miss?
Oh, now, Vance.
Well, no harm in asking. Well, it's your gun or Junior's fist. You'll have to admit that isn't much of a selection.
You get one break. You can make your choice this time. But if you don't quit working for David Peacock, remember, this is just a sample.
My dear young lady, whoever you are doesn't matter, but this does. I told you before I don't even know David Peacock. But this afternoon, I'm going to see him and apply for the job you're so sure I already have.
Strange thing you're coming to see me this afternoon, Mr. Vance. Very strange.
Why, Mr. Peacock? What's strange about it?
Well, only yesterday I was considering engaging your services to protect me. I already have a bodyguard, a private detective named Moran, Jimmy Moran. Do you know him?
No, can't say that I do. He can't be a licensed operator, or I'd have heard of him.
He's not from this city, and he's very rough and not very smart. That's why I thought I might call you.
I see. Perhaps you'd be good enough to tell me why you think you need protection, Mr. Peacock, and why you don't call in the police.
Why do I think I need protection?
Yes.
I'll tell you why, Vance. In this house, there's a strong box in my safe. The safe has an unusual combination, and I've been assured that it's burglar-proof. I'm the only one that knows the combination.
I'm listening.
The safe is in a room for which I alone have the key. Yes, and I've been informed also that the room is burglar-proof. That's quite necessary, you see, because my entire fortune is in that safe.
And you wanted to hire me to protect you and it, right?
Well, I was considering it, as I told you. I haven't quite made up my mind. Though how you happened to come down to see me this afternoon is more than I can understand.
I could explain that, but I'd rather not. Mr. Peacock, who gets all your money when you pass on?
Well, my niece, a very charming, well-bred young lady. Wait till you meet her, Mr. Vance. You'll like her.
Does she live here with you?
No, but she visits me every day. Wonderful girl, wonderful. Completely self-reliant. And she can protect herself, too. Carries her own gun and knows how to use it. Ought to. She practices enough on the range out and back.
A social young lady who carries a gun. She does sound like someone I want to meet.
You probably will someday. Vance, I'm sorry you had this visit for nothing. For the time being, I think I'll stick with my present bodyguard.
Just as you say. Although I did have a personal reason for coming here.
Oh?
Uncle David? Uncle David, where are you?
Well, that's my niece now. In the library, Polly. Come in here.
I'm on the way.
Well, it looks as though I will get to meet your niece, doesn't it, Mr. Peacock?
It most certainly does, and you'll find her charming, believe me.
Uncle David, Oh.
Well, that's all right, Polly. Come in. Polly, I'd like to present the very distinguished private investigator, Philo Vance.
Introductions aren't necessary, Mr. Peacock. I've met your niece in my office early this morning.
Look, hey, do you have to stare out the window? Can't you stare at something in this room, eh, just for a change?
Shut up, Junior. I'm thinking.
Well, that's why you're nervous. If you'd stop thinking, you wouldn't be nervous. That's why I'm never nervous, hey?
Philo Vance followed me here from my uncle's house, Junior. I know he did.
So what if he did? So I'll give him another treatment like I gave him this morning in his office. Then we keep him here. That means your uncle is alone with that guy Jimmy Moran we planted in his house. That's what we want, ain't it, hey?
Yes, sure it is. But I don't like it. With Vance in the picture, it changes things too much. Maybe we could buy him off.
A guy you can't scare off, you can't buy
You
off.
don't know how true that is, Junior.
Oh, so you came back for a second lesson, huh, Vance? Hey? Okay, I'll give you a little homework this time.
This time you'll learn something. This time I'm handing out the assignments. Well, young lady, that takes care of your friend, Junior. He and I are even. But how about you and me? Feel like talking now?
Not especially.
There's one thing you ought not mind telling me.
What is it?
I know you always carry a gun. How is it you didn't use it just now when I was evening up matters with Junior? You are on his side, aren't you?
I'm not on anybody's side, Vance. All I want is to be on the winning side. Remember that. It might explain a lot to you later on.
Step back, Mr. Moran, if you please.
Okay, Mr. Peacock. I'm back. Go on, open the door. I won't look.
You can look if you like. It's a sheet metal door, absolutely burglar-proof, they tell me. No harm can come in your watching me open the door.
But the safe I can't watch, huh?
Well, you know better. I have a fortune in money and jewels in this box I'm carrying. I just made sure everything is intact. Now I'll return it to the safe. Come with me, please.
I'm a real bodyguard. When I'm on duty, where you go, I go.
That's why you're being paid, young man. Here's my wall safe. Please hold this box while I open it.
Go ahead.
Turn your back, please.
Okay. I'm turned.
I trust you, you understand, but no one knows this combination but me, and I'd prefer that situation to stay just as it is. What was that?
Sounded like a shot. Shall I go see?
No. Please stay where you are. You may turn around now and hand me the box.
Okay. Here you are.
Thank you. There. A few spins of the dial. There we are. Well, Mr. Moran, your work is practically over for the day. Nobody can get in the safe. Nobody can even get in this room after I close and lock the door. So that's that. Your job isn't very difficult, is it, Mr. Moran?
No, Mr. Peacock? That's what you think.
Well, Vance, is there anything else you'd like?
I don't think so, Miss Deering, unless you can induce Mr. Markham to invite me in on an interesting murder case this morning. You know, I applied for a job yesterday afternoon, but was turned down by Mr. Peacock.
All I know is he showed bad judgment. Now you want me to use my influence with the district attorney and get him to invite you in on a murder.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you commit one, Vance?
What?
I guarantee you do it so cleverly that even you couldn't solve it. Vance against Vance. Sounds interesting.
Whom would you bet on?
Vance.
Ellen, dear, you're wonderful.
Take the laugh out of your voice and those words would sound wonderful. Vance, I found the cutest restaurant. Could we have dinner there tonight?
If you like. I'm wearing my agreeable disposition this morning. I'll get it, Ellen. Which phone is it?
1561.
Got it. Hello.
Vance Markham.
Well, my favorite district attorney. Ellen and I were just talking about you.
No matter what you said, it isn't true.
Well, we were saying some nice things.
Oh. In that case, I reserve the right to change my testimony.
Motion granted. What's up, Markham? A murder?
None that I know of.
Oh.
Sorry to disappoint you, my friend. This is strictly a social call.
I'm
Hello?
surprised, but not
Who's calling,
disappointed.
Vance,
It's
excuse
nice
me,
of you
there's
to
Mr.
say that,
Peacock
but
on the
In a
phone.
minute, Ellen. Oh, Markham, let me call you back, will you please? I have another call.
By all means. Bye, Vance.
Goodbye.
On 1562, Vance.
Right. Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, this is David Peacock. I told you yesterday I didn't need you, but I do very badly.
What's the trouble, Mr. Peacock?
Well, a minute ago I went in the room where I have my wall safe. I opened it, and everything is gone, Vance. You understand? Everything is gone.
That was the safe that couldn't be opened?
Well, somebody opened it. Somebody must have worked out the combination. I've told it to no one, and the safe wasn't forced. Vance, you've got to come right out. You've got to go to work for me. I've got to get my money back.
Where's that private detective that worked for you, that Jimmy Moran?
Well, he's still in the house. I called you even before I called the police.
Better call the police, Mr. Peacock. I'll leave now, and I'll be out at your place in half an hour.
Oh, it's you, Vance.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you without your friend Junior around. Is your uncle in his study? He's expecting me.
I suppose that's where he is. You don't learn very easily, do you, Vance?
I'm a very apt student when I'm learning the right things. You needn't bother to come with me. I know the way. I was here yesterday.
I remember. Very well.
Thank you. You know, of course, that your uncle's safe has been robbed.
What?
That's what I was told on the phone. Everything is missing.
He kept his whole fortune in the safe. I'm going in to see him with you.
It's all right with me. This is the study, I believe.
Yes, come on in. Uncle David.
Don't touch anything. Stay right here in the doorway. I'll take a look at the body.
Vance, tell me, is he dead?
Very dead. Bullet passed right through his throat and is embedded in the woodwork of the wall.
Oh.
The police are on the way here, I imagine. I asked your uncle to send for them. But now I'm going to send for the district attorney.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Peacock murder case opened when Philo Vance found the body of David Peacock, immediately after Peacock had reported his burglar-proof safe had been opened and a strong box inside rifled. Vance has already met the dead man's niece, Polly, and her friend, Junior, and told me that Polly always carried a gun. From the shooting range at the rear of the Peacock house, we took a bullet that had been fired from her gun and have sent it to headquarters to be compared with the murder bullet. Vance and I are in the murder room examining the bullet hole
Markham, who removed the bullet from this wall?
Sergeant Heath.
Heath's very careful and very thorough. He wouldn't have made this scratch on the wood next to the bullet hole.
Would that be important, a little thing like that?
In covering up a crime, a murderer generally knows enough to wipe out the big clues, Markham.
Well, that may be headquarters. I've been waiting for a report on the bullets I sent them. I'll answer that. Markham speaking.
Walters Police Laboratory, Mr. Markham.
Oh, yes.
Just want to let you know the bullet we took out of the wall and the bullet you told us came from the gun belonging to Peacock's niece were both fired from the same pistol.
Thanks, Walters. Bye. Hear that, Vance?
Yes, I did. I'm glad I told you about the shooting range the girl used. Of course, you're holding her, Markham.
Of course.
Good. Before we go any further on this case, I want to pay a visit to a friend of hers, a strange young man named Junior.
Oh, it's you, eh? Moran the private dick. What do you want here? Sit down, Junior, sit down. I got an idea you and I are being setups for a gal. Both of us being played for patsies. Peacock was murdered, you know that. Yeah, I heard. The stuff was missing out of his safe. Did you take it? No. No, and I didn't knock him off either. Neither did I. I got an idea your friend Polly cut this cute caper herself. What? Now, she rubbed him out and is going to make it look like I killed him. Or you did. You get that? Maybe you did kill the old guy, eh? How stupid can you get? The finger would be on me right away, wouldn't it? Well... Who was in the house? Well, Me. Who's got a record if they go back far enough? Well, Me. Look, Junior, I was working for that dame, and so were you. So we're all in this together. Only I'm not going to be tagged with a bum murder rap. You get that? Don't bother me. I'm thinking, hey? That ain't good. It makes me nervous. It makes me so nervous. You know what I'm going to do, hey? Even if you had a mind, I couldn't read it. What are you going to do? I'm going to give you 1 minute to scram out of this joint of mine. And if you ain't out in here by then, I'm going to toss you out on your ear. And the way I feel about you, I hope you make me do it. Do you hear, hey?
That's his car right ahead of us, Vance.
He's the private detective Moran, eh, Markham?
Yes.
Something tells me I'm glad we followed him after he left Junior's. I think I'll get more out of him than I would from Junior anyhow. Keep following him, please.
Vance, I don't follow you. We know Polly must be the murderer. The murder bullet, the bullet we took out of the wall, came from her gun. And she's certain the gun was never out of her sight.
Markham, suppose the murderer got a bullet from the target range just as you did. Then, after he killed Mr. Peacock with his own gun, he extracted the real murder bullet from the woodwork and inserted one he knew would be traced to the niece.
Yeah. That would account for the scratch on the woodwork next to the bullet, wouldn't it?
Of course. His knife might have slipped while removing his own bullet.
Yes.
Now that I've told you my theory, I think it's time I talked to our friend Moran. Speed up a bit, Markham.
Right.
Pull up alongside of Moran, let me transfer to his car, and then, if you will, you can do me a favor.
You know I will. What is it?
Find that Junior whom Moran was visiting. Pick him up and bring him to the Peacock house. I'll phone you there, and please be sure the niece is there, too.
Vance, you just practically exonerated her with the bullet theory.
Not quite. She's a very clever young lady, Markham. I might be thinking just exactly the way she wants me to think. Have her there, will you?
I'm a little confused, but I'll do it your way.
Thanks. And now that we're practically alongside Mr. Moran, signal to him, will you, please?
Right.
He isn't paying any attention. He's speeding up.
So I see.
Keep with him. Get ahead if you can and force him to the curb.
I'll try. This car's a newer model than his. I ought to be able to do it.
Now, Markham, cut your wheel over now.
Right.
There, that did it.
Hey, what's the idea? You two guys crazy or something?
You keep going as soon as I get out, Markham, which will be right now. I'll call you later.
Good enough. Bye, Vance.
Hey, what's the idea of cutting me off? You looking for trouble, Mac? I got a lot of it laying around ready to let loose.
I'm sorry we had to cut you off, but you wouldn't stop when we signaled.
Why should I stop? Who are you to signal me? Hey, wait a minute. I know you. You're Philo Vance.
That's right. And you're Jimmy Moran. You're supposed to be a private detective, they tell me.
Go ahead, Vance. I know all about you. Get cute. Get real cute so I know it's you.
I'll try. Look, Mr. Moran, somebody apparently opened the combination on Mr. Peacock's safe. That same somebody first found a way to get past the sheet metal door of the room. And what's most important, somebody killed Mr. Peacock.
Well?
Who could have opened that door and that safe?
Anybody with talented fingers could have gotten in the door and the safe, Vance.
Such as?
I wouldn't know.
Well, that's too bad. Now I'll have to find out for myself.
That's too bad, too. Now, is it all right if I drive where I want to go and drop you off?
Of course. But do me one favor, will you? Meet me at the Peacock house in 2 hours. 2 friends of yours will be there, and if they aren't glad to see you, I assure you I will be.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead and arrest me. You're the district attorney.
Yes.
You know my gun killed my uncle. You know I'm supposed to inherit from him, so arrest me.
Go on.
But see if you can prove why or how I'd open a steel door and a safe and grab everything in that safe, especially when the stuff would be mine anyhow.
You have a point there, and it's one of the reasons you're not being arrested. Yet. You might be interested in knowing that we've picked up a man known as Junior.
Well, what about
And in
it?
another room in this house, we're holding a private detective named Jimmy Moran.
Well, what's next?
Well, right now, we're waiting for Philo Vance. He wanted all 3 of you here when he arrived.
Which is right now. Good evening.
What's good about it?
Hello, Vance.
That remains to be seen. Where is Mr. Moran being held, Markham?
In the den, the room where the safe is located.
The door unlocked?
It is now. The key's in the door, though. I had the police expert who opened it leave it there.
Good. Well, Markham, I have one phone call to make, and then I can promise you a break in this case. I think I can tell you who killed Peacock as soon as I find out how a safe that couldn't be opened was opened.
It couldn't be opened, Mr. Vance. Not without the combination. We guaranteed that safe when we made it. Of course, if an acetylene torch was used, that would be different.
No torch was used. The safe is in perfect condition. Could somebody figure out the combination?
It isn't very likely.
I'm sorry, I should have known better. The combination contained 4 numbers, and it would take days, months maybe, to get the right figures in the right order by trial and error. Tell me one other thing, if you will, sir.
Anything I can.
Did you make the safety box, the one that fitted into the safe? It's about 16 inches long, about 3 inches high.
It's possible we did.
Well, I wish you'd check, and if you did make it and you sold one recently, I'd like to know whom you sold it to. I'll hold the wire. Hello, Moran.
Okay, Vance, I'm here like you asked. Now give me the sales talk and keep it clean. What's this all about?
I need help. I just made a phone call, and I know who killed Mr. Peacock and who robbed the safe in this room. You've got to help me prove it.
I do, huh? Well, right now, all I hear is words. I need the music to go with them.
Moran, listen. Knowing who the murderer is puts my life in danger. If I don't have a chance to prove my case, I want you to remember this.
Hey, what was that?
Sounded like somebody locked the door.
Yeah? Well, I'll soon find out. Hey, we're locked in here, Vance. Hey, what's going on? Hey, open this door. Open it up.
I'm afraid nobody can hear us except the person who locked the door, and I'm quite certain that individual has no intention of opening it.
Okay, but what's the gimmick? Why lock us in? Vance, it's gas.
Yes.
Somebody's feeding it through the keyhole.
That's your answer, Moran. Here, stuff this paper in the keyhole, quickly. We're trapped if we don't keep that gas out.
Give me the paper. It's no good. It's coming in now through the bottom of the door. That stuff will burn our insides out, Vance.
This is a rather sorry way for me to wind up a case.
Who cares about a case? I care about getting out of here. Where'd you get that paper you gave me?
From the desk over here.
Any more there? Any papers clipped together? Look fast.
Yeah, here are a few, but we'll never shut out the gas with these.
I don't want the paper. Give me the paper clip.
Yeah.
Give me it fast.
Yeah, here you are.
Okay. Gotta straighten out this clip and fit it into the lock. If we get a break, maybe I can get us both out of here,
I
Vance.
certainly hope we get that break.
Now, if this clip doesn't snap, we got a chance. I think I can catch the lock and turn it. I think I'm getting it. There.
Good.
I did it. Vance, I saved our lives. What have you got to say to that?
I'll tell you in a minute. Markham! Markham!
Yes, coming. Well, Vance.
What do you mean, well, Vance? Somebody just tried to kill Vance and me, and I saved our lives. Didn't I? Well, didn't I, Vance?
That's what you imagined you did. Actually, you really saved nothing but my reputation, Mr. Moran. Markham, you can arrest Jimmy Moran for the murder of David Peacock.
Hello, Vance. Sorry I kept you waiting. How late am I?
Not very, Ellen. It's only a few minutes past 8 o'clock.
Sorry. I had a lot of trouble with this hat. Just couldn't get it to sit right.
Oh, well, its posture is perfect now.
Good. Now let's sit down and we'll order.
All right.
And you can tell me all about the Peacock murder case.
Well, I told you over the phone that Jimmy Moran, the self-appointed private detective, was the murderer. He's confessed, and we've recovered the money.
You never told me how you knew it was Moran.
Well, let's start from the beginning. Peacock phoned me to say his safe had been robbed,
Yes.
but that he hadn't given the combination to anyone.
And you knew that nobody could open the safe without the combination.
Nobody did. Peacock opened the safe himself earlier today. Moran was carrying the deposit box. Peacock made him turn around so he wouldn't see the combination. Then, while his back was to Peacock, Moran slipped the real deposit box into his trouser leg and handed Peacock a duplicate he had ordered. Peacock put that one in the safe.
And found out later that it was empty.
And called me to report it. Then he must have realized what happened, that Moran must have distracted him momentarily and switched boxes on him. He accused Moran, and Moran shot him.
Wait just a second. Why did Moran switch boxes? Didn't he try to open the safe?
When he first started to work for Mr. Peacock, he undoubtedly tried, but couldn't get anywhere with the combination.
I see.
In order to get into the room to work on it, though, he had to get past a sheet metal door.
How did he do that?
Ellen, that door was my best friend. When I got Moran to open it when he thought we were in danger from the gas which Markham planted, he showed me he could open the door without a key.
Tell me just one more thing and then we'll eat. Why did Polly and her friend Junior try to keep you off the case in the very beginning?
They had the whole deal set up with Moran as an accomplice. Murder wasn't included, however. It's true that Polly would inherit when her uncle died, but she didn't want to wait that long. So she hired Moran, an expert around safes, to steal the money. But he double-crossed her.
And then when Moran killed Peacock, he planted the bullet from her gun in the woodwork after removing his own bullet.
That's right. But I figured that out at the beginning.
Okay, so let's stop worrying about the beginning and start to eat. After all, this is the end of the Peacock murder case.
get any more speed out of this thing, Tommy?
Not without wings, boss. Are we shaking them cops?
They're not gaining on us. Take this corner in case they get ideas about shooting.
Hold on. What now? Shall I head for the hideout?
Not yet. Just keep the wheel steady. Your arm okay?
Well, it hurts where that bullet went in, but it ain't bleeding much.
Good. We're only a couple of blocks from our place, but the cops don't know that. I'm gonna try and shoot one of their tires.
Go to it, boss. I ain't got no desire to get grabbed right now.
All right. Here goes. I got it, Tommy. I got it with the first shot. Take a look at the mirror. Look at that patrol car wobble.
Wow, that was close. All we had to do was get nabbed with this loot we're carrying, and they'd throw a library at us.
You're not kidding. Okay, slow down right here. We're out of trouble.
Good thing that bullet of yours didn't crack the cop's car up. Then we'd have a murder thing hanging around. And they sure picked us up awful fast tonight, boss.
Accident could happen to anybody. A watchman spots us, fires a shot, hits you, and a patrol car happens to be passing. We're lucky to get away, Tommy.
My rabbit's foot's working overtime lately. I'm going to have it sold and healed if we keep using it the way we have.
You and I are running into tough breaks, lad. But the next job we pull isn't going to have any risk attached to it. A lot of dough, no shooting, we don't even show our faces. How does that hit you?
Like a crossword puzzle. Unless... Hey, boss, we ain't going to work, are we?
Nah. We aren't going to do anything at all. Somebody else is going to do it, and our job is simply going to be sitting back and collecting $100,000.
$100,000 for doing nothing?
Yeah.
You feel all right, boss?
Sure. Hey, what's the idea of stepping on it, Tommy?
What's the idea? What do you think the idea is? If we're going to have to wait for $100,000, I want to get over to the hideout and start waiting as soon as possible.
According to J. Henry Wheeler, attorney for the... Ellen, you're not listening to me.
How can you tell, Vance?
You're typing, and I'm trying to read this newspaper item to you.
I can type and listen. I'm typing while I'm talking to you, aren't I?
Yes, but talking is second nature to you. Listening requires concentration.
Sure, but typing doesn't. However, if it will make you happier with your secretary will stop.
Oh, Ellen.
All right. I thought you only objected to that when I did it with the inter-office buzzer.
If you want to know the truth, I don't object to it at all. It just leaves me suspended from everything until you hit the last boom. Fine thing. Boom, did-a-boom, boom, boom.
Vance?
Boom. Now you know what I mean. Ellen, listen to this. It's from this morning's Herald. It says, J. Henry Wheeler, executor of the will of Donald Burke, retired shipbuilder who died last month, says that he is satisfied that one of the missing Burke sons, heir to the fortune left by the deceased, has returned.
Wait a minute, Vance. I don't get it. The lawyer's satisfied that one of the sons is returned. What does that mean?
It means that Burke had two boys,
Yeah?
both of whom left home years ago and were never heard from again. As I understand it, the old man was kind of a tyrant. The kids couldn't take his abuse and ran away from home.
Mm-hmm.
Burke left all his money, about $250,000, to the boys in the event they returned.
How is anybody to know that the son who came back is Burke's son?
Well, Wheeler, the attorney, is apparently satisfied that the man who claims half the inheritance is the missing Fred Burke. The article in the paper goes on to say that he's been in China for 10 years and has no idea where his brother Ben is, but believes him dead.
That's all?
That's right.
That's all I wanted to know. You don't mind if I go back to work, do you? The whole thing sounds rather dull, Vance. What you need is District Attorney Markham to call up with news of a murder. Said he'd call back, didn't he?
Yes, only that was about a will, not a murder. Whom would you like to find murdered?
The guy who wrote the newspaper piece.
Oh, really?
Now, Vance, please. Oh, don't go away. Hello.
Hello, Ellen. This is Markham. Vance there?
Oh, hello, D.A. Yes, he's here. Just a minute. Mr. Markham, Vance, here you are.
Thank you. Hello, Markham.
Vance, this call is in the nature of a disappointment, I'm afraid.
No murder?
No murder. Merely a combination of circumstances that I don't like. Too much coincidence.
What is?
Have you been reading about the will of Donald Burke?
Well, you asked me to, and as a matter of fact, I've just been reading the story to Ellen. One of his sons has returned, I understand.
Yes, that's Fred. But Ben Burke has now made an appearance. Wheeler, the lawyer entrusted with the inheritance, just called me. He doesn't believe this Ben Burke is the legitimate brother at all.
Well, can't Fred identify him?
After 20 years, Vance?
Well,
Fred says he may or may not be his brother. The man who claims to be Ben knows all about the family and childhood of the Burkes, but then that's been in all the papers.
yes.
Wheeler is afraid that if Ben is not the legitimate brother, he'll be turning over $100,000 to an imposter.
Well, no question about that. Well, thanks for calling, Markham. I'll look into this.
Good. I thought you'd want to. Bye, Vance.
Bye.
Going out, Vance?
Yes, I'll phone you later, Ellen. Anything to say to me?
Just this. Well, Vance?
Do that again, Ellen. On the desk this time. Goodbye.
Oh.
Look, let me tell you this, whoever you are. This business of you pretending to be my brother isn't going to work.
Can you prove I'm not your brother, Fred?
How can I?
That's all there is to it, then. What's the matter? You want the whole $250,000 that the old man left for yourself?
Maybe. Maybe I'm just sure you aren't Ben. And maybe I'm getting a little tired of this conversation. Suppose you get out of here.
Suppose I don't. His house is half mine. Will be in a couple of days, anyhow.
If you don't get out, I'll throw you out.
Get somebody to help you and make it an even fight.
I don't need any help.
Start something and you'll find out.
All right, I will.
Come on, you get out of here. All right.
Well, no wonder nobody heard me knock. I'm Philo Vance.
I wouldn't care if you were Dick Tracy. This is a private house and a private fight. Keep out of it.
Vance, I know you. I'm Fred Burke. This is the man who claims he's my brother.
Claims? Is he kidding?
Why, you're no more my brother than Vance here is. I'm going to call the police and have them throw you out of here and into jail.
20 years hasn't changed you, Fred. You're still a kid, a dumb, selfish, willful child.
Yeah?
Vance, listen, if you want to leave here, I'll go with you and tell you a couple of things on the way.
I wasn't thinking of leaving yet.
As a matter of fact, neither was I. This is my home. I'm staying here.
You're getting out of here. And if you don't, I will. In a couple of days, when I prove you're a phony, they'll throw you out of here.
Now, wait just a minute, Fred. If you're leaving, I'll go with you. You're the one I came to see.
Well, I'm leaving, all right. And if you're coming, come with me now. Well, I'm ready.
I'm with you, Fred. And Ben, or whoever you are, I'm making you a promise. I'll be seeing you.
Be seeing me, Willie.
Yeah,
Joe?
that's right.
Just want to give you a little report. Your idea is great so far.
Sure it is. This is the way I planned it. Nobody's gonna know you aren't the real Ben Burke. What's with this phone call?
Just wanted to tell you that you'd better have some more answers ready. Philo Vance just left this house with my brother, Fred. Think he's going to go to work on me, Joe.
Oh, he is
Yeah.
he? Well, we'll take care of him.
Okay.
You better hop back here so we can make some plans. I've got 100,000 reasons for not wanting Philo Vance to investigate you.
Well, Joe, you got any ideas?
A couple. The afternoon paper gave me one.
What's in it?
Tell you in a minute. Right now I'm thinking about Vance. Let's see now. You're supposed to be the missing brother. Fred can't prove you're not, but maybe Vance can.
All I know is he don't know a thing about me. Nobody does. Been out of town for 15 years.
I know that. That's why I sent for you. Should be a pushover for you to claim you're the missing brother. Anything you want to know about the guy you're supposed to be was in the papers.
Nah, I read up on it. Well, what about the newspaper you're talking about? I want to give you an idea.
Oh, man. Look, here.
Boss, help me. Help me.
Tommy, what happened to you?
A guy bumped into me in a crowded movie. Knocked the bandage loose from my arm. You know, where I got shot. Help me, boss. I'm bleeding to death.
Get his coat off. We gotta work fast.
Okay, I'll help.
Give me that shirt of his, will you? All right. I'll take this strip and tie it above the bullet hole. Now, stop whimpering, Tommy. You were stupid enough to get into a crowd. Be quiet so I can fix you up.
Tourniquet, Joe?
Sure, what else? It'll stop the bleeding.
Don't do it, boss. Don't do it. Don't put no tourniquet on my arm. It'll kill me.
Shut up. You know what a tourniquet is?
No.
That's what I thought.
Oh.
A couple more twists of the shirt stuff around your arm. The bleeding will stop. Hand me that coat hanger there, will you?
Okay. Here you are.
And just twist it around a couple of times. Hey, that hurts. It hurts, but it'll stop the bleeding. All right. Go on in the bathroom, get cleaned up.
Okay.
And get a rag and clean this blood from the rug.
Okay, boss. Anything you say.
That's what I like about this place. Always so nice and quiet. Now, let's see, where were we?
We're trying to dream up a way to convince Vance that I'm really Ben Burke. Something about today's newspaper.
Yeah, that's right. Have you seen the afternoon papers?
No, what's in them?
Only one thing we care about. Yeah, take a look. The story here. A reporter says that old man Burke left some word as to how to identify the older son. That's who you're supposed to be. And whatever it is he left is in that lawyer's safe.
Wheeler's safe, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, how come the reporter knew about it?
He interviewed old man Burke just before he died. It's logical enough.
Yeah.
Friend, how much out of practice are you?
You want me to open Wheeler's safe?
That's right. We get a look at that paper, shut the safe, and Fred Burke's mouth at the same time.
Do you think this will work, Vance?
I don't know. When you're trying to anticipate human reactions, Markham, you're never sure. You can only try to lead people on to committing themselves. That's why I had that phony story planted in the newspapers. And that's why we're en route to Mr. Wheeler's office right now.
It's your theory that the man who pretends to be Ben Burke will try to get at Wheeler's safe and learn just what it is that will positively identify him.
Mm-hmm.
Ninth floor, Mr. Wheeler's office, 928. Watch your step.
Thank you.
And 928, he said.
Yes.
That's right here.
Yes, and there's a light on in the office. Somebody's working late.
I hope that's what it is. Come on, Markham.
Right. Vance, look.
I see. It's Wheeler, the lawyer. Help me untie him, Markham.
I will. I'll take his gag off while you're working on the ropes. There, Mr. Wheeler. I'm District Attorney Markham. Tell us what happened. Mr. Wheeler... He doesn't answer, Vance.
Probably stunned. Apparently he was hit on the head by whoever it was that tied him up. But look over there by the safe. It's a man lying on his back and shot through the chest.
Yes.
Take a look at that fellow, Markham. Ever see him before?
No.
I have. It's the man who wanted to be known as Ben Burke.
Oh?
Apparently he came up here to rifle this safe, which is just what I figured he'd do if he were a phony.
Vance, I know what happened now. This man, whoever he is, came up here with a Confederate.
Yes.
He went to work on the safe. Wheeler came in, saw him, and shot him as he was bending over the safe.
Uh-huh.
This man's Confederate then hit Wheeler over the head and tied him up. Oh, look, Vance, Wheeler's moving. Mr. Wheeler? Mr. Wheeler?
Head. My head.
Mr. Wheeler, this is District Attorney Markham, and I'm Philo Vance. Tell us what happened.
Came in office. Man at safe. Saw his back. Shot him. Got hit on head. That's all I remember.
You see, Vance, I was right. I told you exactly what happened, didn't I? This dead man isn't Ben Burke at all. He's an imposter. Our case is ended.
You told me what you thought happened, Markham. And apparently what Mr. Wheeler here says bears out your story. But actually it doesn't. Wheeler didn't kill this man. And because he didn't, our case is just beginning.
This is District Attorney Markham. The brotherly murder case concerns the killing of a man who pretended to be Ben Burke, one of two brothers who, after having been missing for 20 years, returns at the death of their father to claim an inheritance. Vance has planted a newspaper story which indicates that positive proof of the older brother's identity is in lawyer Wheeler's office safe. And it was in front of this safe that the alleged Ben Burke was found, shot. Vance has gone back to his office after stating he doesn't believe Wheeler has killed the man who claimed...
You see, Ellen, the lawyer couldn't possibly have shot the man. The lawyer's story was that he came in his office and saw a man standing over the safe. He saw only the man's back and he fired. But the man we found had a bullet wound in his chest. There was no mark on his back.
In that case, what happened to Wheeler's bullet? Or did he just make up the whole story?
Wheeler missed when he shot. We found the bullet he fired in the wall of his office. Now, let's start with the knowledge that the dead man was not Ben Burke as he claimed. Who could have shot him?
First, let's find out who he was, Vance.
We know that already. He was an ex-safecracker, missing for years.
Oh.
His fingerprints were on file at headquarters.
In that case, I know the whole story.
Well, I hope it's more accurate than Markham's idea of what happened in that shooting.
You want to listen or you want to talk?
Go ahead.
Well, this ex-safecracker was brought out of hiding to open that safe. And as soon as he did the job, whoever hired him killed him. And whoever that was now has the proof of how Ben Burke can be identified. Simple?
That's very cute. Only two things wrong with it, Ellen.
What?
One, there was no proof in the safe. And two, whoever hired the man to pose as Ben Burke wouldn't kill him after hiring him.
In that case, either the lawyer or the legitimate brother Fred Burke killed him.
Well, what would you suggest we do about finding out?
I did my share. From now on, it's up to you. You take it from here, Vance.
This the room where you doctor up accident patients?
Yes. You'd better sit down, young man. We'll take care of that arm.
I ain't got no time to have no arm taken care of. Just fix it so it stops bleeding.
Of course we will. Now, please sit right where you are while I take a look at it now.
Okay.
There we are.
Hey, Doc, don't. Huh? Don't take off that bandage. I'll bleed to death.
Well, how did you get this wound?
I'll fix it up. Don't ask no questions.
But I've got to ask a few. We've got to report this to the police.
Oh, no, you don't. I don't want anything to do with no cops. Huh? They'll tie me up to that Ben Burke murder. Get your hands off me. Get them off.
Now, look, you've got to sit there until I can get...
I said let go. You should have let go. Now I got to get out of here and get a phony doctor to take care of me.
You're not going to leave here until I go...
Hey, look. Look at me. I only got one good arm, and I knocked this guy stiff.
Of course I want to help you, Vance, but how can I? I've told you and I've told Markham 100 times that I don't know what my real brother Ben would look like. I knew what he looked like when he was 16, but, well, that's the last time I saw him.
The man who claimed to be your brother was found shot to death in the office of your father's lawyer. You know that.
Yes, the district attorney phoned and told me. I knew he wasn't my brother, and I know why he went up to Wheeler's office.
Yes?
He wanted to find out what identification my father left. Identification that was supposed to be in Wheeler's safe.
Weren't you interested?
Why should I be? My father left no identification. And even if he had, it wouldn't concern me. It was to the other person's advantage to find what was in that safe. Well, the newspapers plainly said the identification concerned Ben Burke.
Yes, I know. You realize, of course, that you're a suspect in this murder.
Me?
Yes.
Well, why would I kill this man? For what reason?
To avoid splitting the inheritance. As it is, the entire $250,000 goes to you.
The money goes to me anyhow. I knew it would go to me. I knew that man wasn't my brother, and eventually I would have been able to prove it.
Well, perhaps that's right.
Yes, I'm glad I was able to track you down.
Oh, hello, Markham. Come in, will you? You know Fred Burke.
Of course. Hello. Vance, we have a lead on the Ben Burke killing.
Have you, Markham? Tell me about it.
A fellow showed up at the Harrison Hospital a little while ago with a bullet wound in his arm. He broke away from the intern who was trying to treat him when the intern said he'd have to report the wound to the police.
How does that tie up to the murder case we're on?
As he was struggling with the intern, he said something about not wanting the police to get word about him because then he'd be tied up with the Ben Burke murder.
Oh, I see. Where is this young man now?
Well, it was simple to track him. He got in a taxi parked in front of the hospital. We checked all the cabs and found out where he was taken. It's a shack down near the waterfront. I thought I'd report to you before we closed in on it.
I'm glad you did. Because you realize, of course, that you have no proof against this fellow.
Yes, I know.
Well, let's go get him. We'll worry about the proof later.
Vance, I'd like to go with you.
You, Mr. Burke? Why?
Excitement. I'm bored to death sitting around here. Take me with you.
Have you a gun?
No, but I've got a pretty good pair of hands. Well, what do you say?
All right, Fred. Before the night's over, a couple of hands may come in mighty handy.
Hold still. All right. How's that feel now, Tommy?
Better, Joe. You ain't sore because I ran out of here and tried to get in the hospital, are you?
It's okay.
I got scared. I got real scared. I thought I was going to bleed to death, boss, but when they wanted to report me to the cops, I scrammed. I done right, huh?
Yeah, you did. Now that arm better heal in a hurry. Yeah. We've got to go back to doing stick-ups, and I need you to drive the car, and you need 2 hands for that.
I'll drive it one eye for you, boss, if you want. But What happened to this gimmick of yours where we were going to make that $100,000 doing nothing?
Ah, that blew up when Pete got shot at Wheeler's office.
Oh, so that's what it was. You got him to pretend like he was Ben Burke. In that case, why did you kill him?
Don't move either of you.
What?
Come on in, Vance. Burke. That question your friend just asked you is one thing I'd like the answer to. Why did you kill this fellow Pete who was masquerading as Ben Burke?
Hey, Joe, who's this?
That's Markham, district attorney. Next to him's Philo Vance. The other bum, I don't know.
He's Fred Burke, but I'm still waiting for an answer to my question. We heard enough outside the door to tie you two up with the murder, but I thought you might tell us why you did it.
Who said I killed Pete?
Well, your friend here just asked you why you did it. That seems to imply you did it, doesn't it?
Does it? Tommy, listen to this, huh?
Yeah, boss.
Tommy, why did you shoot Abraham Lincoln?
I shot Abe.
You hear that, Markham? I just asked Tommy why he killed Lincoln. That means he killed him?
Just a minute, my cute friend.
All right, Vance, what's with you?
You hired a safecracker named Pete to impersonate the missing Ben Burke. You told him to go to Wheeler's safe and get the identification papers you thought were there. But you found out he was going to double-cross you, and so you killed him.
If you say so, Vance, you must have proof, and that's enough for me. Come on, you two. You're coming with us.
Oh, no, we're not. Come on, Tommy. They won't shoot. We'll make a break.
You'll make a nothing.
All right.
Well, quite a right hand you have there, Mr. Burke.
Yes, isn't it?
You flattened our friend very nicely.
Look, nobody clipped me here. I don't know nothing. I didn't see nothing. Besides, look at me. I'm wounded. See, my arm, wounded.
We won't hurt you. However, we will take you downtown with us, you and your friend here, when he wakes up. Well, Vance, that's that, I believe.
Are you indicating that we've reached the end of the brotherly murder case?
Of course. You yourself said
I
that
just
there-
wanted to see what reaction my words would have, Markham. This Joe individual didn't kill the man pretending to be Ben Burke.
He didn't? Well, then who did murder the man who claimed to be my brother?
You did.
Me? Are you kidding? Why would I kill him? How would I kill him? And even if I did, how could you possibly know?
You told me. Not in words, but you told me just the same. You actually told me something just as important when you did. You told me that you aren't Fred Burke.
What?
That you, too, are an imposter.
Why, you...
Arrest him, Markham, for murder. And for not being half as clever as he thought he was.
Go ahead, Vance. I'll take notes while you dictate.
All right, Ellen, but not on the typewriter. You always play games, and it's very distracting.
More distracting than I am?
No. But you don't make any noise while I'm talking, generally.
Generally.
And let's keep it that way, okay?
Okay.
All right, here we go. Notes on the brotherly murder case. I knew the man pretending to be Fred Burke was not Fred Burke because I knew it was he who killed the man pretending to be his brother, Ben Burke.
Oh, brother. Does that make sense?
It will when I cut it down like this. Fred Burke told me that there were no papers in Lawyer Wheeler's safe that could identify his older brother.
Uh-huh.
Now, how could he know there were no papers unless he went through the safe?
No way.
Okay, then that's cleared up. Now, why did he go through the safe?
Don't look at me. I'm just taking notes.
He did it because he was afraid the man posing as his brother was the real Ben Burke. And if he were, and if he found the papers establishing his identity, he might also find the papers that could have identified the real Fred Burke.
Yes?
All this was on his mind when he crept up to Wheeler's office, only to find our friend Pete there before him, bending over the open safe.
Well, but where does Wheeler come into this?
Don't rush me. The phony Fred Burke shot Pete as he knelt before the safe. Then he went through the papers in the safe and was there when Wheeler walked toward his office. Pete was dead, but Fred propped him in front of the safe and hid behind the door.
Uh-huh. Then Wheeler came in, saw somebody at his safe, and fired.
Fired and missed. The man who claimed to be Fred Burke didn't give Wheeler another chance. He hit him on the head and tied him up.
Phew. And all this happened because you gave the newspapers a phony item about there being proof of identification in Wheeler's safe.
Well, I had to do something to force a move from the bogus Ben Burke. I'll tell you honestly, I didn't know that Fred was an imposter. But it all came out in the wash.
It sure did. That the end of the notes, Vance?
Yes, Ellen.
Good. That means it's also the end of the brotherly murder case.
Want me to tell you what's the matter with people, Mr.
Vance. Philo Vance.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Vance. Want me to tell you what's the matter with people, mister?
Well?
They're in a hurry. Always in a hurry. Rush here, rush there. Why?
Well, some people have to be in certain places at certain times.
Yeah, but why?
Well?
Suppose everybody was late getting in. Then it wouldn't make any difference, would it, Mr. Mr.
Vance. Philo Vance.
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps your logic is correct. So happens I have an appointment with the district attorney, and I'm early, so I thought I'd take your hansom through the park.
Oh, I'm glad you did. Glad you did. Nice to have somebody to talk to. Of course, I could talk to my horse, Sadie, and in fact, I do. But once in a while, a man likes to get an answer, eh? Isn't that right, Sadie? Huh? Right, Mr.
Smith. Edward Smith.
No, Vance, you said it was, didn't you?
Yes, but that seems such a long time ago.
Oh, yeah. Say, what are you doing up at the district attorney's, Mr. Vance? You're not in trouble, are you?
Hardly. I'm a private investigator, and Mr. Markham is a friend of mine.
Oh, you say you're a private investigator, Mr.
That's right, I am.
Funny thing me driving you, then. Awful strange things been happening in this park last couple of days.
What?
Well, for the past year, rain or shine, hot or cold, an old gent and a lady, about 60, 70 maybe, have been meeting on the bench just around the bend of the road.
Yes?
Well, last couple of nights, only the lady was here. Seems like she was waiting for the old gent, but he ain't showed up. Now, where do you think he is?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Some private investigator. I'll tell you something, though, mister. The last night this old gent was with the old Judy, she was crying something fierce and kind of pleading with him not to do something. Only I guess he did it anyhow on account if he ain't shown up the last couple of days.
It might have been a lover's quarrel.
Not the way he kissed her just before he left. Nah, something awful funny's going on with them two, mister. If I ever seen anybody who needed help, it was that old lady. Say, she's probably there now. What are you gonna do about it? Well, let me know what happens, will you, Mr. Vance?
Yes, I will, cabby. Hello. Something wrong?
No, nothing really.
Forgive me for speaking to you. My name is Philo Vance. I understand you're in trouble of some sort.
No, I don't think so. Thank you just the same, sir. You're very kind, but there really isn't anything.
You are crying.
Mr. Vance, when you reach my age, there are so many things a woman can find to cry over. It's really nothing anyone can help me with.
You might tell me your name. That certainly isn't a secret you'd mind sharing.
Well, I'm Mary Davis. Miss Mary Davis.
Hello, Miss Davis.
Hello.
Now that we've met formally, do you mind if I sit here on this bench?
Oh, not at all. It'd be nice to have someone to talk to.
Oh, thank you. Miss Davis, I'm a private investigator.
Oh, really? How nice.
Apparently you don't understand.
Well, to be perfectly honest about it, I don't.
Well, when people are in trouble, I try to help them. You, for instance. I know you're in trouble. Won't you let me help?
Oh, please leave, Mr. Vance.
But why? Only a moment ago you seemed anxious for me to sit down.
Go away, please. Go far away. Leave me alone and never come back. Never.
I don't understand, Miss Davis.
I don't want you to understand. I don't want anybody to understand anything. Just go away. That's all I ask you to do. Go away.
Well, I only wanted
Mr. Vance, I'm an old woman. I love only one thing in this world, one man. And if you don't go away and go away quickly, Jason will be killed. Now will you go away?
Kind of cramped in this room. Guess you'd rather be out in the park with your girlfriend, huh, Jason?
Well, stop tramping up and down. Give me a little peace. Peace. I've got to think.
Nothing to think about. You do like I say, you'll be able to keep those nightly meetings with your girlfriend. She's probably out on that bench waiting for you now. Don't you want to go see her?
Well, of course I do. Only you're not to talk about her. I won't let her be talked about by anyone like you. I won't. Do you hear me?
Sit down, you old buzzard. If I'd blow on you, you'd fall flat on your face. Let's get this thing down pat so we don't miss tonight. What time do you unlatch the door so I can get in?
Mr. Woods, I've been butler for the Oxford family for 20 years.
You can stay there another 20 for all I care. Nobody will suspect you. That's why I dreamt this whole idea up. You open the front door. I come in. You hand me the combination of the safe. I pick up all that cash and those jewels in the library safe. And go out before anybody knows I've been there.
Oh, I can't. I can't do it. I can't get you the combination. I can't let you in the house.
Okay, so you stay here till you decide you can. Look, I just made up my mind. You're getting out of here right now, reporting for work. You know Oxford opens the safe every night. Watch him close and get the combination, and at midnight you're coming down and unlatching the front door.
Am I?
You don't, and I'll take care of that Judy you're so in love with, that Mary Davis.
I told you never to mention her.
I'll do more than slap you and mention her if you don't do like I say. How come you never married her, Jason?
Oh, shut up. Shut your mouth.
Okay, I guess that is none of my business. But money and jewels are my business. You're going to do as I say about that door and the safe, so that at midnight tonight, business is going to be very, very good.
Come on, Jane. Hand me that screwdriver we brought. This safe will be opened in 5 minutes.
Billy, we shouldn't.
Just like a dame. What do you mean we shouldn't? This money is ours, isn't it? Uncle Dick keeps it in the safe and won't give it to us, will he? That money belongs to us, and we're going to get it.
Yes, I know it's ours, but I can't help it. I was brave enough up until now, but well, doing something like this, I just can't.
Come on.
What was that?
What was what?
Somebody's coming. Listen. He's passing the library. It was the butler, Jason. I thought you told me he was sick.
He must have come back tonight. He didn't see us.
Wonder where he's going.
Shh.
All right. Come on in.
He's letting somebody come into the house. Yeah. Come on, Billy. I don't want to be caught. Let's get out of here.
The
Your roll, Vance, only please, no double sixes. I have enough trouble beating you at backgammon without your getting lucky, too.
All right, Markham, no double sixes. Here we go. Oh.
4 and an ace.
Well, I think I'll make a board point. There. Your play, Markham.
Yes, I know. Now, let's see. What points would I like to throw?
The dice won't be able to hear even after you decide.
Oh, you can't be too sure. They're my dice, you know. By the way, Vance, what delayed you tonight?
An incident in the park with a charming old lady. It's still bothering me, by the way. I wish she'd have let me help her.
I imagine by this time, so does she. Well, I think I'd like a 6-5 combination. I get it. I can close up a point on my home board. Here we are. 6-5. Well, Vance.
Well, wait until the district attorney hears about the district attorney and his crooked dice. You know,
Excuse me, Vance.
Oh, surely.
Hello?
Mr. Markham?
Yes?
Rogers at headquarters.
Yes?
There's been a murder at 42 Johnson Street.
What?
A man named Oxford lives there alone. He's been killed. The butler's missing and the safe's been robbed.
Right, Rogers. I'll be down there right away with Philo Vance. No, Rogers, never mind. Philo Vance and I'll go into the murder room alone. It was the master bedroom, wasn't it?
Right, D.A. Nothing's been touched except the body's been removed.
Good enough. Coming, Vance?
Of course.
Well, it seems to be an open and shut case, Vance. The downstairs door wasn't forced, the windows hadn't been jimmied, and the butler's disappeared. Apparently, he got tired of working for a living, strangled his employer, and departed.
Apparently. You have a file on him, Markham?
Rogers checked. We know his name, Jason Masters. But he's never been in trouble, and apparently he's worked here for quite a while.
I see. Anything else I should know?
Only that the dead man had a niece and nephew, Jane and Billy Reed. They're his heirs. Will you want to see them?
I might as well. Apparently our murderer has covered his tracks pretty well. Perhaps Jane and Billy Reed might lead to a clue.
I'm going to tell the police, Billy. I'm going to tell them.
Oh, you are you?
Yes.
And are you also going to tell them what we were doing in the library at the time? Are you?
Yes, I'll tell them that. I'll tell them anything. We needed our money, so I agreed to help you get it from Uncle Dick's safe. But we know who killed him. We've got to tell.
Do we?
Yes.
Oh, fine. Well, then tell me, who killed Uncle Dick?
The man Uncle Dick's butler let into the house while we were there.
And who was that?
Well, I don't know.
All we know is that we were there and that some unknown man came into the house. You've got nothing to tell the police.
I haven't, but you have. You stayed behind when I ran out the back.
Jane.
Billy, did you...
Shh. That might be the police again. Oh. Now, calm down, Janie. Come in.
Good evening. I'm Philo Vance.
Hi, I'm Bill Reed, and this is my sister, Jane. And look, Mr. Vance, if it's about Uncle Dick's death, we don't know a thing. Not a thing.
Wait a minute, that's not true.
Jane.
I don't care, it's not. Vance, you're not the police. I know about you. Please don't have us arrested. We didn't do anything.
Perhaps you'd better finish what you started to say when your brother stopped you.
Well, we were in the house when Jason the butler let a man in. We don't know who it was. I ran out.
But don't listen to her, Vance. She doesn't know what she's saying.
It's true. Find the man that Jason let into the house, and you'll find my uncle's killer, Vance.
Oh, yeah, Vance. Well, like I was saying, mister, riding through the park in my hansom cab gets to be a habit. See? You rode in it last night, you ride in it again tonight.
That's right. Let me off here, will you?
Oh, okay, but I don't know what your hurry is. People always in a hurry. Oh, city worker.
Well, here's your money. Goodbye.
Bye. Come on, City. Step on it. Come on, girl. Gonna get home, get something to eat.
Good evening, Miss Davis.
Oh,
Hello, Mr. Vance. I was hoping you'd come this evening. I want to tell you how sorry I am about being so rude last night.
Oh, that's all right. Has your friend made an appearance this evening?
No, but he will. Oh, I'm sure he will. It's too wonderful an evening for him not to come.
I hope he does. Well, I thought I'd stop and say hello. I was trying to work out a problem in the hansom cab just now, but the cabbie wanted to talk, so I thought I'd get out.
Oh.
I'll see you again, Miss Davis.
Good night, Mr. Vance.
Mary.
Mary.
Darling, where are you?
Right here.
Oh, Jason.
I was waiting until you finished talking. Oh, darling, darling. It's so good to be with you again.
Please, Jason, let's not talk. Let's just sit here. I knew you'd come. I just told that nice gentleman you'd come.
Well, I got here as soon as I could. I'm sorry about the last few nights. I couldn't get here. But
I know.
from now on, nothing will ever separate us. Yesterday morning, I got word from the sanitarium. My wife died in her sleep the night before.
Jason. Jason, darling. Oh, it's been so long.
Many, many years, Mary. Too many. But it's not too late. Whatever time we have left, we'll spend together. We'll go away and forget.
Forget?
Yes, darling. Forget everything. Especially last night. The worst night any man ever experienced in his life.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Oxford murder case opened with the finding of the body of millionaire Richard Oxford. Vance has questioned his two heirs, Jane and Billy Reed, and has some information which he hasn't as yet disclosed to me, but feels that it pertains to the murderer. Jason, family butler to the Oxfords for many years, is missing. And the last I heard from Vance, he had decided to visit...
No.
Please.
No, I can't tell you anymore, Mary. Don't ask me.
But, Jason, you must. We can't start
Perhaps
off...
Jason will tell me. Good evening again, Miss Davis.
Mr. Vance.
Mary, who is this?
My name is Philo Vance, Jason. I was hoping you'd show up here tonight. You were Mr. Oxford's butler, weren't you?
Yes, I was. But believe me...
You had nothing to do with his death, I know. And by the way, in case you think my coming here just now was coincidence, it wasn't. Miss Davis here mentioned your name the first time I saw her, the time she ordered me away.
Yes, I did. I didn't mean to, Jason. Believe me, I didn't mean to.
No, I don't imagine she did. But the fact that the Oxford butler was missing, and the fact that she hadn't seen you for a few days was too much coincidence to ignore, especially as the name Jason fitted both of you. I decided to wait for you to show up, and here you are.
All right, here I am. Now what, Vance?
Now you tell me who it was that you let into the Oxford house.
How could you know that?
It doesn't matter, Jason. Tell him. Please tell him.
All right. It was a man named Harry Woods. He threatened harm to Miss Davis here unless I did what he said.
Then he killed your employer.
Well, I don't know. When I let him in, I went to my quarters.
Do you know where I can find him?
I know where he lives. I should. I was kept there for 2 days.
Good. Give me the address, and Mr. Markham and I will try and get his number.
This is the place, Vance. According to the address you got from Jason, this Harry Woods lives here in this house on the river.
We'll stop. It's all right if you don't arrest Jason right now, isn't it, Markham?
And as long as you know where to reach him.
I do.
Look, Vance. There's a man running for the speedboat that's moored to the dock. That's probably Woods. Come on, we've got to stop him.
We won't if he ever gets into that boat. We won't stop him, and we won't find him.
Woods! Stop! Stop!
A shot might do it, Markham. I think you'll find he has a record.
All right, Vance. It's the only way, I guess.
Got him in the leg. Excellent shooting, my friend. Now we can go and take him rather easily, I believe.
I'll keep my gun out, just in case. Well, that's the man who murdered Richard Oxford, Vance.
I didn't say that. I wish it were. No, Markham, we've caught a criminal. But I don't think we've caught up with Oxford's killer yet. Come in.
Mr. Vance?
Miss Davis, well, please come in.
Thank you. Mr. Vance, I came to tell you that Jason and I are married.
Congratulations. I'm glad you did tell me.
And I came to ask a favor. He's told you all he knows about Mr. Oxford's death. Won't you let him leave town with me? We want to go away.
Well, that's really up to the police to decide.
I know, but you have influence. Wouldn't you use it, please, for us?
Well, excuse me.
Certainly.
Philo Vance speaking.
Hello, Vance. This is Jane Reed.
Oh, yes.
I've got to talk to you. Will you come right over, please, before my brother gets here?
Of course, but what is it?
The night of the murder, I left Uncle Dick's house, but he stayed on. He knows something about Uncle Dick's death. Please, Vance, get here right away.
So Billy might know who killed Mr. Oxford, eh?
Yes, I think so. I'm sure you can get the whole story out of him.
Where is he now?
Well, he's out playing tennis at Windmere Courts. But I want you to be here when he gets home.
Well, maybe I ought to go to the Windmere Courts to see him.
No, I want to be with you when you make him tell what he knows. Come here, Vance. I'll be waiting.
Very well, Miss Reed. I'll come at once. Goodbye. Well, Miss Davis, or rather, Mrs. Jason Masters, I think maybe I'll be able to do as you ask.
Oh.
Someone who knows something about the murder of Richard Oxford is going to talk.
Wonderful.
Well, it isn't wonderful yet. First, I've got to hear what he has to say.
Oh, I'll tell Jason. He'll be so happy. I'm really good luck, and I'm going to remind him of it, too. Don't think I won't. About how I was here when the phone call came in, and exactly what happened in the conversation.
Do that. I'll be in touch with you, Mrs. Masters. Before very long, I promise you.
District Attorney Markham speaking.
Markham, this is Vance.
Oh, glad you called, Vance. I'm having a lot of trouble with that Harry Woods. He's wanted by the police, all right, but he insists that he had nothing to do with the killing of Mr. Oxford.
I tried to tell you that he wasn't our killer, Markham.
But he admits that he was in the house at about the time of the murder.
There were several people in the house at that time, Markham. I think I'm about to deliver the real killer to you.
Excellent, Vance. Who is he?
Not so fast, my friend. Young Billy Reed is going to do some talking. Meet me, Markham, because if Reed doesn't use his head, he's going to put his foot in it.
Hey, you're running me ragged, pal. Cut it out. Cut it out. Hey, let's see if you can hit that one back. Hey, you missed, friend. Outside. Well, looks like my game. Now me for the showers and home. See you later, Frankie.
Okay, Billy.
So long. Yeah, sure was. Dum dee dee dum dee dee da dee dum dee dum dee dee dum dee da dee.
Mr. Reed.
Oh, Jason. What are you doing out here at the courts?
I came to see you. Come over here where we won't be watched.
Well, all right. What is all this? Hey, how did you happen to know I was here?
Oh, that isn't important, Mr. Reed. I understand you know who killed Mr. Oxford.
Who told you that?
The same person that told me you were out here.
My sister? Oh, she's crazy. I don't know who killed Uncle Dick.
No, I do.
Who was it?
You're asking me to tell you? Why did your sister say what she did?
Oh, because she knows I was in the house just before the murder took place. That's why.
Oh, you were. And did you see your uncle killed?
No. No, I didn't.
You lie.
No.
You saw me kill him.
No, honest.
You were going to tell the police.
No,
now
no.
I'm going to kill you with my
Jason,
own hands,
no,
just
no,
as I did your uncle. With my own hands, the way I killed him. I had to kill him. He woke when I went to his room to get the combination of the safe. He saw me.
That'll be all, Jason. Get your hands off Reed.
Vance, you too, huh? I can handle you. I may look old, but I'm strong.
I'll get him.
No, you won't.
No.
And now I'll do the same to you, Vance. You heard too much. You're smart. But your neck is just as easy to choke.
Don't, Jason. I don't want to have to.
Hold him, Vance. We're coming.
Hurry, Markham.
Hang here. All right, Billy Daniels. Help me get this madman off.
You'll never take me.
Better use your Billy Daniels. Go
I
ahead.
can handle 5 like you. I can...
Oh, give him your hand.
Well, that was close, Markham.
Yes.
I don't think our young friend Billy Reed suffered much damage. No, he'll be all right. You can take Jason in, you know.
Murder?
That's right, Markham. I heard him admit he killed Mr. Oxford when he tried to strangle young Billy Reed here. But I knew it was he long before that.
Say, I've been reading about your work in the Oxford murder case, Mr.
Vance.
That's right, Vance. Yeah. Hey, I've been reading about it. You're pretty smart. Only you solved the case in too much of a hurry. Everything everybody does is in a hurry. Why?
Well, it seemed like a good idea at the time. Let's let it go at that.
Hey, tell me something.
Yes?
The papers say you knew it was this old Jason guy even before you heard him brag about it while he was choking this Billy Reed. How'd you know?
Well, that wasn't difficult. First of all, Mr. Oxford was killed in his bedroom. Why would anybody kill him there if the only motive for murder was robbery of the safe?
Oh. Oh, that's why it couldn't have been either that Billy Reed or his sister, huh?
His sister had left the house, and young Reed had no reason to go into his uncle's bedroom. All he was there for was to get into the uncle's safe, and he could have done that rather easily.
But how about this Harry Woods guy that the district attorney shot?
He was a fugitive from the police, as I suspected, but he never knew that Jason had crossed him. Apparently, Jason had given him the combination of the safe, but Woods found it empty. And the reason it was empty was because Jason had been there first. Woods had no reason to go into Oxford's bedroom. None at all.
Yeah. Well, how come Jason had a reason?
He wanted the money from Oxford's safe, money he could get married on. Apparently, his mind went a little haywire during the past few years, and he decided to get the combination of the safe from his employer's room. He was caught, and so he strangled Mr. Oxford.
Seems to me he was taking a pretty big chance.
Not really. There was always Harry Woods to throw the blame on.
Yeah, sure there was. You know, there's one other thing I don't understand.
And that is?
Well, how this Jason all of a sudden made up his mind to kill young Billy Reed at the tennis court where you grabbed him.
He thought he had to kill Reed. You see, Jason's wife was with me when Billy Reed's sister phoned and told me her brother was in the Oxford house the night of the murder and had probably seen the murderer. I repeated this conversation to Jason's wife.
Oh, I get it now. The wife told him Billy Reed knew who the murderer was going to talk, and that he was at the tennis court. So Jason went there, huh?
I suspected that would happen, so I called District Attorney Markham, and we were there, too. The ironic part of the whole thing was that Billy Reed actually didn't know a thing. He left the house soon after his sister did.
Well, you got this Jason called on account of he had to get money in a hurry. Had to get it in a hurry. That's what I always say about hurrying. Gotta lead you to trouble. Oh, city. Well, thanks for the inside story. All right, this is the end of the line, Mr.
Vance.
Oh, yeah.
And you're welcome. It's the end of the line, my friend, and also the end of the Oxford murder case.
I'll call Jim if you want, George, but he's shaving.
Well, it's all right, Sylvia. I'd much rather talk to you.
Thanks. That's one of those things I'd much rather not remember. Look, George, Jim's going to take a shower after he shaves. The minute he's through, I'll tell him to call you back. Goodbye.
Now, wait a minute.
Well...
How about inviting me to the house?
What?
As I understand it, married people do have friends over once in a while.
Friends, yes.
Oh, now, really? As a matter of fact, Jim asked me over. I'm supposed to be there now.
Well, but...
Sylvia, the only thing you can possibly have against me is the fact that I like you. Now, is that a...
Open up in there! Open this door!
What was that?
Wait a minute. Who is it?
I'm a police officer. Open this door, quickly.
Goodbye, George.
But, Sylvia...
Hurry with this door.
I'm coming. Now, what is all this?
Where's the room with a narrow window, lady? Fast, where is it?
The bathroom, right this way. What's the matter?
That's what I'm going to find out. This scrubbing brush came flying through that window into the street a second ago. Who's in this room?
My husband. He threw the brush through the window?
That's what I said. Now I'm going to find out why. You inside. Open up.
Oh, stop being so dramatic. The door's not locked.
Oh, well then.
Jim, tell this officer. Jim!
Your husband isn't going to be telling anybody anything ever, lady. He's dead. And from here it looks like he's dead from very unnatural causes.
I tell you why I asked you to come to my office, Vance. I think you'll like the reason.
I don't like murder, Markham. My enjoyment comes from helping catch killers.
I understand that, of course. Vance, a man named Jim Raines was found dead this afternoon in his bathroom. He'd been poisoned.
Oh?
It was a slow-acting poison. It took effect several hours after it was given him.
Not too unusual a situation up until now, Markham.
No, that's true, but listen to this. The bathroom door was unlocked. As Raines felt himself dying, or anyhow, this is what we imagine happened, he seized a scrubbing brush and tossed it through the window. A police officer was passing, went into the house, and found the body on the bathroom floor.
Anybody in the house?
The victim's wife, Sylvia.
Why didn't he call out or open the door to call his wife?
That is why I phoned you.
I see.
I don't know the answer to that unless he suspected his wife had poisoned him and knew she wouldn't help him.
It's possible.
Certainly is.
I think I'll find out a few things about the late Jim Raines before I see her, though. I'm sure the victim broke that window so that we could see through his reason and find his murderer.
Just a moment, please. Be right with you. Well, this is a surprise. Come in, come in. Please sit down, Mrs. Raines. May I say that black is a very becoming color?
Why did you kill my husband?
Oh, Sylvia, please, I didn't kill Jim. Why should I have killed him?
You had lunch with him. You poisoned him. You wanted me, didn't you? You knew I wouldn't have anything to do with you while he was alive, so you killed him. You killed him, and now I'm going to kill you.
Now, Sylvia, don't be ridiculous. Put that gun down.
You took Jim away from me. You're a murderer, but you'll never be caught. You're too clever.
Now, my dear.
See how smart you really are. See if you can outthink a bullet.
You fool! Give me that gun! There. That's better. You ought to either not carry a gun, my dear, or learn to aim it properly. So, you imagine I poisoned Jim. It's true I did have lunch with him. But have you forgotten? I was due at your house when he died. I'd hardly be stupid enough to give the police a ready-made suspect.
You killed him. I know you did.
You know, Sylvia, this could have been a very good act you put on. Let's say you poisoned Joe.
What?
Let's just say that. You came here carrying a gun, accuse me, purposely fire a wild shot. The perfect picture of an innocent, outraged wife. Sylvia, you're out of your mind. Maybe I'm not the only one that's clever. Maybe it's just what I've always suspected. That you and I would make such a wonderful team.
District Attorney Markham speaking.
Markham, this is Vance.
Yes, Vance. Anything yet on the Jim Raines murder?
I've made some progress. Raines was in the numbers racket. Did you know that?
The homicide department undoubtedly knew advance, but I haven't received a report yet. This case is only a few hours old, you know.
I realize that. And I also realize that Raines operated in opposition to a man named Eddie Cayley. And Cayley wasn't too happy about the whole thing.
Well, Vance, we have the wife as a suspect, of course, but you haven't been to see her.
No, not yet.
Now that you've uncovered Cayley, I imagine you, merely to be consistent, won't go to see him either.
I'll see him, but not right now. Now I think it's time you and I went to see Mrs. Raines. If I'm going to see suspects, I must remember my etiquette. You know, Markham, ladies first.
What was the take for today, Whiting?
I don't know yet, Eddie.
Why not?
It takes me a little time to add up figures. But I like figures. You ever hear anything like that? I like figures and I don't understand them.
So what? I like women and nobody understands them. All the runners bringing their slips?
All except Squirmy. He's due any minute. 6, 8.
Take off your shoes for that number, Whitey.
Huh?
It's over 10. You'll run out of fingers to count on.
Gee, I like mathematics. Hey, that must be squirmy now, Eddie.
Yeah, okay.
1, 12.
Come on in after I press the buzzer to open the door.
Hi, Mr. Cayley.
Squirmy.
Hi, Whitey.
Hi.
I'm here, right on schedule. No?
You're here right on schedule, yes. Empty your pockets.
Plenty of numbers today, Mr. Cayley. Plenty. Everybody plays numbers.
Lots of suckers.
Yeah. Tell them a dime gets them $60, and all I gotta do is guess 3 numbers right, and they all chuck me dimes, no?
Yeah, pretty good collection. Squirmy.
Oh, gee, Mr. Cayley, don't call me Squirmy. My name is Claude.
Pretty good reason for being called squirmy, if you ask me.
Okay, Squirmy. I've got all your collection slips. Let's have the money you picked up.
Surest thing you know. I got it right here. Plenty of money, plenty of dimes. Oh, plenty, boy. Yeah. How about that? Pretty good, no?
That's all, huh?
That's it.
Hey, let me have them slips of paper, Eddie. Gives me more figures to add. Gee, I like figures.
Take 'em, Whitey.
Okay.
Squirmy, come here.
What?
Take off your hat.
There ain't no lady in the room.
Okay, I'll grab it off. There.
Hey, give me back my hat. Give me back my hat.
Sure, as soon as I see what's in the inside band.
Hey, what's the matter?
Well, what do you know? Policy slips. You're taking numbers on your own, aren't you, Squirmy?
Now, look, Mr. Cayley, look, I don't know how they got up there.
No?
I've been framed. Somebody had...
Clip me again, Eddie. Just let me count. That's 1.
No, don't.
I got rid of one competitor, Jim Raines, and now I got another.
2.
Wait a minute, Mr. Cayley. Them numbers I had up there, I kept them there in case I got picked up by the cops.
Is that so?
Yeah, that's it. In case I got picked up by the cops.
3. Keep it up, Eddie. I'm having fun.
I'm a little tired of playing.
4.
Now get up and get out of here, Squirmy. And next time, remember, don't try to get cute with me.
Sure, I'll remember.
Okay.
I won't get cute. I'll remember. So long, Mr. Cayley. So long, Whitey.
Get out of here.
Yeah, sure, Whitey.
I guess I can't blame him too much, Whitey.
What do you mean?
With Jim Raines out of the way, he just got ambitious, that's all.
Yeah, it's what it is, all right. You know, Eddie, this is no business for secrets.
Remember that, Whitey.
Sure. Guy works for you. He ain't got no right to keep anything under his hat.
I think we're heading in the right direction, Markham.
In the car or in the case, Vance?
Both. We're on the way to see Mrs. Raines, armed with several pertinent bits of information.
That her husband was in the numbers racket, that he had a tough competitor named Eddie Cayley, and what else?
That he was quite a bit older than his wife.
We have a foundation, of course, Vance. But the puzzling features of this case are still unexplained. Why did Raines throw a brush through the window when he could have opened the door?
And who fed him poison?
Yes.
Well, I imagine we'll have the answers to those questions very soon. After you, Markham.
Right.
Markham, what has the homicide department reported since our talk a little while ago? Anything at all?
Nothing of interest. They traced Raines' movements during the day and found he had lunch with a George Morrow. Very respectable individual, as I understand it, and a good friend of the dead man's.
But they did have lunch together, which makes Morrow a potential suspect in case we run out of those we already have.
If you say so. The bell, Vance?
If you say so. There we are. Let me see now. Raines has been dead how long up till now?
Exactly 4.5 hours.
Right. That means that...
Yes?
Well, I'm District Attorney Markham, Mrs. Raines. This is Philo Vance. We'd like to come in if you don't mind.
Oh, by all means. How can I help you?
We're not sure. Mrs. Raines, your husband has been dead only a little over 4 hours. I notice a black coat and hat here in the hall, and you're wearing a black dress.
Isn't that customary when one is in mourning?
Yes, it is. You had all these clothes before your husband's death?
Every well-dressed woman has at least one black dress, Mr. Vance.
And the coat?
I just happen to have a black coat.
I understand.
Mrs. Raines, what we'd like to find out is this. Why would your husband throw a brush through the bathroom window to attract attention when he could have attracted attention so much more easily by opening the bathroom door and calling?
I don't know.
You were home at the time.
I was on the telephone talking to a friend of Jim's, a man named George Morrow. He was telling me that Jim expected him at the house, and just then the policeman pounded on the door.
Do you mind if I see the bathroom?
No, why should I? This way.
Come along, Markham.
Right.
Jim was shaving. He was going to take a shower after he'd finished. I could hear the shower running while I was on the telephone.
Who shut off the water?
I don't know. I don't think it was running when the policeman and I found Jim's body. I'm sure it wasn't.
You were hysterical from shock. A detail such as that might have slipped your mind.
The water had been turned off. Well, what's so important about that?
I'll let you know in a moment. I want to turn on that shower.
Well, go ahead.
I don't know what this is supposed to prove, Vance, except that there's hot water in the shower.
You aren't the only one who doesn't know what else Mr. Vance is trying to prove.
Mr. Vance isn't trying to prove anything. Mr. Vance has already proven it.
What?
All right, please, both of you, get out. Get out, please.
What's the hurry? What's with the pushing?
I'm sorry.
I hope you have a good reason for rushing us out of there, Mr. Vance.
I have the best reason in the world. Markham, I want a 24-hour police guard placed in front of this bathroom.
What?
I want it closed to everybody until I ask for it to be opened.
That could be arranged, I imagine. You want to tell me why, Vance?
Certainly. There's something in that bathroom that tells me definitely who poisoned Jim Raines.
This is District Attorney Markham. The shower bath murder case opened when Jim Raines, numbers racketeer, was found poisoned in his bathroom. We know the poison had been administered several hours before. We know that Raines' wife was younger than he and attractive. That the dead man's racket rival was Eddie Cayley, and that he had a friend named George Morrow. That's all we know. But Philo Vance insists he knows who killed Raines after he, Vance, turned on the shower in the bathroom. It is sometime later in my office. Still not talking, Vance?
What's the point of telling you, Markham? You need evidence that will stand up in court. I don't have it.
Will you get it? That's the question.
I'm going to try.
Well, you've been...
I know what you're going to say, that I've been reasonably successful in getting proof for you before. But each case is different, Markham. Precedent hasn't any importance because there never has been a case like this.
Could you tell me why Jim Raines threw that brush instead of opening the door?
Yes, I can, but I won't. I know why he did it. I know everything about this case now. All I have to do is take the mystery of that shower and use it to make a murderer come clean.
9 and 5 is 14, and 6 is 20, and 8 is...
Cut it out, Whitey.
Hey, figures, Eddie, figures. You know how nuts I am about figures. I gotta keep adding them all the time.
What are you adding? There aren't any policy slips in front of you.
Yeah, I know. I just rehearse.
Oh.
Sometimes I just sit for hours adding up imaginary figures.
Yeah.
8 and 3, 7 and 2. It's fascinating, Eddie.
Wait till you hear about subtraction. You'll really be in for a great treat.
Who's that?
I don't know. It's somebody who doesn't know the code knock. Now, wait here, Whitey. I'm going to find out. Who is it?
I'm George Morrow. I'm looking for Eddie Cayley.
What are you looking for him for?
I'll tell him.
Hit the buzzer, Whitey. We'll let this guy in. I'm Cayley.
Oh?
Come on in. What's on your mind, Morrow?
Cayley, I've got a little information for you.
Yeah?
You're not taking over Jim Raines' numbers business.
No.
That's right. No.
Hey, I dig this guy, Eddie. He's the fella talking to Jim Raines' wife on the telephone when Raines kicks off in the bathroom.
Yeah, that's right. I knew Raines' racket. I was all set to take it over when I heard that you've moved over to Raines' side of town.
So what?
Move back, Cayley. Quick. That's all.
Oh, is it? Will you listen to me?
No, you take your hands off me. I'll take them off.
Tomorrow, I don't think I like being shoved around.
When you know for sure, tell me.
Go ahead, boys. Take care of him. That way I get to do some counting.
Okay, here we go.
Come on.
Whitey. Yeah. Whitey, I think I'll need some help with this guy.
Okay, boys.
Well, that's that.
Sure.
Nice work with that blackjack, Whitey.
It wasn't really nothing, boys. 1, 2, 3, and boom.
I don't think he'll bother us again in a hurry.
You said it.
One good thing he did, though.
What's that?
He told me he knew about Raines, was all set to take over Raines' racket. The cops will be glad to hear about that, and they're going to hear about it if they get too close to us. He had an awful good motive for murder, Whitey. Awful good.
All I can tell you about Cayley is what you already know, Vance.
He's in the numbers racket. He has a couple of runners who collect policy slips for him, and one of them is this fellow they call Squirmy. He's supposed to hang around this territory somewhere.
You'll know him when you see him.
Yes, I looked at his gallery pictures a little while ago. And Vance.
Yeah?
I think that's the man right there in front of that store.
Do I look disreputable enough?
Put your hat down over your eyes a little more.
All right.
That's it. Go ahead, Vance, and I wish you luck. Let me know if there's anything I can do.
I will. Hi.
Hi.
I got a hunch and a number.
How much of a hunch, huh?
Quarter's weight.
Give me the 2 bits. Write the number you like on a hunk of paper and meet me tomorrow right here if you hit. Okay, no?
Yeah. Here you are.
Thanks.
You hang out right here in this corner?
That's right. See you tomorrow if you get lucky.
My friend, I'll see you long before that if I really get lucky.
Look, George, I don't want to talk to you now or ever.
Oh, but
And
Sylvia-
nothing you can do or say can make me change my mind.
I wouldn't say nothing, Sylvia, if I were you.
What do you mean?
I was just up to see a fellow named Eddie Cayley. He was a business rival of your husband.
Well, what does that make me?
You'll have to listen to find out.
Well?
Eddie and a stooge of his worked me over. Good. But I had a reason for going up there.
So?
You were the reason. So don't you think you should be a little reasonable?
Honest, Mr. Cayley.
Yeah?
Here's my hat. Nothing in it. See?
You sure?
Yeah, all the policy slips just like I collected them.
That's a good boy.
Yeah, sure, thanks. And all the money I got.
Hey, you got a lot of them, Eddie. I'm having a swell time adding up these numbers.
Well, enjoy yourself, Whitey.
Yeah.
Say, I wonder why the other runners haven't come in. It's time for them to be here, isn't it?
If you say it's time, Mr. Cayley, it sure is time. No?
Thank you, Claude.
Gee, thank you.
Hey, that's our knock. Must be one of the boys now, Eddie. Want to let him in?
Certainly.
Hey,
Hey.
that ain't one of our boys.
I'm not one of anybody's boys. I'm Philo Vance.
How did you know the knock we used?
Sensible question. That seems to indicate that you're the head man. You are Cayley.
That's right.
And you want to know about the knock?
Yeah.
Well, I was watching down the hall when Squirmy here knocked at the door.
Oh, gee, Mr. Cayley, I didn't know. Honest, I didn't.
Shut up.
Oh, shut up? Huh? Okay. Now he'll call me squirmy.
Will you cut that out? You were watching, Vance, and listening.
I stand corrected. Well, Cayley, you want to know why I'm here.
Keep talking.
That's simple. You're in the numbers racket. So was Jim Raines. That's a very definite connection between you two.
Now, wait a minute, Vance. I know who you are. You're no cop, and that means I'm not ratting on anybody. But George Morrow wanted in on Raines's racket. He told me that himself. If you're looking for Raines's killer, you don't have to look any further than him.
Thank you. But I think this numbers business of yours, Cayley, is sufficient to lock you up until I get ready.
Whitey, the blackjack.
Yeah.
Grab
Oh,
him,
no.
Squirmy.
I don't grab so easily, my friend.
Come on, Whitey. Three of us ought to handle this one.
All right, everybody, stop that fight. Stop it or I'll shoot.
Well, the district attorney and a gun.
Yes.
I'm getting up in the world.
Markham, you interrupted the proceedings just when I was starting to enjoy myself. But I'm glad you did. I'm very anxious to get this case over with.
I followed you as you asked me to, Vance. Do I take Cayley in as Jim Raines' murderer?
No. Just on the numbers racket charge, Markham. Nobody here killed Jim Raines. But let's go to Raines' house, and I'll point out somebody there who did.
Sylvia, I don't know why Philo Vance told me to come over here, but I'm glad he did.
Oh.
It gives me a chance to tell you something in person, something you wouldn't listen to on the telephone.
Go away from me, George. You make me sick.
I've got a lot of money, Sylvia. I know where to get more. I want to marry you. We'll work things out so they'll be just the way you want them.
Get out of here. I don't care if 9 Philo Vances ask you to come over. I tell you to get out. You disgust me.
You can't talk to me that way, Sylvia. You can't. I won't let you.
Try and stop me.
Oh,
now, you
Sylvia.
either get out of here, George, or I will. Take your choice, only don't take too long to make up your mind.
Sylvia, you've got to listen to me. I've wanted you ever since I saw you. Jim was my friend, but friends don't mean anything when a man falls in love. He was in the way. I could never have you with him around.
You killed him.
I discussed you, do I? It didn't do me any good to kill him, did it? Well, I'm going to kill you like this. So what you know won't be any good to you either.
So me.
Come on, Markham. This is gunfire. That was too far, if you ask me. Hold it, Morrow. Now stand right where you are.
But you got here just in time, Mr. Markham. You and Vance.
We've been here quite some time, long enough to hear you admit you killed Raines.
You'd never found out any other way, either of you, or the police.
I think you're wrong, Morrow. I knew you'd poisoned Jim Raines.
What? You knew? How did you know?
Raines told me, Morrow, after he was dead. Before we go into the Raines bathroom, Markham, you realize why we went up to Eddie Cayley's headquarters.
Break up his policy operation.
Exactly. Then, too, I needed a little time to contact Morrow, have him go over to see Mrs. Raines. And I had to be sure Mrs. Raines knew the part I rehearsed her in.
I understand all that, but there's something I don't understand. Jim Raines was in that bathroom. He had finished shaving and was about to take a shower. He felt himself dying, and instead of opening the door and calling for help, he tossed a brush through the bathroom window. How are you going to explain that?
I will, I promise you. And I'll begin by telling you that he thought George Morrow was in the living room. Remember, Raines' wife told us that when she was on the phone with Morrow, Morrow mentioned he was due at the Raines house, and that was the reason for his phone call.
Yes, that's right.
Very well. Raines died thinking that Morrow might be in his apartment.
Uh-huh.
That's why he threw the brush through the window instead of opening the door. He didn't want Morrow to come in and find his body.
Why not? And what did you mean by saying Raines told you who killed him?
I'll show you. Come into the bathroom.
All right. I'm here and waiting to be shown.
I closed the door and turned on the hot water in the shower.
Turn on...
This was the situation Raines was in, identically. Take a look at that bathroom door, Markham. What do you see?
I see a mirror. That's not unusual.
Watch the mirror.
Yes?
What's happening?
It's clouding up. The steam from the hot water is covering... Vance! There's writing on that mirror.
Read it, Markham.
It's just becoming legible. George Morrow poisoned me. Then there's the beginning of Jim Raines' signature. Vance, this is fantastic.
Is it? I think not. Raines wrote that when he realized what had happened to him, and he knew Morrow had poisoned him. But he was afraid Morrow was in the house.
So he didn't open the door. That's reasonable. Morrow would have come rushing in and wiped off the mirror.
Raines was very clever. He wanted the bathroom window broken, knowing that the steam would be dissipated by the draft, and the writing on the mirror would disappear with it.
Oh.
But it could be brought back by anybody who would wonder, just as we wondered, why a window was broken when a door was available.
The writing stayed on the mirror. I don't understand that.
Try it sometime with your own mirror, Markham. Steam it. Write on it. When the steam disappears, the writing disappears. Re-steam it. The writing comes back. Now you know the whole story.
Yes, thanks to you, I know the story and the motive. And I see why you had to have proof of his guilt. A proof we overheard when he talked to Mrs. Raines, even though you knew Morrow was our murderer right from the beginning.
Yes, Markham. I saw this handwriting on the mirror at the beginning of our adventure. But Morrow sees the handwriting on the wall at the end of the shower bath murder case.
Come on, keep it moving, you guys. What are you doing? Setting up a roadblock? Get those cars going. Hey, lady, what are you doing? You'll get yourself killed running through that traffic.
Please come with me now. Something terrible's happened. Hurry.
Now, what is it that's so terrible, Chickadee?
The manicurist in the barber shop right over there. Man came in for manicure about 20 minutes ago.
Well, is that so awful, little one?
Well, he seemed to be in pain. When I was almost finished, he seemed to be trying to stay conscious, but he kept telling me to hurry.
Well?
A minute ago, he keeled over in the chair. I think he's dying.
And what makes you think so, may I ask?
I noticed blood in his coat. He was bleeding to death. Said he'd been shot. That's why I ran over to get you.
He was dying and he insisted on getting a manicure? We'll see what this is all about. Is this the shop?
Yeah, it is.
All right now. Where's this fella who's supposed to be dying?
He isn't supposed to be dying anymore, officer. He's dead.
Tell me honestly, Vance, did you ever hear of anything so completely unreasonable?
A dying man insisting on a manicure?
Yes.
No, Markham, I never did. But I'm glad you called me in on the case.
I had to call you in. Despite the fact that I'm district attorney and have a very capable police force functioning, I'm sure this case will be a test for even your talents.
You know who the dead man was?
Yes, a scientist named Edgar Wilson. But we have no idea who shot him, or why, or for that matter, where.
I understand that you don't know, but what theories have you, Markham?
Theories? What theories could anybody have? Sergeant Heath has a fantastically fictional idea that there was a code message on the man's fingernails, and he wanted that message covered by liquid polish when he felt himself dying.
That would be something new, wouldn't it?
I suppose. What ideas do you have?
Well, I...
Hello, D.A.
Sergeant Heath. You don't look very happy.
I wonder why. Hi, Vance.
Heath?
What's the trouble, Heath?
Trouble? Oh, I got no trouble. I just got a murdered guy who wanted a manicure on my hands, that's all.
Seems to me he wanted the manicure on his hands.
What?
I'm sorry.
Please. What about your theory that there was a code message written on the fingernails? What have you done about that?
I had the laboratory put some polish remover on the guy's nails. Polish came off all right, but there was nothing written on them.
But isn't it possible that whatever was written came off when the polish remover was applied?
Hey, I never thought of that. Holy cow, if that's what happened, I'm the prize bonehead in the department.
All right, now take it
I ought to
easy.
kick myself all over.
Don't do it on account of the polish remover here.
Huh?
I'm pretty sure there was nothing on the victim's nails.
That makes me feel better. How do you know there was nothing on them?
I don't know. I just don't believe there was. And I have good reason.
As usual.
The DA here is president of your fan club, Vance, but I'm not even a member. I want to know the reason why that guy got a manicure as he was dying, if it wasn't to cover up something.
I might be able to tell you that, Heath. I have an idea I'll be able to tell you the secret of Edgar Wilson's fingernails just as soon as I have his killer under my thumb.
All I gotta say is...
That's all you ever got to say. What makes you so sleepy?
Who knows?
It's a wonder to me you didn't fall asleep when you shot that scientist guy, Edgar Wilson, this morning.
Who said I was awake?
Oh, you dope.
If I was awake, I'd have plugged him so good he wouldn't have moved. This way, he lived long enough to make it to some barber shop, papers say.
Well, he didn't talk, so we got nothing to worry about. All I got... hey, you got me doing it.
Stop cutting in on my racket.
Ah, you.
How much further we got to go?
This is it. The first shack off the road down there. You see it? I guess that means yes. Our orders are to go in and look around for a bottle marked Experiment X.
Experiment eggs?
X, you dope, like in ecstasy.
Hey, I seen that picture with that gal, what's her name?
Some name for a girl. Come on, Sleepy, out. And cut that out. You're making me sleepy.
So what is that, bad? Any chance of there being anybody in the shack?
You know better than that. The guys we work for know what the score is. They said Wilson would be alone when we got there to plug him. He was. They said there would be nobody in this shack. There won't be nobody.
That's okay with me. I ain't in the mood for company. See if the door's locked.
It is. Come on, let's bust it in.
You do it. I'll stay here and watch.
Come on, Sleepy. I'll need help.
Okay.
Now. Once more.
Must we? Okay, let's do it.
Hold it a second, Sleepy.
A pleasure.
Just till I get this flashlight out of my pocket. There we are. Now for a look around.
Hey, there's a row of bottles over on that shelf.
Yeah, so I see. Well, all we gotta do is find one marked Experiment X.
Like an ecstasy. Sure was a great picture.
On that I agree.
There was one scene in it
Sleepy,
where
there's the bottle we want. Right here on the second shelf. You see it?
Yeah.
Experiment X. Let's grab it and get out of here so we can collect our dough.
You grab it. I'd have to reach up a little.
Okay, here we go. Come to Papa, little Bob.
Well, tell me, you fool. Tell me exactly what happened.
Oh, it was like this. I did what you told me. When the Miller brothers killed Professor Wilson for you, I followed them to make sure there was no slip-up.
What happened when they went after the explosive?
I'm trying to tell you. I followed their car. I saw them stop. I saw them break down the door and go into the shack.
They found Wilson's laboratory. Good. Then what happened?
Well, then they were inside for a while, a minute maybe. Then all of a sudden there was a big explosion, and then no more shack, no more Miller brothers.
So they found Experiment X, did they?
I guess they did.
But Professor Wilson was smart. He probably knew an attempt would be made to steal it. He had the container wired so that it set off the explosive.
I guess that's what it was.
Very clever, the professor. Even after he was dead, he managed to take care of the man who shot him. Oh, well. I have another plan.
What's that?
I must find out about Experiment X. And I think I know who can tell me. Professor Wilson had an assistant. I wonder how she's going to like assisting me.
No, I'm sorry, Sergeant Heath.
But can't
There's
you-
nothing I can tell you that I haven't already told you about my employer.
Oh, now look, Miss Rainey. Professor Wilson must have been working on something extra special. Something that somebody didn't want him to finish, so they killed him.
If he was, I didn't know about it. Now, please, Sergeant Heath, it's late and I've got to leave here. I have my coat on and my hat on and I'm expected home. If I think of anything that can help you, I'll phone you.
Okay. Goodbye.
Well, that's that.
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry I startled you. My name is Vance, Philo Vance. I'm a private investigator.
Oh, yes, I know about you.
Oh?
Are you working on Professor Wilson's murder?
I will work on it when I can find something tangible to start with. Do you mind if I walk a little way with you?
All right. It's a dark street, and I'm glad of the company. Is there something I can tell you that will help you?
You'd know that better than I.
I just told Sergeant Heath on the telephone that I didn't know what Professor Wilson was working on. If that's what you mean.
But you must know. You were his assistant, as I understand.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that I
All
know.
right, just stop right where you are.
Well, you...
What's
Please
the idea?
do not turn around, either of you. That's good. I don't want to use my gun. That's bad.
That's no lie. What do you want?
Not you, whoever you are. I merely want this young lady,
You want
Miss Doris Rainey, I believe your name is, to accompany me.
No.
Apparently, she has neither the desire nor the intention, so I think I...
Stop it! Stop it! You are biting my hand!
Help me! Help me! Don't let him get me in the car!
Oh, brother, what fell on me? That car. You! Stop! Stop! Oh, license number 162857. Well, my friend, whoever you are, you got the girl. But I've got your number.
Yes, Vance, I'm having the license number you gave me checked right now. You're sure you're not hurt badly?
I have a slight headache, but I'll be all right, and I guarantee I'll be a bigger headache to whoever hit me on the head.
Sergeant Heath is checking the number. He'll buzz me in a minute. You say they kidnapped the girl who was walking with you?
Yes, but I'm sure they won't harm her, for a while anyway. And by that time, with the help of the license checkup, I ought to have found them.
You're lucky you got a look at the plates.
Markham, I always get at least one lucky break on a case. Otherwise, I'd fail dismally in most of them.
I think otherwise. Just a minute, Vance. That's probably Heath now.
I'll hold on.
Right. Yes?
This is Heath, DA.
Yes, Heath. I have Vance on the phone now, waiting for the name and address of the owner of that license number.
Well, he's going to have a long wait.
What do you mean?
There's no such number listed, that's what I mean.
What?
Vance either got the number wrong or the car had phony plates.
Well, if it's one of those two possibilities, I'm sure the plates were counterfeit. Thanks, Heath. Hello, Vance.
Yes, I heard Heath, Markham. All I can say is that maybe I do always get one lucky break on a case. But apparently, that license number isn't it.
Already I'm losing patience with you, Miss Rainey. Apparently twisting your arm does no good.
Oh, if I ever get off this chair,
You will do nothing. You're tied securely, and I will untie you only when I am good and ready. It's very annoying, very unmusical, and cannot help you in the least little bit. This house of mine is far out in the country. Nobody can hear you. Now, will you tell me what I want to know?
How can I tell you if I don't know?
Again, the same speech, always the same speech. You know about Experiment X. You worked with Wilson. You were with him in everything he did.
No.
You know about Experiment X.
No.
You'll tell me. You'll tell me. Do you hear? You will tell me.
Oh, leave me alone. Please leave me alone. I don't know anything about the experiment, except that Professor Wilson was working on it.
This much I know, too. He wouldn't talk when I sent two men to persuade him. They shot him. I knew about his shack in the mountains. My men went there, but they were killed in an explosion. But Wilson had another laboratory. Where is it?
I don't know. I keep telling you, I don't know.
That is a lie, and you will tell me.
No.
You must.
All right. All right, I do have something to tell you.
Ah, good.
Do you know the man who was with me? Do you know who he was?
I'm not interested.
You will be. He was Philo Vance. Did you ever hear of Philo Vance?
Oh, that was Philo Vance. Huh? What about it? He never saw my face. And if he did see the license plates in my car, it'll do him no good, for I changed two of the numbers myself.
You changed?
No matter who he is, he can never find me.
We'll see.
Miss Rainey, I lose patience again talking to you. Wilson was working on an explosive he called Experiment X. It was a liquid. That much we know. What was the formula?
I never knew the formula.
That is possible, but you know where there is some of that liquid?
No, I don't.
Some that my chemist can analyze? Where is that place? Where? Where?
I'll never tell you.
Brave words. But you've been here only a few hours. All I've done so far is to twist your arm a little. That is nothing compared to what will happen to you, Miss Rainey. Don't forget nobody has any idea where you are. Nobody can possibly rescue you.
What about it?
I have an idea how to make you tell me what I want to know. Miss Rainey, it's my suggestion that you talk. While you still have a tongue to talk with.
This is District Attorney Markham. The manicure murder case opened when Professor Edgar Wilson, scientist, died in a barber shop after insisting the girl manicure his nails, even though he was dying. We have no explanation for this, no clue to the professor's killer as yet, although Philo Vance did have an encounter with an individual whom we believe was the brains behind the murder. In an effort to work out some tangible lead to that individual, Vance is in my office.
Where do I begin, Markham? A simple question like that has me stopped completely on this case.
A simple answer might be in order, Vance, but I don't have it. Either a simple or a complex answer. All I can tell you is I don't know.
Well, let's start from the beginning. Professor Wilson wanted a manicure when he was dying. Why?
You said you thought you knew the reason.
Let's say I still think I know the reason. How do I prove what I think?
There's one way, and Vance, it might be the answer to that question you asked.
About where do I begin?
Yes.
Well, I'm listening. What's the one way?
Why not check back at the barber shop where Wilson died? Perhaps that shop has some connection with his death and the reason he insisted on having his nails done.
Good idea, Markham. That's where I'm going, for a little interview with that barber shop manicurist. Maybe I'll even let her do my nails. Maybe having her hold my hand will help me make heads or tails out of this case.
Well, how do you like 'em? Long, short, or half and half?
Suit yourself.
Mister, if I suited myself, I'd pack you in right now.
Well,
I'm tired. You don't need no manicure.
really?
What'd you come in for? Keep out of the rain?
It's not raining.
And you don't need no manicure. So, here we are back where we started.
Maybe I'd better introduce myself. I'm Philo Vance.
Oh, it's okay. I'm swooning. It takes me a little time to faint. So you're Vance. So what?
So, I understand you're the young lady who manicured Professor Wilson's nails as he was dying.
That's right. You ain't figuring on kicking off, are you?
Not just yet. I want to know what he told you when he came in.
When he came in, he sat down, stuck out his hand. He says, give me a manicure fast.
There was colorless liquid polish on his nails. You put it on?
Sure. Like I said, he said, give me a manicure fast. I said, long, short, or in between. He said, short. So, well, I filed them and finished them up. About all. Except when I see he's about to pass out, I beat it out of the shop and pick up the traffic cop in the corner.
Thank you very much.
Hey, where you going? Manicure you didn't need ain't finished.
I know, and neither is the case I'm working on. But after what you've told me, it will be finished. And very soon.
Hello, D.A.
Come in, Heath, come in. Or am I a little late with my invitation?
What's the difference? Better late than never, I always say.
I always say something about an early bird. I can't remember right now what the rest of it is. What's on your mind, Heath?
All right, if I sit down.
Apparently. What's that paper in your hand?
This? Oh, it's a teletype report on an explosion out in the suburbs. 2 men were killed when a shack blew up. We checked on the car they were driving. We think we know who they were.
Yes?
Yeah, Miller brothers, Sleepy and Joe. Hired killers. We can't figure...
Excuse me, Heath.
Yeah, sure.
District Attorney Markham speaking.
Vance, Markham.
Hello there.
Markham, I just left the barber shop where Professor Wilson had his nails manicured.
Yes?
You remember I thought I knew why he had them done as he was dying?
You had an idea about it, yes.
It's now a conviction. I want you to find out for me if the professor was working on some new invention that was in a liquid form. A new process, an explosive, something along those lines.
I don't know how I can, Vance. As you know, Wilson's girl assistant was kidnapped and he left no records. Wait a minute.
Yes?
There were 2 men, hired killers, who met their death in an explosion in a shack in the suburbs, Sergeant Heath just told me. You think that might tie up with our case?
It might, and it's worth a gamble.
Right.
We've got to work fast now, or that girl assistant might be killed by whoever is responsible for Wilson's death. He won't believe she doesn't know what the professor was working on.
What do we do about it?
We'll take one long shot, Markham. I'll need your help.
All right.
Did you know Professor Wilson had an assistant named Dr. Blake?
No, I didn't.
Well, he didn't have. But I don't believe anybody knows that. Or the fact that I'm going to be in touch with Dr. Blake, who is going to make a killer take his medicine.
You are so obstinate, Miss Rainey. So very obstinate.
Oh, please. Please, can I have some water?
You can
Something-
have anything you want after you tell me what I must know. Wilson was working on an explosive. He called it Experiment X. What were the components of Experiment X?
Please, a little water, just a
Where
little.
can I get a sample of Experiment X? A drop will do. The smallest possible sample. My chemist can analyze it and break it down. Tell me.
I don't know.
There's some way to make you talk. Some way you'll tell me what I want to know. Ah. You're a nice girl, Miss Rainey. Very nice girl. And you have a mother.
You wouldn't dare go near her. The police will be protecting her. Philo Vance will figure that you'll try to make me talk through her. You leave my mother alone.
Oh, so that is the way.
No.
Good. Now I can... Who is it?
It's me, Andy. It's important.
Come. What is it?
Look, this newspaper. Look at it.
Let me have it. What is it I'm to look for?
On the first page, the item in the corner.
Dead scientist assistant arrives tonight. This one?
Oh, read it.
Dr. William Blake, noted scientist in his own right and former assistant to the late Professor Edgar Wilson, arrives at Main Street Station at midnight tonight. Dr. Blake announced upon leaving his hometown that he was coming here to continue the experiment started by Professor Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Blake declared that he has a complete knowledge of them, having been in constant contact via long-distance phone with Professor Wilson for months. Oh, you, knew Dr. Blake, Miss Rainey?
I don't know what you're talking about.
For a girl who was smart enough to be Professor Wilson's assistant, you have a terrible memory. Perhaps now we don't need you,
You
eh?
won't need me.
Andy.
Yeah?
I think we should be ready to leave here very shortly. You and I have to meet the midnight train. And Dr. William Blake.
Here he comes, fellas. They got your cameras ready. Dr. Blake.
Yes?
Please hold it while we get some pictures.
Hurry then, it's very late and I'm very anxious to get to my
It
hotel.
won't take a minute, Dr. Blake. Okay, boys, come on, grab your shots now. And just one more, please, Dr. Blake. Hold it. Thank you very
Now,
much.
is it all right, gentlemen, please?
Sure, Doc, go ahead. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. I'll be at the Carlton Hotel if your newspaper should want me.
Thanks, Doc. I think the boss will send a man up to see you to find out what you're going to work on.
I shall see him. Good night.
Good night.
Dr. Blake?
Yes? Who are you? And your friend?
It doesn't matter who I am or who he is, either. You will kindly not make any disturbance, but come along quietly with us.
I don't understand.
Who will, dear sir? You were Professor Wilson's assistant. You knew what project he was working on, the secret of his Experiment X.
Yes, of course.
Take his arm, Andy. Hold it tightly.
Okay.
Take your hands off
Hey, his beard. His beard. It's fallen off. This is a trick. Come on, let's get away from here.
Not so fast. I think I can hold you two. Markham, hurry.
Coming, Vance.
Vance.
Hold him,
So
Vance.
you're Philo Vance. This was a trick.
Yes, and you fell for it, my friend.
All right,
Vance, I'll take this lad here. Hold on to your man.
Nobody holds on to me. I got away like this.
I make you stay like this.
Oh, nice work, Vance. This fellow I'm holding gave me no trouble at all.
Oh, that was no trouble, Markham. Hitting my friend was fun. Let's get him up, get him out of here. And I'll be ready to tell you why Professor Wilson insisted that his nails be done, even though he knew he was done for. Markham, my friend, I'm beginning to believe you're a very persuasive young man.
How do you mean, Vance?
You persuaded those men we picked up at the railroad station to tell you where they were holding Professor Wilson's assistant, Doris Rainey.
That was relatively easy. Besides, I wouldn't have had a chance to work on them if you hadn't found them for me.
They found me, Markham, just as I hoped they would when we had the newspapers print the arrival of the entirely fictitious Dr.
They
Blake.
certainly did.
You know, of course, if my beard hadn't come loose, I'd have gone along with them.
Yes, and I would have followed you, as per our plan.
Yes.
Vance, you said that I was persuasive.
That's right.
Could I persuade you to get around to telling me why Professor Wilson wanted his nails manicured?
Certainly. Let's go back a little, though.
All right.
Wilson was working on his Experiment X, an explosive.
Yes.
We know that now. It was a liquid. We know that, too. The man who kidnapped Miss Rainey hired 2 men to shoot him, which they did.
But they didn't kill him. He ran from them and got to the barber shop. I know that much.
Markham, Wilson had some of his Experiment X under his fingernails. The manicurist told me his nails were long.
We know he was working with a liquid. The smallest quantity of Experiment X, if it fell into the wrong hands, would be sufficient for his killers to find its formula.
I see. He had his nails filed so any evidence of the formula that might have been under them would be lost.
Exactly.
Oh.
Sergeant Heath's theory that something might have been written on the fingernails was an impractical one. If Wilson had had time to write anything on his nails, he would have had time to tell what he had written to the manicurist or the barber.
Yes.
I knew it wasn't that.
So you said at the beginning of this little adventure.
Yes, I did. And now I say it's the end of our little adventure. The end of the manicure murder case.
You know, I was just thinking, Colonel Tim.
Yeah?
If I get a few more little people to work with you in the act, it might be better entertainment.
Whatever you say, Mr. Edwards. Say, I know someone who might do. A young lady.
A lady midget? How tall is she, Tim?
Oh, about my size, 33 inches.
That's not bad. We could bill you two as the smallest Mr. and Mrs. in the world.
Sure.
I'll think it over. But right now, let's get on with our rehearsal.
Okay.
Take your song from the middle. I'll give you a pickup. Here.
You've seen our little village, and I guess you all have learned that it really is a small world as far as we're concerned. I've taken you through Shiny Town, my eeny, meeny, miny town. Now we say to Tiny Town, goodbye.
Ah, that's swell, Colonel Tim. Billy Edwards and Company. I like the sound of that. You, La Belle Louise and her trapeze, Andy Anderson, the human giant, and Duke Miller and his magic. Not bad, not bad.
Sounds good to me.
Think of it, Tim. 2 more weeks of rehearsal, then 6 months in theaters booked solid. If all goes well, we could go on the road 2 weeks from Tuesday.
Yes, Mr. Edwards, but that is, if all goes well.
Homicide Department, Sergeant Heath speaking.
Sergeant Heath, this is Jennings. I'm the janitor of the rehearsal building on Kearney Street. Hurry over, please, Sergeant. Please come right away.
Okay, Jennings, take it easy. Tell me what happened.
A man's been shot, and he's lying on the floor of one of the rooms. Hurry, Sergeant, hurry.
Be right there. You know the man's name?
Edwards, Billy Edwards. Hurry, please hurry.
Don't touch anything and don't leave till I get there. Be up in 5 minutes.
Our friend, the district attorney, should either not have an office on the 8th floor or else see to it that the elevators in this building run all night. Oh, right, Vance.
I'll suggest that to Mr. Markham, Ellen. Stairs a little wearying for you?
I'm allergic to them. Whew. 8th floor. At last. Mr. Markham's office. Finally.
That's you, Vance?
Right.
And it's me, Ellen.
Hello, you two.
Hello.
Sorry to get you down here at this hour, Vance, but I thought you'd be sorrier if I hadn't.
I'm fairly certain I would be. What is this, Markham? What did you mean when you told me on the phone that there hadn't been a murder yet?
I meant there still hasn't been one. But there has been a shooting. A theatrical manager and pianist named Billy Edwards had been shot when I called you. He's at the hospital, unconscious and in pretty bad shape.
Just a shooting? I don't see why you called Vance.
You'd never have forgiven me if I hadn't, Ellen. Vance, Edwards was rehearsing a vaudeville act featuring a midget, Colonel Tim.
Mm-hmm.
And he was shot with a midget gun. We found the gun. It's no more than 2 inches long.
Could a gun that size mortally wound a man?
Very possibly, Ellen. That type of weapon was invented in France. It uses a tiny pellet quite capable of killing a man if fired at close range and into a vulnerable spot. I imagine if Edwards recovers, Markham, he'll be able to tell you who shot him.
Unquestionably, if he recovers.
I see what you mean. Who else was in the act Edwards was preparing?
In addition to the midget, there was a trapeze performer named Louise, a giant named Anderson, and a magician named Miller.
A modified circus troupe, eh, Markham?
Yes.
Well, it does sound different. What was found on Edwards? Anything interesting?
The usual things, except for money. Edwards had more than $700 in cash in his pocket.
Really? Markham, I want to thank you.
For bringing you in on this case, Vance?
Yes, of course. And I'd also like to thank you to see that no word of Mr. Edwards' condition gets into the newspapers. Still time to do that?
Yes, Vance. You see, I'm beginning to understand how you work. I specifically asked Heath not to release any information.
Thank you. Now, if you'll tell me where I can find the people who are supposed to be in Mr. Edwards' act, I'll replace our talking with some action.
Look, Louise, why not team up with me? Even if Edwards gets better, it'll be months before he puts our act on the road now.
No, Duke. I don't think it's right. I just don't.
And I don't either. The least we can do is wait for Mr. Edwards to get better.
Maybe he ain't gonna get better. And what happens? We lay off for months. The way I see it, Louise, you and me and the midget here, we got the same act.
I'm sorry, Duke, but
Don't give me no buts, pretty one. I've been nice and quiet, and I've been trying to show you it'd be smart to send the act out without Edwards. But if you're gonna make me get tough, where you going, runt?
Out. Just out.
Hey, wait a minute. You know, I think he worshipped you, Louise. He didn't like the way I was talking to you.
Now, let's get back to what you were saying. You were going to get tough. How tough?
Not the way you think, baby doll. This way. Suppose the cops were to know Bill Edwards was in love with you when they found out there was a Mrs. Edwards.
You're pretty low, Duke. You'd tell him, wouldn't you?
I don't know. I don't know anything, except all of us ought to team up and take over those booking Edwards got. Now, I ain't a bad guy, baby, if I'm treated right. Try me out and see. I always had a yen for you.
Get away from me, Duke. Keep away from me.
Oh, so that's the way you want it. All right, maybe I can...
There,
that
Andy.
midget brought the giant with
That's
him.
why I went for you. Don't let him do anything to Louise. Mix you up.
What is this here? He bother you, Louise?
Well, now, look, Andy, I was just kind of talking.
He
like
bother you, Louise? He bother you, Louise? I break him in half.
No, Andy, please. Please, it's all right.
She told you, Andy. I didn't do nothing. She told you that. You heard her. Now, keep away from me. Don't, Andy. Don't.
You
Don't,
fella,
Andy.
you open
Andy, let go
doors.
of me.
Now I throw skunk outdoors.
Now, get your hands off me. You
Well,
me.
this is a very pretty picture. Do you mind if I interrupted a moment?
Who are you?
My name is Vance, Philo Vance. I want to see all of you about the shooting of Bill Edwards.
I throw him out, Louise.
No, Andy, no. Don't throw anybody out. Mr. Vance, we've already answered all the questions the police asked us.
I know, but I wanted to meet all of you socially before I uncovered evidence that will send one of you to prison for a long, long time.
Did you find anything, Mr. Markham?
No, nothing, Heath. But let's keep looking. This apartment isn't very large.
No. I'm sure there's something here that'll give us a lead on who shot Edwards. Oh, that's his picture there on the piano. Nice-looking fella. Probably his wife next to him, huh?
Probably. It's quite pretty. Hope she doesn't mind what we're doing to her apartment when she returns here.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Heath, have you followed Vance's instructions about keeping Edwards' condition out of the newspapers?
Sure I did.
DA, do I have to keep on taking orders from him?
Heath, we haven't done badly by taking suggestions from Vance in the past, have we?
No, only this is just a routine case, DA. God, I guess that's it. Nothing left to look into except that trunk in the corner.
Yes, well, let's look in that.
Oh, come on over. We'll do it together.
Okay.
Sure wish Mrs. Edwards would get here. If we can't find anything, maybe at least she'd tell us something. Huh. Trunk's not locked. That's something.
Yes.
Seems to be stuck, though. Help me, will you, D.A.?
Sure.
There. Holy mackerel. Look what's in it.
Mrs. Edwards.
Look at her neck, D.A. Those red marks. She's been choked to death.
Yes.
By somebody with very powerful hands.
Choked to death and crammed into this trunk. Heath, I don't know what Mrs. Edwards might have been able to tell us. All I know is she'll never tell us now.
No, I'm sorry. I can't connect you with Mr. Vance's private office. He gave me instructions that he wasn't to be disturbed. Well, I'll have him call you just as soon as he's free. Goodbye. Now, let's see.
Me want to see Vance.
Well, I'm very sorry, but Mr. Vance isn't seeing anybody. You must be the giant in Mr. Edwards' act.
That's right.
Yes.
Vance here?
Yes, as a matter of fact, he is. He's in that office there. He's talking to Colonel Tim, the midget. If you'd care to wait, I'm sure he'll be glad to see you when he's through.
Me no wait. Me go in now.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't do that. That door's locked, and besides, you can't see him, I said.
Me don't care what you say. Me take care of locked door like this.
Well, really, what
do you think, Andy? What are
Well,
you doing here?
Mr. Anderson, nice of you to break in to see me.
Vance, shall I call the police?
I think not, Ellen. Better go back to your office.
Andy, you shouldn't have come here. You broke Mr. Vance's door.
Me break lots things, maybe. He bother you, Tim?
No, Andy, not at all. He's our friend. Our friend, Andy.
You see, Ellen, I'm their friend. Now, please go on back while I find out what other reason Mr. Anderson had for breaking in on me.
Okay, Vance. Only there are an awful lot of funny things happening around here.
Well, Colonel Tim, would you like to continue?
Well, I think not, Mr. Vance. Not now. Andy, I'm trying to help Mr. Vance find out who shot Mr. Edwards. I've just told him that he used to lend money to people in show business.
You tell him that?
Yep.
Why?
Well, because it might help Mr. Vance find out who shot Mr. Edwards.
What it did, actually, was account for the large amount of cash in Mr. Edwards' pockets, Mr. Anderson. Merely that and nothing else. Yet.
Duke Miller, he tell me Mr. Vance want you in his office, Tim. I think maybe he do something to you I do not like. I come here.
No. Well, Mr. Vance, there's nothing more I have to tell you. But maybe you'll tell me something. How's Mr. Edwards feeling?
I'd say he's doing as well as can be expected.
He still not talk?
He's not conscious, Mr. Anderson, if that's what you mean.
Well, come on, Andy. Come back with me to the hotel.
All right.
Oh, Mr. Vance, I'm sorry about the door Andy broke. If you let me know how
Well,
much...
don't worry about it, Colonel Tim.
Come on, we go to hotel. Come
Sure.
on, Tim.
Goodbye, Mr. Vance. I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help to you.
That's all right. Thank you for the information you did give me. Goodbye.
Bye.
Ah.
Come on.
Ellen.
Oh, coming, Vance. Well, that was quite a little party you had here.
Oh, it was nothing, really. Quite an informal gathering, I assure you. They've gone?
Very much so. Thank goodness. Did you find out anything?
Well, I'll tell you this. I spoke to Duke Miller and Louise, the trapeze performer, at their hotel rooms.
Yes?
The giant and the little fellow here. And I've come to the conclusion that any one of the four could have shot Edwards.
Well, you're certainly going out on a limb there, Vance.
And so far as the weapon used is concerned, the midget pistol, it might have been fired by any of the four.
Same limb, only a little further out this time.
Hey, anybody at home in there?
Markham, come on in.
Well, what went on in here? Brawl? Who broke this glass, Vance?
Hello, Markham. Well, not exactly a brawl. A giant came into my office without bothering to open the door.
It was really the door's fault. It hit him first.
Vance, I've got some news for you. Mrs. Edwards has been murdered.
Really?
Mrs. Edwards?
How, by another midget gun?
No, she was strangled to death. Heath and I found her an hour ago. Someone with a powerful pair of hands was responsible, we're certain.
There should be very little question about that. Time of death, Markham.
Yesterday afternoon, the medical examiner says.
Well, then she was killed before her husband was shot. Well, that might mean something, Vance.
Everything in this case might mean something if I only knew what. Markham, the midget gun used to shoot Edwards belonged to Colonel Tim. He just told me that. He said somebody stole it from him. He also said that Edwards used to lend money to performers at high interest rates.
A show business Shylock. Well, now I've heard everything.
So Mrs. Edwards was strangled. Well, I'll see you both soon.
Where are you going, Vance?
Out. Please excuse me, Markham. I'll only be about an hour if you care to wait.
Vance, there are several things we ought to discuss.
Later, Markham. I won't be too long. You see, I just thought of something. Goodbye.
You think you go somewhere, Mr. Vance?
Beg your pardon, but that's my neck. You have your arm around, Mr. Anderson.
Vance, you keep away from us. You no bother me, Colonel Tim or Louise, or even Duke. Keep away, Vance. We no like you bother any of us. Understand?
This is District Attorney Markham. When Billy Edwards, theatrical manager, was found shot by a midget pistol, Philo Vance uncovered 4 suspects: a midget, a giant, a trapeze performer, and a magician. Then Edwards' wife was found dead, strangled. None of the suspects knows what condition Billy Edwards is in because at Vance's request, all information other than the fact that he has as yet not talked has been withheld. I have been informed that Sergeant Heath has picked up Andy Anderson, the giant, and is questioning him at this moment. They are having a bit of...
Look, how many of you guys does it take to hold him down? That's better. Okay, Anderson, you're a big guy, a giant. But you could also be a murderer.
Me no murderer.
Now, this is the way I figure it. Edwards, the guy who was shot, was married. All right, maybe he isn't dead, but his wife is. I figure you strangled her with those big hands of yours because you were going to kill Edwards and she knew you'd threatened him in the past.
Why I kill anybody? You try make fool of me. I not let you.
Hold him in that chair. Don't let him get up. You want to know why you tried to kill Edwards? I'll tell you. You were in love with Louise, the trapeze performer. You knew Edwards was playing around with her, so you tried to knock him off. All right, I know a way to get you to talk. Murphy. Yes? Bring in that girl, Louise. She's in the next office. Right. Come on in here, Miss La Belle Louise.
Okay.
Sit right down there. That's right.
Well, what do you want with me?
You're the reason this giant won't talk. Make him open up. Make him confess he killed Mrs. Edwards and tried to kill Edwards.
Andy.
Me say nothing.
Please, Andy, if you know anything to help the police, tell them.
I keep quiet because of you.
Yes, I know, Andy.
You want me to talk? I talk.
Yes.
This what I see.
Yes, Andy.
Night before Mr. Edwards is shot, I see you with little gun. Same kind as what killed Mr. Edwards. This I no want to tell police. You even have same gun with you now.
This? Oh, is this the gun you mean?
Yeah.
This one on my charm bracelet?
Yeah.
Oh, Andy. Look, Sergeant Heath, it's perfectly harmless, isn't it?
Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. That's just a toy.
Me thought maybe...
Maybe I shot Mr. Edwards? No, Andy, I didn't. Sergeant Heath, how is Mr. Edwards, and when can we see him?
He's still unconscious. All this questioning may mean nothing if he's ever able to tell us who shot him. You can go, Louise.
Oh, thank you. And, Andy?
I want him here for a little while. Some more questions I just dreamed up.
I see you later, Louise.
Yes, of course. Goodbye.
Louise.
What? Oh.
Did I startle you, Louise? I'm very sorry.
My nerves are a little on edge, Mr. Vance.
Louise, I've got to know something. I'm pretty certain, as Sergeant Heath is, that our giant friend, Andy Anderson, is in love with you. And that Colonel Tim, the midget, worships you.
I like them both, Mr. Vance. They're really wonderful people.
I'm sure they are. And I'm sure that our magician, Duke Miller,
was very eager to become a very good friend of yours, too. I gathered that from outside your apartment yesterday when I met all of you for the first time.
Oh, I see what you mean. You think that because they all like me and I like Mr. Edwards that they might have tried to kill him and had some other reason for murdering Mrs. Edwards. Is that right?
Yes. All of them apparently wanted something from you. Your affection. Now, I want something too, Louise. I want your help in finding which one shot Edwards.
Take it from the middle, Tim, once more.
You've seen our little village, and I guess you all have learned that this really is a small world as far as we're concerned. I've taken you to Shiny Town, my eeny, meeny, miny town. Now we say to Tiny Town goodbye.
That's got nothing. You know that. Look, I play the same notes Edwards plays. Why don't you sell that song the way you did for him?
I don't know. I just can't.
Maybe I know a way. Tim, how much money did you borrow from Edwards?
I didn't borrow from him.
Don't give me that. I got to look at his notebook the last time I paid him some of the dough I owe him. He kept track of all the dough he loaned guys. Your name was right above mine. I just don't remember the amount. How much was it?
A few $100. I was going to pay him back when we started to work.
You don't have to pay him back if he kicks off, do you?
I don't want him to die.
Then why did you shoot him?
Me? I didn't. I never did. You can't go around saying things like that. Why, I'll...
You'll what, Midge? Shoot me, too?
You owed him money and you wanted Louise. You shot him. Yeah, you stole my little gun and you killed him. Who is it?
Hello?
Oh, Mr. Vance.
What do you want here, Vance?
Well, I just want to tell both of you that we just got rather good news from the Essex Hospital. Billy Edwards is doing rather well. He's expected to regain consciousness sometime tonight. I've already told Andy Anderson and Louise, so you don't have to bother. And you won't have to worry about any more questioning. Because when Edwards comes to, he'll tell us who shot him.
Is it all right if I go into Mr. Edwards' room with these flowers?
No, ma'am. Nobody gets into this hospital room. Them's my orders.
But I'm a nurse.
I know you're a nurse. And what harm could you do? How do I know what harm you or anybody could do in there? All I know is I'm God here to see that nobody gets in Mr. Edwards' room.
Very well. There's a patient up on the next floor who'll appreciate these. I'll take them up to her.
Do what you like. You could save me one of them, though. How you take it home to the wife.
Officer, I'm a doctor here. Please come downstairs. Next floor. There's a patient of mine getting violent. I can't restrain him. Please come help me.
I can't, Doc. I'm on duty here outside this door. I gotta stay here.
But this man's violent, officer. I got him tied to the bed with the sheets. He's gonna break loose at any moment. Please come down with me. Nothing can be more important than stopping a potential maniac from getting loose.
Oh? Well, I guess this is an emergency. And in an emergency, I'm supposed to forget orders and use my head. Nobody will be coming in here, not in this room anyhow. Lead the way, Doc.
Right this way, officer. Down these stairs. If we hurry, we can get there in time.
I mustn't put on the light. No, I mustn't. That figure on the bed, that must be Billy. He mustn't recover consciousness. This knife will make sure that he never does.
All right, Heath, put that light switch on.
Right.
Oh,
Hello, Louise. Completing some unfinished business.
Mr. Vance.
And Sergeant Heath, whom you've met, of course, but not exactly in this manner. Well, that was quite a cute way you got rid of the officer outside in order to fall for this plan of mine. Who was it helped you, Duke?
Sure it was Duke. I had him turning cartwheels. He'd do anything for me.
Just as you'd do anything for Billy Edwards, including murder.
What?
My guess is you killed his wife. He wouldn't marry you in spite of that. He turned you down. So you borrowed the little gun that Colonel Tim carried and used it on Edwards.
You're too smart, Vance. Did you forget that I still have this knife. Now I'm going to use it on you.
Oh, no, you don't.
Yes, I am.
Come on
can't
now.
get
Out
away with
the
double
door with you.
crossing.
All right, open it up, will you, Vance? Got a cop right outside. Oh,
Pleasure.
Outside, you she-devil. Get out that door, Wild. Get out. All right, boys, take her away.
All right, I got it.
Okay, Vance, we got her. You can shut that door in this case any time you like now.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Vance is not in. Goodbye. See what I'm doing for you now, Vance? Becoming a prevaricator.
Is that good?
Well, it isn't bad when I tell people you're not in so that you can have a little relaxation. Vance, what gave you the idea that La Belle Louise was the murderer in the midget murder case?
She did. My investigations proved that each of the 4 suspects involved had motive and opportunity. And the girl actually made no mistakes that pointed the finger at her.
Oh, so you had to let her convict herself.
Something like that. I had an idea we might run into a stalemate on this case. That's why I asked Markham at the beginning not to make any announcement of Billy Edwards' physical condition.
How is he, by the way? And incidentally, you took quite a chance on Edwards' life, letting Louise loose in his room with a knife just to prove she tried to kill him once before, didn't you?
There was nobody in that room, Ellen. Edwards has been dead for 2 days.
Huh?
He died soon after he was brought to the hospital. But that was something I didn't want the murderer to know.
Or me either, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
You know something, Vance? You know what threw me off? The strangling of Mrs. Edwards. I knew it had to be somebody with a powerful pair of hands, and I thought of the giant right away.
Louise was an aerial performer, Ellen, remember? She hung by her hands, did tricks with her hands and arms. They were very well developed.
Too bad her imagination wasn't. Of course, I know why she went to the hospital with that knife. She thought Edwards was still alive and that she had to kill him before he recovered consciousness and told the police that it was she who'd shot him.
I hoped that's what she would think. I didn't know she'd get Duke to help her, but I imagined she'd need, and could get, some assistance. Well, the midget murder case was simply another example of the fury that lies within a woman scorned.
That's something you might remember, oh brilliant one. Any time you begin some other romance, I mean.
At the moment, I'm not concerned with beginning anything. Right now, Ellen, I'm serene, content, and quite pleased with the end of the midget murder case.
Is that you, Vance?
Yes, Markham. Well, the district attorney is behind a locked door. Most interesting, Markham. How do I get in?
This way, Vance. Am I unlocking the door?
Good evening, Vance.
Hello, Markham. All this secrecy indicates an occasion I should enjoy. Am I correct?
It's quite possible, Vance. Please sit down.
Thank you. Well, you sent for me, Markham. I'm here.
Shall we ask your other visitor to come in here from the next room so we can get started?
You knew I had someone waiting next door?
Certainly. You wouldn't lock yourself in, Markham. As long as I've known you, I've never seen you display a single evidence of fear. You locked your door, therefore you are trying to protect someone. Whom?
My only surprise is that you didn't know that, too. It's an informer, Vance, a stool pigeon. Come in, Ricker.
Yeah, D.A., here I am.
Ricker, this is Philo Vance. I want you to tell him what you told me a while ago.
Oh, gee, D.A., what I told you was personal, just between friends.
Please include me among your friends, then, Ricker.
Do I have to tell this guy what I told you, D.A.?
I wish you would.
Okay, then. Okay. Listen, Vance, the D.A. and I has got a deal. When I hear something he ought to know, only nobody'll tell him, I tell him, see?
Nobody will tell him, so you tell him.
Sure. Listen, Vance, there's a dame due to hit this town this week, and she's going to start running things here the same as she ran them in the Midwest. And where she goes, trouble goes, too. Big trouble. Killings, bank holdups, kidnappings, the works. Yeah, that's what I was telling the D.A.
A woman is coming to town, and that means trouble, eh? Well, that's not too strange an association.
Well, I don't know about that. All I know is this town's going to break wide open when she shows up, and that's going to be soon.
Really? Ricker, tell me, who is this woman?
You mean, what's her name? Well, search me. I don't know. All I know is she's tall and dark and terrific looking. And she always wears dresses of one color only. Nobody knows her name. Everybody calls her the Lady in Blue. It would be my suggestion, Danny, not to let the Lady in Blue into this office.
Legal advice or a friendly tip?
A friendly tip, Danny, actuated by the fact that I wish to be retained by you as your lawyer for quite some time yet.
Meaning I may not be around long running things if I let the Lady in Blue in here. Well, we'll see. Davy, let her come in. Out, mouthpiece. That door there. Call me later.
I hope you'll be able to answer the phone when I do. Bye.
Davy, I said to send that...
Hello, Danny. Well, aren't you going to ask me to sit down, Danny?
I am as soon as I can breathe normal again. You're the Lady in Blue?
That's what I've been called. You knew I was coming to town?
Everybody knew it. What do you want with me?
I'd like to do business with you, Danny. Things are a little slow where I came from. I need activity. I can find things to do here. Things you're already doing.
All right, I get that. But the way you look, the way you're dressed, the way you talk, what do you want with rackets?
Rackets, Danny? I'm not associated with any rackets. I do things more legitimately. My methods may be a little illegal, but my enterprises aren't. For instance, you're in a racket. I've suddenly decided to be your partner.
Nice deciding. What if I don't like? I know you brought a couple of your boys along, so don't think I'm being tough.
No, you're too smart to play that way, Danny. You have a bodyguard in the next room. I have one of my boys watching him. I don't know about yours, but mine shoots straight. And often. Do we talk business?
Take that hood of yours out of here, lady, and you go with him. We don't have nothing to talk about.
No. Tony.
Don't let him come in, Davy.
You call me, lady? Davy here is giving me some trouble.
Davy? He shot Davy.
Only in his arm. I don't like guys that pull guns. You call me, lady?
Yes, Tony. Just as a protective measure. Danny, we'll drop our business discussion for the day, but we'll meet again.
We'll meet again, lady. I promise you that. I'll find out what your game is.
I'm sure you will. Only, as a glance in the next room will tell you, we're both playing the same game. But the score is 1-0 in my favor.
How do you do, madame?
May I help you with your selection?
It's quite possible. You own this shop.
Yes, I am Madame Marie. Madame, you have a beautiful figure, and I have the creation that will set off the blue of your eyes. Please come with me.
We can do business here, Madame Marie. I'm not interested in gowns. I'm interested in working for you.
Working? A woman like you is looking for a position?
Not exactly. Madame Marie, effective today, everything which you purchase from manufacturers here and abroad must go through me, a service for which I charge 10%. You understand?
No. No, I do not.
You will. Oh, now there's a beautiful gown, that blue evening model. An import, of course. How much is it?
$400. But I still do not know what you're trying to do. I need no one to buy for me.
You'll change your mind. I'll take that gown. Send it to me at the Ritzmore, Suite 928. Oh, 400, you said? Very well, here you are. Good day, Madame Marie. Oh, you'll be hearing from me.
Oh, dear, what does this mean? Evelyn, I'm not to be disturbed. I'm going into my office. A thing like this cannot happen.
Yeah.
Monsieur Danny?
Never mind the monsieur business. I got trouble enough.
Danny, this is Marie from the dress shop. 6 months ago, I joined your association. You promised me I'd never be disturbed by anyone. Just now, I was disturbed.
By a tall, good-looking doll dressed in blue?
Yes. She didn't know I was already a member of your association, did she? I mean, that must be it. She just didn't know.
She knew all right. Only she told me she's moving in and she's doing it. I'm going to see her. Something tells me she's going to be moving right out again.
Sit down, Danny. We're quite alone, and there's nothing for you to be afraid of. Do you like my new gown? I bought it today.
I like the gown, lady. It's your ideas on doing business I don't like. You're cutting in on Madame Marie, I understand.
Well, as long as you understand, I see no need to discuss it further. Do you like the gown really, Danny?
Listen, lady, I don't like what's going on here. I was doing all right. I was doing fine till you cut yourself in. I'm not taking it, lady. I'm telling you now, I'm not taking it.
But, Danny, there isn't really anything you can do. Look, would you care to take me to the theater tonight? I'll wear this new blue gown. I've some wonderful blue eyeshadow that matches and luminous stardust for my hair. You'll be very proud of me, Danny.
You want me to take you to the theater? Hey, lady, you go for me a little?
Why?
Why? On account of you're only the most terrific dame I've ever seen, that's why. So you want me to take you to the theater?
Is it a date, Danny?
Oh, could be, lady, could be. So you like me a little, huh? Well, I like you a lot, lady. You got what I ain't got. Class.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Lady, come here a minute. I always wanted to know what it would feel like to have a swell dame like you in my arms. Come here, lady, come on.
You want me closer? Real close? Like this?
Oh, lady. Oh, lady, this is living. Hey! What did you clip me for?
I step on ants when they start to crawl, Danny. You affect me the same way.
Oh, I do, huh? You don't want to play then, do you? Except rough. Okay, if that's the way you want it, that's the way you're going to get it. Lady, you're going to be sorry you slapped me in the kisser. Take my word for it.
Really? What are you going to do?
Plenty. I'll fix you for this, lady, beginning now. You know that date we had for the theater? Well, it's off. Fool around with that.
Well, Mr. Markham, we got another murder.
So I see, Sergeant Heath. Danny Claxton, isn't it?
It was. That's the way we found him, lying face up here in his apartment, knife in his heart.
Vance will be interested in that when he gets here, Heath. Oh, incidentally, I had to wake him up. After all, only homicide detectives and district attorneys stay awake all night.
Call him back and tell him to stay away, D.A. We can solve this murder without him. I'll have the guy who knocked off Claxton within a week.
You know, Heath, I was living in hopes that you'd bring Claxton in one of these days so we could send him up the river where he belongs.
Apparently, someone sent him down the river. Hello, Markham.
Well, hello, Vance. Sorry to get you out of bed.
I'm sorry you got out of bed, too.
Good evening, Sergeant Heath. So this is a big-time racketeer's apartment. And that a big-time racketeer's corpse.
We're waiting for some men from the morgue to remove the body, Vance. Sergeant Heath has had the knife that killed Claxton taken to headquarters.
Sure did. It's being checked for fingerprints right now.
I hope you find some. A knife killed Claxton, eh, Markham?
Yes, Vance, a knife. And now we have a corpse, and so far, 3 suspects.
Really? Who are they?
Well, there's the lady in blue whom we were warned about last night, remember, by my personal informer?
Yes, of course.
Then there's a cold-blooded killer named Tony who works for the lady. We got him right away, but he's out on bail.
Wonderful device, that business of bail. Who's the third?
A former attorney who was Danny's business advisor, a man named Smythe.
Also out on bail, I suppose?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Heath.
Yeah, Vance. What can't I do for you?
Find anything in the room that might be a clue?
Not a thing. But maybe you will. You generally do. But look, don't bother me, Vance. I'm busy.
Well, Vance, you want to look around, or shall we go?
We might just as well go. Apparently, there are no clues to be uncovered. Coming, Sergeant Heath?
Sure, I'm coming. I'll leave a man outside the door to wait for those guys from the morgue. Turn off the light, will you, D.A.?
Certainly.
Holy mackerel, it's dark in here. Open the door, will you, D.A.? It's right next to the switch.
Certainly, I've got it right here.
Don't open that door, Markham.
What?
Don't do it for a second, anyhow.
Oh.
Hey, Vance, what are you staring into a dark room for? You can't see anything. Hey, where'd you go?
I'm over here by the body, Heath. And I did see something. Something very interesting.
In the dark?
Yes. You can open that door now if you like, Markham.
Hey, Vance, what could you possibly see on that corpse in a dark room?
I'll tell you about it sometime, Sergeant Heath. At about the same time that I tell it to the murderer.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Blue Lady murder case developed as a result of the knifing of Danny Claxton, whose reign as Racket King has been challenged by a glamorous woman known as the Lady in Blue. As Vance had anticipated, there were no fingerprints on the knife. Suspects include the lady, her favorite gunman, Tony, and a disbarred lawyer named Smythe, who might well inherit Claxton's racket empire with him dead. Vance found some sort of clue in Claxton's darkened apartment after I'd asked him there, and, since all suspects are out on bail, he phoned to tell me he was going to the Ritzmore Hotel to see the Lady in Blue. He should be there about now.
Please sit down, Mr. Vance. I've been waiting to meet you. And, it's been worth waiting for.
Thank you. You know, if there should be a mental contest between us, one of us must lose. In view of that and my self-confidence, I appreciate your hospitality.
You mean if there is a contest, I won't win? If you knew as much about me as I about you, you might not be so certain. We're very much alike.
I'd hate to believe that. You and Danny Claxton didn't like each other, did you?
Oh, I wouldn't say that exactly. He was quite fond of me.
That's not difficult to understand.
You know, Vance, I'd like you to tell me something. Something about me.
Yes?
What do you think of me?
Are you quite sure you want me to tell you?
Quite.
Well, as a woman, you're perfectly gowned, beautiful, and exciting.
Exciting, Vance?
Very much so. Many men must have fallen in love with you.
Many men? Yes. The one man? No.
Is there something else I might tell you about yourself?
You've told me what I wanted to hear.
There's no question about that. Of course, I could go further. Let's take the surface you.
The gown you're wearing is startling, but it's right for you. Your jewelry is exquisite, your hair becoming, fashionable, but too perfectly groomed. Nothing is wrong with you, lady. Therefore, something is wrong with you.
Oh, please don't stop, Vance.
If I were you, I don't think I'd strive so for effect. That hairdo of yours, for instance. What are those little things that glisten on top of it?
Oh, that's stardust. When lights hit it, it has the effect of sparkling.
You couldn't possibly be content to not stand out when there are no lights. A theater, for example.
No, you're quite right. For occasions like that, there's a luminous stardust I use.
Sounds wonderful.
Oh, Vance. Vance, I like you. You're the man I never met in my life. Do you understand what I mean?
I think so. And under other circumstances, something might be done about that.
Not under these?
I'm afraid not. I'm engaged in a murder investigation. Though I must admit that for the last few moments I've neglected it a bit. Will you tell me something?
Anything. Within reason.
Danny Claxton was murdered in his apartment last night. Were you ever in that apartment?
No.
So the contest commences. The gauntlet has been hurled.
And the challenge accepted.
Oh, expecting company?
Not that I know of.
I was just leaving. I'll answer the door. Lady, may I say that this has been one of the most pleasant interviews I've ever had?
Just a moment. I'm glad you said that, Vance. No matter what happens from here in, I'll remember that. You did something to me. I shouldn't like what you did, but I do. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, Mr. Smythe. Go right in.
Yes. Lady, I've got to talk to you. What did Vance want here?
What is it you want here?
Well, lady, I worked for Danny Claxton. I know everything he did, how he operated, who paid him and whom he paid. I imagine you're taking over here. I could be valuable to you.
My intention in coming here was to take over. Now I'm not so sure.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. So you want to transfer your allegiance from the dead to the living, Mr. Smythe. You want to serve me.
With Danny out of the way, why not?
Was it you who saw to it that Danny was out of the way?
Did I kill him? Why, lady, what difference does that make?